Arizona charitable tax credit, up to $495 for individuals and $987 for couples filing jointly. Learn more at stmarysfoodbank.org.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, this is Dave Burns.
And John Gambadoro.
And every year we hear far too many heartbreaking stories involving children and water.
Please take 2 seconds out of your day to help prevent these tragedies.
Learn life-saving water safety tips and get free swim lessons from the YMCA while supplies last.
Go to Fulton2seconds.com or text SWIM to 620-620.
And never forget that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The dancing continues for the Wildcats. A 79-64 comeback win over Purdue punched their ticket to the Final Four for the first time in 25 years. Tommy Lloyd and company will head to Indy for what will be a heavyweight battle with Michigan on Saturday. The Phoenix Suns over the weekend got a nice 134-109 win over the Jazz. Jalen Green had 31 points. Book added 26 of his own, and the Suns are back in action tonight in Memphis. Tip-off will be at 5 over on ESPN 620. It was a tough weekend for the Diamondbacks. Friday night, a close 5-4 loss to the Dodgers, and Saturday, another one-run loss, 3-2, and the Snakes opened the year on a 3-game losing skid. But tonight, their home opener against the Detroit Tigers will get underway at 7:10, and you can hear it right here on Arizona Sports, 98.7, and the Arizona Sports app, and that's what's trending now.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire. It's the greatest radio show ever.
Fire. Good morning and welcome.
The world.
Dan Bickley.
When America needs real advice about real life, they turn to Dan
Vince Marotta.
And that's crushed. Deep right center field. And Vinny has a 2-home run, 6 RBI night in the first 4 innings.
Jared Carlin.
This is a ferret. That's a ferret. Ferret. That's a ferret.
And Sammy Sabolka.
Sammy, you're not going to sing for us, are you?
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Mr. Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Good morning. Happy Monday, Valley sports fans. This is going to be a day, everybody. We've got a basketball team in the Final Four. We've got a winless baseball team. And we've got the Masters without Tiger Woods, at least for the moment, right? What did Jared call it? The best weekend of basketball possible?
He said a perfect basketball weekend.
For me.
Yeah.
I already, do you hear that, Vinny? We've got a basketball team in the Final Four.
I feel, thank you for the inclusion.
Okay. Okay. Well, I mean, we do. We're going to talk about Arizona basketball being in the Final Four.
We being the state of Arizona, yeah. Absolutely.
To me,
are you already starting to play that game? I'm opening the arms and including you, and that's the first thing out of your mouth. See, Vinny, see what he said?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's trying to convert me.
Yeah, well, that ain't gonna happen.
The perfect basketball weekend. The Suns win.
Mm-hmm.
U of A wins to go to the Final Four, and Duke loses in the most absolutely soul-crushing way possible. How could it be better?
I'm immediately going to take major issue with you on this because as somebody who has tried to been sympathetic with Wildcats fans and their traumatic journey back to the Final Four, this is how you're acting? You're reveling in Duke?
Yes.
Throwing up all over themselves? Really?
Yes.
Wow.
Well, first
it's
of all,
amazing.
Duke has a lot more recent Final Fours than Arizona does. They have a lot more championships than Arizona does. So they're due for some absolute brutal pain.
No, they just had it last year. This is 2 years in a row they've done this.
It's spectacular. What was better than Coach K losing his very last game to North Carolina in the Elite Eight?
That was phenomenal.
Oh, my God, was that delicious.
Also,
look, and again, it's the difference between wanting them to lose and enjoying how they lost.
Oh, the best.
Okay.
Ruined people.
Careful with karma, Jarrett.
Ruined
Be
people.
careful. Be careful.
I can't the karma have been double reversed already? That now it's going on other people instead of me.
Just saying.
I'm just sitting back. I'm just observing.
Come on, I'm not allowed to. Duke. First of all,
I am saying that if part of what you're feeling is joy because you've been trolled relentlessly, you meaning the collective fan base of the Wildcats, for being a bunch of losers and chokers and teams that, underachievers, all that stuff, right?
Yes.
If you have ever bristled at that, now you're doing exactly the same thing to another program.
Well, it's good for the gooses, good for the
I'm
gander.
saying, be careful with that karma, man.
No, it's not karma. Look, I grew up a Maryland fan whose arch nemesis was Duke. Then my freshman year in college, U of A lost in the championship game to Duke. I hated Duke my entire life.
So have I.
Yes, great. So screw them.
But
I'm glad we're back in agreement.
I get, but I get the whole individual thought of screw Duke, I hate Duke, but taking that tact early in the show as opposed to just basking in the glow of your team doing something it hasn't done in a quarter century is kind of interesting.
Okay,
and you're kind of you're kind of proving Vinny's point. You guys are terrible winners.
One of the people who was literally the reason for why U of A did not win the championship my freshman year of college. His son lost the game for Duke this time around. That's karma. Not my fault. The other way around.
Again, you're proving Vinny's point. Vinny was the other day. He's like, you know what? It isn't so much the basketball team; it's those fans, and how elitist they get the minute things are going your way.
Was nobody else here super happy that Duke lost that way?
I don't
saying
dislike Duke at all.
Yeah, look, I thought that game, the ending was enough. That game was enough. I don't need to pour in the psychosis against Duke.
I see where you're coming from.
And you're happy for Dan Hurley?
I see exactly what I was going to say. Dan Hurley also the worst, so I could see where you're coming from. It was a lose-lose. But
all right, Ferret, start the show.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming.
The Splash, brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
The drought is over. The Arizona Wildcats headed to the Final Four for the first time in 25 years after a 79-64 win over the Purdue Boilermakers Saturday in San Jose. Wildcats trailed by 7 at halftime, but dominated the final 20 minutes, outscoring Purdue 48-26. Koa Pete led the way with 20 points. Ivan Karchenkov, 18. Jaden Bradley, Braden Burries, 14 apiece. Arizona will face Michigan in the Final Four Saturday. Wolverines absolutely thumped Tennessee, 95-62 to win the Midwest region. Yaxel Lendeborg led the Michigan men with 27 points and 7 rebounds. The other national semifinal will be Illinois against UConn. Illinois rallied to beat Iowa 71-59 on Saturday. Bennett Sturts, 24 to pace the Hawkeyes. And then an all-timer yesterday. UConn trailed Duke by 19 early, 15 at the break. They chipped away and won it on Braylon Mullins' logo 3 with 0.4 of a second left after a Duke turnover. UConn back to the Final Four for the third time in the last 4 seasons. It'll be Illini Huskies. First game Saturday in Indianapolis at 3:09 Arizona time on TBS and True TV. And then Wildcats and Wolverines, the main event, if you will. Some people calling that the national championship.
Feels like
game. It certainly does with the way those two teams have played in this tournament. Arizona basketball news: Randy Bennett reportedly hiring Cal Baptist head coach Rick Croy as his associate head coach at ASU. Croy's son, J. Rob Croy, flipped his commitment from St. Mary's to ASU last week when Bennett got the job in Tempe. Half of the women's Final Four here in Phoenix is set. Undefeated UConn slam Notre Dame 70-52 to win the Fort Worth Regional. Sarah Strong, 21 to pace UConn. Headed to the Final Four for the 25th time under head coach Gino Auriemma. Like 17 out of the last 18. Unbelievable dominance. Another top seed, UCLA, also headed to the Valley after rallying to beat Duke. Not a great day for Duke basketball. 70-58.
Great day for UConn, though.
Yeah, Lauren Betts, 23 points, 10 boards, 5 blocks for the Bruins. Other 2 regional finals will be decided tonight. Michigan facing Texas and South Carolina going against TCU. So you could have 2 teams with Final Four in both men's and women's.
It's crazy.
Has that ever happened before? It's rare to get one school to do it.
Probably. Because it's a lot of the Duke and UConn are usually good in women's. And
Duke is good, but not dominant good. Suns back in action tonight. They start a 4-game road trip in Memphis against the Grizzlies. Suns took down a tanking Utah team 134-109 Saturday night for their 41st win of the season. Jalen Green at 31 in just 22 minutes of play. Devin Booker 26. Grayson Allen contributed 19. Memphis comes into tonight's game at 25-49, but off a win over Chicago on Saturday that broke a 5-game losing streak. Tonight's game tips at 5:10. Pregame coverage at 4 here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Or maybe I have that wrong. I'll double check that. We've got multiple sports going on at the same time. Sunday in the NBA, Clippers won again. They beat the Bucks 127-113. Benedict Mathurin had 28 off the bench for the Clippers. LA now trailing the Suns by 2.5 games for the 7th spot entering tonight's play. Portland smacked Washington 123-88, so they nudge closer to 7. Houston breezed past New Orleans 134-102. Alperen Şengün had 36. Oklahoma City knocked off the Knicks 111-100. Denver beat Golden State 116-93. So there were 9 games in the NBA yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
The closest one was that OKC Knicks game decided by 11 points. Average margin of victory, 24 points.
Wow.
And that was absolutely skewed by Toronto's 52-point blowout of Orlando.
Oh, NBA regular season basketball.
Zombie basketball.
Yeah, fantastic stuff.
Yeah, they really know how to take a back seat to the college game, don't they?
They sure do. That's a great point.
We're not going to threaten anything.
It was very nice of them. Yeah.
Very nice of them. Yeah.
That's all you guys. Starting the season in L.A. against the Dodgers will be fine, they said. Get them early, they said. Yeah, right. Dodgers swept the Dbacks over the weekend, finishing it off with a 3-2 win Saturday night, powered by a 2-run home run by Will Smith off of Juan Murillo. On Smith's birthday and bobblehead night, Snakes are home for the first of 81 at Chase Field. They welcome the Tigers to town for a 3-game series. Starting this evening, Michael Soroka getting the start in the home opener against Justin Verlander, who's back with the Tigers. First pitch, 6:40 on ESPN.
Classic rivalry for opening day.
Absolutely. These teams go all the way back. Pre-game coverage starts at 6 o'clock. There you go. There is your splash for this Monday, March 30th. Coming up, for the first time since Sammy Sabolka was wearing a diaper, the Wildcats are going to the Final Four. We'll get into it. It's Bickley Murata Mornings, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
0-1. Espinal off the end of the bat, slow roller to second, and Marte has stopped Freddie Freeman in his tracks. Now Freddie's going to walk over. They'll hug it out. Included in that hug is a tag, and that'll do it for the Dodgers.
Dbacks Tigers, the home opener tonight live from Chase Field. Listen to it on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7, and get our reaction to it tomorrow morning on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for QC Kinetics, and sports fans know the sideline is no place to be, and if joint pain is holding you back, if it's keeping you from doing the things you love to do, there's a way for you to get real relief without the surgery, without the downtime, without putting your life on pause. My friends at QC Kinetics, they deliver advanced regenerative treatments that help your body repair and restore damaged joint tissue wherever you are hurting, and folks, this stuff really works. The patient satisfaction rate at QC Kinetics is 92%, which is a staggering number. It includes me. I've leaned on them twice. Once when I tore my meniscus about 6 years ago, helped me avoid surgery. Just came out of a 5-round treatment for a really bad case of tennis elbow. Markedly better on both fronts. Emmett Smith also raves about QC Kinetics, and these all-natural treatments happen in their office. You walk in, you get your treatment, you walk back out the door. Simple procedures, but they deliver life-changing results. Stop managing your pain, start solving it. it with QC Kinetics. Call now. Schedule your free consultation with clinics in Scottsdale, Peoria, Chandler, and Phoenix. 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Hey, it's time to find that F-Series truck you want at a price you can't afford to miss, because it is Ford Truck Month. Yep, and Ford Truck Month is about the only way that America's best-selling line of trucks for 49 years running gets better. Ford Truck Month at our Desert Ford dealers. Hey, Paul Calvise here. Man, we wait all year for these amazing offers. The Ford F-150. America counts on it. We get to drive it. And that's not all we get. Check out these savings. How about 0% APR for 60 months with zero down, zero payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. We're talking on the job site, hauling the family camper, off-roading. F-150 trucks are icons of muscle and performance. And again, during Ford Truck Month, get 0% APR for 60 months with zero down, zero payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. But it all ends March 31st. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Hey, it's Gambo, and every single year I have Christian Brothers HVAC out to my house for their summer inspection. They do one of the most thorough inspections in Arizona, a full 22-point checklist from the Arizona Heat Pump Council, and they give you real electrical readings on every major component. If anything is outside of factory specs, they show you and explain it. No pressure, just flat rate upfront pricing. And right now, my listeners get the summer tune-up for just $50. Call 602-222-3535 or go to cbrothers.com.
The NCAA Women's Final Four is coming to Phoenix, and the fun starts at Women's Final Four Tourneytown, presented by Capital One. A 4-day celebration, games, contests, giveaways, and special appearances. There's something for every fan, and it's all free inside the Phoenix Convention Center. Join the excitement of the Women's Final Four in downtown Phoenix, April 2nd through 5th. Free events, all ages, all weekend. NCAA.com/Women's Final Four.
Wolf here, and if neck or back pain is slowing you down, you need the team that the teams trust. Desert Institute for Spine Care. These guys are the undisputed leaders in minimally invasive and endoscopic spine surgery, recognized across Arizona and around the world for their expertise. They helped me get back to life, and I believe they can do the same for you. So if you're having neck or back pain, go see my friends at DISC. Desert Institute for Spine Care, online at sciatica.com.
Want a great way to boost your brand? Custom labels at Staples will help packages pop, shipments stand out, and takeout boxes really take off. Shop now through April 18th and save 30% on all custom labels. Staples, that was easy.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey, and now that U of A is in their first Final Four in 25 years, what are the chances they win their first title in 29 years? It's the Burns and Gambo Show. We start at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Hey, good morning to everybody listening and enjoying the show in Guadalupe. We appreciate the support from Guadalupe this and every morning.
Tonight in San Jose, it's an Arizona story. Tommy Lloyd and the Arizona Wildcats are headed to the Final Four.
Yeah, that was the call over the weekend. A dominant second-half performance by the Arizona Wildcats. They beat the Purdue Boilermakers by 15 after trailing by 7 at the break. Looked a little human in the first half. I thought Purdue played a great first half of that basketball game, Bick, but Tommy Lloyd getting into his troops at halftime, and they look they were clearly the better team over the course of the last 20 minutes.
Yeah, I thought that was a tremendous second half performance by Arizona. Obviously, the way they played, the way they just kind of said, okay, you know what? We're not going to shoot ourselves out of this tournament. We're going to put our head down and get to the basket. And man, did they go hard.
They went real hard.
And they just went and ripped that game right from Purdue, and it was tremendously impressive.
Yeah, here's
tremendously impressive.
Tommy Lloyd on what actually did go down at halftime in San Jose on Saturday.
In the locker room at halftime. You know, you have long halftimes. We've talked a lot about this with the guys, long halftimes, long timeouts. We can't let that disrupt our rhythm. And we have to be the team that comes out with the most effort out of a timeout, you know, these 3-minute timeouts or, you know, a 20-minute halftime. And, you know, we win, you know, Murph does what our normal routine, shows the guys some clips. I come in when he's kind of done, talk to them, kind of my thoughts and a little overall thoughts for what I think what we need to do in the second half. And then these dudes have been unbelievable, and this is when we're at our best. I said, guys, the coaching staff and I are going to leave right now. You guys got a few minutes to talk amongst yourselves and kind of figure this deal out, and let's go kick their ass in the second half. And all these dudes, I was literally a spectator just like you guys were in that second half. That's what it felt like, and so proud of these guys.
Yeah, they figured it out, and they did, to use Tommy Lloyd's terminology, kick their ass in the second half. And, you know, you look at this Arizona team, and it's fueled by freshmen, but the Koa Pete winning on his resume already as a basketball player is ridiculous.
Yeah.
And he just does it in such a
so strong around the
cold-blooded
basket.
way.
Yeah, so strong around the basket. So I've told the story before about maybe the most perilous, frightening accident I have ever been in my life is when I was mopping my garage floor barefooted. And my feet went out from underneath me. I fell backwards. I cracked my head on the cement floor so hard that I literally thought my skull might be cracked. The brains might be flowing out of my head right now. That's how hard I hit the floor. I reached back, and I'm like, thank goodness my head is intact. I bring that up because Mo Crevis is my spirit animal. That offensive rebound that he grabbed while cracking his head on the hardwood floor, once again, turning a game with a huge offensive rebound.
That was certainly a huge play. It looked bad. And he reached back like you did when you fell in the garage. I thought the biggest play, and I was talking to Jarrett before the show, there was one basket made by Anthony Del Orso in this game. And I think Del Orso's three was the absolute dagger. Even though there was 12 minutes plus left in the game, the outpouring of emotion from the team that led to a timeout by Purdue at that point put them up 6. And I know Purdue scored the next basket, but to me, the game was over at that point. It was just a matter of how much Arizona was going to win.
I think I screamed curse words previously not heard.
When he made that shot?
I think I invented new curse words to scream. I was so excited.
Really? That's the definition.
That was like, that was the full exhaling of all the tension that was leading up to that moment in the game. And then they were just in control after that. It was... What a religious experience almost.
Oh, I bet it was. I'll bet it was. And I'm going to drill down with you guys because I want to get more on that in a minute. But I think, again, it just showed how special this team is. They've got just a really good connectivity. Everybody brings his own little thing to the party with this team.
It's a real team.
It really is.
The shot of the game was Del Orso's that really kind of flipped the game, like Vinny said. But the play of the game was the Burry's loose ball to Karchenkov layup ball game. Like that was the whole second half in a nutshell of Purdue, great first half. I don't think they could have played much better basketball in the first half, and U of A on the flip side couldn't have played maybe worse. And in the second half, it was just pure dominance.
Yeah, listen. I mean, you can name a player, and you can you can point to a couple of moments in that game. Karchenkov with a lot of those drives to the basket, he was just.
I would say him and Pete. They obviously had 20 and 18. They were the reason they were still in the ball game.
Yeah.
In the first half.
It was an interesting day for Purdue because when they took control of the game in the first half, they did it with basically their two best players marginalized, or at least on the bench. Braden Smith went to the bench for an extended period of time. Purdue made a run, and he came back in and played just a miserable second half. And he was actually pretty good in his first stint before he sat down. And credit goes to the U of A defense for making him look out of sorts. But they were shooting the three well, and it just dried up on him in the second half.
Oh, yeah. So, yeah, and even though Purdue did what they did in the first half, to me, this was really about Arizona and how they were going to handle that moment.
Because I've said all year, and since Tommy Lloyd's been there, his in-game adjustments, I think, have been, if not the best in the country, right up there with it. And it was tested because if they had played the way that they did in the first half, they don't win that game. If they had played the whole game like they did. The ability to adjust, change, really bottle Braden Smith up in the second half, and Kaufman-Renn, who was in foul trouble, but I think their best player. He was frustrated from tip-off last night. Or not last night, but on
It's
Saturday,
really, really hard to beat U of A in a 40-minute game.
It is.
We're so deep with talent, and we play such a style, like you said. We played, quote unquote, Arizona Wildcat basketball in the second half. Attack, attack, attack. Get to the foul line. Get them in trouble. Put pressure on them over and over. And Purdue stopped making their threes too.
Yeah,
a lot.
yeah. No, listen,
they
they just put the game in a headlock and overwhelmed Purdue, and that must have been
They're better than Purdue.
Fantastic watch.
I knew they were. The only thing that kept me a little comforting, as I was panicking and stressed out at halftime. I knew U of A was better. Even watching Purdue play, I knew U of A was a better team.
Yeah.
All they needed, and then thank goodness they came out of the half. They erased the deficit almost right away.
Yeah.
So they were able to sort of exhale and start the game over.
That's so funny that you've referenced that several times and being tense watching them, and being reassured by the fact that you know that they're the better team, which basically in the midst of competition means nothing.
But it's true.
Yeah.
One game.
Well,
you have one bad game, but I had the comfort of all season long. They've really not had a bad game. For a full game.
That's true.
They when they were Koa Pete was injured, they lost a couple games at the very end, but that was it.
Yeah, but when you're down 7 in the second half, you are one possession away from being down double digits in an NCAA tournament game when you've got nothing but pathos and ghosts and demons in your background.
That's why I was saying, thank goodness they came out of the half and almost erased the deficit within a couple minutes, because you're right. That would have been tense if Purdue could have come out strong again.
Arizona Sports is live at Chase Field today for the Dbacks home opener. Catch Wolf and Luke from 10 to 2, then Burns and Gambo from 2 to 6 as they broadcast from the ballpark. Then listen to the game on 98.7, first pitch 7:10, only on Arizona Sports, home of the Dbacks. Coming up next, speaking of the Dbacks, they went to L.A. and came back with nothing. We'll get into it straight ahead. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Here on this Monday, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
John Morosi from the MLB Network and MLB.com joining the show.
Is the bullpen going to be an issue for them?
Bullpens are volatile. Sometimes they can be volatile in the good direction. They have a lot of work to do, no question about it. At least with this lineup, it should be an exciting team you can dream on a little bit. Torrey's one of the best managers, I believe, in baseball, who does a great job of getting the most out of his team. And I think that early season is going to certainly put that great managerial acumen of Torrey to the test there early on for the Dbacks.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Meet iPhone 17e. A whole lot for a lot less. With an almighty, all-powerful A19 chip. And Ceramic Shield 2, built to survive this. And this. And a 48-megapixel fusion camera with 2 times optical quality zoom and next-gen portraits. And double the starting storage of iPhone 16e. And long-lasting battery life for hours of watching the studio.
That's the dream!
And it comes with Apple Intelligence. And you can charge it with USB-C or with MagSafe accessories. And a whole lot more, all for a lot less. Get the new iPhone 17e at T-Mobile today.
LinkedIn is pretty amazing at helping you grow your small business. We cannot stop your new clients from emailing you at 3 a.m. We can help you sell, market, and hire in one place. We cannot help you be in 3 places at once. And while we can't help you organize your calendar, LinkedIn can help you land more clients so you have a calendar to organize. Grow your small business on LinkedIn. Learn more at linkedin.com/smallbusiness.
LASIK and Evo from King, Evo ICL from King LASIK gives you freedom from glasses and contacts. Refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision eliminates readers and cataracts. Hey, it's Vince Murata here. 25 years ago, I had LASIK surgery. About the last time that U of A was in the Final Four. I had LASIK surgery. And over the years, my vision is still good, but it's a little blurry at times. At distance, I'm squinting a little bit. I have had to use readers from time to time. So I was wondering what was going on with my vision. I scheduled a consultation and an examination at K2 Vision with Dr. King, and I got a thorough exam. And it turns out, like a lot of people who've had LASIK in years past, I'm a prime candidate for refractive lens exchange, a permanent solution that eliminates readers and ensures that I'll never get a cataract. I walked away with lots of information and lots of options. And if you're thinking at all you want to fix your vision permanently, I'm urging you to hear directly from the doctors who have performed over 300,000 procedures. Join Doctors King and Kopstein for a live webinar coming up later on in April. and April 9th. Register now or schedule your free Zoom consultation at K2 Vision RLE. K2 Vision RLE, no glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. That's K2VisionRLE.com.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm here with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Stuart, I know so many people that retired, they worked so hard, they built up that nest egg, and then they don't realize that they're going to get hit on taxes, even on Social Security. How do you help people like that?
Well, here's the thing. I think you're absolutely right. Number one, Social Security tax comes by surprise. People almost always owe money their first year in retirement because they never thought Social Security is taxable. That's why it's important to have a financial plan that includes a tax plan. And how do you do that? You have tax-efficient or tax-free retirement in retirement, not just all those 401ks and IRAs. And there's tons of solutions there.
As long as I've worked with you, you've always said it's not about how much money you make, it's about how much money you're able to keep. If you want a great plan going forward, call Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax at 602-877-PLAN or go to assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-290-7100. That's 800-290-7100.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. And then there were 4. Illinois, Yukon, Michigan, and the Arizona Wildcats are all headed to the Final Four in Indianapolis. The Wildcats, after being down 7 at the half against Purdue, outscored the Boilermakers by 22 points in the second half in a 79-64 win. Koa Pete led the Wildcats with 20 and Ivan Karchenkov with 18 points. And U of A Michigan on Saturday is set for a spot in the national championship. The Suns got back in the win column on Saturday, 134-109 over the tanking Utah Jazz. Jalen Green had 31 and Kaman Malawach had a career high 12 points in 20 minutes. And the Suns are in Memphis tonight for the Grizzlies. Tip-off will be at 5, and you can hear it over on ESPN 620. From downtown Phoenix tonight, the Arizona Diamondbacks have their home season opener against the Detroit Tigers. Michael Soroka will get the ball for the Snakes. First pitch will be at 7:10 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Twin Peaks. College basketball is in full swing, and the best place to catch every game is Twin Peaks. Enjoy scratch-made favorites, legendary wings, and 29-degree beer with wall-to-wall TVs. Twin Peaks eats, drinks, and scenic views.
Arizona Sports.
Swung on, that is hit high and deep.
Bickley and Marana talk Dbacks baseball now.
2 balls and 2 strikes. And here's the pitch from Murillo. Swung on, that is hit out to deep center field. Thomas racing back to the track. He's looking up. It's gone. Will Smith with a 2-run go-ahead home run in the bottom of the 8th inning has given the Dodgers a 3-2 lead.
And guess what? It stood up. Chris Garagiola on the call Saturday night from Los Angeles. It was weird not having a baseball game on a Sunday when the regular season has started.
Yeah.
I will admit that. But you want to talk about a team that needed a day off early on in the season. It was the Arizona Diamondbacks. Led all 3 games of the series in Los Angeles 2-0 at certain points. Obviously, the opener got away from them. They lose 8-2. But the last 2 on Friday and Saturday, tough losses to start the season, and they come back 0-3.
Yeah, listen, so I think a lot of people aren't quite certain how to feel about this team because all 3 games, the Diamondbacks had swaths of innings and blocks of innings where they looked very competent. 2 of the games were winnable. 2 of them were 1-run losses to a baseball team with a $400 million payroll this year.
Yep.
You look at the bullpen, they've thrown 11 innings so far in 3 games. They've only allowed earned runs in 3 of those 11 innings, but those 3 innings in which they've allowed earned runs have been very problematic. 2 of them led directly to losses. The other one put game 1 completely out of reach. So it's I don't quite know how to feel about this team. I was very encouraged by the Eduardo Rodriguez, and I think for the most part, the starting pitching held up. But you can't get past the fact that in all of these games, the offense has gone silent. This is a lineup that isn't that potent to begin with. I don't think Carlos Santana is quite as crisp fielding the position as I thought he would be. He and Nolan Arenado are both off to very slow starts offensively.
Yep.
So I don't know. I think there's a school of thought that you can't judge yourself against the Dodgers. That's a world-class team that's going to win 110, 115 games this year, if not more.
I get it. You're not in their class, but in a way, isn't that the perfect team to judge yourself against?
Yeah. That I was about to say, but then some people could look at this and go, if that's the standard, you fell short every single game.
Yes. Here's Torey Lovello comparing his team to the Dodgers.
Yeah, I don't know about judging other teams. I care about ours, and I think we're tough. Our team wants to win baseball games, so I know that. That's what I'll focus on. But yeah, if you're trying to compare us to the Dodgers, right now they're the better team. They beat us 3 in a row, and they're a good baseball team, and they're going to win a lot of games like this for sure.
The way I look at it, Bick, is that everything. If you had concerns as a Diamondbacks fan going in, all of those concerns were eliminated in the opening series. The starting pitching was okay. You're not going to get long outings in the first series of the year, typically speaking, and you didn't from any of those guys, and with varying results. The bullpen was probably better than advertised, although there's still a lot of scrambling for roles. What's happening here? What's happening there? The lineup, you mentioned the corner infield positions.
Yeah.
From an offensive standpoint, they got absolutely nothing. In fact, Nolan Arenado had a golden sombrero on Friday night in his second game as the Diamondback. The fielding hasn't been great. There's been outs on the base paths. The lineup has been spotty. People said, well, who's going to hit other than Carroll, Marte, and Perdomo? Still asking that question.
No one.
From the 5th inning on in the 3 games against the Dodgers, Diamondbacks hitters went 4 for 49.
Is that bad?
82.
That's not good.
How many times last year did we see the offense just shut down after early success?
A lot.
And here we go again.
Yeah, and that's kind of I think going to be an issue here. It almost feels like this lineup isn't safeguarded against long droughts in games. And when you start talking about the 3 hitters at the top of the lineup, the beauty of 2023 was that lower quadrant of that lineup very often got things moving and jolted the game.
Well, we talked about it Friday's show, the Thursday opener. There was mistakes on the base pass. More mistakes on the base pass Friday night. Pavin Smith thrown out at home by a mile trying to score in the second inning. Alec Thomas then made it out in the 4th. He overslides third base. He gets tagged out. And Torey Lovello came in and said, we made an inning and a third of outs in 2 games, and that's not D-back baseball. Look, those words are getting empty. You could say it's not D-backs baseball because going back to 2023, you played a certain brand of baseball, but in 2024, 2025, and 3 games of 2026, that you played the opposite way.
Yeah, listen, you brought this up pre-show, and that point really resonated me. I had never thought of it like that, but I, too, am tired of hearing that phrase being used as if there's some standard here that we've consistently hit as a baseball team in the last 5 years. That's not accurate.
No.
It's just not. You had it in 2023, but every other year around that, to keep using the term D-backs baseball when it isn't being played the way you say it is, I'm with you.
Especially at the beginning of
Yeah.
seasons coming out of spring training.
Yep.
You're supposed to emphasize and work on all this stuff.
This is also a team we've seen in the last 3 seasons kind of ease their way into a season.
Mm-hmm.
Last year, their spring training habits got called out for a slow start. Started in the Cubs series. You remember from day one, this sloppiness was there.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're one of those people that says, oh, it's the Dodgers and it's the first week, they were getting their rings and they had big crowds and it's okay, we were winning all 3 games. That kind of attitude will get you out of the playoffs again. Nip it in the bud early. Why let this linger if you're capable of nipping it in the bud?
Nip it in the bud.
One of the things that I think is pretty obvious to me is that the Diamondbacks have got to get their starting pitchers lengthened out pronto. When did this become a thing?
79 pitches for Erod?
When did this become a thing in Major League Baseball? How long are you supposed to wait now until a pitcher's capable of going 7?
I don't know, July?
It's maddening to me because what are the odds the Diamondbacks are going to throw 4 relief pitchers out there every night and have all 4 of them do well? The odds are 0.
And Erod
given the state of that bullpen, the odds are 0. You need to mitigate the exposure to that bullpen as soon as possible.
Erod was in the WBC, too. He was pitching in intense games. You thought he would be more ready for this.
I didn't understand why 79 pitches was the ceiling for him. But
Here was the rationale from Torrey on that.
Yeah, he went out there and pitched. Did a really nice job. He wasn't reliable on one pitch, a fastball, moving it around the zone. He used all of his pitches, including a fastball that he moved around the zone. So he was extremely effective and did a really, really nice job. Yeah, maybe a batter or 2 longer in this outing, but I felt like right around that 80 pitch mark is where I was comfortable.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much caution used with pitchers now that, it's a good question. When is the time where they can get stretched out and if they're pitching effectively, continue to be on the mound? If there's any silver lining at all, it's not to me that, you were going against the Dodgers. Ugh, losing to that team is awful.
Mm-hmm.
The 4 teams in the National League West not named the Los Angeles Dodgers are a combined 1-11 right now.
They're going to clinch by April 15th.
The Padres got a win in their opening series. Dbacks, Rockies, and Giants all started 0-3. And the Giants, by the way, not only 0-3, they scored a total of 1 run in their series against the Yankees.
They almost lost by the same exact score all 3 games.
I know.
Wow.
They've been outscored 13-1.
Now, to be fair, though, the Rockies usually start slow and then continue.
Yeah. We say, hey, can you compare yourself against the Dodgers? Maybe not. Don't compare yourself against the Rockies either. Somewhere in the middle is acceptable. But, yeah, very frustrating first week. Diamondbacks now at home. They start a 3-game series against the Detroit Tigers tonight. Of course, you can hear it all right here. Coming up next, Tiger Woods, excellent at driving golf balls. Driving cars, on the other hand, not so good. We'll get into it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
One app gets you opinion, analysis, and inside information from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Plus live streams, breaking sports news, and play-by-play.
Booker, a lob down low. Williams will jam it home on the alley-oop. Devin Booker hits Mark Williams. That's the bookmark.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know how important the home court advantage can be in sports. That's exactly what you'll get from my friends at Advanced Window Products. If you've been in your home about 15 years, you know the damage the scorching Arizona sun can do to your house, particularly your windows. You might need your windows replaced like I did. Let me tell you about Advanced Window Products, a local window and door manufacturer that sells directly to the public. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley, which means you get faster turnaround times, no middleman markups, windows that are custom built for your home, not generic sizes that are retrofitted on site. Now, most window companies in the Valley, they're just resellers, not at Advanced Window Products. They'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life. That installation, by the way, is done by vetted, trained, full-time crews, never subcontractors. This is why reviewers constantly praise the installers for cleanliness, communication, and craftsmanship. Finally, I had them replace all of my windows. They were absolutely fantastic. fantastic. From installation to cleanup, the whole process was incredible. Here's my buddy Joe from Advanced Window Products to tell you more.
Thanks, Bickley. For 40 years, Advanced Window Products has been the name people trust for replacement windows. Hi, I'm Joe from Advanced Window Products. For a limited time, I'm going to up the Bickley special to $3,000 off when you buy 10 windows or more, but you must call now. Call us at 480-764-2110. At Advanced Window Products, we build every window right here in Tullison. No middleman markups, no out-of-state delays, just factory direct quality, custom-made windows for your home. Imagine a quieter home and, more importantly, a cooler home. Our high-efficiency vinyl windows are engineered to lower your energy bills and boost your comfort all year long. Installation is done by our own certified in-house crews, never subcontractors. That's why Arizona homeowners have rated us 5 stars. Advanced Window Products, built here, installed here, trusted here. Call me right now, 480-764-2110 for that $3,000 off, or visit advancedwindows.com to schedule your free estimate.
Hey, it's Gambo. Men over 40, this matters. If you're working just as hard as you always have, but your body isn't giving you the same return, less energy, slower metabolism, weight that won't move, that's not about discipline, it's biology. After 40, things change. The same habits don't get the same results. Most guys just push harder, more caffeine, eat less, try to outwork it. But willpower isn't the problem, support is. That's why I like M-Drive Boost and Burn. It's built specifically for men over 40. Steady energy and metabolism support without extremes. No hype, just real support for real life. M-Drive Boost and Burn is now the #1 men's health supplement at Sprouts, and Sprouts is one of the strictest specialty retailers in the country. If you're over 40, don't ignore it. Go to mdrivefrommen.com and use code GAMBO for 20% off your first purchase. That's GAMBO at mdrivefrommen.com. M-Drive, for men who still show up.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Hey everybody, it's Dave Burns. 0-3 start for the Diamondbacks, but that's okay. It's opening day and we're live from the field to celebrate. It is going to be okay, isn't it? Join us straight up 2 o'clock on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
We continue here on the Monday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. Dan Bickley, Vince Murata, Jared Carlin, Sammy Cebulka, taking you up till 10 o'clock. Last week, we were having discussions on the air about Tiger Woods and maybe the possibility that he'd be back on the course at Augusta. He played in the TGL event. Not the same thing, obviously, as playing in a PGA event, but the possibility was out there. Friday morning, we didn't get into this. Friday morning, the Tiger Woods story began with the President of the United States appearing on Fox News and making the proclamation that Tiger Woods was not going to play in the Masters, that he would be there, he just wouldn't play. Then later on Friday, more news involving Tiger Woods, and not good news. A rollover accident in Jupiter Island, Florida, where Tiger lives, arrested on the scene under the suspicion of DUI, occurred just after 2 p.m., not far from where Woods lived on Jupiter Island. And it's the third time Woods has been involved in a car crash and the first since 2021, which was the real serious one where he nearly lost a leg.
Okay, so what happened over the weekend, or what happened on Friday, was the Tiger Woods drug addiction story has now blown up, and it's right there in front of everybody's faces. In 2017, he got a DUI. Once again, he blew triple zeros, but a blood test showed that he had a wild cocktail of 5 different prescription drugs in his bloodstream. He was found asleep in his vehicle on the side of the road late at night by Florida police. Then there was the incident in California where on a beautiful early morning in Los Angeles, he rolled through a median, through the other line of traffic, and then rolled his car. The weirdest thing about that one was that the black box showed he was on his accelerator the whole time. Even when his car was rolling, his foot was on the accelerator full time, meaning he was out like a light. He was not charged. He was not drug tested. The LA police or whatever county it was gave him a free pass, which they never should have done for public safety. Fast forward to Friday, when news broke Friday morning that Tiger Woods was involved in a rollover accident. People who follow golf had a very sinking suspicion as to what this was, and sure enough, it turned out to be exactly that. Tiger Woods, once again, blew triple zeros, but this time he refused to submit a urine sample, which speaks for itself. And so now the question is no longer, will Tiger coach the Ryder Cup team? Will Tiger play at the Masters? Will Tiger play at the Senior U.S. Open where he can use a golf cart? The question is, will Tiger Woods look in the mirror and go get himself some help?
Yeah, will he get his life together?
He cannot be behind the wheel of you can't trust him to get behind the wheel of a car any longer. He's a threat to others, and that's pretty obvious to everybody. And this is coming from the biggest Tiger Woods fan on the planet, folks, but facts are facts.
Oh, and there's a report today, well, kind of a report from TMZ, who's been all over this story, as you could imagine, that Tiger absolutely refuses to employ a driver for privacy reasons. Doesn't want anybody to know what he's up to.
Yep.
So will not allow himself to be driven around by others. Something's got to come to a head. Like you said, the worrying about getting back on the golf course in a competitive fashion, that's got to take a complete back burner to getting his life together.
Michael Bamberger is a great golf writer. In a piece he posted on golf.com, I just want to read you the lead to his story because it's very, very revealing. Quote, "It has been an open secret in the tight circle around Tiger Woods for years. If you want to have a serious conversation with Woods about his charity and architecture work, about the future of the PGA Tour, about his 15 wins in Grand Slam events, you do it in the morning. Woods famously is a poor sleeper and an early riser. The broad picture you get from people in position to know is that if you're in the circle, you can get him early. But as his days wear on, Woods becomes less available and less predictable. This is not idle, mean-spirited speculation, more like observations born in care, if not worry." So you kind of get a picture. People who say Tiger Woods should just get a driver. Michael Bamberger in this piece points out that it's not that easy with Tiger Woods. He's a notorious control freak and a privacy freak, as you pointed out. A notorious control freak. He always drives himself to tournaments, always. People who cover the sport, he's always the one driving. He's a control freak that way. But something's got to change for Tiger Woods because this is a real sad yet dangerous incident. If there was somebody coming in the other direction when Tiger clipped,
rolling a car that size and doing it twice, unbelievable.
Well, and and this was a small road in Florida, 2-lane road.
Yep.
And in front of him was a truck towing some machinery, and the guy was about to turn into a residence, and he noticed in his rearview mirror a car hauling backside coming on him. Tiger Woods tried to pass him, clipped, which is what led to the rollover. Like I said, lucky by the grace of God, somebody wasn't coming in the other lane. So there's questions now. This is the second DUI he's had in Florida. Will he be facing serious charges?
No, because he's famous. Very famous. He's also very good friends with very high political people who are...
There's all of that.
Powerful.
There's all of that.
But if you just look at the, I don't know anything specifically about Tiger Woods, but just like the profile of somebody who is probably in a lot of physical pain for a lot of their life over the last many years, you could see how pill addiction or whatever could
There's
happen.
no doubt about
That's
it.
exactly what I was thinking too. It's like golf almost even isn't part of the equation. Yes, dealing with the pain to get back to do something that you're great at, maybe the greatest of all time. But if Tiger said, I'm not playing golf anymore at all, he's still going to be dealing with the pain and then probably dealing with the addictions.
And dealing with the lack of praise and applause that he's become so used to. I mean, even at this age, he is the singular figure in the sport of golf.
True.
And so when that goes away, all of that dries up as well. But then you still got the issues and the pain and the addictions. Yeah, no, listen, this is necessarily the story of a degenerate drug user. This is a guy who has been through multiple surgeries, back surgeries, knee surgeries, all sorts of stuff. Yes, it's very viable to say you can understand how this could happen. But there have got to be people in his inner circle now, whether it's the people who write the prescriptions, whether it's...
Well, it's also clearly, with everything in his life, addictive personality. His whole,
everything.
Cheating scandals. Obviously, to become that good of a golfer, you have to be, he has that all across his life.
Yeah, but I mean, you brought up the key word in a lot of this, fame. He's famous. And famous people, even though it's obvious to everybody around them, this person needs help. I mean,
yes.
How many times did Michael Jackson go through that? What happened to him? Just kept getting prescriptions. The Prince example is out there.
Look at that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a sad story.
It really, really is. And it's something that has been trailing him for quite some time. There have been any number of like random TV interviews that he has shown up at where you look at him and you're like, that dude is on Mars. Yeah, it's very, very sad. And this has got to be the moment for Tiger Woods where he kind of looks this thing in the face and gets help.
But again, the pain doesn't go away.
No, I know.
Ugh. It's a vicious cycle. And just, again, last week we were wondering whether or not he was going to show up at the Masters and play.
I know.
Here we are.
I know.
And that headline, I was out to lunch with my kids on Friday, and that headline came across the television. I was like, again?
Yeah. Yeah, that's it.
Again? Goodness gracious. Coming up next, did we just witness the greatest March Madness moment of all time? Some say yes. It's Bickley and Verrata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
I mean, Nolan Arenado to me is you know what he is because he's been in the league for so long. His hitting has trailed off over the last 3 years. I kind of think it's going to bounce back a little bit this year.
What kind of impact might he have on I don't know, a Ketel Marte? Iron sharpens iron. What is that? Two dudes who actually just work off of each other. It's called chemistry. It's something that you need on a team. Leadership is critical. You can't see it, but man, if you're inside that clubhouse, if you're inside that locker room, you could feel it.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Is your financial advisor managing your risk or just a spreadsheet? Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. Many financial advisors rely on target date funds, which are one-size-fits-all portfolios that don't know your name, your family, or your goals. And that passive management can leave you dangerously exposed. At Trajan, we look at the whole picture, not just the stocks everyone else buys, but the private market opportunities most advisors ignore. And as fiduciaries, we build a strategy around you, coordinating your investments, tax strategy, and estate into one cohesive plan. Your financial life deserves more than just a generic portfolio. Real planning isn't a stack of statements. It's the confidence of knowing where your income will come from for the next 30 years. Good enough isn't good enough for your family. It's time for a change. Schedule your complimentary consultation today.
Call Trajan today at 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Private equity investments require accreditation. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Is there a tougher gig than being a roof in Arizona?
Arizona, right? Paul Calvisi here, the big heat, monsoon storms. No one knows that better. No one does it better than America Roofing. For real, America Roofing just named Arizona's Roofing Contractor of the Year. It's the very roof over our heads. Don't mess with the rest. You want the best. America Roofing, A+ rated with a Better Business Bureau, and save 12% at AmericaRoofingCo.com. Repair, replace, home or business, AmericaRoofingCo.com.
Progressive's accident response can detect and send help when you need it most, after a major car accident. But other accidents, you're on your own. Like when you accidentally call your wife Mom. When you accidentally say Happy Holidays on someone's birthday. When you accidentally wave at someone you thought was waving at you. We can't help with those accidents, but Progressive's accident response provides peace of mind after major car accidents. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Limited availability in California. Driver is responsible for emergency and towing charges not covered by the policy.
When your check engine light comes on, do you see a repair bill or do you see peace of mind? For 20 years, CarShield's been the name America trusts to help keep you on the road. While other companies stop covering you when your car gets older, CarShield offers protection plans up to 200,000 miles. With over $1 billion in claims paid, we don't just promise protection, we deliver it. Don't let a breakdown break your budget. Get the flexible month-to-month coverage you deserve. Go to carshield.com. That's carshield.com today.
Hey, it's Vince Morata with some great offers going on now at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. Right now, spring into huge savings with a new 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab and save up to $12,236 off MSRP. Or qualified buyers can grab 0% APR financing on select models. Hop into a new 2025 Hummer EV or pickup SUV and sweep up to $20,000 off MSRP or choose 0% financing there too. If luxury is your style, check out select 2026 Buick Enclave models with up to $6,000 off MSRP, 0.9% financing, plus no payments for 120 days. But don't wait, these savings aren't in season for long. You want it? Earnhardt Buick GMC's got it. Find them in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 protection package unless otherwise stated. After all applicable incentives on select models. Must be current eligible owner or lessee for certain offers. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all buyers qualify. Finance charges accrue from dated financing. Excludes some models. Not available with lease and some other offers. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See deal for details. Offers in March 31st, 2026.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Over 35 years, I've seen it all. Car crashes, work injuries, defective products, medical mistakes, lives flipped upside down in an instant. But I've also seen something else, the power of fighting back, the power of winning. Over $30 billion recovered and counting. Size matters, reputation matters, results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Giving hope to children in foster care doesn't cost you a dime. When you redirect your 2025 Arizona tax liability to Child Crisis Arizona, the qualifying foster care tax credit allows you to contribute up to $618 individually or $1,234 jointly to Child Crisis Arizona and receive a dollar-for-dollar tax credit. Give now and change lives forever. Together, we can ensure all children are safe. Visit childcrisisaz.org.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The dancing continues for the Wildcats. A 79-64 comeback win over Purdue punched their ticket to the Final Four for the first time in 25 years. Tommy Lloyd and company will head to Indy for what should be a heavyweight battle with Michigan on Saturday. The Phoenix Suns over the weekend got a nice 134-109 win over the Jazz. Jalen Green had 31. Book added 26 of his own, and the Suns will be back in action tonight in Memphis. Tip-off will be at 5, and you can hear it over on ESPN 620. It was a tough weekend for the Diamondbacks. Friday night, a close 5-4 loss to the Dodgers, and Saturday, another one-run loss, 3-2. And the Snakes opened the year on a 3-game losing skid, but tonight, their home opener against the Detroit Tigers will get underway at 7:10, and you can hear it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app, and that's what's trending now.
Hey, it's Wolf. What did we learn from the Arizona Diamondbacks series against the Los Angeles Dodgers? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. from Chase Field. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Got to cut and run through the ball. They'll do better than this guy.
Get it into Boozer, back for Sar, ahead. Boozer, that ball deflected and stolen by Mullins. Caravan, 2 seconds. Mullins tosses it up. It's good! With .3, UConn goes in front.
Iron Eagle, CBS with a little Bill Raftery mixed in at the beginning. But Braylon Mullins, the hero for UConn, a team that missed 17 of its first 18 three-pointers, trailed by 19 points in the first half, trailed by 15 at halftime. They then made 4 of their last 5 three-point attempts over the last 7 minutes to go, including that one by Braylon Mullins, and absolutely stunned Duke to go to the Final Four.
The endgame scene was absolutely unbelievable, and my reaction was such and so loud and so visceral. I had to stop and examine it, and I'm somebody that used to cover the NCAA tournament, so I've been on site for a lot of these great games and moments. No moment has ever hit me as more magical than that moment we witnessed yesterday. None. Not even the Christian Laettner turnaround. Because that Christian Laettner turnaround was from the free throw line.
Yes.
And still an incredible moment. Don't get me wrong. I'm not diminishing it. But everything that went into that play for Braylon Mullins was unbelievable. UConn is down 3. They've got a free throw shooter on the line. Silas Demery Jr., he misses the first free throw. They're down 3 with 10 seconds left. I thought to myself, he's got to be missing this on purpose. Because how else are they going to get a chance to win? He wasn't. He shot to make it. They were banking on creating a turnover, and they did.
Yes. You bring up such a great point, because I think a lot of teams in that situation will just assume that the team with the lead is perfectly coached in that situation, and Duke obviously was not. For 3 players to handle the ball, there was exactly 10 seconds on the clock. It's a 10-second rule to cross half court.
Yeah.
And you know you're going to be fouled. And nobody knew. It didn't dawn on anybody. The only player, look, Cam Boozer deserves some criticism because he gave up the ball. He gave it to a 55% foul shooter in Sarr, who probably should not have been on the floor at that point. I understand Sarr getting rid of it, but when Caden Boozer catches that ball, there's absolutely no way. And to show how clueless Shire was in the whole thing, the camera shots of him isolated afterwards were calling for him his team to advance the ball.
Throw the ball down court. Yeah.
Take it like a fullback and let them foul you.
Yeah. It was a meltdown. Coaching. And then, they tried to throw the pass down court. There were 2 Blue Devils wide open down the court.
Yes.
But like Vinny said, you don't need to risk that. The pass gets tipped. This Braylon Mullins kid was aware enough to let the ball bounce and then get it on the other side of the half court line. He might have been in a backcourt situation had he not done that.
Yes.
He still took a shot like too early. Like he took a really deep 3. He could have dribbled it at least another 2 dribbles.
Oh, see, I disagree.
No, I disagree too, because first he gave the ball up to Caravan.
Right.
And I thought Caravan was going to force it. He had just made his first 3.
Yeah.
And Caravan made a great play, but that ball went through the hoop with 0.3 seconds left, Jared.
Well, that's what I'm saying. He only needed to shoot it.
And if he takes the dribble, he goes closer to the defender to put a hand up.
Okay, listen, exactly.
Yeah.
So Mullins gets the ball. He's the wherewithal to not flirt with that backcourt situation, and then for Caravan to get the ball, knowing the clock is ticking, to get it back to the guy who gave it to you. It's very counterintuitive, but it was the right play.
Yes,
it was. They made in a spot where thinking about making the right play in and of itself is hard to do. Duke clearly did not, and then for 2 UConn Huskies to make pretty much 3 right plays in a row under 10 seconds.
It was absolutely remarkable. And when that ball left, you're just like, no way. And it was nothing but the bottom of the net.
Oh, the sound was magical.
It was such what you said to start the segment. It led to such a visceral reaction.
Yes.
Because the whole play was when they're not advancing the ball. Oh my goodness.
Oh my God.
And then when they take the shot.
Yes, that's it.
Did you literally?
Yes, that's exactly what I did. I've got a really fat cat. I mean, a cat that's comically fat.
How fat is he?
This cat is so fat, Viddy, that he will not stand up to drink water out of his bowl.
How does he feel?
He lies on the floor and laps. He's so fat.
When he lays around the house, he really lays around the house.
How does he feel about Mondays and lasagna?
When I screamed, this cat moved faster than it has in decades.
That's because he thought you said ice cream. That this cat is.
So I went back in my mind. I told you guys last week, I was in Milwaukee when James Forrest of Georgia Tech made that incredible shot to beat USC.
Mm-hmm.
That was a holy bleep moment.
It was.
The Christian Laettner shot.
That was like a first round, that was a first weekend game, yeah.
Yeah, the Christian Laettner shot was a holy bleep moment. Lorenzo Charles' dunk to win a title.
That was a holy bleep.
That's a holy bleep
Bryce
moment.
Drew.
Chris Jenkins. Bryce Drew. These are, none of them.
He's smart.
Chris
Keith
Jenkins.
Smart. None of them made me feel what this shot yesterday made me feel.
It's funny, Chris Jenkins is the best shot ever, but nobody really remembers it the same way that they remember those first 5 that you mentioned for whatever reason.
Yeah.
Because that won a national championship on a buzzer beater.
And weren't there back-to-back ones in that game? Didn't somebody...
Carolina had just made a tough bucket.
Yes.
Okay.
A really tough bucket to tie the game at 74
And then Chris
apiece.
Jenkins made that buzzer beater 3.
Yeah. Do you want to hear what these sounded like on the respective
so
calls?
do.
You heard Ian Eagle on CBS. Here was the Yukon radio call.
He runs the baseline. He gets it into Cameron Boozer. They double him. Back to Sarr. Now ahead to Caden Boozer. And a steal. Mullins gets it. It's Caravan to Mullins. Long-range 3. Oh! It went in! Mullins delivers. Bedlam. Bedlam here.
They're going to go to the monitor to review it.
Absolute bedlam as Mullins threw a 45-footer in.
And it was 35 feet. It wasn't 45 feet.
No, 45 would have been closer to midcourt, but and the logo's big, but that's a logo 3.
Oh, it was a deep.
That's a logo.
That was a deep 3.
Yeah. Yes.
Do you want to know one reason why people hate Duke?
Yeah, check this out.
Listen
This is
to their
fantastic.
radio call.
This is what they do for Boozer. Bobbled it back for Sarr. Needs to get rid of it. Does for Caden. 7 seconds. Trying to throw it ahead. Deflected. Stolen by Connecticut. 2 seconds. It's Mullins up top for the win. Oh, he hit it. With 3/10 of a second to go. Malachi Smith ran off the bench. That should be a technical. But with 3/10 of a second to go, Connecticut has the lead 73-72. As Connecticut got the 3 from Mullins after the turnover from Caden Boozer.
That is classic.
Look, I'm sure that play-by-play guy immediately regretted saying what
I
he
had
said.
to have.
Could you imagine if an official on the planet would have called a technical foul there?
Yeah.
I mean, if it was the Suns, it would have happened.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Yeah, calling and asking for a technical foul in that moment is about as cringe as it gets.
Listen to the palaver.
John Shire, Duke coach.
We just have to secure it, right? I mean, we got it. They had a foul. I was ready for a timeout, and we just got to hold on. And, it's easy to look at that play. I look at every play that happened, especially in that second half. This is not about one play. It's about every play to put us in that position, and that's what you don't want to do. Where one play, something can happen. And so for me, look, it's going to be tough, but it's not going to be on one play.
I'm also tired of that narrative. Every play led up to that. It was one play. If you make one play, even after all those other plays, you win the game. And you failed to coach your team and instruct them properly of the situation because you had freshmen all over the court.
No number 1 seed has ever led by 15 at halftime and lost before.
They were 134-0 before yesterday.
That's the thing. just don't blow a 19-point lead.
Yeah.
Yes.
Finally, one last bit of irony. Isaiah Evans of Duke was the guy that should have been maybe closer up on Braylon Mullins.
Yeah, maybe put a hand up.
His Instagram handle is, quote, get a hand up.
Oh, man, that's so sweet.
You can't make that stuff up. Get a hand up is Isaiah Evans' Instagram handle. He's going to be shutting down that account.
Oh, my goodness.
What a moment.
And UConn is back in the Final Four. Coming up next on Saturday, the Wildcats put 25 years of ghosts behind them. So how likely are they to continue to a championship? It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, Ron Wolf.
Espino off the end of the bat, slow roller to second, and Marte can stop Freddie Freeman in his tracks. Now Freddie's going to walk over. They'll hug it out. Included in that hug is a tag, and that'll do it for the Dodgers.
Dbacks Tigers, the home opener tonight live from Chase Field. Listen to it on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7, and get our reaction to it tomorrow morning on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey, Ron Wolfley here with the owner-operator of Moving Team 6, Tim Lee. You just expanded to Mesa. Tell us a little bit about that.
Well, we're excited about it because we've been doing jobs. Obviously, we cover the whole United States. But to have a location down there, it makes it so much easier for us to react. So that we get a lot of calls like, hey, I need my move today or tomorrow. So now we have, 11,000 square feet of storage for new customers, a lot of people that are doing remodels, a quick move in and out. It helps a lot. And so we're excited about that opportunity. And it's right next to the Gateway Mesa Airport.
You're really big into hiring U.S. servicemen. And tell us a little bit about why that is important to you.
We love our veterans, and we love the people that served our country, and they want to join this operation because we're real military-minded. Get in and get out and do the job right.
If you are getting ready to move, you need to go to movingteam6.com. That's movingteam6.com.
Your move is our mission.
Whether it's getting back on the court or back to everyday life, recovery takes the right team. At the Barrow Neuro Rehabilitation Center, that means a combination of world-class neurological specialists who share one mission, helping each patient reach their unique recovery goals. Nationally ranked in rehabilitation, Barrow Neurological Institute is dedicated to maximizing independence and quality of life for people with conditions of the brain and spine. It matters where you get your neurorehabilitation care. Learn more at barrowneuro.org.
It's tax time, y'all. If you want to file free, this next one's for you.
Now taxes is so free. Tax-free edition only. Roughly 37% of filers qualify. Simple form 1040 returns only. How this is taxes.
Love that jam. Up next, commercials.
Intuit TurboTax Free Edition. See if you qualify at turbotax.com/free. No schedules except for earned income tax credit, child tax credit, student loan interest, and Schedule 1A.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Hey guys, Tom Chambers here. If you want a smarter and faster way to pay off your mortgage without changing your lifestyle, listen up. It's the Ownership Accelerator loan from my friends at Galaxy Lending Group. The Ownership Accelerator helps homeowners pay off their mortgage decades faster by using the income you're already making. It lets your cash flow work against your loan balance every single day. Galaxy Lending Group is a full-service Arizona mortgage company, and their owner, Harold Perkins, always tells me, Tom, 30 years is optional. And once you see this loan, you'll understand why. Most of Galaxy's clients are paying off their homes in an average of about 5 years. Yes, you heard that right. 5 years, not decades. Schedule a free 10-minute call to see how much faster you could pay off your mortgage. Go to GalaxyLendingGroup.com/radio or text Galaxy to 620-620. That's Galaxy to 620 620. Galaxy Lending Group, because 30 years really is optional.
NMLS ID 142766 and equal housing lender. Message and data rates may apply.
Hi, I'm Brandon Webb, former Arizona baseball player. Baseball has enriched my life, teaching me teamwork, confidence, and perseverance. At Miracle League of Arizona, we're sharing that gift with children, teens, and adults with special needs. Over 450 athletes get the chance to play, most for the first time, learning sportsmanship and building friendships that last a lifetime. Your dollar-for-dollar Arizona tax credit donation makes it possible. Visit miracleleagueaz.com or call 480-686-8137.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey, and now that U of A is in their first Final Four in 25 years, what are the chances they win their first title in 29 years? It's the Bernsey and Gambo Show. We start at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Good morning on this Monday to our audience, listeners, viewers, followers in Glendale. We appreciate you out in Glendale this morning.
I woke up this morning. It's a true story. And I thought, are we in the Sweet 16 or the Elite 8? And the moment I thought that, I knew we were all right, because I knew we weren't making too big of a deal out of this. And I know externally there's a lot of pressure and this or that. And, you know, to be honest with you, we just wanted to get in a ball game. We wanted to get in a ball game, and these guys have an amazing job of figuring it out.
It's Tommy Lloyd, future mayor of Tucson.
Yes, give him the keys, man.
More on that in a second.
Give him a raise. How about that? Forget the keys.
Talking about the attitude he had going into the game and the attitude his team had going into the game. Didn't know if it was the Sweet 16 or the Elite 8. Well, now it's the Final Four because they beat Purdue by 15 points on Saturday to punch their ticket to their first Final Four since 2001 with a dominant second-half performance. Now, I said more on that later. There was an interesting quote that people are circulating on because one of the interesting things about Tommy Lloyd in this whole soup of March Madness is that he's still on the candidate list for the University of North Carolina head coaching job.
Who have not hired anyone, despite lots of other teams hiring.
They have. You're right. A lot of other teams have hired coaches, Arizona State included. North Carolina has not. Here was Tommy Lloyd talking about.
This is the full context, by the way. The full answer.
Embracing the history of U of A basketball.
I love those guys. And they've given me a better life because they helped build this program to what it is now. And the legacy is so strong. And those guys have been so cool and so welcoming to me. You know, the sun may be shining on, you know, this team and me coaching it right now. But when it's shining on you, you got to fight like hell to protect it and build it. And so that's what I feel like my number one responsibility is to fight to protect the program and fight to build it for those who came before me and for those that are going to follow after me. Because you know what? Arizona's going to have another good coach after me. I promise you. I mean, the place is special.
People focused on the last part of that saying, wow, that's a weird thing to say for a guy who's going to the Final Four. But Jarrett edited that in its full context.
Yep.
And to me, that's much ado about nothing. Now, can you focus on that? Because those things are still possibilities, that the North Carolina job is still open. I've said it. I don't think Tommy Lloyd's going anywhere. And I think he is not only coaching his team in a brilliant manner to the Final Four, but he's also flexing his leverage in all.
Well, you hope
this.
That's what it is.
Yes.
I'm not as 100% convinced as you are.
Really?
No. The rumor, I brought this up last week about Michael Jordan's plane landing right near the university, and that rumor's grown now to where there's a rumor that Michael Jordan has already reached out to Tommy Lloyd. That this isn't a Final Four in Indianapolis. With Michael Jordan involved, it's a Final Five. Because he's there either to poach the Michigan head coach or the Arizona head coach. Then Doug Gottlieb also said that there's reports in the industry that Arizona just doesn't have that much money. And that there's a fracture between the head coach and the athletic director. Now, I want to believe that what you said, because everything he said in that quote sounds very much like Kenny Dillingham talking about and walking around the rumors that he might be interested in the Michigan job. And in the end, he was just looking out for his program as a custodian of his program. You hope that's the case. I like Tommy Lloyd's a West Coast guy, right? So
Yes.
I don't think there's necessarily a gravitational pull to get to North Carolina. But the money thing is interesting because it wasn't that long ago that the financial problems at Arizona, they were front.
Who doesn't misplace a couple $100 million now and then? And you got to keep track of all the numbers. It's hard.
Yeah.
You know, it's funny. You know who else plays in Indianapolis this week? The Chicago Bulls.
Oh, that's funny.
On Wednesday.
Oh, that's funny.
Isn't that weird?
That is very, very funny. So, again, I think Michael Jordan getting involved on some level, it might be a game changer for some. I don't know. I don't know where Tommy Lloyd's heart is in all this. I thought he was very smart to kind of shout out Lute Olson the way he did.
Yeah.
Oh, that was great.
It was great.
Yeah.
But
Right.
I still think Billy Donovan is the first choice, but
Okay.
why haven't they hired him then? Because, I mean, I know he's in the middle of an NBA season. That's kind of strange, but it feels like they're waiting out Michigan and Arizona, like you said.
Yeah.
Well, if North Carolina hires Billy Donovan, I really like them to be part of the play-in next year.
Yeah. First four.
Right, that's right.
Here's Koa Pete, one of the heroes for the Wildcats on Saturday, talking about playing for Tommy Lloyd.
You know, Coach Tommy's huge for us. You know, always giving us great speeches. You know, on the night before the game, I think it was back to the before the LIU game. Just had me ready to play, honestly, that night, and we played the next day in the morning. So, I mean, Coach he's great. You know, ever since he recruited me, it's been nothing but love, and I'm just happy to be able to win games for him. Me and these guys, we want to win as many games as we can for Coach because he deserves it, and he won't say it, but I think he's the best coach in the country.
Yeah, they've been great in this tournament, obviously. The team they're going to play next has been equally great. They tied an NCAA tournament record with their fourth straight 90-point game. They get after it defensively.
They're giant.
Michigan is one of those teams that's not going to look at Arizona and say we can't bang with them on the inside because they absolutely can.
Mm-hmm.
This matchup
is the title game.
Fascinating.
It's the championship game, I think.
And I'm actually kind of pissed at Duke.
Oh.
Because Duke, Arizona, and Michigan, in no particular order, have clearly been the three best teams in the country.
Mm-hmm.
Every advanced metric bears it out. I think this had the potential had Duke won that game. And it's still going to be good because UConn deserves it. But it could have been maybe the best Final Four we've ever seen.
You can make an argument that given the fact that Duke almost lost in the first round of the tournament, that they should not have been the number one overall seed.
They really didn't look the entire tournament.
Nope.
They really didn't look that impressive.
Nope. Michigan has, Arizona has, Duke never did.
Arizona should have been the number one overall seed, just based on their resume, based on the conference they were in compared to the ACC. But me and my friends were all contemplating this whole situation and how poetic it could have been to beat Duke for the national championship 25 years after we lost to Duke for the national championship in the last time we made a Final Four. But equally poetic would be to beat Illinois to avenge the single most painful loss I've ever experienced in my life.
Yeah.
In the Elite Eight in 2005.
Yep. No, but Vinny's right. This could have been an all-timer kind of Final Four.
And had Florida found their way back into it as the defending champion, that would have been.
UConn has won two of the last three.
I mean, UConn's won two of the last three, and it's Danny Hurley who's a madman. So I think there's a lot of juice with that team.
Yes.
Yeah, it's.
They still don't carry the same juice as Duke does.
No, I agree. I agree with that.
All due respect to UConn.
I agree with that.
Worth it though to see him lose. Like
that. So worth it.
We all agree.
Yes.
Arizona Sports is live at Chase Field today for the Dbacks home opener. Wolf and Luke from 10 to 2, then Burns and Gambo from 2 to 6. Broadcasting from the park, then listen to the game on 98.7 FM. First pitch, 7:10, only on Arizona Sports, home of the Dbacks. Coming up next, we will get into the big stories on this Monday, and there's a ton of them. In the reboot with Sammy Sabalka. It's Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Join Arizona Sports April 11th in Tempe for the 22nd annual Pats Run, presented by Tech Systems. This 4.2-mile run-walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. Bring the whole family. Kids can take part in the 0.42-mile Kids Run, presented by Shields and Phoenix Children's Hospital. Honor Pat Tillman's legacy and help support the Tillman scholars who carry it forward. After the run, it's the Tillman Tailgate, presented by Gila River Resorts and Casinos. Enjoy live music, food trucks, and vendor activities activations outside the stadium. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org.
You went to college, you did great, you got your degree, but college is over, and now it is time to pay back your student loan debt. And there's a lot of people out there that are dealing with it. Almost nobody wants to talk about it, and that's struggling with private student loan debt. It feels like a weight you're dragging around everywhere you go when you have those struggles, but you don't have to keep dragging that weight because of Why Refi. Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Why Refi works specifically with people who do struggle with distressed or defaulted private student loan debt. Why Refi helps you refinance into a low fixed rate payment that fits your actual budget, not some fantasy budget, your real one. And they do it without judgment. They're not going to lecture or grill you on how you got into the situation in the first place. They want to help you start fresh. I've talked to people who have felt completely buried, like they've had zero options left, and then Why Refi steps in and gives them a real path forward. You can't change what happened, but you can absolutely change what happens next with your student loan repayment. Give Why Refi a call today at 888-WHY-REFI-85 or visit whyrefi.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a warehouse operations manager.
Where are the forklifts?
Sold them. Too expensive. We're using scooters now.
So you expect us to move a 2-ton pallet on a scooter?
Just lean into it. Put your back into it, people.
This is your job for sponsored jobs.
This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
I was ordering food for the office from the same few places for too long.
For workplaces suffering with office food fatigue, every day's a struggle.
Before starting Easy Cater, I assumed having no good vegan options for Carl in finance was normal.
Easy Cater is designed to treat OFF with a huge variety of favorite restaurants, plus tools to help you meet dietary needs and stay on budget. Used daily, one platform lets you save time and shine. Ask your app store about Easy Cater or start an order at easycater.com.
Hey, this is Wolf here, and I'm with my personal spine surgeon, Dr. Christopher Young at Desert Institute for Spine Care, otherwise known as DISC. How you doing, Doc?
I'm doing great, Wolf.
DISC has been a pioneer in endoscopic spine surgery. What is endoscopic spine surgery?
Endoscopic spine surgery is a cutting-edge, ultra-minimally invasive procedure designed to relieve pain from herniated discs and spinal stenosis that causes sciatica. With a tiny incision and advanced imaging, we can target the problem with greater precision, leading to faster recovery, less pain, minimal scarring, all without a hospital stay.
Amazing that you can target the issue through a tiny incision. If you want to start enjoying life again, contact the team at Desert Institute for Spine Care. I'm now living pain-free thanks to Dr. Young. For back or neck pain, check out the spine experts at sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
I'm Sammy Sabolko with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. And then there were 4. Illinois, Yukon, Michigan, and the Arizona Wildcats are all headed to the Final Four. In Indianapolis, the Wildcats, after being down 7 at the half to Purdue, outscored the Boilermakers by 22 points in the second half in a 79-64 win. Koa Pete led the Wildcats with 20 points, Ivan Karchenkov with 18, and U of A Michigan on Saturday is set for a spot in the national championship. The Suns got back in the win column on Saturday night, 134-109 over the tanking Utah Jazz. Jalen Green had 31, and Kaman Malawach had a career-high 12 points in 20 minutes. The Suns are in Memphis tonight for the Grizzlies. Tip-off will be at 5, and you can hear it over on ESPN 620. From downtown Phoenix tonight, the Arizona Diamondbacks have their home season opener against the Detroit Tigers. Michael Soroka will get the ball for the Snakes. First pitch will be at 7:10 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Schedule your free Zoom consultation at k2visionrle.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Daily in the Lotto Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning.
Good morning. Happy Monday to 7:30. It's time for the Rush Hour Reboot, getting you guys caught up on the biggest stories in sports. And let's start with a team we haven't really talked about this morning. The Phoenix Suns got a nice win against Utah. That's fine, right? But Mark Williams and Dylan Brooks are on the verge of coming back. Maybe Thursday for Charlotte, maybe. And so is 6 games enough time to see what this hopefully fully healthy Suns team can be?
Well, they don't have a choice. Whether it's enough, whether it's enough time or not doesn't matter. It's what they're going to have, and I would think for Dylan Brooks it shouldn't be that much of an issue. Okay. I think that no excuses. Make it work.
Yeah. Look, the last time there was a situation close to this, where it was the final weeks of the regular season, and we were asking ourselves the question: is 8 games enough? It was the Kevin Durant year when he came back from his ankle sprain, and there was 8 games, and they played really well in those games. Completely different situation. He was learning everybody, in terms of new personnel. These guys have had extensive playing time with this team. No, not together necessarily in 5-man lineups, but yeah. And like Bick said, you don't have a choice.
Yeah, and they head on a 4-game road trip starting tonight. Memphis, Orlando, who just got crushed, Charlotte, who's kind of come down to earth, and Chicago. Before a home game against, the Houston Rockets after that 4-game trip. Mm-hmm. Should the Suns return from this road trip 3-1 or better?
I think so. But.
Big but.
Yeah, big but.
3-1, 2-2.
Oh. Yeah, I mean, 3-1 would be tremendous. Mm-hmm. 4-0 would be fantastic. Mm-hmm. That's not out of the realm of possibility either, because this is we're going to get more into this road trip coming up in a sec, but this is an important but manageable road trip, I think.
All right, so the Diamondbacks obviously not off to an ideal start, 0-3 against the Dodgers. Were what all Diamondback fans worried about before the year seen in these 3 games? Yes. And if so, what were they?
Yes. Inconsistencies in the lineup. Offense shutting down after quick starts. I mean, again, that number, 4 for 49 from the 5th inning on.
It's terrible.
Oh, man.
Yeah, this is the offense that went to sleep quite frequently in innings 4 through 9 last year.
Yeah.
That's probably more problematic than anything else, in my opinion. I think the starting pitching's been really good. I mentioned the bullpen, clean for 8 of the 11 innings. Problem is, in those other 3, 2 of them led directly to a loss.
Yeah. They've allowed 3 4-run innings so far through 3 games.
There you go.
Which is not
great. Good. Yeah.
And my follow-up question, and I hate asking this question, 3 games into 162 games, but how important is the first home series for the Diamondbacks?
Well, they got to get a taste of victory. They're, welcoming another really good team in the Detroit Tigers, but you gotta notch one to wash away that. So yeah, this is a big season. And if we're gonna sit here and talk about what plagued this team in the last 2 years, slow starts, they're all big. Yes. No easing into seasons anymore. Yes. Weren't we promised that?
Yeah.
And I'm not saying they eased. They got beat by a better baseball team that they had down in all 3 of those games. In fact, I think I read The Dodgers are only the 7th team in the last 125 years to trail by 2 runs in each of the first 3 games of the season.
I couldn't believe that stat either.
And win all 3 of them.
Yep.
Yeah. And real quick on the MLB opening weekend. So last night for the Seattle Mariners, Emerson Hancock, I don't know if you guys saw this. He got pulled after 6 innings, 97 pitches, no hits. He had a no-hitter, and they yanked him. Does that bother you?
If it weren't the first week of the season, it would.
And 97 is pretty high for 6 innings.
For 6 innings. I see where you're coming from. And if you're the pitcher, you're probably like, darn it. But 97 pitches at 6 innings.
Okay.
3 more innings on top of that when you've been averaging, 15 pitches an inning. I don't know.
I just got frustrated.
No, I understand. I understand where you're coming from.
He just wanted to say Emerson Hancock on the show.
On air,
I will say this: when you look, I think it's very important that the Diamondbacks, try to find a way to win this series. They're getting Tarek Skubal in this series as well.
Yep.
This early season schedule is no joke. They got to play the Braves, they got to play the Mets, then it's the Phillies, then it's the Orioles, then it's the Blue Jays. You get a quick break with the White Sox, then it's the Padres, then it's the Brewers, then it's the Cubs. So on May 5th, when you're about to host the Pittsburgh Pirates, you're 32 games into the season.
Yeah.
I did the math. The Diamondbacks need to be no fewer, and this is being very generous, than 8 games under 500 at that point in time. Because you need to be somewhere between the 4 to 7 games under 500 when you start getting guys back.
So 12 and 20.
12 and 20. And that's my math. I'm not saying
worst case.
I'm not saying that is fact. That's my math.
Okay.
12 and 20 on May 5th.
Oh man, that is
which doesn't sound good, but I read you the teams they're playing. That's a brutal schedule.
It is brutal.
If they're 12 and 20 or worse on Cinco de Mayo, I'm drowning my sorrows.
You're drowning your sorrows regardless.
Okay, and I thought of this question as the Wildcats were down 7 at halftime.
I was able to drown my sours, drown my sour.
Exactly, Frank.
Sorry, I had to get that.
It's okay. Right. So I thought of this question as the Wildcats were down 7 to Purdue. Is a March Madness run the most stressful postseason run for any fan base?
I don't think so. I mean, I don't have anything to base that on.
Hypothetical you're speaking, of course.
Well, the fact
I'm only saying
it's
because
one and done, though.
It's one and done, which is incredibly tense, but it's also only a maximum of 6 games.
Yes.
When you're going, in the NBA playoffs, you could potentially play 28 games, and it's gut-wrenching 28 times. Not that any team's ever done that, but just the length of it, the pouring over, and I think there's a lot more nuance in series. It becomes more tense when there's a series involved because the competition gets more heated.
Sure.
I'm not saying it's a walk in the park to go 6 for 6 in the NCAA tournament, but to me, it's the series adds drama to it. Yeah.
Okay.
I
think MLB too.
Major League Baseball.
I think just the opposite. I think the series adds a safety net to it that you can rely on. You lose a game, and you're like, okay, it's a series.
No, that's not what happens though. When we talked about this, when the Suns playoff run, when the Suns lost a game in that playoff run, it felt like they were never going to win again.
Yeah, right, but that's only a feeling.
Sure.
You've got the safety net to be able to lose again.
Well, that's what we're talking about is feelings.
Right. For me, I think there's merit in this, but I think for a Major League Baseball team that had to win a 1-game playoff after 162 games, that might have been the most stressful out of anything. Because at least in the NCAA tournament, and I do appreciate the genesis of this question, winning 6 consecutive single elimination games is hair-raising.
Hair-raising.
But there are levels to it. You get out of the opening weekend, whew, at least we got that. You get to the Final Four, it's an accomplishment in and of itself.
And you have days to prepare now. The Cats don't play till Saturday, and that's all I'll be thinking about. And I did want to update our little March Madness pool.
Okay.
So Jarrett Carlin, 13 total points. Congratulations. All your teams are out of contention. Vince Marotta, 19 points. Duke hurt you yesterday in their loss. Dan Bickley and I are tied with 31 total points. I have U of A and UConn. He has Michigan and Illinois. So we will see.
Wow.
So essentially, whoever wins Whoever wins the championship will more than likely win the pool for Dan and
You
Ryan.
left out the lead. There's thousands of dollars on the line here.
There's nothing on the line
There's
here.
Zero things on the line here.
You said 13 points?
13 points.
Oh, my God.
Brutal.
That's hard to do.
Yes.
I went way too heavy on the
And
big
for those
ball.
who don't know, we drew teams. These aren't our predictions. These are teams we drew, and once you draw them, they're off the board.
Right.
Yes.
Drafted.
Yeah.
Yes. But there you go. I didn't even get to my Jarrett question. We'll get to it later.
Oh, please. Thanks, Sammy. We're all rebooted here. On this Monday morning, coming up next, the Phoenix Suns embarking on an important road trip, and they got back on the winning track. Might be getting some important players back as well. We'll get into all of it next. Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
He's the president of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Derek Hall talks Dbacks baseball with Bickley and Murata. Thursday mornings at 7:45. Brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Dan Bickley here for Trajan Wealth, and if the shot clock is ticking down to your retirement, make sure you are ready to hit that buzzer-beating, game-winning shot. That is exactly the kind of assist you can get from my friends at Trajan Wealth, because there's a lot more to retirement planning than just crunching numbers. At Trajan Wealth, they build strategies around real goals and real people, not spreadsheets, and they craft personalized plans that keep your future in focus. At Trajan Wealth, it all begins with relationships where they take the time to really get to know you, to get a comprehensive picture of you and your goals and your needs. And at Trajan Wealth, independence matters. They're not tied to any single product line, which means their service is and their advice is built around you, and that is the advantage of working with a true fiduciary firm. I'm a client now. When I met with Trajan Wealth, super impressed at their approach, at their knowledge, at their candor. Just straight talk, just like I like it. I walked out knowing I was in really good hands, and that's a really good feeling. Plan smart, dream bigger by calling Trajan Wealth at 480-360-7900, online at TrajanWealth.com. That's TRAJAN Wealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Don't let tax refund worries hold you back. File now with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They'll find every credit and deduction to help you get every refund dollar you deserve, or your money back. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
Hey, it's Gambo, and every single year I have Christian Brothers HVAC out to my house for their summer inspection. They do one of the most thorough inspections in Arizona, a full 22-point checklist from the Arizona Heat Pump Council, and they give you real electrical readings on every major component. If anything is outside of factory specs, they show you and explain it. No pressure, just flat rate upfront pricing. And right now, my listeners get the summer tune-up for just $50. Call 602-222-3535 or go to cbrothers.com.
How was your break?
It was great until I stopped for gas. Prices have gone up almost $1 with no end in sight. I might have to start watching how much I drive.
That's exactly why I use Upside. I never pay full price for gas with the free Upside app.
Upside?
Yes, Upside. It's the free app that gives you cash back just for buying the gas you're already buying. So even with the rising gas prices, I'll never have to limit how much I drive.
Does that actually add up to anything?
Just last year, I made over $200 with the Upside app.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app right now.
Download the free Upside app to earn cash back on the gas you're already buying. Use promo code THRIVE25 for an extra 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code THRIVE25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first fill-up. That's THRIVE25.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a warehouse operations manager.
Where are the forklifts?
Sold them. Too expensive. We're using scooters now.
So you expect us to move a 2-ton pallet on a scooter?
Just lean into it. Put your back into it, people.
This is your job for sponsored jobs.
This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
I was ordering food for the office from the same few places for too long.
For workplaces suffering with office food fatigue, every day's a struggle.
Before starting Easy Cater, I assumed having no good vegan options for Carl in finance was normal.
EasyCater is designed to treat OFF with a huge variety of favorite restaurants, plus tools to help you meet dietary needs and stay on budget. Used daily, one platform lets you save time and shine. Ask your app store about EasyCater or start an order at easycater.com.
Hey, it's Wolf. What did we learn from the Arizona Diamondbacks series against the Los Angeles Dodgers? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. from Chase Field. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
The Valley jerseys tonight. Booker fakes to his right, gives to Gillespie on his left. Now he gets it back and throws left corner. Green, a three is good again. Jalen Green, 5 for 10 from downtown. He's up to 25 points on the night, and we're only a minute into the third.
That's John Third, was what he was going to say there. John Bloom on the call on the Suns radio network. Jalen Green had it going on Saturday night against the Utah Jazz, finished with 31 points, 5 of 11 from three-point range, 13 of 22 in just over 22 minutes. History made by Jalen Green.
Okay.
The first player in Suns history to hit the 30-point plateau in under 23 minutes of playing time.
Mm-hmm.
I guess that's a pretty good thing. Put 22 shots in,
very efficient.
22 minutes.
That was the good Jalen Green.
It was the good Jalen Green. 134 to 109 in a game that wasn't even really that close against the tanking Utah Jazz, who should be ashamed of themselves, by the way.
Yes, they should.
And I don't want to pile on because I know he's a local kid and he had been playing well. But, man, Cody Williams of Utah had, I think, the worst single game I've seen a Suns opponent have since I've been the PA announcer.
Wow.
He absolutely did not one thing right the whole game.
Look, that basketball team is a joke. They're a blight on the sport.
You're hoping they don't get rewarded for it.
Yeah.
With a really high pick.
Yeah, well.
I mean, they're going to get a high pick, but you're hoping it's not.
Well, so here's a weird thing about the Western Conference. Minnesota is the only team of the top 8 that is on a losing streak. They've lost 1 game in a row. The other 7 have combined to win 26 games in a row.
Wow.
The top 4 teams in the West have won 18 games in a row combined.
Wow. Yeah, it's getting
getting real.
The teams that are actually in contention are buckling up.
Yeah, it's getting real.
And the Suns need to do that as well. Here was Jordan Ott on Jalen Green's performance Saturday night.
Yeah, just his intent offensively. He can put a lot of pressure on the rim, especially, again, a lot of that's defensive coverage based. But when we can get the 5-man on the perimeter like we were able to tonight, then he was able to drive it. No 5-man at the rim. Thought really in that second half where it was coming out of halftime, kind of up in the air, and then he put his just imprint all over this game.
Yeah, it was all over his game, and the Suns should be getting help sometime on this road trip. Mark Williams and Dylan Brooks both playing 5-on-5 in practice on Saturday, nearing a return, not ready to go tonight against Memphis. Could see them, as Sammy said in the reboot, maybe in the Charlotte game. Here was Jordan Ott on getting 2 players of their importance back.
I mean, in an ideal world, it's not 8 games or less that we get those guys back, but, at this point, we're just happy to have as many players available as possible.
Look, you talked about what's happening in the Western Conference standings right now, Vic, and that's why I think this is a very, very big road trip for the Suns, because not only are you getting reinforcements, it is that final stretch. It's time to announce who you're going to be once the play-in/playoffs begin.
Yeah.
And when you have 4 consecutive road opponents that are manageable. I mean, Memphis is another team. They're coming off a win, but it was over Chicago. They're tanking. They've shut down everybody. Orlando is coming off maybe the most embarrassing loss in their franchise history. Charlotte, as Sammy said earlier, come down to earth a little bit. And you got a little revenge to exact on Chicago, who came in here and inexplicably beat you when they were shorthanded. That's a manageable late-season 4-game swing for this team. And when you have the Clippers doing what they're doing and Portland's playing good basketball and they're trying to push up, it is imperative the Suns hold on to that number 7 spot.
I completely agree with you, and their lead on the Clippers right now is 2.5. Who's got the game in the loss column, by the way? Who's played less games?
Let me take a look here.
Because that matters, obviously.
The Suns have played 74. and the Clippers have played 75.
Okay, so that's basically if the Suns win that game, that's a 3-game advantage. So it would take a lot for them to cough it up, given the schedule that's in front of them. But easier said than done. You've got to find a way to go out and do it. I thought on Saturday, like I said, Jalen Green, when he plays like that, you kind of see what his ceiling is. Unfortunately, he doesn't perform like that all the time. And it's the Utah Jazz. And so I think what strikes me is we've seen a version of the Phoenix Suns, and I think Saturday was a very good example where the ball moves and the ball moves and the ball moves and everything looks great. But when you get in these high leverage playoff games or games that are paramount or tantamount to playoff games, it gets down to the slow, get the ball to your best player at the ends of games and see what he can do in those situations. I'm not sure the Phoenix Suns excel in those situations.
No.
In fact, their clutch time number, shooting number, is not very good.
It's a concern.
It is a concern.
Certainly.
Yep.
Here's more from Jordan Knott on this stretch run of schedule.
Be transparent. I think we talk about it as a group. What we have going on, we're worried about our process, what we got going on every day, and then have great leadership. We got great leadership in that locker room.
Yeah, so they're worried about themselves as opposed to worrying about the opponents, and I think that's probably a healthy way to go about it. But those games that the Suns let slip, the Milwaukee game comes to mind. That Chicago game that I mentioned earlier comes to mind. Having those 2 wins, being at 43 right now, would feel really good. So they've put themselves in a bit of a perilous situation. And in case you're wondering on how that play-in works, you want that number 7 seed because you get the home game against the 8. Should you lose, you would get another home game against the winner of 9 and 10.
Yep.
If you're 8, you're going on the road at least once. If you're 9 or 10, you're going on the road maybe twice.
And it might be a 1 game and you're done.
Yeah.
You're exactly right. There's a huge difference. And as we've said as well, as the 7, if you retain the 7, you've got a much more favorable playoff matchup, at least in terms of how the Suns have hung against the Spurs versus what you think you're going to get against the Thunder. And it's also fascinating, too, because we had another coach just last night complaining about the Oklahoma City Thunder and all the fouls, free throws they shoot, and how performative they are in this. It's all growing into something where they're threatening to become about the least liked juggernaut I've ever seen.
Well, they do play that style, and I was watching a little bit of that game against the Knicks, and there was, in particular, one play where Shai Gilgeous-Alexander was left of the key, had the ball, left-hand dribble, had a clear shot, picked up the dribble, veered to his right, initiated contact, knocked Josh Hart, and it was a legitimate knockdown, and extended the arm a little bit. I called for the offensive foul, and I feel like he thinks he's immune to that kind of officiating. It was an obvious offensive foul. Look, we've talked about foul hunting. It's not just Oklahoma City. There's a lot of players right now that a big part of their game is foul hunting. And if you want to talk about the myriad of problems that the NBA has right now, foul hunting is on that list, and it's rather high. When you hear people talk about why they don't like the NBA game, that is one of the reasons why.
Very much so.
It's a hard watch, but the problem is he's really good at it because he's a very hard player to officiate.
Yeah, but again, you don't want it to diminish from the fact that he's a great player. He is. It's not just free throws he does.
He would be great without doing that. Like the Barry Bonds argument. Barry Bonds was great before steroids. Yeah, so why did he do it?
Yeah.
So why does SGA need to foul hunt? His style of play is going to get him to the line a lot anyway. Suns and Grizzlies to start the road trip tonight. On ESPN 620 AM is where you can hear that. Coming up next, we have reached the halfway point of this busy Monday morning. Bick's going to kick off the second half with the Bickley Blast.
Fire!
Bickley and Murata mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Dbacks decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for Dbacks Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here from my friends at Waltz TV and Appliance. They can take your fandom to the next level so good that when you're sitting on the couch, you're going to feel like you're at the stadium or at the football field, whatever it is that you like to watch. They're going to put you right in the middle of the action. I know they did that for me. They brought out an 83-inch OLED television, brought out a soundbar so awesome it doubles as my in-home stereo, put them both on the wall, and I've got these surround sound speakers behind the couch. I literally watch golf or basketball. I feel like I've got an army of thousands behind me watching the game with me. That's what Waltz can do for you, a truly immersive experience. They specialize in expertise. They've been serving the Valley since 1957. They've got an incredibly knowledgeable staff that can answer all of your questions and get you into the merchandise you are looking for. Great experience when you shop at Waltz. All the major name brands you are looking for. Big screen televisions all the way up to 115 inches and great pricing at Waltz as well. There's a belief that the prices have to be bigger or better at the big box stores. That is not true. Waltz will price match any price you bring them to prove that, and their pricing is fantastic. Highly recommend you go check out some of the smoking hot deals going on at Waltz right now, right off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA. Drop my name, you get 10% off installation or a 3-year warranty for free in addition to everything else. You can always shop online at waltz.com. Shop local, shop Waltz.
Hi, I'm Brandon Webb, former Arizona baseball player. Baseball has enriched my life, teaching me teamwork, confidence, and perseverance. At Miracle League of Arizona, we're sharing that gift with children, teens, and adults with special needs. Over 450 athletes get the chance to play, most for the first time, learning sportsmanship and building friendships that last a lifetime. Your dollar-for-dollar Arizona tax credit donation makes it possible. Visit miracleleagueaz.com or call 480-686-8137.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Twin Peaks. This is one of the best times of the sports calendar, and that is good news for you. You get the craziness of college hoops, baseball starting up, hockey and pro basketball playoffs aren't far off, and the football draft is right after that. So get to Twin Peaks for all of it. With their wall-to-wall TVs, you won't miss 1 second of the action. Plus, they've got a scratch menu made for MVPs, smoked in-house wings, flatbreads, burgers, steak salads, so much more, and happy hour deals. And a high-energy, fun-friendly atmosphere. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views.
Have you heard about Global Credit Union? Hey, everybody, it's Dave Burns. They're helping Arizonans keep more of their money. Last year, members saved over $194 million through better rates and lower fees. Perks include early payday, access to your paycheck up to 3 days early, and 24/7 U.S.-based support whenever you need it. Join at globalcu.org or visit one of their 9 Phoenix area branches. I'm a member, and you will feel the difference right away. Global Credit Union. Better rates, fewer fees, real savings.
Retail jewelry stores charge more because you're paying for their high rent, big storefront displays, and large sales staff. All of that overhead has to be covered, and it usually gets built right into the price of a diamond. I'm Diamond Dave, a 4th-generation jeweler at Desert Wholesale Diamond. We work by appointment, so important purchases get all the time and attention they deserve. We sit down one-on-one and take the time to look at diamonds side by side. We talk through what actually matters, how a diamond looks in real light, how it's cut, and what you're truly getting for your money. The goal is clarity, not pressure. At Desert Wholesale Diamond, you skip the markup that comes with traditional retail stores. Your appointment is private, honest, and pressure-free. Exactly how diamond buying should be.
Head to DiamondDaveCantor.com. That's DiamondDaveCantor.com. Or follow Dave on Instagram at DiamondDaveCantor. That's DiamondDave, Kantor.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. I've had the privilege of seeing miracles, broken families rebuilt, every crash, every workplace injury, every medical mistake. Fighting back can work. We've gone toe-to-toe with insurance giants, and we've won a lot. Over $30 billion recovered. Size matters. Reputation matters. Results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Now is the time to start building your defense against the sun with All Pro Shade Concepts.
Exactly right, Wolf. Smart homeowners are getting their free estimates now for retractable shades and awnings for their patio.
Yep, if you wait until the playoffs to fix your defense, you're getting cooked.
That's right. Our shades are custom fit, so the earlier we measure, the sooner your home is protected.
Beat the summer rush and get your free estimate today and receive free installation. Go to allproshade.com because you gotta have shade.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The dancing continues for the Wildcats after a 79-64 comeback win over Purdue. Punched their ticket to the Final Four for the first time in 25 years. Tommy Lloyd and company will now head to Indy for what should be a heavyweight battle with Michigan on Saturday. The Phoenix Suns over the weekend got a nice 134-109 win over the Jazz. Jalen Green had 31. Book added 26 of his own, and the Suns are right back at it in action tonight in Memphis. Tip-off will be at 5 over on ESPN 620. And it was a tough weekend for the Diamondbacks. Friday night, a close 5-4 loss to the Dodgers. And Saturday, another one-run loss, 3-2. And the Snakes opened the year on a 3-game losing skid. But tonight, their home opener against the Detroit Tigers will get underway at 7:10. And you can hear that right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And that's what's trending now.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports. The local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
You've heard of strikeouts and flyouts and groundouts, but over the weekend in Los Angeles, we witnessed our first hug it out. It happened when Freddie Freeman was dead to the rights on the base paths, and Ketel Marte motioned for him to come closer, and then they hugged. A moment that was both heartwarming to some and conflicting to others, just like the Diamondbacks' opening series on the road. They come home 0-3 for the 5th time in team history, but they could have easily won 2 of those games. Their bullpen has been very successful in 8 of 11 innings this season. The other 3 have been a disaster. The starting pitching has been good, but the corner infielders are looking and hitting as old as we feared. Meanwhile, the Diamondbacks jumped out to 2-0 leads in all 3 games, only to fall asleep in the back halves of each game. Now, maybe it's not fair to judge the Diamondbacks against a juggernaut dynasty like the Dodgers. That maybe the true evaluation period begins tonight in the home opener against the Tigers. But you only get one chance to make a first impression, and after 3 games in Los Angeles, I'm guessing a lot of Diamondback fans are also in need of a hug. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW. Make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
0-1. Espinal off the end of the bat, slow roller to second, and Marte has stopped Freddie Freeman in his tracks. Now Freddie's going to walk over. They'll hug it out. Included in that hug is a tag, and that'll do it for the Dodgers.
That's Chris Garagiola on the call. Got a lot of attention over the weekend. Sure did. There was a lot of things that got a lot of attention from the weekend. The trumpet player, or Edwin Diaz's entrance. Why nobody else ever thought of that, to have a live trumpet player do it. It was pretty cool. A lot of people focused on the hug, and I could see the conflicting part of it. Most of the reaction I read was, "This is why baseball is awesome," and it was funny.
Yeah, it was funny.
Yeah, but it's the damn Dodgers.
And there were some people who were like, "What are you doing, hugging the enemy?" Right? So I think that, it's you probably could make a case either way. It was a heartwarming moment, and it would feel that way had the Diamondbacks not gone 0-3. Now, so the Diamondbacks have it's not unusual for them to struggle against the Dodgers in early season baseball. We know they went 0-2 in 2014 in Australia, 1-3 in a 4-game series in 2019. In 2023. They lost their first game against the Dodgers by the identical scores they did this year, 8-4. But that 2023 team found a way to win 2 of those 4 games in Los Angeles to start the year. So I don't know what to do with everything that I processed over the weekend, because it felt at times like, wow, okay, they're right there. But every single time they had a game to win, they found a way to lose.
Yeah, and the confliction didn't end there. I mean, going into that series last week, Torey Lovullo said all the right things. Hey, we're fine. We welcome the challenge of facing the 2-time defending world champions right out of the gate. Derek Hall on our show said, no, this is not ideal. And Derek always kind of keeps it real straight with us, keeps it real with us when he comes on. And it wasn't hammer and nail, certainly. which kind of makes that weekend even a little bit more frustrating. Because if the Diamondbacks do anything offensively late in any of those games, we're probably talking about a win or two. The issues that we all talked about, they did rear their ugly heads to varying degrees in that series. And here was Torey Lovello after the series finale on Saturday night, kind of wrapping it all up.
We did a really good job today. Of course, there's other things that I wish that we did and we can clean up. But overall, we won a lot of innings of baseball over the course of this 3-game series. Yet we're 0-3, so that's frustrating. It's very frustrating. But the Dodgers are built this way. We know it. We knew it coming in, and we knew it would be that type of baseball game. But I was proud of the way we did a lot of things today.
There's not a lot of closers in baseball like Edwin Diaz. He is one of the best. He's paid as one of the best. There's a reason why he's got a live trumpeter playing his theme song when he comes out and they turn the lights out, because he has established himself. But you see how important it is to have that piece in your bullpen. In 2 straight games, he allowed 1 base runner. And the second night, the Saturday night save, that was kind of hammer and nail in the 9th inning. There wasn't a whole lot that went on. 3 lazy flyouts induced by Diaz.
Yeah.
And we haven't seen what the Diamondbacks bullpen looks in a late game save situation for the most part. They did have a late lead on Friday that they let slip by, but I almost want to treat that as extended spring training. You know what? We went on the road. It's our first road experience. Season begins tonight is almost the mentality they have to have.
I guess so. Listen, and I think maybe you look for the positives and you look at the times in those 3 games when you look very, very competitive. But something you said earlier, I want to bring this back up because the Diamondbacks have had any number of base running mistakes in the first 3 games. And their defense hasn't been as good as said. It hasn't been terrible, but as I said earlier, Carlos Santana hasn't been as sharp as I think we all expected him to be. He got charged with an error over the weekend that was probably more on Eduardo Rodriguez, who failed to cover the bag. But still, if you are making base running mistakes continuously, and if you're still not fielding at an elite level, you can't keep leaning on this idea that that's not Diamondbacks baseball, because as you pointed out earlier, they haven't played it in a few years now. So it's like you keep creating this illusion of what you're supposed to be, but you haven't been that since 2023.
Yeah.
Did I phrase that properly? You came up with the idea.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can't lean on that because that's 3 seasons ago.
Yeah.
And yes, that was your standard, but if the performance changes, the standard changes. And I maybe it's just a convenient language thing to say that's not Diamondbacks baseball, meaning that's what we aspire to be. But certainly that hasn't been the case for the last 2 years.
Right.
And another example of that, Saturday night, little plays. Diamondbacks are up 2-0 in the 6th inning. Santana can't make a play on the grounder by Tucker and Rodriguez, late getting over.
Yep.
Then Tucker steals second base. Then they get a little bit of iffy umpiring where there's a 2-1 pitch to Freeman, and he checks his swing. They appeal. They say no swing. So instead of being 2-2, and even the L.A. television broadcast or radio broadcast, whichever it was, said, yeah, Freeman got away with one there. 2-2 changes from 3-1. So the next pitch, 3-1, Freeman hits a ball into the outfield and knocks in Tucker, and that gets the Dodgers on the board. Little things like that have plagued the D-backs early.
Yeah.
I mean, go back to the opener. Jordan Lawler gets picked off first base. We mentioned Friday night, the base running errors on Friday night. They gotta get sharp, and they gotta get sharp quick.
Yeah. And think about like a team that you're just trying to survive until you get healthy. You have to do all the little things to try to steal games, to try to win games. Like you said, they didn't get blown out in these games. It might have felt almost different in a better way if they did, because you're just like, well, we were never going to win those games anyway. They could have won those games, and they didn't win any of them.
Yeah, but I want to focus on the reaction to a lot of it, and this was not 100% across the board. But there was a lot of reaction from Diamondbacks fans that just said, it's opening day. They were close. They had the lead. It was the Dodgers. Don't subscribe to that. Subscribe for, aspire to be better than that. We've had 2 seasons of being close to the postseason, and the Diamondbacks not getting there. That's not good enough anymore.
No. No, you're exactly right about that. And like I said, this offense better get a little more sustainable. I mean, you look up and down the averages right now. A lot of people had rough first series. Nolan Arenado, 1 for 11 with 5 strikeouts.
Yeah. Corbin Carroll, 2 for 11, 182. Mm-hmm. Jordan Lawler, 1 for 7. Ketel Marte, 3 for 12. Perdomo had 4 hits.
Mm-hmm.
Carlos Santana, 1 for 9. Pavin Smith, 1 for 6. You get it?
Yeah, you get the picture.
And again, after
there's a lot of 1-4s.
Yeah. I'd like to see some late inning runs.
Yeah.
After the 5th inning would be really nice for this team. Tigers in town for 3. Soroka against Verlander. Justin Verlander back with the Tigers. He just won't retire.
Yeah, well, listen, it's a big outing for Michael Soroka because we know Merrill Kelly's coming back sometime soon.
True. I get why Verlander keeps playing to that old bag he has at home. You don't want to go to her.
Coming up next, the term March Madness did not disappoint yesterday. We'll fill you in on the details. Next, it's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
There seems to be at least one, maybe 2 teams every year that just puts it together, and they do it with defense, and they play small ball if they have to, or they get a bounce-back season from a guy like Nolan Arenado. Somebody like Jordan Lawler breaks through or whatever. There are paths for the Diamondbacks to make the playoffs that aren't crazy.
Yes.
But the biggest thing for me is I think they're just going to hang around in it until some of these big pieces come back, like Corbin Burns and A.J. Puck. Baseball now is set up for most teams, unless you're bad, to still be hanging around in June or July, and that's when a lot of those guys should come back.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Bright Wealth Management President Matt Dagas. And Matt, a lot of listeners tell me they're frustrated with the big box financial firms.
And I hear it every week. People get handed off from one advisor to the next, pushed towards products they don't need, and they rarely actually have a plan.
And that's the exact reason independent fiduciaries stand out.
Right. And at Bright Wealth Management, we're not tied to any parent company, any product shelf. Our only responsibility is to act in the client's best interest. No sales pressure, just real retirement income and tax planning.
And people can see the difference immediately?
Absolutely. Clear advice, more communication, and a plan that actually fits their life.
And you're offering that experience to anyone listening today.
Yes. Call us at 844-726-9116 or visit us at brightwm.com and schedule your complimentary consultation.
If you want planning built around you, not a corporation, this is the time to reach out.
Again, that's 844-726-9116 or brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
The Dbacks face the Atlanta Braves on Saturday, April 4th. Enjoy a free post-game concert featuring the All-American Rejects. Get your tickets and field passes at dbacks.com/concerts.
Gold demand is skyrocketing to record highs. As more Americans rush to preserve their savings, will there be enough gold? I'm Dr. Ron Paul, and I believe physical gold is the only way to truly protect your 401k or IRA savings. Gold offers tangible security that can't be tracked, stolen, or inflated. That's why I strongly advocate for gold IRAs. To learn more, text the word SECURE to 989898 now. Birch Gold Group will send you a free info kit on gold IRAs. Birch Gold is the only gold company I trust, and their thousands of great reviews prove I'm not alone. So don't wait another second. Protect your retirement savings today and see how easy it is to move your IRA or 401k into physical precious metals. Text SECURE to the number 989898 for your free gold IRA info kit. Again, SECURE to 989898.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey Arizona, it's Vince Murata, and springtime means it's time to clean things up, starting with what's parked in your driveway. Ford Truck Month is still rolling at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler with huge savings all month long. Jump into a new 2025 Ford F-150 and save up to $5,000 off MSRP, plus $5,000 in Ford bonus cash. Or grab the zeros. 0% financing for 66 months with Ford Flex Buy, 0 money down, and 0 payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 truck month cash on select F-150, Super Duty XL, and XLT trucks. Need more room to fit your family? Save up to $8,500 off MSRP on a new 2026 Ford Escape. As Tex Earnhardt said, if you don't try us, we both lose money. Shop local, shop Earnhardt Ford. No bull for 75 years and going. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the no bull protection packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1,598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on select new models. Exclusions apply. $0 security deposit. APR terms limited. Available through Ford Credit. Not all buyers will qualify. Lessee responsible for excess wear and mileage over 10,500 miles at 20 cents per mile. Plus tax, title, license, and $5.99 dock fee. See dealer for details. Offers in March 31st, 2026.
When you're hurt in an accident, results matter, and Sweet James stands above all the rest. They deliver the best medical care, the most amount of money, and justice to every single injured victim. You're not just another number. You're a real person who deserves the best. Oftentimes, the attorneys at Sweet James represent a second chance at life for many clients. They take that seriously. If you're ever hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION. 800-900-0000 or sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Hey everybody, it's Dave Burns. 0-3 start for the Diamondbacks, but that's okay. It's opening day and we're live from the field to celebrate. It is going to be okay, isn't it? Join us at straight up 2 o'clock on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Hey, good morning to everybody listening, watching Bickley and Murata Mornings Up. An anthem today. We appreciate you. An anthem.
Got to cut and run through the ball. Who better than this guy? Get it into Boozer. Back for Saar. Ahead. Boozer. That ball deflected and stolen by Mullins. Caravan, 2 seconds. Mullins tosses it up. Oh! It's good. We're point 3. UConn goes in front. Utterly impossible. March means drama. The deflection, the reaction, and then the major Nuggets out of Indiana. They all can shoot. Nylon from deep. Astounding.
The best.
The onions. Onions.
There's a
with emphasis.
There's a video going around of him as the play was going on.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've seen it.
Yeah.
He was so shocked that was what was happening. He kind of like, you could see like him and Grant Hill, their souls kind of leave their body for a minute. And then
Grant Hill.
And then come back. Oh, it's such a good video.
I was thinking about Grant Hill because that video, it stood out to me on that video too, because he's kind of holding on to Bill Raftery.
Mm-hmm.
And you could tell just by looking at him, everything he was juggling inside his head. Like, I just watched one of the great moments of March Madness history. I'm an analyst, but I'm also a Duke legend.
I'm also a Blue Devil.
This really hurt.
Yes, yeah. Meanwhile, if you focus on Danny Hurley and Bobby Hurley's mother up in the stands with their legendary father, it doesn't take much to read her lips. She says, "Holy bleeping bleep."
Yes.
I think we all felt that.
It was unbelievable. I said it earlier that this was the single greatest March Madness moment I have ever experienced. And I've spent a lot of years grateful enough. I was in New Orleans when Chris Webber called a timeout he didn't have and walked into a closet. He was so overcome with emotion. A broom closet. It's like, Chris, the locker room's that way, homie. Right? I've seen a lot of this stuff up close and personal. No moment has ever hit me like that one, and it's just because it was just all chaos. They had to create a turnover, which they did. They had to get an open look, which they did. And you listen to that call, he didn't throw that up. He shot the ball.
Yeah. You're right. I think it's because it was 2 improbable moments.
Yeah.
Turnover and then the shot. It wasn't just like the Christian Laettner or Bryce Drew or any of the guy from Kansas or Villanova. It took 2.
Chris Jenkins.
Absolutely. See, I can't even remember the guy's name, and a buzzer beater to win a championship. Anyway.
Yeah.
But it took like 2 improbable.
3. It took an improbable comeback to get there.
Well, yes, that's
true.
true.
Then it took the improbable turnover that you had to have.
Well, if you look at the full, and I watched this play probably 20 times, if you look at everything that Caden Boozer did, he kind of shied away from getting the inbounds pass.
Mm-hmm.
He kind of ran towards the defense, and then he was in a free spot. Fair or unfair, Caden Boozer is going to go down as one of the biggest GOATs. And GOAT had a different meaning in sports a long time ago. It didn't mean greatest of all time. It meant you cost your team the game. I mean, this is right up there with Chris Webber. This is right. Who was the Georgetown guard who threw the pass in the North?
Fred Brown.
Fred Brown
threw it right to James Worthy.
Yeah, at midcourt, just handed him the basketball. Those players are remembered for those moments. And Caden Boozer is a freshman who was pretty important to Duke's run because he got some extended playing time at the end of the year. He's never going to be forgotten for that, and it doesn't all fall on him. I think it falls ultimately on the coach, John Shire, but there was 2 other players that handled the ball that didn't need to pass the ball at all. Once you get that ball in bounds, even if it's Sarr, a 58% free throw shooter or whatever he was, you still have a better than half percent, 50% chance to put your team up and out of reach. And he couldn't do it. But Caden Boozer, he didn't do podium access yesterday, but he did address the media in front of his locker room.
I turned the ball over. Should have been strong with the ball. That would cost our team our season.
What did Coach Shire say before in that timeout, before you guys were inbounding the ball there?
Just that we knew that they were going to trap. Just be strong with the ball.
Yeah, I cost the team the season. We knew they were going to trap. Again, all you have to do is hug the basketball. Apparently that wasn't instructed. This falls on Shire to me.
It really does. Yes. And I think that now this is back-to-back choke jobs from the Blue Devils. And you got to understand the pressures of single elimination basketball. It creates a lot of anxiety and a lot of that stuff. But what they did against Houston last year, after having that game in their back, they were up 6 with a minute to go in that game against Houston.
Yeah.
And they coughed that up. And to cough that thing up last night, that is unbelievable. And did you see all the footage now of Danny Hurley basically like headbutting the official?
Just getting in his face.
Just getting right up in his face. Like
the forehead to forehead.
Right. It's like, what are you doing, man?
It was so weird.
He also had his coat was like half off so he looked like a drunken loon.
He did. He really did. That's exactly what he looked like.
It's amazing how much also his voice sounds just like Bobby Hurley's voice.
It does. Yeah. What a moment. I remember watching the Leitner shot over Kentucky live. And
also the Elite Eight, right?
Yeah, that was in the Elite Eight. To me, this one was real close, and maybe it'll continue to build momentum if that's a thing. To me, the Leitner shot, because the pass was so improbable to get there. And yes, he shot it from 15, 16 feet, but it was a tough contested turnaround. That, to me, made it a little bit more. Yes, the distance on the Mullins shot was amazing, and like you said, it wasn't a heave. That was a shot.
It was a shot.
And players, that's what you see these days.
Yes.
Players are practicing those shots. Players practice legitimate three-point attempts from half court.
And the thing about Christian Laettner, and I'm not saying Christian Laettner's was a less than kind of shot. I'm just saying yesterday's made me feel different than the Laettner. Laettner, that game, was 10 for 10 from the field, 10 for 10 from the free throw line. It was the perfect game at the perfect time.
Yes. And Duke went on to win the title, which made that grow in legend.
Yeah, that's true.
If UConn wins another title, then we got ourselves a conversation.
Yes.
I don't think UConn's going to win another title.
I hope not.
I think they're going to be in the championship game.
You think they'll beat Illinois?
Yeah. I think they are clearly the third best team standing.
The shot, again, we're talking about all these shots. The one, so I got up off my couch and screamed hands up yesterday with the Mullins shot because of, yes, the turnover. He passed it, got it back. They were down 2, got a 3, won it by 1. But the shot that comes to mind is the Jalen Suggs half court off the glass.
Yeah.
Again, that was right after COVID, so it wasn't like a full crowd of people yet either. But watching that
was a weird tournament.
It was a weird tournament.
That was the year the whole tournament was in Indianapolis.
Yes, the whole tournament was in like the same place.
Yeah. That was strange.
It was strange.
That was a tremendous shot. I remember watching that live too, but yeah, this one and the Leitner shot for me are up there. But this is number 1 for you.
For his, just on the way it made me feel. Yeah. Nothing got me as deep as yesterday's shot.
Yep. One of the teams still standing in the Final Four. The Arizona Wildcats back after a 25-year absence from the Final Four. We'll talk more about the Wildcats with senior editor and publisher of WildcatAuthority.com, Jason Scheer, next. Bickley and Murata Mornings here on this Monday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
And Rasheer Fleming is that dude's going to become a fan favorite real quickly if he's not already. I know.
Who does he remind you of? Mikal Bridges?
Okay,
that's who he reminds me of.
Yeah, well, that's what you need.
He reminds me of Mikal
I thought you were going to say
Bridges.
the Matrix for a second. But
Okay,
when
no.
you talk about Mikal Bridges, a lot of times when they drafted him, people were like, hey, maybe he could be the Matrix.
Man, first of all, the one thing about Rasheer Fleming is he's going to be able to shoot the three. Yeah. He is. He's old. I think he's only going to get better. I think he's going to be more confident and develop and get better.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's Wolf. I've been telling you about how great Aria Dental Implant Center is, but don't take it from me. Listen to Denise, a recent Aria Dental patient.
Life before was crazy. I think I've had every other treatment option that you could have. I had the veneers, I did the bridges, the fillings, the crowns, the everything. Yeah, I put a lot of money into my teeth, and it never paid off. Since the surgery, my life has changed all for the better. Every day I'm smiling. Every day I'm laughing. They say laughter is the best medicine. New teeth for me was the best medicine.
Take it from Denise. Aria Dental Implant Center helps patients regain their quality of life while saving them thousands of dollars. Go see my friend Dr. Joe today. Their website is ariadentalimplantcenter.com and tell them Wolf sent you.
It's tax time, y'all. If you want to file free, this next one's for you.
Now taxes is so free. Tax-free edition only, roughly 37% of filers qualify. Simple form 1040 returns only. Now this is taxes.
Love that jam. Up next, commercials.
Intuit TurboTax Free Edition. See if you qualify at turbotax.com/free. No schedules except for earned income tax credit, child tax credit, student loan interest, and Schedule 1A.
You bought an RV, and you got an automatic discount from Progressive by bundling it with your home or auto insurance. That's great, but a serious word of warning every RVer should heed. You don't need to talk about things like dry weight or dump stations. And you don't need one of those expensive water filter straws either. Because the most extreme thing most RVers encounter is a campsite without hookups. So just enjoy yourself. And Progressive's automatic discount when you bundle your RV, boat, or motorcycle with your home or auto insurance. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations.
Hey, it's Vince Murata with some great offers going on now at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. Right now, spring into huge savings with a new 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab and save up to $12,236 off MSRP. Or qualified buyers can grab 0% APR financing on select models. Hop into a new 2025 Hummer EV or pickup SUV and sweep up to $20,000 off MSRP or choose 0% financing there too. If luxury is your style, check out select 2026 Buick Enclave models with up to $6,000 off MSRP, 0.9% financing, plus no payments for 120 days. But don't wait, these savings aren't in season for long. You want it? Earnhardt Buick GMC's got it. Find them in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 protection package unless otherwise stated. After all applicable incentives on select models. Must be current eligible owner or lessee for certain offers. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all buyers qualify. Finance charges accrue from dated financing. Excludes some models. Not available with lease and some other offers. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See deal for details. Offers in March 31st, 2026.
For over 40 years, Collins Comfort Masters has provided trusted, certified technicians. And with nearly 11,000 five-star reviews, the Valley agrees. Right now, you can upgrade to an EcoWater Whole Home Premium System for as low as $60 a month OAC and get cleaner, better water at every tap. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com. Collins Comfort Masters, your no-worry solution for air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration. That's collinscomfort.com.
250,000 people across Arizona rely on St. Mary's Food Bank every day. Your donations make feeding them possible, and you can benefit too. In Arizona, there's an incentive called the Arizona Charitable Tax Credit. You can make your donation today and get it back up to $987 on your taxes when you file. It's a great way to help your neighbors in need. For more info, visit stmarysfoodbank.org.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. And then there were 4. Illinois, UConn, Michigan, and the Arizona Wildcats are all headed to the Final Four. In Indianapolis, the Wildcats, after being down 7 at the half against Purdue, outscored the Boilermakers by 22 points in the second half in a 79-64 win. Koa Pete led the Wildcats with 20 points. Ivan Karchenkov added 18. And U of A and Michigan on Saturday is set for a spot in the national championship. The Suns got back in the win column on Saturday night, 134-109 over the tanking Utah Jazz. Jalen Green had 31, and Kaman Malawach had a career-high 12 points in 20 minutes. And the Suns are in Memphis tonight to take on the Grizzlies. Tip-off will be at 5, and you can hear it over on ESPN 620. And from downtown Phoenix tonight, the Arizona Diamondbacks have their home season opener against the Detroit Tigers. Michael Soroka will get the ball for the Snakes, and first pitch will be at 7:10 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And this report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Retirement comes with stealth taxes, Medicare surcharges, Social Security taxation, and forced distributions. Schedule your retirement tax and income stress test at AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Hey everybody, it's Burnsy, and now that U of A is in their first Final Four in 25 years, what are the chances they win their first title in 29 years? It's the Burns and Gambo Show. We start at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Yeah, Arizona turns on the Jets in the second half. Saturday, 48-26, demolition of Purdue. They win by 15. They are headed to the Final Four in Indianapolis, as you heard Burnsy say, for the first time in a quarter century. Here to talk more about the Wildcats and their quest for a title, senior editor and publisher from WildcatAuthority.com, Jason Shearer, our guest here on the Arizona Sports Line. Jason, thanks for the time today. We appreciate it.
Thanks for having me. I appreciate it, guys.
What was the anxiety level that you were able to gauge at halftime of that game? Purdue played a really good first half. They were shooting it well. What was the anxiety level at halftime on Saturday?
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty high. I mean, Arizona fans, you know, they've been in this position before and not able to kind of get over the hump since 2000 and in a while, you know. And so it was like, here we go again. We're so close to the Final Four. We're not playing well. You know, Purdue's playing great. Like, you could feel it in the building. But also I think that, you know, it wasn't as bad as it could have been because Arizona had been in this position before throughout the season and shown that they could kind of fight their way out of it.
All right, so what do you think that victory, obviously the goal is to win a championship, but to break through that barrier that has been so elusive for 25 years, you could feel it here in the Valley. What do you think it means for the fan base of the Wildcats in general?
You know, it's funny, a lot. You know, obviously the players are young and a lot of people surrounding the program are young. And, you know, in the locker room, one of the trainers that have been there for a while looks at me and goes, these guys have no idea how much this means to Tucson, and they really don't. I mean, you know, they get back at 1:15 in the morning, and there were thousands, you know, a couple thousand people waiting for them just to get off the bus, and then you know there were people very emotional in the stands in San Jose. It just means a ton. I mean, you know, it's Arizona. You know, this city revolves around Arizona basketball, and there's been so many times that it's been really close and kind of ripped away, and so to be able to get over that hump for the first time in 25 years means a lot to a lot of people.
Jason Shearer, senior editor and publisher of WildcatAuthority.com, our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. And myself, my viewing of watching Arizona play this year, it's really hard to come up with any weakness. I know people pointed out the three-point shooting, but when you look at their three-point shooting in the tournament, Jason, they're shooting at 43%, sixth highest percentage of any team in the tournament. Braden Burries is shooting it at a ridiculous 68% rate, so I think you can eliminate that as a weakness. What's the closest thing you found this season to a weakness on Arizona that could be exploited, if anything?
You know, there isn't a clear weakness. And because, like you mentioned with the shooting, I mean, everyone has said, oh, you just have to make Arizona shoot threes and don't let them score it inside, but as if it's easy. Like, a lot of teams have tried that, and they haven't been able to do it. The closest to doing it was Kansas because they had two super athletic bigs. They basically put 4 guys in the paint, and they did a very, very good job defensively. Texas Tech, Khalil Pete was hurt for the second half. So I don't think Arizona has a clear weakness. I think if you can do it, if you have the personnel, you'd rather Arizona, try to force them into shooting threes, because once they get in the paint, it's usually going in or they're drawing a foul. But it's so much easier said than done that, there's foul trouble, I guess, would be a weakness if you could get their guards in foul trouble. But again, teams just haven't been able to do it.
Tommy Lloyd raised some eyebrows at postgame when he mentioned that there's going to be another great coach after me at Arizona. People were wondering, okay, is this his way of preparing to say goodbye? Others are thinking, no, he's just using his leverage in a very smart way. Obviously, this would be a great week to get a contract extension done before you get to Indianapolis. But how real do you think this North Carolina threat is at the moment, Jason?
Yeah, first off, with that quote, I think that the version that's traveling online is kind of out of context. He was basically asked, he was talking about how important basketball was to Tucson, and basically said, look, it was Lute, it was Sean Miller, it was me, and Tucson loves basketball so much that when I go, it'll still be successful, whatever that is. UNC's real. I believe that he is the top guy on their list, along with Billy Donovan and Dusty May. I think those are the three based off what I've heard. I'm sure there's mutual interest, because the reality is, and Arizona fans probably don't want to hear this, when UNC calls, you have to listen. You don't have to take the job, but you got to listen to it when a place like UNC calls you. I don't think an extension gets done until after the tournament. I think whatever happens, whether it's UNC or him staying in Arizona, will happen pretty quickly. The portal opens the day after the national title game. So I think we'll know by, let's just say, the end of next week what's going to happen with this. My gut says he's staying in Arizona, but I know for a fact that UNC is going to make a push here whenever, the NCAA tournament's over for Arizona.
Jason Shearer, our guest, as we talk Wildcat basketball this morning. Wildcats headed back to the Final Four to take on Michigan. And if there is a team in the country, and it's Michigan and Arizona have been two of the top teams all season long, but Michigan doesn't look at Arizona and say, wow, we can't match up there, and vice versa. Michigan or Arizona saying the same thing about Michigan. I know it's early, and I know it's going to be a week-long preview, basically, Jason, but how are you shaping up this matchup? And a lot of people are calling this the de facto national championship game.
Yeah, it's about as good of a non-title game as you can get. These teams have run through their schedule. They've run through the NCAA tournament. They're both built pretty similar with multiple bigs. It is a well-coached, both teams. It is a very, very good matchup. The only advantage I see for either team is I think Arizona has better guards. I think they have significantly better guards with Bradley and Burries versus, Cadeau and Burnett, but they have to show it, right? So if their guard play is able to be better than Michigan, I think Arizona has a really good chance in this game. If the guard play is even, I think Arizona's probably in a little bit of trouble.
All right, last question for me. What do you make of the team's ability in the clutch? I go back to the Big 12 championship game. That thing was slipping away, and they found a way to kind of get their grasp back on that game. You've seen it, in this tournament, being down 7 and being smart enough to attack and get to the rim. Your thoughts on how this team operates inside all that pressure that has been so problematic for teams over the past 25 years?
Yeah, it's one of the closest teams I've been around. Everybody on the team likes each other. There's been no team drama the entire season, and they believe in each other. And that belief mixed with the fact that they don't get sped up, they don't panic at all. Koa Pete, Braden Burries, Ivan Karchenkov, these are different freshmen. They've been through big scenarios in their life. And so to have the ability to play freshmen that don't panic and that trust in their teammates is a big deal. But I just think it's a trust and a confidence. And at the end of the game, there's an ability, but you have to believe that you're able to do it. And because, if you don't have that belief, you won't get it done. And these guys, at the end of games, believe, hey, we're going to find a way to win this game. And obviously, they've been successful more often than not.
Well, Jason, thanks so much for the time and the insight. Appreciate you making time for us today.
Thanks for having me, guys. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Jason Shearer, senior editor, publisher of WildcatAuthority.com, our guest. Interesting, his thoughts on the UNC flirtation, and also something that Jason mentioned that keep an eye on, their ability to get to the free throw line.
Mm-hmm.
Arizona has shot 53 more free throws as a team than anybody else in this tournament so far.
I think they led the whole country during the season.
Yeah,
it is disconcerting that even the most homerific of people always respond by saying the UNC thing is real.
Well, I mean, it is. UNC is going to be desperate to make a splashy hire.
Again, and once again, there's people out there saying the scuttlebutt in the industry is the school's got money problems when it comes to big price tags. So, and then there's that alleged rift between Tommy and the athletic director. Now, that's nothing a good contract can't soothe and alleviate, but yeah, I think the worry's real.
Yeah. Arizona Sports is live at Chase Field today for the Dbacks home opener against the Tigers. Wolf and Luke from 10 to 2, then Burns and Gambo from 2 to 6, broadcasting live from Chase Field. Then you can catch the game right here on 98.7 FM, first pitch 7:10, only on Arizona Sports, your home for the Arizona Diamondbacks. Coming up next, what does the new head coach of the Cardinals think about the team's current quarterback, their former quarterback, and their potential quarterback of the future? We'll tell you what Mike LaFleur had to say on these topics next. Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
0-1. Espinal off the end of the bat, slow roller to second, and Marte has stopped Freddie Freeman in his tracks. Now Freddie's going to walk over. They'll hug it out. Included in that hug is a tag, and that'll do it for the Dodgers.
Dbacks Tigers, the home opener tonight live from Chase Field. Listen to it on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7, and get our reaction to it tomorrow morning on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
So there are thousands of Life Changer Loan clients in the Valley who are extremely grateful, who had no idea something so amazing exists, a loan that literally does change lives, allowing people to pay off their home in years, not decades, saving their clients hundreds of thousands of dollars in interest. But there's another element with a Life Changer Loan that comes in very handy, because when life throws you a curveball, Life Changer Loan helps you knock it out of the park. And that is because Life Changer Loan clients get 24/7 access to their equity, and there is no monthly minimum payment. So in times of unrest and financial uncertainty, Life Changer Loan clients can navigate their way through troubled waters. In fact, they once had a client go 5 years without putting a single dollar into their loan after the market crashed in 2008. Yeah, that client's balance went up every month on the interest due, but that client never went late, never risked foreclosure. Your mortgage probably cannot do that. Life Changer Loan gives you the freedom, the flexibility, more importantly, the control, which means when times are good, you can pay down, pay off quickly, and when instability arises, you can manage those scenarios much easier. Find out more by calling 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Heart issues don't always come with warning signs. That's why early detection matters. It's Gambo for Lifeguard Imaging. Right now, you and someone you love can each get a coronary artery heart scan for just $69 combined, saving over $1,000. In only 3 minutes, you'll learn your risk of heart disease before small problems become serious. Quick, comfortable, no claustrophobic tubes. Do it for yourself. Do it for each other. Do it today. Text SCAN to 620-620. It could save your life.
Message and data rates may apply.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When your check engine light comes on, do you see a repair bill or do you see peace of mind? For 20 years, CarShield's been the name America trusts to help keep you on the road. While other companies stop covering you when your car gets older, CarShield offers protection plans up to 200,000 miles. With over $1 billion in claims paid, we don't just promise protection, we deliver it. Don't let a breakdown break your budget. Get the flexible month-to-month coverage you deserve. Go to carshield.com. That's carshield.com today.
Hey guys, Tom Chambers here. If you want a smarter and faster way to pay off your mortgage without changing your lifestyle, listen up. It's the Ownership Accelerator loan from my friends at Galaxy Lending Group. The Ownership Accelerator helps homeowners pay off their mortgage decades faster by using the income you're already making. It lets your cash flow work against your loan balance every single day. Galaxy Lending Group is a full-service Arizona mortgage company, and their owner, Harold Perkins, always tells me, Tom, 30 years is optional. And once you see this loan, you'll understand why. Most of Galaxy's clients are paying off their homes in an average of about 5 years. Yes, you heard that right. 5 years, not decades. Schedule a free 10-minute call to see how much faster you could pay off your mortgage. Go to GalaxyLendingGroup.com/radio or text Galaxy to 620-620. That's Galaxy to 620-620. Galaxy Lending Group, because 30 years really is optional.
NMLS ID 142766 and equal housing lender. Message and data rates may apply.
I'm Ultima Morgan. Morgan & Morgan isn't just an injury firm. It's our family's life work. It's my husband, it's my sons, it's me. When we take a case, we see a family just like ours. $30 billion recovered is something I'm proud of. But what I'm really proud of are the families we stood beside. It's an honor to fight for you when you need our support the most. Morgan & Morgan, for the people and your family.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Arizona sports, the Cardinal decision. The Cardinal decision with Bickley and Murata.
Like I've said about Kyler, a lot of respect for him. Wish him the best. Did some good stuff here, but sometimes it's just time for the change for both sides. So again, wish them the best. Never going to wish ill will on anybody. And then when you talk about the quarterback room we have right now with Jacoby and Gardner, I mean, you got a lot of guys that played a lot of football, and I've never worked with either one of them. I've known Gardner for a long time. I've known of Jacoby for a long time. I've always felt like both in their own way would be good fits in this system. So it'll be fun to get working with them starting next week.
Mike LaFleur, head coach of the Arizona Cardinals, speaking at the league meetings happening in Phoenix this week. And NFC coaches talking today. Asked about Kyler. Now it's in the past tense. Kyler Murray, of course, a member of the Minnesota Vikings. Nothing surprising on that front. We knew the writing was on the wall, and pretty predictable that Mike LaFleur is going to say those things of that nature about Kyler Murray. The interesting part is moving forward and where the quarterback room is right now. He says he hasn't worked with Brissett, hasn't worked with Minshew, known of Brissett, known Minshew for a long time. But here's the follow-up question there to Mike LaFleur. Is the quarterback room complete right now?
I think every room, if we can improve it, we're going to try to improve it, and so that's the quarterback room all the way down to the kicker room, right? And that's what we owe to those guys and the organization and the fan base and everyone, is to always improve that room. So if we feel like there's a guy to improve it, we're going to keep doing it.
All right, so we spent a lot of time last week talking about the Ty Simpson possibilities in the draft. We talked to Charles Davis, who had Ty Simpson going number 3 in his latest mock draft on NFL.com to the Cardinals. The consensus seems to be that taking Ty Simpson at 3 would be a huge mistake because the value isn't there. Mm-hmm. But most people who said that also believe that the Cardinals are the perfect fit for a quarterback like Ty Simpson at another point in the draft.
And yet, and this is why mock drafts drive me insane, why talking about mock drafts drives me insane. Charles Davis, the first thing he said when he visited with us, well, I really don't think the Cardinals are going to do that.
Yeah.
But they might.
Well,
and it's the nature of mock drafts.
Yes, when you're tasked to write one every week or periodically like Charles Davis is, you're not turning the same one in 3 times.
No, so it's not anything, it's not always anything born out of conviction. It's just checking the box and making the sausage, if you will. Yeah. And so the more and more I think about Ty Simpson, the more and more this experience piece, I don't know what to make of it. It really is a very, very small sample size for a quarterback. And there's also the issue of how does a young man like that develop elbow bursitis when he isn't even in a passing program? For whatever reason, that particular injury bugs me from last year with him. So I understand that he looks, from a system standpoint, exactly has the attributes that a West Coast kind of Kyle Shanahan / Sean McVay offense would need. Mm-hmm. I don't know, though, man. That is just not a lot of experience to expect a guy to grow into a franchise quarterback.
Yeah, Mike LaFleur also asked his initial thoughts on Ty Simpson as a prospect.
Yeah, good dude. He had 18 minutes, and with a quarterback, you need about 18 hours, like 18 days in a row. So it was a good 18 minutes with him, just getting to know him. It's very surface level. These guys aren't dummies either. You throw on 5 plays, like they know the 5 plays. Now, we don't give them the 5 plays what they're going to be, but they're quarterbacks, right? They're going to know. And but no, really impressed with him as a person. Good dude, and see where it goes.
And you'll hear similar things leading up to the draft, which is coming up in about 3.5 weeks. About Ty Simpson, we had Greg Byrne, the athletic director, on from Alabama. On Friday, before the Crimson Tide played Michigan in the NCAA tournament, he said glowing things about Ty Simpson. Great young man, but people will point. It's funny that Mike LaFleur focused on 18. We had 18 minutes with him. Need 18 hours. The number that everybody's going to focus on with Ty Simpson is 15. 15 career starts might be the biggest red flag in the whole process for Ty Simpson.
To me, it is. And it's the idea that, okay, why wasn't he any good in the postseason? Okay, that could be mitigated. The idea that he's actually better than Fernando Mendoza is ridiculous. So somewhere in between is where Ty Simpson really needs to be. His quotes and the way he talks, he is obviously not lacking confidence. But as one of our listeners pointed out, neither was Josh Rosen. And that didn't work out very well. It's clearly something the Cardinals need a strategy for and to accomplish. Because the flip side of it is, if you want the guy with experience, Carson Beck has got a ton of it. And he's got better size than Ty Simpson.
Yeah.
But do you trust Carson Beck as an NFL
No, the difference
candidate?
is you can get Carson Beck in a middle round.
And you could.
And it's a much less taxing investment. If it doesn't work out, that's fine. I could tell you now, I don't think Carson Beck's going to work out for anybody. That's just my
I kind of feel that way, too.
That's just my personal opinion on him as a quarterback. But, go back to the Josh Rosen example. People said it at the same thing back in 2018 when the Cardinals got him. Wow, this is the perfect spot for Josh Rosen. They had Sam Bradford as their stopgap veteran, can hand the reins to Josh Rosen. Perfect situation. What they didn't consider in all of that was how bad the Cardinals were outside the quarterback room as well.
Josh Rosen.
And you can't throw a quarterback even brimming with confidence in that situation. Say what you will about the Cardinals, but they're a 3-win football team. That's what they put out there last year. So is Ty Simpson or any quarterback really right now the perfect destination for a young quarterback? Because they don't have a lot anywhere else. And you saw what that confidence, what happened to that confidence. It dwindled to the point where he was out of the league in a couple years.
That's a great point.
So I don't, you can't take one scenario and cut and paste it and have it apply to every scenario. But the similarities are very vast. The Cardinals are a 3-win football team with needs all over. So I don't know if any young quarterback is the perfect quarterback, especially in this class, which isn't deemed that strong in the first place.
And again, that whole idea that they have needs all over the place is very alarming to me for a rebuild that's been 3 years in running. 28 draft picks over the past 3 years, and really we're looking at this many needs? That's the sad reality of it. Really, really is. And again, you can mitigate that by saying there wasn't a lot of player development going on with the previous staff, and I'm sympathetic to some of that. But the idea now that they're still miles and miles away is really, really jarring, really alarming.
Here's something that people can relate to that are listening.
All right.
It's like Valley Road construction. When you're plagued and dealing with road construction, it seems like forever and ever. And then finally one area gets fixed, and the only thing that really changes is where the barricades are positioned.
Where they put the traffic cones.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's kind of how I look at the Cardinals right now.
Oof. Yeah. That's right. A lot of traffic cones all over the place.
Yeah, because when the traffic cones get switched, and then you say to yourself, is this ever going to get fixed?
Yeah, that's right.
Kind of the same question
that's
we're
true.
asking.
It's true.
Coming up next, we'll roll into the 9 o'clock hour on this Monday. Sammy's going to take us through some social studies here on Bickley and Marotta Mornings Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondback skipper Torey Lovello, the man who makes the lineup, joins Burns and Gambo Friday afternoons at 2:30 to talk D-backs. Brought to you by Budweiser. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. You should have really high standards when buying a car. You should expect a great experience, a great brand, a very reasonable price, and a car you cannot wait to drive. That's what you're going to get from my friends at Chapman BMW and a whole lot more. This is Arizona's #1 destination for luxury and performance. Great place to shop. They've got employees who've worked at their stores 30 and 40 years, which is unheard of in the industry, which means it's a great place to work and to buy a car. BMW ranked #1 on Consumer Reports in successive years. Lots of stuff currently going on at Chapman BMW you need to know about. 0.9 APR percentage for 60 months on the X3, the X1, and the 3 Series. Those are great incentives to head on down to Chapman BMW. Keep in mind 2 last things. They've got 2 great locations, which means you're going to get the best selection you're going to find in the Valley, no matter what you're looking for, and you do have a hookup at Chapman BMW. Make sure you ask for my guy, GM Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of both locations. He's hooked up a number of our listeners already. You can be next. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley. I'm here with JT Lee, the COO and co-founder of Moving Team 6. How you doing, JT?
Doing fantastic.
Tell me a little bit about Moving Team 6 and their involvement in the Pat Tillman Foundation.
Well, first off, just want to say that we're just blessed to be a part of it. Pat Tillman Foundation is incredible, but just not just about him. It's about our veterans that gave their sacrifice for our country.
If you've got a move coming up, go to movingteam6.com for more information.
Your move is our mission.
Meet iPhone 17e, a whole lot for a lot less, with an almighty all-powerful A19 chip, and Ceramic Shield 2, built to survive this, and this, and a 48-megapixel fusion camera with 2 times optical quality zoom and next-gen portraits, and double the starting storage of iPhone 16e, and long-lasting battery life for hours of watching the studio.
That's the dream!
And it comes with Apple Intelligence, and you can charge it with USB-C, or with MagSafe accessories, and a whole lot more, all for a lot less. Get the new iPhone 17e at T-Mobile today.
LinkedIn is pretty amazing at helping you grow your small business. We cannot stop your new clients from emailing you at 3 a.m. We can help you sell, market, and hire in one place. We cannot help you be in 3 places at once. And while we can't help you organize your calendar, LinkedIn can help you land more clients so you have a calendar to organize. Grow your small business on LinkedIn. Learn more at linkedin.com/smallbusiness.
Hi, it's Dr. Kopstein from K2 Vision. Have you heard about refractive lens exchange? K2 Vision RLE means no glasses, no contacts, and no readers permanently. And you'll never develop a cataract. After 150,000 procedures, our team has the experience to tell you if it's your right time for K2 Vision RLE.
Schedule your free Zoom consult now at K2VisionRLE.com and enjoy life with no readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Low T? Start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone gives you more energy, stamina, and it'll help you lose weight and lose that dad bod for good. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So skip the gimmicks and get prescription strength testosterone now at Red Mountain Weight Loss. It's a game changer. So don't wait. If you've got low T, get started for free. Meet with a board-certified medical provider online with no waiting from the convenience of your home or office. Book today and feel like yourself again. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain. Red Mountain Weight Loss. Real testosterone. Real doctors. Real results.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The dancing continues for the Arizona Wildcats after a 79-64 comeback win over Purdue as they punched their ticket to the Final Four for the first time in 25 years. Tommy Lloyd and company will now head to Indy for what should be a heavyweight battle with Michigan on Saturday. The Phoenix Suns over the weekend got a nice 134-109 win over the Utah Jazz. Jalen Green had 31 points. Book added 26 of his own, and the Suns will be right back in action tonight in Memphis against the Grizzlies. Tip-off will be at 5 over on ESPN 620. And it was a tough weekend for the Arizona Diamondbacks. Friday night, a close 5-4 loss to the Dodgers. And Saturday, another one-run loss, 3-2. And the Snakes opened their season on a 3-game losing skid. But tonight, their home opener against the Detroit Tigers will get underway at 7:10. And you can hear it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And that's what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
All right, the 9 o'clock hour on a Monday means it's time for Social Studies. And if you're asking yourself where you might be able to find us on social media, we are at Bickley_Murata on X. We are at Bickley and Murata on Instagram and Facebook. And be sure to tune in if you want to watch us every single day at Arizona Sports on YouTube. Thank you to the 315 of you guys tuned into the YouTube. But let's get it rolling with a Diamondback question. We'll start us off with, what did you learn about the team during their opening series versus the Dodgers, and why?
That they're close to being a good team, but they also have a lot of flaws and weaknesses that we kind of were worried about going into the year. and that they better get a win soon because this kind of stuff can snowball.
Yeah, close to being a good team. Conversely, close to being a not good team.
Yeah.
And like I said earlier, the clearest way I can state it is that fans' concerns about the 2026 Diamondbacks leading up to the beginning of the regular season, at least through 3 games, were all warranted.
Yes, a lot of answers to this question. Eddie V's is good. He said that the Dodgers trailed 2-0 in every single game of this series and rallied to win all 3. I know it's the Dodgers, but if the Diamondbacks' inability to buckle down and lock down wins continues, as it has over the last 2 years, it's going to set up for a very frustrating season. Steven Ruiz said that banking on players who were good 5 years ago may have been unwise. Ricky said nothing. There's still 159 games to go. Check back in 4 months or T-minus 50 games. I will say, 50 games can get out of hand real quick. Like Bick mentioned, if they, what was it, 12-20? You wanted them to?
Yeah, that's baseline worst that they can be, in my opinion, by May 3rd. Yep. When the schedule finally lightens up. It's a brutal schedule between now and the early part of May.
Yeah.
And lastly, Sun Devil Doug said that we can hang with the Dodgers. The folks freaking out over 3 of 162 need to touch some grass. It's a long season. Keep calm and rattle on. All right. This question comes from Dan Bickley.
I'm gonna bookmark that tweet.
The keep calm, that one, the Sun Devil Doug one?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm going to bookmark it. Are you sure you didn't say keep calm and rat Leon? You may have misread it.
Maybe.
That's funny.
All right. The next question came from our own Dan Bickley saying that the end of the UConn game against Duke, the buzzer beater, was the greatest March moment that
March Madness moment I've ever experienced.
So this question is, what is the greatest ending to any sporting event ever?
Oh, it's a good question. Off the top of my head, the Boise State-Oklahoma game was absolutely unbelievable.
That was like one after another too.
One trick play after another. And so I think I'd put that at the top of my list. That the Cal Stanford, the band, that play, 5 laterals through the marching band.
That one's hard to beat.
That's hard to beat as well.
Do you know that play, Sammy?
I've seen it. I think I've heard the call a couple times.
44 years ago.
And
the
Mariners
on the field.
Yeah, that.
And the ending of the Patriots-Seahawks Super Bowl in Glendale was very much like the ending of the Sopranos finale to me. It took you about a week to sort it all out.
Yeah, well, that one's different because all the other great endings, a buzzer-beating shot, a walk-off home run, a late touchdown. You very rarely see a game end where the outcome seems so inevitable and it was just ripped away by a defensive play.
Which maybe is why...
Yeah, that might be it.
Maybe that's why that UConn play hit so hard, because the outcome seemed inevitable.
Yeah.
And then in two crazy plays, it
wasn't anymore.
Just like that.
The UConn outcome, too, because everybody watching knew what to do except for the players that needed to do what needed to be done. It just...
What John Shire needed to do after he made that shot was get Grant Hill out of the broadcast role, get him on, and have him throw that pass.
It's a good point.
That would have been good.
It's interesting that, Dan, you picked 3 football plays that they stuck with you the most as the end of game.
Yeah, it is interesting.
Well, and the UConn
the Valley-oop was unbelievable.
Yeah.
We literally had a World Series end that gave us our only championship. Yeah.
A lot of 2001 World Series. Brian V says it's hard, especially as a local, to beat that 2001 World Series Game 7 hit to win it. It seemed so improbable, and there we were, winning it all against the team who seemed to have the whole nation behind them.
Look, StatCast wasn't a thing in 2001. What do you think
the win probability?
What do you think the exit velocity was off of Gonzo's bat?
37 miles an hour?
I thought you were going to say the win probability when Mario Rivera came in.
Yeah, that too. Yeah.
And the thing, though, about Gonzo's hit, with all due respect, the Diamondbacks had already tied the game.
Yes,
so at that point in time,
there was a little safety net built in.
there was.
It was there, and maybe they had burnt Rivera for the next inning, something like that.
Yeah.
So Eddie V's said one that I was going to say, and I think about this and watch this highlight at least once a month. The 2013 Auburn-Alabama Iron Bowl, the kick six.
That was unbelievable.
Chris Davis.
Yes, the teams were huge rivals. College football games rarely end with another team scoring on a missed field goal as time expires, and Alabama fans were celebrating as they were losing.
I remember I was walking into Sun Devil Stadium to cover an ASU football game. It was the ASU U of A game that night, and I walked out of the parking garage, and I could hear from the tailgate area this huge roar of people that had set up TVs watching. I'm like, what happened? And I didn't check my phone until I got to the press box, and then I saw the play.
Can I say also, what an underrated part of this is when you can give that play a really good name.
Yeah.
Yes.
And kick six worked so beautifully there.
The Valley-oop.
The Valley-oop worked so beautifully. Yeah. Sometimes that is a factor, even though you can't control it.
And for me, and you guys could be different, the call has a lot to do with it too. Like if you have a great moment and it's equally met with a great call,
right?
It gives it like, Auburn's going to win the football. Like that will, I'll always think of it. Always think of it.
Kirk Gibson's walk-off home run got mentioned by Rise Up Arizona. He's like, I know you guys hate the Dodgers, but that moment was legendary.
And with legendary call as well.
Legendary call.
And then C-Backer 44, the NC State air ball to buzzer beater, and Valvano running around like a crazy man.
Speaking of the Dodgers call, a lot of people were using that phrase yesterday. I can't believe what I just saw. I saw that so many times on social media yesterday.
That NC State game winner, nowadays, I wonder if it would have been a game winner. I mean, they would have won the game probably, but they would have probably had about point something on the clock because they didn't use, it was just 0, 2-1-0.
They would have gone to the video board.
They would have They would have had to inbound the ball and get, you know what I mean?
Still would have been a great
clear the court.
Because if you watch the play, it goes in on like 1 and then it goes to 0. But
interesting point, Ferret.
Yeah, that is. And our last question, given that Duke lost in the way that they did and what we started the show talking about, and Jarrett and I agree with him, hating Duke and loving the way that they lost, do you ever revel in another team or fan base's misery?
Yes.
Why or why not, and which
Absolutely.
teams?
You know who it is.
Yeah.
It sounds foolish of me to say it because they're one of 4 teams that has a chance to win a championship. I love when Arizona basketball falls on its face.
Oh, that's
Love
not
it.
even what I thought you were going to say. I thought you were going to say the Lakers.
Well, that too, but Arizona basketball's number one.
Yeah.
Come on, you hate the Lakers and Dodgers.
I do, but I don't. I'm trying to think if not to the level I think that you guys do.
Yeah.
For whatever reason.
Is it the 2026 Houston Rockets?
Oh yeah, there you go.
It might
that
be.
might be it.
Oh, there
that
it is.
might be the team, Vinny. Good call.
DNB Band says, my axis of evil are the Lakers, Spurs, Cowboys, Seahawks, Dodgers, and USC football.
I love it.
And Wookie had an interesting answer. He said, yes, but not specific teams. I revel in the misery of bandwagon fans when they get their first taste of misery and defeat. They don't know how to cope because they only became fans when the team started winning games. That's an interesting way of looking at it.
Yeah, like Patriots fans for that year when they were bad.
It also, I love when bandwagon fans join a team that I already hate, like bandwagon Laker fans or bandwagon Seahawk fans, and then they lose and they don't know what to do with themselves. It's icing on the cake.
Bandwagon Laker fans is just
Laker fans.
Redundant.
It's unnecessary, yeah.
But there you guys go. We're at Bickley_Murata on X, Bickley and Murata on Instagram and Facebook. And go tune in, watch us at Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Thank you, Sammy. Coming up next, Arizona is one of 4 teams with a chance to win their national championship. We'll pick the brains of the Arizona fans on the staff next. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
0-1. Espinal off the end of the bat, slow roller to second, and Marte has stopped Freddie Freeman in his tracks. Now Freddie's going to walk over. They'll hug it out. Included in that hug is a tag, and that'll do it for the Dodgers.
Dbacks Tigers, the home opener tonight live from Chase Field. Listen to it on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7, and get our reaction to it tomorrow morning on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
You went to college, you did great, you got your degree, but college is over, and now it is time to pay back your student loan debt. And there's a lot of people out there that are dealing with it. Almost nobody wants to talk about it, and that's struggling with private student loan debt. It feels like a weight you're dragging around everywhere you go when you have those struggles, but you don't have to keep dragging that weight because of Y Refi. Hey, it's Vince Murata. Y Refi works specifically with people who do struggle with distressed or defaulted private student loan debt. Y Refi helps you refinance into a low fixed rate payment that fits your actual budget, not some fantasy budget, your real one. And they do it without judgment. They're not going to lecture or grill you on how you got into the situation in the first place. They want to help you start fresh. I've talked to people who have felt completely buried, like they've had 0 options left, and then Y Refi steps in and gives them a real path forward. You can't change what happened, but you can absolutely change what happens next with your student loan repayment. Give Y Refi a call today at 888-YREFI-85 or visit YREFI.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
Now is the time to start building your defense against the sun with All Pro Shade Concepts.
Exactly right, Wolf. Smart homeowners are getting their free estimates now for retractable shades and awnings for their patio.
Yep, if you wait until the playoffs to fix your defense, you're getting cooked.
That's right. Our shades are custom fit, so the earlier we measure, the sooner your home is protected.
Beat the summer rush and get your free estimate today and receive free installation. Go to allproshade.com because you gotta have shade.
The best in women's college basketball, the brightest stars in the game. And for the very first time, it's happening in the desert. The NCAA Women's Final Four is coming to Phoenix. 4 days of free family fun with tailgates, a concert, viewing parties, and more. April 2nd through 5th in downtown Phoenix. Free events, all ages, all weekend. NCAA.com/Women's Final Four.
Hi, I'm Jay Arthur, the current president of Drowning Prevention Coalition of Arizona and a retired captain with the Phoenix Fire Department. The #1 killer of children, age 1 to 4, in Arizona is drowning. As a first responder of 36 years, a child drowning was my worst nightmare. On those calls, I would desperately try to revive a cold, limp, lifeless little child with every ounce of the skills I possessed, many times with no success. In just a few devastating moments, a child gone too soon. Don't let this be your nightmare. This is preventable. Surround your pools with an approved fence. Have high locks and audible alarms on all doors leading to the pool area. Have a designated adult with eye-to-eye contact when children are in the water. Learn how to swim and learn CPR. Drownings can happen to anyone. Please, don't be that anyone.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've seen the Sweet James billboards, but here's what you need to know about them. If you're hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a team you want on your side. With just over 25 years experience, 500-plus trials, and a win rate of 98% of the time, you need Sweet James in your corner. They've even been named the best attorneys in America. SweetJames.com or 800-9-million, 800-900-0000.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey, and now that U of A is in their first Final Four in 25 years, what are the chances they win their first title in 29 years? It's the Burns and Gambo Show. We start at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Well, Coach, congratulations. The emotion you're feeling right now, not just what it means for you personally, but for all of Arizona.
Personally, I feel good. What I'm most happy for is these Arizona fans. You guys deserve this. Hey.
Best coach in the nation.
Hey, I know this. I know, hey. There's a good-looking guy with white hair looking down at us right now that's happy.
That was the crowd saying loot, by the way, not booing.
I was like, what does Phil Donahue have to do with any of this?
That's funny. That's pretty funny.
Tommy Lloyd talking to Allie LaForce on the court after the Wildcats win the West Region. They beat Purdue by 15. Dominant second half performance. We haven't really focused on the angst, the inner angst.
No.
We kind of touched on it with Jason Shear when he joined us. But fan base wide, we don't care about. How did because at halftime I was getting tweets from people. I was working the Suns game. Has anybody done a well check on Jared Carlin?
Oh,
you must have been beside yourself.
I was so stressed out in that first half. My knees and legs were bouncing in directions previously unseen by man. So I had pre-arranged a long time in advance. I had to go over to my mom's apartment to watch her dog because they were out of town. So I sat and was watching the game alone by myself. The other rounds I had watched with friends.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I was just alone. I had the big group chat with all my college friends, but it was just me dealing with the stress and the tension of that first half. Now, the whole time, I was not that impressed by Purdue. I knew U of A was a better team, and I knew we made great second half adjustments. But the whole time I was thinking about what I was going to say on Monday if we lost. I was going to say, this is it. The whole year I was worried what happens if another team gets hot from three, what happens if U of A gets sloppy, the freshmen don't show up. But when halftime hit and we were down 7, a wave of calmness flew. And I don't think it was because I thought we were going to win. I think it was because I just accepted that this is it. This is what's going to happen. We're either going to just come out and play like we were supposed to, or we're going to choke again and lose. And once the second half started, as I said, luckily it came out, and within a couple minutes they erased the lead and it was a new game. And then I was, oh my God, I was so excited during a few parts of that. But the tension was real in the first half.
Yeah, listen, to me, I think this is a great story because I'm not like Vinny, and I'm going to look at this and I'm going to be cheering for them to win it all. Because I do think it brings value to all of us. Now, that's me. You don't have to agree with that. What's interesting about Arizona basketball is there's this really heady blend of first-round terrible upsets and then heartbreaking losses that ended runs, right? And I'm talking about Santa Clara,
of course,
Princeton,
Buffalo,
East Tennessee State. If you want to go way back in the day. Miami of Ohio was lesser, but still, that was a 5-12 game.
As I've said, they're the only team in NCAA history to lose to a 12, 13, 14, and 15 seed.
Yeah, and then there's the 2 Wisconsin games, the championship game against Duke, that Illinois game, which I watched that from the other side, and I can't imagine a team losing that game and a fan base losing that game.
Thank you. And an underrated one, too, we lost to Connecticut the Kemba Walker year, the Derek Williams year for U of A, where we had a chance twice to tie the game with a 3, and we missed both of them.
Well, and let's face it, Derek Williams was an absolute wrecking ball that year for U of A.
Yeah. Then there was the year after winning the title, the Elite Eight loss to Utah, when Arizona was on 1 seed. So all of that has been thrown in there. And so to me, what I'm watching and what I felt, because I've got a lot of friends outside of you guys who are Arizona fans, and the joy they felt Saturday night was, from my vantage point, spectacular.
I did on the WhatsApp, a video call with my whole, so there was like 8 of us all popped up. Literal, like, as close to having tears in our eyes, just saying like, yeah, that's like, just not even being able to say anything. We were so happy. I do wonder now what the next game is going to feel like, because it's not losing in the championship. And you got to the Final Four. You know what I mean? It's sort of like the
and you're going up against
game.
A team that's just as good as you are.
Yes. How about you, Sammy? What was your reaction to everything?
We're here. Go win it. Like that's
of course. It's so hard to get back. We know that.
Reaction to the
what was your
game?
feeling during that game?
I had watched a majority.
You haven't been traumatized as long as I have.
But that's the point. I don't think at all.
No, not. I mean, the teams, when we lost to Houston, that game sucked because I loved that team. That was my favorite team. That I went to school. I was at U of A. I love that team. But this team is just different from a talent and just likability standpoint. But I had watched the 3 previous games by myself, similar to Jarrett had just watched this last game. But I watched this game with 12 to 15 of like my closest friends, all of which U of A fans. Let's just say halftime, a lot of quiet and a lot of cans going opening up.
These are all people your age?
Yes. And I like Jarrett, knew all we had to do was flip a switch for 5 minutes of a game, and it would be then a basketball game, and then I'd have to hold on for dear life. What they did to start the second half made me feel very comfortable in them winning the game. I didn't see them winning the game going away like they ended up doing. But it was comfortable to see them get punched in the mouth and then just knock the other team out.
Yeah, it is also fitting that the soundtrack of halftime was the opening of cans, because that's exactly what Arizona did to Purdue in the second half.
Yes.
They opened a can.
That's funny.
Look, I just said it in the previous segment during social studies. I do revel in it. It's part of the rivalry for me. It always has been. It always will be. I'd like to think I've matured a little bit, because I haven't put my hater hat on.
No.
Mostly what I'm looking forward to on Saturday is, I remember a conversation we had early in the season when Jarrett first said Arizona's the best team in the country, and at the time Michigan was still undefeated.
Yes.
And I said, no, I'd like to differ with you and say Michigan is. These 2 teams have been the 2 best teams. I am looking forward to just watching a great college basketball game to 2 teams that don't have glaring weaknesses. I agree with what Jason Shear said. I don't think Arizona has a weakness. I mean, what is it? They've played 39 games to this point, 38 games.
Yeah,
only one team has beaten them in the entire year. There's only one team that they've played that they haven't beat. Because they lost to Kansas, but then they beat them.
I just think that I think this is just a real powerful story of having faith rewarded. You stick with the team, they break your heart repeatedly in multitudes of different ways, and then finally you get a team that defies that and succeeds and gets back. I love that story. That story to me is universal. That's something that Suns fans are waiting to experience with their first championship. So, look, I think the team is terrific. And to me, that if there are Sun Devil fans out there who want to hate on the team or actively cheer for them to lose, in the Final Four, to me, you're missing a great team. That's to me, that's the way I feel about it.
I really hope they win the championship. That's not surprising.
Breaking news.
But it's because of the modern state of college basketball, it's going to be almost an entirely different team next year. Of
course.
Yes.
And
Well, that's the case for everything.
We just lived through, like, under Lute Olson, every single year they had a chance to go to the Final Four, essentially. He made the tournament 23 or something years in a row. But since he left, they haven't made it. Sean Miller had a lot of really good teams. They didn't make it. Tommy Lloyd had some really good teams his first 4 years. They didn't make it. Who knows how long it's going to be? It's so, in a one-and-done situation, you could have the best team all year and lose on a crazy play like Duke just did.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's true.
So I hope, like Sammy just said, now that you're there, don't just be satisfied, we finally made a Final Four.
Yeah, I don't think they are because
I know they're not, but I'm just saying.
As a team that is at all.
That's the whole thing. The team is carrying none of this psychosis. They're carrying none of this baggage. It doesn't apply to them.
Yeah.
Right?
On the Duke failure, though, could you imagine 2 years in a row, just absolutely heart-wrenching losses for that program? But basically, it's a completely different team. There's 3 guys that played significant roles last year that were on this team. But they have 5 guys in the NBA that it was one and done for them.
Yeah, I saw a great nickname for that shot that downed Duke yesterday. Not a buzzer beater, a boozer beater.
Oh,
that is good.
That is good.
I like it.
That's great. See, that's going to be one of those plays now that'll live forever.
Yep.
And
it'll have a good name.
The real irony of it, too, is that most Duke fans, after that game was over, became boozers. We'll hand out, first of all, I want to tell you that tomorrow you could join us at Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers at Paradise Valley Mall for free Suns t-shirts. Sign up for the Ultra Suns Fan Giveaway. Your chance to win 4 tickets to Suns versus Rockets on April 7th, plus an exclusive pregame on-court experience. Head over to the contest page at arizonasports.com for more details. Now, I'll tell you that we're going to hand out some hardware. Next, it's the Monday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. The Wildcats have a chance to bring the state much-needed glory, writes Dan Bickley. Randy Bennett is hiring Cal Baptist head coach Rick Croy as an associate head coach at ASU. And we have a history lesson of how often the Dbacks have started the season 0-3. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
There is nothing more meaningful you can do for yourself and your family and friends than finally getting rid of that pain so they can enjoy time with you again, especially heading into vacation season. QC Kinetics takes care of your pain in the office, and you go right on with your day. It's that easy. So if you say yes to any of these, you're the kind of patient QC Kinetics regenerative treatments help every day. I have joint pain in my knees, hips, shoulders, or back. The pain keeps me from getting a good night's sleep. I'm missing work or saying no to activities I enjoy. I don't want surgery or a long recovery. I'm taking medication just to get through the day. If you answered yes, today could be the day you turn the corner and finally get relief. QC Kinetics treatments are done in the office and the consultation is free. So don't wait. Call today. It might be the most meaningful thing you do for yourself. Call now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN.
Hey, it's Vince Murata with some great offers going on now at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. Right now, spring into huge savings with a new 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab and save up to $12,236 off MSRP. Or qualified buyers can grab 0% APR financing on select models. Hop into a new 2025 Hummer EV or pickup SUV and sweep up to $20,000 off MSRP or choose 0% financing there too. If luxury is your style, check out select 2026 Buick Enclave models with up to $6,000 off MSRP, 0.9% financing, plus no payments for 120 days. But don't wait, these savings aren't in season for long. You want it? Earnhardt Buick GMC's got it. Find them in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 protection package unless otherwise stated. After all applicable incentives on select models. Must be current eligible owner or lessee for certain offers. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all buyers qualify. Finance charges accrue from date of financing. Excludes some models. Not available with lease and some other offers. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See deal for details. Offers in March 31st. 1st, 2026.
Heart issues don't always come with warning signs. That's why early detection matters. It's Gambo for Lifeguard Imaging. Right now, you and someone you love can each get a coronary artery heart scan for just $69 combined, saving over $1,000. In only 3 minutes, you'll learn your risk of heart disease before small problems become serious. Quick, comfortable, no claustrophobic tubes. Do it for yourself. Do it for each other. Do it today. Text SCAN to 620-620. It could save your life.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi, and I'm here with Matt Dagas, president of Bright Wealth Management. And Matt, one of the biggest fears people have is whether their retirement income, whether it'll actually last.
Running out of money in retirement is everyone's biggest fear. Market swings, inflation, taxes, they all eat up your savings.
And that's why an income plan is so important.
Exactly. We help clients build a customized income strategy that coordinates Social Security, pensions, investments, taxes, and it shows exactly where your income will come from and how long it will last.
And that kind of clarity takes the stress out of retirement.
Exactly. And you know when your income works, you make better decisions and enjoy retirement more.
And listeners can get that same guidance.
Call 844-726-9116 or visit us at brightwm.com for your complimentary consultation.
If you want confidence in your income plan, now is the time.
Again, 844-726-9116 or brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
I'm Sammy Sobolka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. And then there were 4. Illinois, Yukon, Michigan, and the Arizona Wildcats are all headed to the Final Four in Indianapolis. The Wildcats, after being down 7 at the half to Purdue, outscored the Boilermakers by 22 points in the second half in a 79-64 win. Koa Pete led the Wildcats with 20 points, Ivan Karchenkov with 18, and U of A, Michigan, on Saturday is set for a spot in the national championship. The Suns got back in the win column on Saturday night, 134-109 over the tanking Utah Jazz. Jalen Green had 31, and Kaman Malawach had a career-high 12 points in 20 minutes. The Suns are in Memphis tonight for the Grizzlies. Tip-off will be at 5, and you can hear it over on ESPN 620. And from downtown Phoenix tonight, the Arizona Diamondbacks will have their home season opener against the Detroit Tigers. Michael Soroka will get the ball for the Snakes. First pitch will be at 7:10, and you can hear that right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And that's what's trending now.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports poll question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
All right, today's Arizona Sports poll question, brought to you by Sanderson Ford, is what has been the most concerning part of the Diamondbacks' 0-3 start? Is it the bullpen struggles, the lack of late-inning offense, or the base-running mistakes?
I'm voting B. The bullpen struggles are very minimal compared to how bad they could be.
Yep.
Even though they're real, they're all expected. The offensive struggles speak to a much, much larger problem that they didn't anticipate having.
Late inning offense. That's it.
Yeah, 59% of the vote went to bullpen struggles, 29% to the lack of late inning offense, only 12% to base running mistakes. Hopefully, clean all 3 of them up this series starting tonight.
I mean, if the Diamondbacks played 4-inning games, it'd be 3-0. Let's think of it that way.
There we go.
That's right.
Today's Sanderson Ford poll question today. You can vote on it now at arizonasports.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta mornings.
You're going to go to the hardware store.
Handing out the hardware.
All this hardware.
Hardware, the awards show. They're everywhere. We do our own on Mondays. We hand out awards based on what we saw over the weekend. Vic, what do you got for us?
My first award, Vinny, is the ABS, stands for Already Been Spectacular Award. I'm giving it to Major League Baseball. Over the weekend, the automated balls and strikes challenge system in Major League Baseball produced some incredible results. The Reds and the Red Sox with C.B. Buckner umpiring the game. He had 6 calls overturned, including back-to-back pitches.
That was to Suarez, right?
Yeah. And there would have been a lot more, except the Reds were out of their challenges by the 3rd inning. They had challenged 8 pitches by the 3rd inning with C.B. Buckner. And then over the weekend, the Twins Orioles, the Twins manager, got so mad at how one of them was administered that he got thrown out of the game. And the announcers are like, "You can't argue with a robot. What are you doing?" It's already been great, and it's gonna be a game changer for Major League
When you
Baseball.
argue with the robot, does the human apply the ejection, or is it the robot?
That's a good question.
I'm
It's
sorry.
like if you get in an
You
accident
have
with
been ejected.
It's like if you get in an accident with a Waymo.
Yeah.
Who do you yell at?
Yeah.
Who do you get in?
Or you get cut off by a Waymo. Who are you flipping off?
I've yelled at a Waymo before, and people have pointed me out how ridiculous I've been.
It's way better to yell at a Waymo when you're outside the Waymo.
Oh, I can definitely understand that.
My first award is the You Had One Job Award. And I'm giving it to whoever printed up the championship T-shirts for Arizona as they celebrated their Final Four. Did you notice the bottom of the shirt say 2026 East Regional Champions?
Oh, no.
Oh, no way.
I did notice that.
I want one of them now. Give me it.
Collector's item?
Oh,
Yeah.
no.
Come on. You got 4 regions. You got 4 teams wearing T-shirts. You can't keep it straight?
Man.
Goodness gracious, that's terrible.
Well, the game was played in the far east of the country, so I could see how they can get
In
confused.
the east side of San Jose.
The east side of San Jose.
3 of the 4 same letters as West. Give them a break.
Well, that is true, too. It can get confusing.
Before I used to wear glasses when I drove, I used to hate north and south and east and west on signs because they're very similar looking from far away. You can't see. But don't worry now. Now I'm safe. Anyway.
Did you criticize Tiger Woods
Yeah,
driving earlier in the show?
That's what I'm saying.
Yes, he did.
I've corrected myself. Unlike him, I've learned and grown. Okay, my first award is I guess it's not about the name on the front of the jersey or the back of the jersey award, and it goes to those losers at Duke. What a bunch of losers. Here's some names for you.
Yes.
Because Duke has 0 NCAA championships or appearances in the last 10 years. Okay? Which a lot of teams don't, but they're Duke. Despite having all these players who have been drafted or played in the NBA. Brandon Ingram, Luke Kennard, Jason Tatum, Frank Jackson, Marvin Bagley III, Gary Trent Jr., Wendell Carter Jr., Zion Williamson, R.J. Barrett, Cam Reddish, Trey Jones, Jalen Johnson, Paulo Banchero, Mark Williams, Kyle Filipowski, Derek Lively, Jared McCain, Cooper Flagg, Konka Nipple, Common Malawach, Sion James, and Cameron Boozer. 0 titles. The bloom is off their rose. They're a bunch of losers now.
Wow.
And you got bloom is off the rose correct. Now do Kentucky's list over the last 14.
Yeah, I know. It's not just them.
All right, my first award is the Could Make a Grown Man Cry Award, and I'm going to give it to Gary Woodland. All right, so it is very known I'm a big golf nerd and golf junkie, but this story is remarkable. So Gary Woodland in 2019, he won the U.S. Open. He held off Brooks Koepka. He's a major champion, all right? But back in 2023, he was at the Masters. He was getting an overwhelming amount of anxiety, these terrible thoughts running through his brain, sweats, no appetite, spasms. He had a lesion in his brain the size of a baseball. They had to go in, take it out, spent 2 nights in the ICU, and there was a chance he could wake up from that surgery paralyzed or definitely unable to swing a golf club, okay? Flash forward another year. He's diagnosed with PTSD from the surgery. He doesn't come out about it until 2 weeks ago at the Players' Championship, all right? And yesterday, at the Houston Open, he wins for the first time since 2019, and not only as a golf fan, but as just a fan of comeback stories, it was remarkable to see him walk down the 18th green and the emotion that he had in this post-win press conference. If you haven't seen it, I would recommend going to look that up because it'll make your day.
Yeah, the PTSD that he suffered from led to a lot of horrible side effects that he'd have to run into bathrooms on the golf course and bawl his eyes out. Yeah, it's a terrible, terrible story. Great triumph. I agree with you, Sammy. All right, my last award is the Diamondbacks need one of these award, and I'm talking about not only a closer, but a closer with an epic walkout song. We already know Edwin Diaz and Timmy Trumpet in Los Angeles, but now Mason Miller with the Padres has got a great one as well. He walks out to a song by Korn.
Oh, yeah.
It's called Blind, and it's one of their iconic songs. at the 1999 Woodstock Festival where there's just a sea of humanity going bananas. It's incredible. It's this like really jagged, riffy guitar stuff going on.
And they manipulate the lights and everything.
Yeah, and then the singer, Jonathan Davis, screams, "Are you ready?" We'll do it for Song of the Day.
Yeah.
How about that?
They couldn't do that when Mason Miller was with the A's because they were afraid to turn the lights off in Oakland because they wouldn't be able to get them
back on again.
My last award is the Creative Sponsorship Award, and I'm giving it to the Milwaukee Brewers and apparently 5 other teams: the Brewers, Cubs, Yankees, Red Sox, and White Sox, and the AA Chattanooga Lookouts now have a new sponsor. The sponsor is North Shore Adult Diapers. This was circulating over the weekend because the Brewers opened up against the White Sox, and Brewers radio. I had the audio, and then they deleted the tweet, so I don't have the audio of it now. But the read is North Shore Adult Diapers sponsors a opposing pitching change.
That's funny.
Yes. Because, quote, sometimes you need a change when you have serious control problems.
Oh, boy.
And the announcer said, and the White Sox have had control problems.
That's pretty good.
It actually is.
But that sounds like that sketch from Saturday Night Live with Jason Sudeikis and Will Forte. Do you know what I'm talking about? Where they do the announcers.
Greg Stink.
Yeah. That's almost exactly like that sketch.
Yes. Are we out of time, Jerry?
We are out of time.
We are out of time.
I heard that they did ask them, though, if they thought that was a good sponsor. They said, depends.
That is hardware for this Monday. Also, Arizona Sports live at Chase Field today, just moments from now. Wolf and Luke from 10 to 2, Burns and Gambo 2 to 6. They're broadcasting live from Chase Field. And listen to Dbacks Tigers on 98.7 FM, first pitch 7:10. Only on Arizona Sports, the home of the Arizona Diamondbacks. I just want to verify something real quick. Oh, it is 7:10. I know it's normally 6:40, but probably a little.
Yeah, later game, probably with all the festivities.
Presentation.
By the way, they're going to have the Clydesdale horses out there. If you want to take a selfie with the Clydesdales, they're going to be outside the ballpark tonight, pregame.
I like
Budweiser.
Have a Budweiser or 2 or more. Final thoughts coming up on this Monday next. Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Right now, I wouldn't even want to guess who the last 5 guys would be to close out a game in a must-win play-in game if everyone's back. Like who?
Without knowing who the opponent is?
If you know it's Devin, and would you agree we know it's Devin and Dylan?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. So if we start there, who's the next most likely player that you know would be on the floor in a closing moment like that? I think it's either Grayson or Colin. It's not Jalen.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Sweet James, and if you're ever injured in an accident, your struggles are only just beginning, and that is because big insurance companies, corporations, defendants stack the deck against everyday Americans, lowballing claims, delaying payment, denying justice. Sweet James fights back. Their mission is to defend the powerless and level the playing field for real people who have been hurt through no fault of their own. When you hire Sweet James, you get access to the best and the brightest attorneys. They've even got a full in-house trial team, and all that trial experience gives them great leverage when dealing with those insurance companies, and that is because their experience in over 500 trials with a 98% winning record makes insurance companies very aware that Sweet James will not back down. They've got a serious reputation, and when the law firm that represents you is taken seriously, that means you are taken seriously, and having the right attorney on your side can literally mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement. If you're hurt in an accident, do not settle for less. Remember, the call is free, the consultation is free, and you pay nothing until they win your case. 1-800-9-MILLION, that's 1-800-900-0000, sweetjames.com.
Bunker to Bunker is celebrating the return of spring with their 4th annual Spring Fling 2-person Scramble Golf Tournament on Saturday, April 18th at the Augusta Ranch Golf Club, with proceeds benefiting PGA Hope. The event is loaded with prizes, raffles, breakfast, and a special sneak preview of Augusta Ranch's spectacular Top Tracer Range practice facility. There's even a coupon for a second round of golf, all for just $115. It's open to the public, but space is limited, so register today at bunkergolf.com.
When your check engine light comes on, do you see a repair bill or do you see peace of mind? For 20 years, CarShield's been the name America trusts to help keep you on the road. While other companies stop covering you when your car gets older, CarShield offers protection plans up to 200,000 miles. With over $1 billion in claims paid, we don't just promise protection, we deliver it. Don't let a breakdown break your budget. Get the flexible month-to-month coverage you deserve. Go to carshield.com. That's carshield.com today.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with a Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
For over 40 years, Collins Comfort Masters has provided trusted, certified technicians. And with nearly 11,000 five-star reviews, the Valley agrees. Right now, you can upgrade to an EcoWater Whole Home Premium System for as low as $60 a month OAC and get cleaner, better water at every tap. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com. Collins Comfort Masters, your no-worry solution for air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration. That's collinscomfort.com.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, truck fans are going to like this one.
Absolutely, Dave. During our Slam Dunk Truck event, you can score up to $12,250 off the all-new 2026 Sierra 1500 or take advantage of 0% financing. Plus, get $5,750 off the 2026 Sierra HD or lease a 2026 Canyon for just $349 a month. Our inventory is stacked, and these deals are a game changer.
So visit Liberty GMC in Peoria or start your deal online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata, Song of the Day.
All right, so in San Diego, as Jared said, the lights kind of start flashing. The park goes dark.
Yeah, I mean, it works.
Mason Miller walks out.
Are you ready? Yeah, fire!
I'm glad it was
Shut up,
this
Ada.
song because this is one of the few songs on this Korn album from 1994 that's not littered with expletives.
Yeah, I was going to tell you, I'm not sure where this song goes in terms of that, so you probably want to just eject.
There's no E next to it.
Oh, good.
There's E's next to pretty much every other song.
Is this the same album with the
That's Disturbed, man.
Oh, man, they all suck.
Yeah, so it's not
No,
the
they
same
don't
album.
all suck.
Okay.
Korn is fantastic.
Let me rephrase. Not my taste in music.
Okay.
They're talented bands and they do rock, but I do not like that late 90s new metal.
New metal?
Not my
Yeah.
thing.
If there was a closer in Major League Baseball that came out to Jarrett's type of music, who do you think would come out to like Barry Manilow?
You don't think that would throw some batters off?
You'd want to put the opponent to sleep? That'd be a great idea. Copacabana. Here at
Her
the
name is
Copa.
Lola.
The worst thing about
His name is Seawald. He is a closer.
It writes himself.
That's kind of cool.
The thing that sucks about the Diaz thing and this thing is that you can't even fantasy book what the Dbacks closer's entrance would be because they don't have one.
That's my point. They need a closer good enough to warrant a song like this.
Before Justin Martinez got hurt, they were working on something.
Oh, okay.
I remember that.
Did they ever have any, like, throughout their history, did they ever have a famous entrance song really associated with somebody?
I don't remember one.
They did, when Seawald got to town, they did Lights Out kind of stuff.
They did the Lights Out stuff.
But I don't know what the song was.
They were. I just remember they were workshopping the J-Mart thing. He had his song picked, and they had the lights ready to roll, and then he got hurt.
But you also have to have the right type of pitcher, and he's the right type of pitcher.
Yes, he is. He is.
Diaz is the right type of pitcher. Miller, you're not going to get a hit off of him. So
yeah, right.
It's really hard to get the crowd pumped for another blown save, you know?
No, you're right.
This is Blind by Korn, today's song of the day.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid. Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
I thought this was cool. There was a lot of reaction, obviously, to the Braylon Mullins shot for UConn to bury Duke, head to the Final Four. Not only was it the reactions from the broadcasters working live on the air, but also the studio crews that were waiting to go on the air to break down the game. This is from CBS Sports. Gary Parrish, Avery Johnson, Matt Norlander, Hakeem Dermish. They had the cameras rolling to get their reaction in real time. So this didn't air, but they put it out afterwards. This is great.
Hold on. We got 4 seconds. Oh, my gosh. Braylon Mullins for the win! Oh, my gosh! Oh, my gosh. Oh! I'm going to pass out! Wow! Braylon Mullins, the freshman nobody's talking about. Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh.
That was my player to step up yesterday.
Mullins, Mr. Indiana, is going to Indianapolis.
What was Caden Boozer doing?
Guys, this is one of the all-time moments in the history of the tournament. We are in the Elite Eight. A turnover force. Braylon Mullins, that's got to be 30, 37, 38 feet. That is an instant, all-time classic shot. There's .3 left.
That was Matt Norlander making the point that you made, too. Your favorite moment in March Madness history. It was quite the moment.
Yeah, like I said, I've never had one hit me between the eyes like that one did. And just the confluence of things. The fact that Duke was blowing that game and that team out in the first half, leading by 15 at halftime.
I was running some errands at the beginning of that game, and I got out of a store and I turned on the radio, and I was listening to it on the radio, and they were just talking about how Duke was dominating. They were up 19, and I went, oh, wow. And then I went home and I turned the TV on, and it was still going down that road.
Yeah.
And it wasn't exactly holding my interest. I dozed off a little bit. Then it got close. And I was like, okay, we got ourselves a game here.
Uh-huh.
Unbelievable.
It was just remarkable. Again, and the fact that UConn had a free throw shooter on the line down 3, he missed the first free throw. I thought for certain he was going to brick the second one on purpose, and that they're going to hope for the offensive rebound and try to generate a look from deep to tie the game. They didn't. So, I mean, I thought, wow, that's really weird strategy.
The whole thing was weird because they got the ball with like 27 seconds left, and they just dribbled the ball and down to 10 seconds, and then they intentionally fouled them. I don't know. Both teams didn't handle that end of that game so great. So I just want to ask you real quick, since we didn't even mention it today. Illinois is in the Final Four. Did you have any reverence at all for Illinois growing up, or was it DePaul?
A little bit. It was weird. It's because basketball in Chicago, there was the rise of DePaul for a while. The University of Illinois is just, it's out in cow country.
Yeah.
It's not even close.
See, most people that aren't from that area think that Illinois is like right in the Chicago
right.
area. It's not.
No. And it's quite literally, and Eddie Johnson will back me up on this, half the year, that city of Champaign, dual city, Champaign-Urbana, smells like cow manure.
Yeah.
I couldn't go to school there if you paid me.
The thing that confused me as a kid was like they used to show Illinois basketball games on WGN.
Mm-hmm.
So I was like, wow, that's a Chicago station. It must be a Chicago team. And then I found out when I got older, I was like, oh, it's not even that close. Chicago's basketball team is
DePaul.
it DePaul?
DePaul, yeah.
Not Northwestern?
No. That's my point. It's
or
been
University of Chicago?
It's a real soft college basketball market.
Not the Chicago State Cougars?
No. No.
That is going to do it for us here on this Monday. Thanks again to Jason Shearer for joining us. Thanks to you for hanging out. We will have a lot to talk about tomorrow morning starting at 6. Wolf and Luke up next live from Chase Field. Then it's Burns and Gambo getting you ready for the Diamondbacks home opener against the Detroit Tigers. Have a great day, everybody.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
What if you had to skip breakfast and lunch and dinner? At St. Mary's Food Bank, that's a reality for many of our neighbors in need. 250,000 people rely on the food bank every day. Your donations are what makes feeding them possible. Donate and get a dollar for dollar Arizona charitable tax credit, up to $495 for individuals and $987 for couples filing jointly. Learn more at stmarysfoodbank.org.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Hey Arizona, it's Vince Marotta, and springtime means it's time to clean things up, starting with what's parked in your driveway. Ford Truck Month is still rolling at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler with huge savings all month long. Jump into a new 2025 Ford F-150 and save up to $5,000 off MSRP, plus $5,000 in Ford bonus cash. Or grab the zeros, 0% financing for 66 months with Ford Flex Buy, 0 money down, and 0 payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 Truck Month cash on select F-150, Super Duty XL, and XLT trucks. Need more room to fit your family? Save up to $8,500 off MSRP on a new 2026 Ford Escape. As Tex Earnhardt said, if you don't try us, we both lose money. Shop local, shop Earnhardt Ford, no bull for 75 years and going. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the Millwall Protection Packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on select new models. Exclusions apply. $0 security deposit. ATR terms limited. Available through Ford Credit. Not all buyers will qualify. Less responsible for excess wear and mileage over 10,500 miles at 20 cents per mile. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in March 31st, 2026.
There is nothing more meaningful you can do for yourself and your family and friends than finally getting rid of that pain so they can enjoy time with you again, especially heading into vacation season. QC Kinetics takes care of your pain in the office, and you go right on with your day. It's that easy. So if you say yes to any of these, you're the kind of patient QC Kinetics regenerative treatments help every day. I have joint pain in my knees, hips, shoulders, or back. The pain keeps me from getting a good night's sleep. I'm missing work or saying no to activities I enjoy. I don't want surgery or a long recovery. I'm taking medication just to get through the day. If you answered yes, today could be the day you turn the corner and finally get relief. QC Kinetics treatments are done in the office and the consultation is free. So don't wait. Call today. It might be the most meaningful thing you do for yourself. Call now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The dancing continues for the Arizona Wildcats after a 79-64 comeback win over Purdue. They punched their ticket to the Final Four for the first time in 25 years. Tommy Lloyd and company will now head to Indy for what should be a heavyweight battle with Michigan on Saturday. The Phoenix Suns over the weekend got a nice 134-109 win over the Jazz. Jalen Green had 31. Book added 26 of his own, and the Suns are right back in action tonight in Memphis. They'll tip off at 5 over on ESPN 620. And it was a tough weekend for the Diamondbacks. Friday night, a close 5-4 loss to the Dodgers. And a Saturday, another one-run loss 3-2. And the Snakes opened the year on a 3-game losing skid. But tonight, their home opener against the Detroit Tigers will get underway at 7:10. And you can hear that right here on Arizona Sports, 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And that's what's trending now.
The home of Diamondbacks baseball. Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, Arizonasports.com, and 98.7.
Deep to right field, and adios.
Wow. Wolf and Luke, live from Chase Field for the Dbacks 2026 home opener.
Yeah, we are live from Chase Field. It's Wolf and Luke on a Monday morning. What's going on, Wolf?
Man, what's up, Luke? How you doing, buddy?
I tell you, this days like today will never get old to me. If the game were going on right now, if D-backs Tigers were going on, we would not be able to sit where we are sitting because we are right behind home plate.
Yeah, as a matter of fact,
on the field.
I'm going to have to go ahead and X this thing out. Can I do that? Is that all right? Do you think Major League Baseball would come after me? Would the Diamondbacks come after? We can X this stuff out. Can we not do that, Luke?
I mean, we're filming it.
Okay.
You can see the backdrop behind us.
I asked a rhetorical question. Of course, I'll go ahead and I'll X that thing out, what our view is here based on innings. But, man, don't you love the smell of infield in the morning? Do you not love the smell of infield in the morning? I do right now. Here we are, Basin Earnings behind home place. I'm with Luke Lipinski, of course, the Wolf and Luke Show. We are broadcasting here. Rick, of course, back at the studio Shangri-La. We've got Jamal or Nothing here. Jeremy's here as well, ladies and gentlemen. He wants us to look right at the camera as we broadcast.
Got
That's
our own
very
camera.
interesting.
That's cool.
I am fired up. I am ready to go. The home opener for the Arizona Diamondbacks 2026.
And a home opener that, I mean, let's just get right into it. They need a win. I mean, I know there's 162 of these games. I know you can only read so much into an opening series in L.A. against the Dodgers when they're all locked in and focused and getting their rings and this and that. I know the Diamondbacks could have won 2 of those 3 games.
Yeah.
Definitely should have won at least 1 of those 3 games. But at the same time, they are welcoming a good team to town tonight in the Detroit Tigers, and the Diamondbacks need some wins here.
Yeah, here we go. Would you say the Dodgers are a good baseball team? Ladies and gentlemen, of course, you would say the Dodgers are a very good baseball team. 2-time defending champion, I might add. The best indicator that you're a great team, Basinonians, is you win close games. You win close games. That's exactly what the Dodgers did as well. The first game wasn't so close. It's pretty decided, as a matter of fact. Games 2 and 3 of that series, very, very contested. A contested, competitive series, yet at the same time, the Dodgers found a way to win Game 2 and Game 3.
Yeah.
Sweep the series.
Yeah. Look, there's a lot of good to take from that series. I know Moral victories in meaningful regular season games, especially against the Dodgers, only go so far. I'm not even really saying moral victories.
No.
I mean, if you go out there and you lose, you continue to lose to Detroit, and I mean, you've got Atlanta coming here too. Like it's well documented how tough the first part of the schedule is for the Diamondbacks, and they're not at full strength for it. So you knew this was going to be the challenge right out of the gate. So I'm not even saying moral victory, but I'm saying I think it's a legitimate thing that Erod looked really good against the Dodgers, coming off of shutting down Team USA in the World Baseball Classic Championship. I mean, there might be something there. Zach Gallen was one-hitting them through 4 innings, and then he got into trouble in the 5th. And you're right, they decidedly lost that game. Game 2 was very winnable. Again, probably a game that they should find a way to pull out against almost any other team. Moral victory isn't the right term. They're 0-3. But it's just there is stuff there that would indicate this will get better.
Well, first of all, it was a competitive series, I would say. It was a competitive series. Games 2 and Games 3, if they were right there, they could have won that game. Now, again, either one of those games, I should say. But again, you have to look at it and say they did not win those close games. Now, listen, competitive, I think that's a good place to start when you're talking about the team they're playing. I don't know if I would have said that against any other team in Major League Baseball.
No.
I mean, honestly, Luke, I don't know if I would say this and feel as okay as I do against any other team that's in the league.
The Dodgers are an all-star team right now.
They are. It's incredible.
My only hesitation to be happy with competitive is win one of the 3, and I can be happy with competitive.
Yes.
But also, they've been beating the Dodgers. I mean, we detailed this going into that series. They were over 500 in their last 29 against the Dodgers. Not like their last 3, their last 29. So they've been hanging with that team. Now they're below 500 against them. Whatever. I'll say what I said last week after the first game. You don't need to beat the Dodgers or be better than them to make the playoffs. Yeah. But it's the only series we have to look at so far. The Diamondbacks got the toughest draw of any team in baseball to open the season. You're going to play the 2-time defending champs who are probably better this year roster-wise, and you're beat up. The Dodgers are not. You are, and you're going to go there to do it. So they got the toughest possible draw you could get to begin the season. So you kind of have to read between the lines for the good from that series.
Yeah, again, if there was one shining moment, it was Erod. There's no doubt about it. Eduardo Rodriguez, I would say, that was the real positive. Is it a possibility that he learned something in that WBC that he's going to be able to apply to this season? I don't know, but he's got my attention. It's an incredibly small sample size. I understand that, but man, I also know the human condition and how odd it is when you go out and you compete, and confidence, and how important confidence truly is. And if you're telling me Erod has learned something about himself for whatever reason, something about high leverage moments for whatever reason, you know what? I'm on board and I'm watching him closely.
To see what he did against Team USA's lineup in the World Baseball Classic Championship game, and then to see what he did against the Dodgers lineup. I mean, those are
it's pretty good.
Those are 2 similar lineups, honestly.
Think about the 3 guys the Arizona Diamondbacks ran out against the Dodgers right now. Did you really think Erod was going to be the one guy that went out there and handled them? No. I did not. I'd have put him 3rd, as a matter of fact. Now, his performance in the WBC, you and I were talking about, it was like, man, wow, that's a high-leverage, high-pressure situation. And look at how well Erod actually pitched. We were looking at Eduardo Rodriguez for what he might be and what he might bring, at least to start the season early. But you know what? You got to do it. It's consistency. Baseball is about consistency.
Well, I'll say one more good thing, and then we obviously have to acknowledge the bad. The one other good thing, though, Shohei went 1 of 8 in that series. I mean, you want a good indicator that your pitchers are doing something right. Shohei goes 1 for 8. Now, I know, he got some walks in there, certainly. He's always going to get walks. But 1 for 8, he's not the reason they lost, but now you got to flip it around. They did go 0-3. You could look at that and say they wasted a really great start from Erod. And if you want to say that, I think you have to look at the offense, because if you hold the Dodgers to 3 runs, Got to win that game. You know, you're not going to beat the Dodgers in a lot of games where it's, oh, well, we beat them 1-0. Oh, we beat them 2-1. Like, I know when Erod left, they had a chance to win that game 2-1. I know Juan Murillo got into trouble.
Yeah.
But the blueprint to beat the LA Dodgers with that lineup is not, hey, let's beat them 2-1, guys. Like, that's just not how you're going to do it.
Yeah, you know, that makes me think of the bullpen, too, when you say that about Shohei. It makes me think of the bullpen, too, because I know Kevin Ginkel. You know, I know in Game 2 of the series, Kevin Ginkel, he gave up that run, and suddenly it was 5-4, and they lost. And then I know that Juan Murillo as well. You know, the Diamondbacks were in position to win that game, and boom.
That's the one that hurts.
That is the one, obviously, that hurts. Juan Murillo blew it, and suddenly they lose Game 3 as well. I understand all that, but to me, the bullpen wasn't as bad as I thought they might be. And you know me, that this is my biggest concern for the Arizona Diamondbacks going forward. I think it's not a secret to anybody else. It's probably every fan out there is saying, Wolf, it's my concern as well, the bullpen. We're all looking at the bullpen and how they do. But I honestly, I didn't think they were as bad as my expectation was against the Dodgers.
I think it's just a lot of incomplete right now because, yes, it's super early, but also it's such a skewed – it's a small sample size and it's a skewed sample size because you were playing the Dodgers.
Correct.
But I thought Gallen looked really good until the 5th inning, obviously. He was really good. He gave up one hit in 4 innings. I'm not worried at all about Ryan Nelson. And Erod pitching that well is something to keep an eye on.
It's encouraging.
It is.
It beats the alternative, Luke.
It does beat the alternative, but now they need to beat the Detroit Tigers because you don't want to start the season 0-4, 0-5. Like, you don't want to be – the first 3 we understand, but you don't want to stack losses beyond that, obviously. All right, when we come back, we are down to 4 teams in March Madness, and it has been mad. It's been really mad this year. That game yesterday was absurd. Also, U of A is one of those final 4 teams. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
0-1. Espinal off the end of the bat, slow roller to second, and Marte has stopped Freddie Freeman in his tracks. Now Freddie's going to walk over. They'll hug it out. Included in that hug is a tag, and that'll do it for the Dodgers.
Dbacks Tigers, the home opener tonight live from Chase Field. Listen to it on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7, and get our reaction to it tomorrow morning on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Is your financial advisor managing your risk or just a spreadsheet? Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. Many financial advisors rely on target date funds, which are one-size-fits-all portfolios that don't know your name, your family, or your goals. And that passive management can leave you dangerously exposed. At Trajan, we look at the whole picture, not just the stocks everyone else buys, but the private market opportunities most advisors ignore. And as fiduciaries, we build a strategy around you, coordinating your investments, tax strategy, and estate into one cohesive plan. Your financial life deserves more than just a generic portfolio. Real planning isn't a stack of statements. It's the confidence of knowing where your income will come from for the next 30 years. Good enough isn't good enough for your family. It's time for a change. Schedule your complimentary consultation today.
Call Trajan today at 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Private equity investments require accreditation. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Homeowners, did your home expire on the market unsold? It happened to more than 30,000 sellers last year. Now, spring is here when homes can sell for more money, but you need the right agent. Call Carol Royce with Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty. Carol has thousands of buyers in waiting and proven systems to create demand for your home. That's why she can guarantee in writing to sell your home at your agreed to price and time frame, or Carol will buy it. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree to price and position.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta with some great offers going on now at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. Right now, spring into huge savings with a new 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab and save up to $12,236 off MSRP. Or qualified buyers can grab 0% APR financing on select models. Hop into a new 2025 Hummer EV or pickup SUV and sweep up to $20,000 off MSRP, or choose 0% financing there too. If luxury is your style, check out select 2026 Buick on Enclave models with up to $6,000 off MSRP, 0.9% financing, plus no payments for 120 days. But don't wait, these savings aren't in season for long. You want it? Earnhardt Buick GMC's got it. Find them in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 protection package unless otherwise stated. After all applicable incentives on select models. Must be current eligible owner or lessee for certain offers. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all buyers qualify. Finance charges accrue from date of financing. Excludes some models. Not available with lease and some other offers. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See deal for details. Offers in March 31st, 2026.
For decades, Morgan & Morgan has represented hundreds of thousands of people at their hour of need. Injuries on the job, car crashes, medical malpractice, and nursing home abuse, Social Security claims, dangerous drugs, and dangerous products. We became America's largest injury firm for a reason, and no firm is even close. Then we got to thinking, what if we could prevent these terrible events before they occurred? So we built the AI-powered People Protector. Simply visit peopleprotector.com and type in the product you have questions about before you buy it. Children's toys and accessories, cars, drugs, products, you name it, we got it. With our success, we decided to pay it forward for all of America. Our way of saying thank you for your trust all these years. Morgan & Morgan, protecting America. And if you've already been injured, just visit us at forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Now is the time to start building your defense against the sun with All Pro Shade Concepts.
Exactly right, Wolf. Smart homeowners are getting their free estimates now for retractable shades and awnings for their patio.
Yep, if you wait until the playoffs to fix your defense, you're getting cooked.
That's right. Our shades are custom fit, so the earlier we measure, the sooner your home is protected.
Beat the summer rush and get your free estimate today and receive free installation. Go to allproshade.com because you gotta have shade.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey, and now that U of A is in their first Final Four in 25 years, what are the chances they win their first title in 29 years? It's the Bernsey and Gambo Show. We start at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Well, it's time to give a shout-out to Waddell. We haven't done that in a while.
Yeah,
Shout-out to Waddell. What's going on, Waddell? It's Wolf and Luke from right behind home plate on the field at Chase Field here, getting ready for the home opener tonight. Dbacks and Tigers, and we're obviously going to talk a lot of baseball. Chris Garagiola is actually going to join us down here in about a half hour.
Okay.
But we're going to shift to March Madness here.
Yeah.
Wolf.
Okay.
And I recognize we need to start with U of A, but we better get into that UConn game yesterday before the end of this segment.
Okay, we've got to do that, no doubt. Are you ready to do this? Are you ready to go? The NCAA tournament. Before we jump into it, let me just say this. I have mesquite trees that I have to trim. So if you're looking at my arms right now on YouTube, if you're looking at it.
I thought you were taking a lot of face-offs in the
hockey
hockey game.
I love it, man. I bleed all over the place. I go right into the mesquite. I don't care about your stinking thorns. I don't care. I'm going to trim that tree. This branch is coming off, and I don't care. Okay, good. Now I feel better, YouTube.
Well, I mean, if they zoom in, yeah, there are a lot of cuts on your arms.
It's really bad. You should have seen the blood. It was
looks like you fought a small, bobcat.
Anyway, so what are we talking about? The NCAA tournament right now. Speaking of a little nasty, was it not?
How's your bracket? How many Final Four teams do you have left?
Yeah, you know what, Duke. Thank you very much, Duke. If Duke would have won, I'd had 3.
I have 3.
Yeah, you know what? Good. I'm glad for you. I have 2.
I have 3, and I'm kicking myself because I switched away from Illinois at the last second. I actually could have had all 4, although probably shouldn't have had UConn. We'll get into that in just a second. But let's start with U of A. I don't think this particular game was a huge surprise that they beat Purdue. Purdue was up 7 at halftime. I think the real tests now for U of A come in the form of Michigan. And I was thinking maybe Duke beyond that if it gets to that, but maybe UConn, who knows. I mean, at this point, all the teams are good. I think most people going into the weekend, and I say this because most of my U of A friends were a lot more confident than I can remember them in the month of March going into that particular game. They took care of business. They outscored Purdue by 22 in the second half, and they are in their first Final Four since 2001.
Ooh, wow. Okay, so, yeah, once again, where do you begin on this? Purdue was game, were they not, man? They came out in that first half, and they actually had a lead after the first half. They came out, and they played super well, shooting the ball awesome from three, 7 of 14, as a matter of fact. In that first half, they out-rebounded the U of A offensive rebounds. They had 8 to U of A's 4. They crashed. They were playing very, very tough and crashed the glass. The best thing for Purdue at halftime, I thought, was that head coach Matt Painter, of course, he could actually walk into that locker room and he could say to his players, "Are you looking at me right now? Is there anyone here that believes we can't play with this team?" That was the best thing. When you're a decided underdog, the fact that you can go out and play a half and be able to look your team in the eye as a coach and challenge them, that to me was the best thing. And then just the raw talent took over for the U of A in the second half.
Yeah, it's very clear if somebody's going to take them out, and this sounds stupid to say, but you got to play both halves because U of A is going to come out stronger in the second half, and you can't wilt the way Purdue ultimately did, because Purdue did look just as good, if not better, in the first half. But the problem is when you're playing a number 1 seed and you're playing one of the best teams in the country this year, I think everybody thought coming in there were 3 clear-cut number 1s. One of them's out now. Duke is out. But U of A, Michigan, and Duke were the 3 teams to beat. You're not going to get away with, like, okay, we're up at halftime. Everybody hold on. Like, no. Because you're going to get U of A's best in the second half. You actually have to deliver your best in the second half no matter what you did in the first half. I did like this. This is Tommy Lloyd on how he fired the team up at halftime.
In the locker room at halftime, you have long halftimes. We've talked a lot about this with the guys, long halftimes, long timeouts. We can't let that disrupt our rhythm. And we have to be the team that comes out with the most effort out of a timeout, these 3-minute timeouts, or, a 20-minute halftime. And, we win, Murph does what our normal routine, shows the guys some clips. I come in when he's kind of done, talk to them, kind of my thoughts and a little overall thoughts for what we need to do in the second half. And then these dudes have been unbelievable. And this is when we're at our best. I said, guys, the coaching staff and I are going to leave right now. You guys got a few minutes to talk amongst yourselves and kind of figure this deal out, and let's go kick their ass in the second half. And all these dudes, I was literally a spectator just like you guys were in that second half. That's what it felt like, and so proud of these guys.
Wow. The pessimist would say he's preparing them for life without Tommy Lloyd because he goes to North Carolina. But I'm not gonna no, I thought that was cool. These are the stories where you have – these are the really good coaches. They know how to push the buttons with their team. They're not going to walk out at halftime and say, you guys figure it out every time. It takes a lot of guts to do it in the Elite Eight, but you know when to push the right buttons.
Yes.
Tommy Lloyd knows when to push the right buttons, and that's why this team is in the Final Four.
Yeah, it really was a different second half, definitely, for the U of A, and that was Tommy Lloyd. I give so much credit to the coach, and you know this, at the college level. Oh, my goodness. This is where a coach can truly motivate some of his guys, help focus some of his guys, the concentration level, the intensity, the focus. This is what a head coach can actually do at the college level. In the NFL Basinonians right now, hey, bro, this is your job. You don't do it, you're gone. That is your motivation. You don't need to drum up any motivation in an NFL locker room. In college, when you're dealing with these young kids, yeah, you definitely have to do that. And I thought he definitely must have done that at the half. It's interesting you played that. Let me just say this, too, right now. This is how good the U of A is. It was 10-9 Purdue at the 15:25 mark of the first half. It was 10-9. And it was the first time the U of A had trailed in the entire tournament.
Yeah.
Think about that for a minute right now. You're in the Elite Eight, and it's the first time you trailed in the tournament. 10-9 at the 15:25 mark of the first half.
All right, let's get to the game of the weekend, and maybe one of the best games I've ever seen in college basketball. You want stats. UConn led 2-0. and 73-72. Those are the only 2 times they led all game against Duke, who, I talked about this last week about how Duke wasn't at full strength. They were getting it to full strength. They got Foster back. Like they were, I know he wasn't 100%, but whatever. Like if you have your players, that's as much as you can ask for this time of year. Duke went into the tournament without a couple of their most important players. They were, if they were going to get to the Final Four, were going to be a very dangerous team. And maybe they were going to be the favorite at that point. They were just destroying UConn. And yet, I don't know if you have this experience watching UConn or not, Wolf. Early in the second half, I'm not going to say I thought UConn was going to come back and win. They were down by 15. But they get into this mode when they're down, and again, talk about a great coach. Danny Hurley knows how to knows how to push the buttons with that team. They just look like a hornet's nest just got hit. Even when they were down 15, you were like, okay, they're going to come back. Duke will probably still win the game. UConn's going to cut this to like 4 at some point. And then that final sequence was just unreal.
It's absolutely unreal. I mean, where do you begin on that one? I don't know. The only thing that I would say is Duke had been down in every game in the second half of the NCAA tournament. Every game they played this year, they had been down in the second half in the tournament and come back to win those games. Think about that for a minute. That's pretty incredible.
Yeah.
So you knew that UConn was going to have a chance, and guess what? They got that chance, and like their competitive coach, they made it count. There's no doubt about it. Think about this. 36 years after Christian Laettner hit a buzzer beater to defeat UConn in the Elite Eight and send Duke to the Final Four, the Huskies got their revenge. Do you remember that shot, Christian Laettner? Are you kidding me? We all do. Of course, it's part of legend in the NCAA tournament. 36 years after that, and here we go. UConn gets their revenge.
UConn and Duke, you knew it was going to be a great game. I was kind of surprised when Duke was up 15 at halftime. And did you see the stat? And they flashed this in the middle of the second half, and you're like, oh boy, when they flash these stats, like this is when something historic happens. Number 1 seeds up 15 or more at halftime were 134-0 in the tournament.
Okay, you tell me that isn't a frying pan in the face. Think about that.
Now they're 134-1.
134-1. And it's Danny Hurley who led his guys. You were talking about this earlier, man. The Huskies, they lived up to their program name, a pack of dogs. Went out there and came back and won that game in maybe one of the most dramatic fashions I think you could possibly imagine.
The finish, honestly, I know March Madness has all these crazy moments, and it would be impossible to stack them. It was the 11th game. It was the 12th game already this year, Wolf. 60 games. I'm not counting the play-in for this, but of the 60 games, 12 of them have been decided in the final 10 seconds. So that's 20% of the games are being decided in the final 10 seconds. But that one in particular, I don't quite remember one like that. There are buzzer beaters where you have the ball and you throw it in and a guy hits a crazy shot, and that's great. Or this, there's plenty of buzzer beaters throughout the history of March Madness. But the sequence of events leading up to that, where UConn misses the first free throw, and then you're like, are they going to purposely miss the second one? No, they knew what to do there, hit the second free throw, but then it's like they got a foul, and because they didn't foul quickly enough, you could see Duke like, well, we can just throw the ball around. We don't even have to shoot the free throws.
Yeah.
And they just got a little too greedy. And I thought it was remarkable that UConn's players there on Boozer weren't like lunging for the foul. They were almost waiting for him to throw the pass because they both jumped up. But then it's still tip, recover, pass, ridiculous three.
Incredible.
That's unbelievable.
So much more to say about this. Are you kidding me? Caden Boozer and Braylon Mullins. We got to talk about these guys.
All right, when we come back, over to the NBA. The Suns got a win over the Jazz on Saturday. I get it. You're supposed to beat the Jazz. The Jazz want you to beat the Jazz, but it's still a win. So what does it mean for the Suns going forward? It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Cardinals have some big Cardinal decisions coming due before the NFL Draft.
With the 3rd pick.
And Arizona Sports is all over breaking Cardinals and NFL news on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, Arizonasports.com, and 98.7 NFL Draft coverage. Brought to you by Bud Light, official beer sponsor of the Arizona Cardinals.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
Hi, I'm Brandon Webb, former Arizona baseball player. Baseball has enriched my life, teaching me teamwork, confidence, and perseverance. At Miracle League of Arizona, we're sharing that gift with children, teens, and adults with special needs. Over 450 athletes get the chance to play, most for the first time, learning sportsmanship and building friendships that last a lifetime. Your dollar-for-dollar Arizona tax credit donation makes it possible. Visit miracleleagueaz.com or call 480-686-8137.
All right, let's talk about something a lot of people deal with, but almost nobody wants to admit they deal with: private student loan debt. When you're struggling with it, it feels like this weight you're dragging around everywhere you go. But you don't have to keep dragging that weight. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Why Refi works specifically with people who are struggling with distressed or defaulted private student loan debt. They help you refinance into a low fixed-rate payment that fits your actual budget, not a fantasy budget, your real one. And they do it without judgment. They're not here to lecture you. They're here to help you start fresh. I've talked to people who felt completely buried, like they had no options left, and then Why Refi stepped in and gave them a real path forward. There's something powerful about knowing someone's actually willing to work with you. Look, you can't change what happened, but you can absolutely change what happens next. Call YRefi at 888-YRefi-85 or visit YRefi.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
Heart issues don't always come with warning signs. That's why early detection matters. It's Gamble for Lifeguard Imaging. Right now, you and someone you love can each get a coronary artery heart scan for just $69 combined, saving over $1,000. In only 3 minutes, you'll learn your risk of heart disease before small problems become serious. Quick, comfortable, no claustrophobic tubes. Do it for yourself. Do it for each other. Do it today. Text SCAN to 620-620. It could save your life.
Message and data rates may apply.
I don't even know how many friends and neighbors that I've referred America Roofing to. All I do know is that America Roofing was just named Arizona's Roofing Contractor of the Year. Literally the best in the biz for a quarter century now. Home or business, repair or replace, and we've had America Roofing do both at Casa Calvisi. There's a reason why. Jake, Josh, Tracy, and 500 employees statewide are also A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. And right now at AmericaRoofingCo.com, save 12% at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks open their home schedule tonight at Chase Field against the Detroit Tigers. Michael Soroka will make the start for the Dbacks against future Hall of Famer Justin Verlander. First pitch is at 7:10 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Phoenix Suns are in action tonight at the Memphis Grizzlies. Tip-off is at 5 over on ESPN 620. The men's Final Four is set. Arizona will take on Michigan and Illinois will face UConn. Both of those games are on Saturday. And 2 more Elite 8 games are left in the women's tournament. Texas faces Michigan at 4 and South Carolina plays TCU at 6. The women's semifinals go down Friday at Mortgage Matchup Center. This report is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Schedule your free Zoom consultation at k2visionrle.com.
Hey everybody, it's Dave Burns. 0-3 start for the Diamondbacks, but that's okay. It's opening day, and we're live from the field to celebrate. It is going to be okay, isn't it? Join us at straight up 2 o'clock on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
I can already tell you, Wolf, I'm not going to want this show to end.
Doom.
I mean, I don't know that there's a better location to do a show from. We're fortunate. We get to do the show for some pretty great locations throughout the year.
Agreed.
But anybody that's watching on YouTube can see just how absurd this one is. We're just on the field right now, ahead of Dbacks and Tigers tonight. There's already kind of a buzz, and obviously, there's people here. There's not a ton of people here yet because the game's not for another, 6.5, 7.5 hours, 8.5 hours.
Luke Lipinski reporting.
And not doing good math.
My sources.
8 hours, I guess, would be. But there's already a buzz because it's the home opener. And this is, it's a good team coming to town tonight, too. And a team you don't see very often here with Detroit. And we got a lot to talk about today. Chris Garagiola is going to join us here in about 10 minutes or so.
Nice.
But let's go Suns, Wolf. Probably the most anticlimactic thing over the weekend, the Suns beating the Jazz. I mean, they should beat the Jazz. Said this on Friday. It's not even really a joke. The Jazz want you to beat the Jazz. And when you look at the lineup they're running out there, you can see why the NBA is trying to do something to fix this, because the Jazz in particular are just like, we're just going to call guys up from the G League and play them 48 minutes. I mean, they didn't do that against the Suns, but they've been doing that. And yet, I don't care. The Suns get win number 41. They're guaranteed to go at least 500 this season, and it is nice to see them back in the win column.
Yeah, it was great. Once again, how the Phoenix Suns play the game of basketball is going to be important coming down the stretch. I think it's going to be really, really important. Obviously, you've got to win some games. We all know that. You'd love to see them hold on to the 7th seed right now. I believe the Clippers are 3 games back.
2.5 now. Clippers won twice this weekend.
Okay, there it is. So the Clippers, once again, they're right on the backs of the Phoenix Suns. It makes this Memphis Grizzlies game a very, very important game. You go out and you beat the Grizzlies. You start this 4-game road trip right now. And the fact that the Suns went out and played well with Jalen Green and Devin Booker going out and being efficient. Okay, I understand it's the Utah Jazz. I understand they want you to beat them, whatever it is. But to me, you got to continue to start stacking games like this where Jalen Green and Devin Booker go out and they're efficient.
Yeah, and since you brought up the Clippers, just real quick, the Clippers, after they lost to OKC on December 18th, were 6-21, okay? Because it seems like regardless of who gets the 7th seed or the 8th seed, the Suns are going to play the Clippers in that first play-in game.
Yeah.
So the Clippers were 6-21 on December 18th. Since then, they are 33-15.
Yep.
They traded for Darius Garland. Like they traded away James Harden, but they traded for Darius Garland. They've gotten healthier, and that is 33-15. That's basically half the season. They've been one of the best teams in the NBA. So just be aware of that. The Suns' play-in matchup, unless they can somehow get into that 6th seed, is going to be against one of the hottest teams in basketball over the last few months. So it'd be nice to host that game. Suns, like I said, up 2.5 with 8 games to go, but the Clippers are on a tear again. They've won, their last 5 in a row after losing 4 in a row. So they've been streaky lately. They went 7-1, then they lost 4 in a row, then they won 5 in a row.
Yes.
But either way, like I said, overall 33-15 in their last 48 games.
Yeah, the good news is the Suns hold the tiebreaker with the Clippers as well based on their division record. That's a good thing. I'm going to put that into the positive category right now. But again, I honestly think it'd be great for the Phoenix Suns to be able to hold on to the 7th seed. But I think more importantly, too, it's how they're playing. How they're playing. Could they possibly make a little bit of noise? Come on. We all understand what they're up against, and we all understand how difficult it would be playing San Antonio for the most part, provided, of course, they take care of business with the play-in. It'd be a situation where, once again, their backs would be to the wall, Luke, yet at the same time,
I still want to see it.
I still want to see it, man. Yeah. Honestly, I want to see this. I think it would be a smashing success if they just held on to the 7th seed and got into the playoffs.
Because if you get into the playoffs, then you get into the territory of playing the sort of games like fully granting that what they've already done this season is exceeding everybody's expectations. They win one more game, they're going to be above 500. They've already won 5 more games than they won all of last year with the big 3. But if the season ended and they lost 2 play-in games, it would be a great story what they did this year. But like I said last week, I don't know. You wouldn't totally know where it's going next. If you just get in, let's say you get the 7 seed and you play the Spurs. You've beaten the Spurs a couple times this year. Let's say you beat the Spurs 1 or 2 games in that series. Let's just say you lose in 5 to the Spurs. You're still playing, and a lot of these young players are playing in 5 meaningful playoff games. That sort of experience is invaluable for next year. And there's a real good chance San Antonio wins the whole thing this year.
Yes.
So you might be playing the champions in the first round. Who knows? But the experience is something that carries over beyond this year once you start getting into those games.
Yeah, I'm telling you right now, they get into the playoffs, ladies and gentlemen, not the play-in, but they get out of that and into the playoffs. And I just think this is one of the greatest accomplishments from a professional sports team that we have seen in a while. I listen. I have a tendency to exaggerate from time to time. Let's put it that way. But I feel this, man, and I think a lot of Suns fans do as well. The fact that the whole alignment rebuild, and here it is before our very eyes, this is coming to fruition right now. They can just handle business, lock down that 7 seed, get into the playoffs. I don't care who they play at that point in time. I just don't see a downside because of the reasons you just brought up. And the big one to me was the fact that these young guys who are on this team that have really contributed down the stretch, these young guys are going to get better because of it.
You know, this season had the potential to be really bad. Right?
Really bad.
You're going into the season, you're like, okay, well, they weren't great last year, and now they've traded Kevin Durant away, and you've got an unproven coach and unproven GM. And, you know, most people expected them, what was the Vegas over-under was, I think, 30? It was 29.5 or 30.5.
30.
There was also a possibility that it just didn't work at all, and you won like 25. And what would have made it so bad is, well, okay, we'll take Cameron Boozer, A.J. DeBonsa, or Darren Peterson, or Darius Acuff. No, you don't have a pick. So you would have been sitting there getting some other team a top 5 pick in this draft, which they're saying should be I don't want to say historic, but like not a common draft. You know, like you see a draft like this every 10 years or whatever. And that would have just been so many slaps in the face, you wouldn't have been able to even feel them by the end.
Yes.
And instead, they're going to the postseason.
And Jalen Green missed how many games, by the way?
Over 50. I think it was 52, right?
Like nightmare scenario.
Yes.
If, in fact, you're the Phoenix Suns and you're the alignment rebuild and you're trying to rebuild this team and trying to get all your pieces out there on the floor together to see how they're going to play, figure out a way to play together and win games. I mean, that's what this whole year basically was about.
Yeah.
And now all of a sudden, here they are, the Phoenix Suns. Man, just secure that 7 seed, and this is a slam dunk.
Speaking of Jalen Green, 31 points against Utah. Here's Jordan Ott.
Yeah, just his intent offensively. He can put a lot of pressure on the rim, especially, again, a lot of that's defensive coverage based. But when we can get the 5-man on the perimeter like we were able to tonight, then he was able to drive it. No 5-man at the rim. Thought really in that second half where it was coming out of halftime, kind of up in the air, and then he put his just imprint all over this game.
It is good to see him taking another step, Jalen Green. Certainly, like Jalen Green a month ago to Jalen Green now, it's like night and day. And I'm not saying he's a finished product. I'm not saying he's one of the 10 best players in the NBA. I'm not saying any of that. I'm not saying he can't and shouldn't still get better. In fact, he said after the game, I'll play the cut later, where he was like, yeah, essentially like doing better, but I don't have my bounciness back is what he said. But it's just the way he was shooting the ball, and it almost seemed, I don't want to say lack of confidence, but just like maybe lack of confidence. I mean, he kept shooting, so he wasn't that unconfident. But the way he just couldn't hit a shot a month ago, that would not have worked for this team in the postseason. All right, when we come back, we're out here at Chase Field. Dbacks started the season 0-3, but there was a lot of good in that series, and it was against the Dodgers. So what are we supposed to take from those first 3 games? We're going to talk to the radio voice of the Dbacks. Chris Garagiola joins us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
My bold prediction is Ryan Nelson makes the All-Star team. I think he's that good.
That plays into, and the stat, if you missed it, 69 pitchers who have thrown at least 200 innings as a starting pitcher. 69.
Okay.
Ryan Nelson is 18th among them with his 3.20 ERA.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Drivers who switch their home and auto with Progressive could save money and time. Other things try to do this, but they really don't. Like the touchscreen at fast food places. It's not like you save time because it takes you longer to use a touchscreen than, I don't know, someone who works there. And another thing, you'd think it would save money because they're not paying a cashier, right? But no, same price. Also, why is there an option to tip? Who am I tipping? Exactly. Anyway, even if you can't save money and time with some things, you could with a Progressive home and auto bundle. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers, not available in all states or situations.
When your check engine light comes on, do you see a repair bill or do you see peace of mind? For 20 years, CarShield's been the name America trusts to help keep you on the road. While other companies stop covering you when your car gets older, CarShield offers protection plans up to 200,000 miles. With over $1 billion in claims paid, we don't just promise protection, we deliver it. Don't let a breakdown break your budget. Get the flexible month-to-month coverage you deserve. Go to carshield.com. That's carshield.com today.
Hi, Arizona sports listeners. Roller here with my friend Wayne from AMCO.
Hey, what's up, Roller?
So it's tax time. You filed, and that refund's just burning a hole in your pocket. Before you spend it all, let's talk about the one thing you rely on every single day, your car.
That's right, Roller. Before you book a trip or buy something shiny, please remember your car. Tax time is the best time to take care of all the car repairs you've been putting off.
Sure, because nothing kills a tax refund faster than a surprise car breakdown.
I'll say brakes, warning lights, transmission issues. If something's acting up, now's the time to handle it and drive stress-free.
Should we wait for our refund before getting repairs?
No way. AMCO payment plans let you get repairs now and pay when you get your check.
So instead of crossing your fingers every time you start your car or truck,
come to AMCO. We'll take a look, walk you through what's needed, and help you make smart choices with your repairs.
There you go. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Arizona Sports.
Swung on, that is hit high and deep.
Live from Chase Field, Wolf and Luke talk Dbacks home opener. Now.
All right, welcome back to Chase Field. It is Wolf and Luke on a Monday morning. Although that's not really a fair way to describe it because you say Monday morning and everyone's like, oh, it's Monday. Mondays kind of suck. This is great. We're out here at Chase Field. We're on the field talking baseball. Dbacks home opener. And Wolf, it's going to get even better because Chris Garagiola is joining us. And he's not joining us on the Arizona Sports Line. He's not joining us from like the press box. He's joining us right here. In fact, you just took his headset. He's right here.
Yeah, I tried to steal Wolf's headset. You know what I mean? I wanted to feel like the pros.
That was great.
It's okay. Wolf once took Kevin Durant's phone in the middle of an interview. It was
that was embarrassing too, Chris. How you doing, buddy?
I'm great. How are you guys?
Doing fantastic, man. You got to be a little jacked up. Opening day here, of course, home opener.
Always. You know, opening day is always a special day for all 30 teams, regardless, I think, of what expectations are. I think the D-backs do have some lofty expectations, as they should, but whether you're a player, I think as a coach, even as a geeky radio broadcaster, whenever you get the chance to work in front of a huge, juiced-up crowd, like the goosebumps, man, the anthem, the flyover, even when we had that over at Dodger Stadium on Thursday. They did a really nice job with their pregame ceremonies and the national anthem, and it was just a reminder, like, you know what, this is a cool line of work that we're all in, and I'm very appreciative to be able to do this.
What do you take from that first series? Because Wolf and I were wrestling with it at 10 o'clock. On the one hand, the Diamondbacks are 0-3, and there's only 5 teams in baseball that are 0-3 after the first weekend. On the other hand, they could have won 2 of those games against the Dodgers in Dodger Stadium. The D-backs are not at full strength. They definitely should have won at least one of those games, and there were some, like, legitimate good pitching performances to build on there.
I think that there's a few things to take away. I think that people had a slight overreaction to the bullpen, which I thought for the most part performed pretty well. But I thought that in that weekend the Diamondbacks made mistakes that they could have easily prevented, and in a couple of those games, those mistakes directly led to them losing the games.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah,
making a couple of outs on the bases. We talked about it on the air. You know, it's a minor thing, but when you have a 1-run lead late and you issue a walk, let alone a 4-pitch walk, you're just asking for trouble. Right, next batter hits the go-ahead home run. Right, that can be prevented if you're attacking the strike zone. And again, I don't mean that to be critical. I mean that to say that that's a mistake that can hopefully be corrected moving forward. And if the performances that we see on the pitching side of things mirror to an extent what we saw over the weekend, I think this team's going to be just fine. I think the bullpen's going to be better than what it was last year. And then obviously we'd like to see the offense do a little bit more in the second half of these games. You get 2-0 leads early in all 3, and then in all 3 you kind of go quiet late.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting you're talking about the pitching as well. You know, I was pleasantly surprised by the bullpen. You know, now I understand Genk went out there and he gave up the go-ahead run, and Juan Murillo as well. We all know what happened there when the Diamondbacks had the lead. I get that, but man, I thought overall, for the most part, especially when your starters didn't go deep into the game, man, I thought the bullpen was better than I expected it to be.
I think it's a fair assessment. And again, I think we do have to keep in mind, as I said a couple times during those broadcasts, like this is not a normal Dodger team given the Dodger teams we've talked about in years prior, right? So, you know, with Ginkel that you brought up, it's a hanging slider to Freeland that goes for the double. Outside of that, he didn't really make that many bad pitches. You're just facing, you know, Ohtani, Tucker, Betts after that. Like, that's as good as it gets. And when we're done talking about these guys' career, when they hang them up, whenever that happens to be, there's a good chance that, you know, 2 of those guys, 3 of those guys could be in the Hall of Fame. So it's about having some perspective, but it's about making sure that, as we talked about before, right, you're juiced up for those games because of who you're playing. Now you're coming home facing a very good Tiger team that might not get the national fanfare like a Yankees or a Dodgers. You got to play as well, if not better, because you got to get some wins, right? 0-3, I'm not going to say anyone expected that, but you could look at it saying, it's the Dodgers in their place. It's going to be tough, but now you're home. It's time to start winning some ball games.
Yeah, I'm glad you went there because that's kind of where I was headed next. And we're talking to Chris Garagiola here at Chase Field. 0-3, not like they set out to do that. They have played the Dodgers well over the last 3 years. I mean, they basically have been a 500 team against the Dodgers, so they're obviously not intimidated by them. But to your point, you make one mistake, the Dodgers are going to make you pay for it. Here you are 0-3, it's fine. But you can't then go 0-4 or 0-5 or 0-6. Like and to your point, this is a good Detroit team here in time. So how do you not let that first series carry over into the second series?
I think it's like anything. I mean, honestly, it's about just being able to look at the positives that you did. I thought for the most part you got, again, good pitching performances. I thought Gallen started off strong. He had 1 hiccup inning. I thought Ryan Nelson did the same thing, 1 hiccup inning. There's no need to dwell on the mistakes you made, especially if you are a Taylor Clark or Kevin Ginkel. It's a long season. These things are going to happen. But you focus on the things that you do well. You try and highlight those strengths. You put yourself in positions to be successful. I mean, I thought the game plan on opening night against Yamamoto was really good early on. Grind him down, work the count, try and get some walks, get some count leverage as a hitter, and then let your strength, which should be the offense of this team, set you up to have a big inning. They had a couple of chances, just couldn't come up with a big hit. You're at the back end of this Tiger rotation now. I know they're going to face Casey Mize. He's a very good pitcher. He was an all-star last year, but focus on the things you do well. Just try and put out of sight, out of mind some of those mistakes. They should be able to win a game. Because it's to your point, like,
I mean, you could go 0-5, you could go 0-6, you could still make the playoffs, but now you have this unnecessary cloud hanging over you. Like, when are they going to win? What does this mean as we get into the first week of April? Like, it doesn't mean much, but it can just be this nagging storyline that is unnecessary, I think, this time of year.
Over the course of Eduardo Rodriguez's contract, he's been a little bit of a disappointment. I'm just going to say he's been a disappointment. He has underachieved what my expectation was of him. Coming into this year, though, with the WBC and everything else, what are you seeing from Erod? Great outing on his first start.
I'm seeing a lot of what I saw to end the season last year. We talked about that during his outing, right? I mean, he went 6 starts with a sub, I think it was a 2.83 ERA. Like, I mean, 6 starts it's a nice handful, but all right. Then we go into spring and we see the WBC and we see 4 1/3 scoreless against Team USA in a very clearly high leverage game. And then in his first start, he was magnificent. He was better than Tyler Glasnow out there for the Diamondbacks. And so if he can be anything remotely close to what he was in the second half, I think he's going to look like the guy that this front office brought in with that 4-year deal. And what I'm specifically seeing, working ahead, right? We're seeing the cutter located on the edges, and then he's really throwing the changeup nicely, right? We saw some good swing and miss. And what I saw specifically was a guy who was trying to set up that changeup. So, here's a couple of fastballs up in, and then there's a well-located changeup for a swing and miss.
You look confident to me, Chris.
You know, and I don't know, with a veteran, right, you wouldn't necessarily expect this, but for any pitcher, like, you give up some hard contact or you've had a couple of rough outings, and sometimes you can be a little squeamish wanting to get into the strike zone. So you don't get a close call here, you don't get a close call there. Nowadays, right, maybe you get one tap of the helmet, it's a challenge, it gets flipped over. Now you're 3-0, and then you're just setting yourself up for potential mistake pitch. But he looks like a guy that, look, here it is. I trust my stuff. If I can get ahead, I got a game plan to get you out. And, man, that game plan was nearly flawless his first start of the year.
We're talking to Chris Garagiola. Chris, what is the strength of this team? Because you mentioned, I mean, the hitting. Perdomo hit, Cattell hit. It's one series, but you're not going to beat the Dodgers typically 2-1. That's not really that's just not that's not a consistent recipe for success against that team. In the past, these past few years, it has clearly been hitting, and yet Mike Hazen has clearly tried to make it defense and pitching. So what do you think the strength of this team will be over 162 games?
I think if I was trying to sell this team to somebody that hadn't seen the Diamondbacks and maybe they were going to come to a game here in opening week, I would say you're going to see a team that's going to score some runs. They're going to play some great defense. And I know it's just what you underline. But when you look at the offseason acquisitions on the corners, right, you're maybe giving up a little bit of offense for some premier defense. We saw Arenado make a couple of great plays. Santana, I mean, he was like a wrecking ball over there. He had like 5 or 6 balls to the pull side. And then I thought Jordan Lawler made a terrific play in left field. Barosa's on this team because, A, he had a nice spring, but B, coming through this system, many thought he was the best defensive center field prospect. And that includes a guy in Alek Thomas who has gotten better after having kind of a so-so year last year. He was worried about that hamstring kind of maybe still lingering. So the offense should put you in front. The defense should either keep you close or kind of kill some innings for the opposition. And hopefully with a better defense, it makes your pitching play better on the margins, particularly on the bullpen. That's obviously going to be under the microscope this year.
Talk to me about Alek Thomas. You mentioned him right there. What is your expectation? He's made some changes, obviously. Do you think he's going to reap the benefits of this?
I'm smiling right now. It's just radio, so I guess we have our YouTube channel.
That's
Hi,
right.
YouTube. What's up, YouTube?
Yeah, what up, YouTube? That's right.
Wolf demands there are cameras on him at all
Shaka,
times.
bro.
So,
Stop it.
But we were kind of told in talking to him, right, that there were some changes made about lowering that leg kick, trying to anchor himself so he could stay in for pitches longer. When you bail out as a left-handed hitter, when you kind of step up the first base line or away, if your timing isn't perfect, it's almost impossible to get solid contact. And that's why we saw a lot of swing and miss and a lot of rollovers to the right side. Well, you could say you're going to make all these changes and like, hey, man, I wish you well, right? Like, but going into the year with the other pieces that were there, it's like, look, if you could just maybe hit like 240, 250, run into a few, just try and maybe serve a few line drives to the opposite way and play some great defense. Here's your gold star. We'll see you next year. Like, now, the way he was impacting the ball in spring, the way he was impacting the ball for Team Mexico, the exit velocities that he was producing in Los Angeles, like, you don't want to be too knee-jerky
my legs are flailing right now. I'm like, maybe we got to change the expectation a little bit. Like, maybe this is a guy who can move a couple spots in the lineup. Maybe he can hit for 15 to 20, and maybe he could tap on 15 to 20 doubles as well. Like, this could be an impact bat at the bottom of the lineup. And the best offensive Diamondback teams we've seen the last few years, they've relied on 7, 8, and 9 hitters, finding a way to get on base, grind at bats, whether it was McCarthy before he was traded, whether it was Perdomo before he got promoted up to a higher position in the lineup. That's what makes this offense go. And if Alek Thomas, if these changes are going to hold, dude, look out. You're looking at, I'm telling you, it's a top 5 offense. Like, take it to the bank.
Yeah, and you know he can hit in big moments because he already did that in 2023 in the postseason. Chris, it's always great talking to you. We're going to do this again soon, all right?
All right, sounds good, fellas.
That's Chris Garagiola joining us right there. We'll come back, talk some football. There's a lot of Ty Simpson buzz, and it all seems to be focused specifically on the Arizona Cardinals for some reason. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and Phoenix Suns play-by-play.
Devin Booker from downtown.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
LASIK and EVO ICL from King LASIK gives you freedom from glasses and contacts. Refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision eliminates readers and cataracts. Hey, it's Vince Marotta. I had LASIK performed about 25 years ago, but with age and time, my vision has changed a little bit. So I met with Dr. King and Dr. Kopstein at K2 Vision and received a thorough examination, complete with great information about my eyes and my vision, and more importantly, what options I have should I choose to address my changing vision. Dr. King and Dr. Kopstein have combined to perform over 300,000 procedures, and I know from my personal experience that they'll know the best procedure for you, whether it's LASIK, EVO ICL, or refractive lens exchange. Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at K2VisionRLE.com, K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE, no glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. K2VisionRLE.com.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DIS. That's right, brothers, sisters. Gather on the transistor and press the ear. You got some back issues or neck issues, you need to go see DISC, man. Desert Institute for Spine Care. I've got a condition known as spondylolisthesis in my low back, and the good doctors, Dr. Chris over there, a little shout out to the spine surgeons at DISC. They've helped me in the past, and it's one of the reasons why I really do enjoy recommending them to you. The disc surgeons, they utilize the broadest array of treatment options, man, including non-surgical endoscopic spine surgery and ultra-minimally invasive spine surgery as well. The disc founder, he pioneered endoscopic spine surgery. Get back to living. Go to sciatica.com or call 602-944-2900 for DISC.
Hey, it's Gambo. If you've got a mortgage in the last 3 years, listen up. Mortgage rates have dropped, and now could be a great time to refinance and put money back in your pocket. My friends at Lund Mortgage track rates daily to help you act fast and save. Just email RateWatch@LundMortgage.com, and they'll alert you when it's the right time. Skip the mailers and robocalls. Lund Mortgage gives you the full picture so you can make a smart decision. Email RateWatch@LundMortgage.com and start saving.
Maybe you've had your eye on a Fulton home. The premium craftsmanship, thoughtfully designed floor plans, resort-style amenities, and award-winning communities across the valley. A place where every detail feels intentional. For many buyers, homeownership can feel out of reach. But now, owning a Fulton home is more attainable than ever. With special pricing, limited time incentives, and interest rate buydowns on select homes, now is the right moment to make your move. From beautifully designed interiors to the legendary quality Fulton Homes is known for, every detail is built to stand the test of time. Visit any Fulton Homes community today or go to fultonhomes.com. Fulton Homes. You're proud to own. We're proud to build.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can make your car buying dreams come true.
It's true, Dan. I can't tell you how many times somebody has called or emailed me and asked for me by name and said, hey, Dan Bickley sent me to get the hookup. And you know what? We make it happen. So put me to the test. I will make your dreams come true.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations.
One great experience.
Hi, this is Brent with Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. It's that time of year again where it's extremely important to keep up on your plumbing and air conditioning maintenance. At Ready Services, we provide our Ready Preventative Maintenance Program, where our technicians come to your home and conduct those preventative checks in order to keep your home life as comfortable as possible. We'll do everything to catch the little problems before they become big repairs. Reach out to us at nofeeemergency.com for information on how to become a member and ensure that your home is in the best hands possible.
KMPP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks open their home schedule tonight at Chase Field against the Detroit Tigers. Michael Soroka will make the start for the Dbacks against future Hall of Famer Justin Verlander. First pitch is at 7:10 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the Phoenix Suns are also in action tonight. They're at the Memphis Grizzlies. Tip-off is at 5 over on ESPN 620. And that is what is trending now.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision. The Cardinal Decision with Wolf and Luke.
It's hour number 2 of the show live from Chase Field. Right by the batter's box, basically on the field here. Thanks to Chris Garagiola, who just joined us last segment to talk D-backs baseball, and we'll have some more guests coming up throughout the show as well. But Wolf, there's a chance to talk a little Cardinals football here. It's going to be a lot of baseball, March Madness today for sure. But another mock draft popping up on NFL.com over the weekend, and another mock draft. This one has the Cardinals taking Francis Mauigoa at 3. But then it also has them trading into the back half of the first round and taking Ty Simpson as well. So the Ty Simpson part of this in particular, it's not at all unique to get to late March, early April, and some buzz on some quarterback takes off, right? Because so many teams need a quarterback. Hey, this quarterback is supposed to be the 12th pick, and by the time we get to the week of the draft, it's like, hey, this quarterback's going to be like the 3rd pick. But I don't know how you feel on this. It feels like the Ty Simpson buzz is specifically to the Cardinals.
Yeah.
Every mock draft, it's not, hey, he's moving up. It's he's going to the Cardinals. So what does that mean?
Yeah, once again, I just think it's a situation where most people are looking at the Arizona Cardinals quarterback situation in their quarterback room, and they're not buying what the Cardinals are selling right now and saying those are going to be the only quarterbacks in your room. That's going to be it. You're going to get Jacoby Brissett. He's going to be your starter, and then you've got Gardner Minshew that is going to be your backup. Okay, we'll believe that when we see it. I honestly think there is an interest level here in Ty Simpson, and to me, I don't think it's at number 3. As a matter of fact, I'm willing to say there's no way in the world it's at number 3. I think there's a rumor that is out there right now. Was it started by the Arizona Cardinals? I don't know. But I think there is a rumor that has been circulating, a narrative throughout the National Football League in regard to the Cardinals really liking Ty Simpson and what they see from Ty Simpson.
It came from somewhere.
It did.
Now, I mean, who knows what that means? The Cardinals typically play things pretty close to the vest. So if it came from the Cardinals, does that mean they're not interested in Ty Simpson? If it came from some other team, what does that mean? Who knows? Did it come from his agent? I don't know. But here's Mike LaFleur spoke earlier today, actually, and he was naturally asked about Ty Simpson.
Yeah, good dude. He had 18 minutes, and with a quarterback, you need about 18 hours, like 18 days in a row. So it was a good 18 minutes with him, just getting to know him. It's very surface level. These guys aren't dummies either. You throw on 5 plays, like they know the 5 plays. Now, we don't give them the 5 plays what they're going to be, but they're quarterbacks, right? They're going to know. And but no, really impressed with him as a person, good dude, and we'll see where it goes.
No, that was
Ty Simpson, quarterback, Alabama.
This quarterback brings the kind of poise coaches love to build around. He's efficient, composed, and capable of keeping an offense on schedule. Simpson operates with quick eyes, sharp timing, and the confidence to push the ball down the field when the window opens up. He's comfortable working through progressions, delivers a clean, catchable ball, and has enough athleticism to extend plays when protection breaks down. He has a solid arm talent, but it's his decision-making ability that really stands above the rest. NFL comp, San Francisco 49ers quarterback Brock Purdy.
This NFL Draft Player Profile is brought to you by Bud Light.
Well, if he's Brock Purdy, you should be able to get him with the 262nd pick, right? I shouldn't have taken him at number 3.
Yes, Brock Purdy. Okay, Brock Purdy, not in college, but Brock Purdy in the NFL. Think about that for a minute. Brock Purdy is actually better in the NFL than he was in college.
Yeah.
That's rarely are you going to see a situation like that. You're going to see a guy who actually gets better in the NFL, ladies and gentlemen, than he was in college.
Well, if you don't see the sparks shooting out of the ground behind you, they just turned them off right when you turned around. It was amazing. They're clearly setting something up.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
There was
I see
they
some
were like
smoke. Is there smoke
it was like
over
10
there
feet
or something?
high of just sparks shooting out of the ground, getting ready for tonight.
Okay, it must be the home opener here at Chase Field, basically. Something's going on. But Ty Simpson, you had me at Francis Mauigoa at number 3.
I figured you'd be okay with that if they took Mauigoa at 3 and then traded into the first and take Ty Simpson.
I think I would because you know what? It's kind of like Rasheer Fleming, what the Suns did with Rasheer Fleming. What did they do, based on it? They jumped back up to draft him. They specifically wanted Fleming, and that told me so much about their intention and what they thought of him, and sure enough, it's being paid off right now. If you told me that Mike LaFleur and Monty Ossenfort looked at each other and said, okay, I know he's got 15 starts. I know that he does. We can't take him at 3, and the reason why we can't take him at 3, we can get a really, really good football player at 3, and Ty Simpson's sample size is just a little bit too small for me. I'm not comfortable drafting a guy who's got 15 starts at number 3. I'm just not comfortable with that. Mike LaFleur's like, yeah, I understand that. But, man, if we could target him and trade back to the end of the first round and still get Ty Simpson, I can tell you right now, oh, my goodness, what is going on? Yes, okay, the fireworks or whatever it is going off here, they do work. But to me, that would be okay.
Yeah.
Because it would tell me they're convicted. Ty Simpson is a guy that they see something in him, maybe somebody else doesn't.
It makes me nervous. I mean, I'm trying to run through all these scenarios and just trying to put myself into, we're doing the draft show on the night of the first round. How am I going to feel if it's like, hey, Cardinals just took Ty Simpson and you guys are going on the air right now? Like, what is my initial reaction going to be? I don't think you can take him at 3. I don't think you need to. I don't think you can. If he's their guy, if Mike LaFleur and Monty Ossenfort both decide, you know what, this is the guy, like, we don't need to wait a year, then go ahead and take him. But just, you cannot do this out of desperation. And you detailed this, I thought, great last week. If you take him in the first round, he's your quarterback.
Yeah.
There is no well, but next year, if we got the first pick, we'll take Arch Manning. Because if you take Ty Simpson in the first round, you're not going to know how good he is by the end of this year.
Nope.
The 15 starts in college total, that really worries me because you pick whoever you think is the greatest quarterback evaluator in the history of quarterbacks. I'm still not going to know that they are properly definitive after 15 starts, whereas all these guys like next year's Dante Moore and Arch Manning and Julian Sayin, and you can throw Sam Levin in there, and you can throw Jaden Mayava, and you can throw Lenore, whoever you want to pick from that group, they've already made more than 15 starts, and they're going to play again next year. You're going to have an actual body of work to decide with them, whereas if you take Ty Simpson, this is not a Josh Rosen and then take Kyler the next year thing. That was a very unique circumstance. This is your guy. You're going to have to pass on a quarterback in 2027. And there's some good ones in that class. If he's your guy, if he is truly your guy, regardless of what you need or desperation or any of that, then go ahead and do it. But
you better
I'm
be
nervous.
right.
You better be right, yeah, because it's going to define your era of the Cardinals.
Because you're not drafting another one in 2027.
No, it's going to define Monty Ossenfort. Kyler Murray doesn't define Monty Ossenfort. He didn't draft him. whoever he drafts in the first round, either this year or next year, is going to define his time with the Cardinals. All right, when we come back, how was Arizona able to advance to the Final Four for the first time since 2001? We're going to talk to ArizonaSports.com writer David Veenstra, who was there. He was on the scene in San Jose. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondback skipper Torey Lovello, the man who makes the lineup, joins Burns and Gambo Friday afternoons at 2:30 to talk Dbacks. Brought to you by Budweiser. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Hey Arizona, it's Vince Marotta, and springtime means it's time to clean things up, starting with what's parked in your driveway. Ford Truck Month is still rolling at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler with huge savings all month long. Jump into a new 2025 Ford F-150 and save up to $5,000 off MSRP, plus $5,000 in Ford bonus cash. Or grab the zeros. 0% financing for 66 months with Ford Flex Buy, 0 money down, and 0 payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 Truck Month cash on select F-150, Super Duty XL, and XLT trucks. Need more room to fit your family? Save up to $8,500 off MSRP on a new 2026 Ford Escape. As Tex Earnhardt said, if you don't try us, we both lose money. Shop local, shop Earnhardt Ford, no bull for 75 years and going. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the no bull protection packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1,598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on select new models, exclusions apply. $0 security deposit. ATR terms limited. Available through Ford Credit. Not all buyers will qualify. Lessee responsible for excess wear and mileage over 10,500 miles at 20 cents per mile, plus tax, title, license, and $5.99 fee. See dealer for details. Offers in March 31st, 2026.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Bright Wealth Management President Matt Dagas. And Matt, a lot of people are tired of the big box financial firms.
Well, they should be, Paul. Those firms push products, they follow corporate scripts, and clients end up feeling like a number.
So working with an independent fiduciary is a very different experience?
It is, and at Bright Wealth Management, our only job is to act in the client's best interest.
And listeners can get a complimentary consultation?
They can. Call now, 844-726-9116.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Hi, I'm Brandon Webb, former Arizona baseball player. Baseball has enriched my life, teaching me teamwork, confidence, and perseverance. At Miracle League of Arizona, we're sharing that gift with children, teens, and adults with special needs. Over 450 athletes get the chance to play, most for the first time, learning sportsmanship and building friendships that last a lifetime. Your dollar-for-dollar Arizona tax credit donation makes it possible. Visit miracleleagueaz.com or call 480-686-8137.
There are countless personal injury attorneys in Arizona. How in the world do you know whom to choose? Hey, everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and here is why you choose the attorneys at Sweet James when you are hurt in an accident. Number one, Sweet James used to work defending insurance companies, and so did many of his attorneys, and they were disgusted by how insurance companies take advantage of everyday people at their weakest moments, and now they use their passion, experience, and knowledge to give injured victims a voice. Secondly, they are one of the only firms that have attorneys with experience in over 500 trials, and they constantly deliver some of the top settlements in the state. Now, it's the compassion for injured victims that drive them to win and win big. So if you are hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-million, 800-900-0000. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Hey everybody, it's Burnsy, and now that U of A is in their first Final Four in 25 years, what are the chances they win their first title in 29 years? It's the Burns and Gambo Show. We start at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Shout out to Cave Creek.
Yeah.
What's going on, Cave Creek?
What's up, Cave Creek?
How are we doing out there at in Cave Creek? We are here at Chase Field getting ready for the Dbacks home opener against Justin Verlander and the Detroit Tigers tonight. But March Madness is going on, even though we're heading into April. 4 teams left, and U of A is one of them. Wolf, our own David Veenstra was in San Jose when they clinched a spot in the Final Four. He's been kind of following them around. I think he's even going to the Final Four, and he's joining us right now on the Arizona Sports Line. What's going on, David?
Hey, Luke. Thanks so much for having me.
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely, David. Thank you.
All right, well, let's just start with the obvious. What was it like there in San Jose. U of A, down 7 at halftime, but then pretty comfortably up in the second half. But what was the vibe around the team as they locked up their first Final Four spot in 25 years?
Yeah, I'd say the vibe around the team was just composure. And I mean, this team starts 3 freshmen, but I've never seen a college basketball team be so composed despite being so young. And what was really cool was at halftime, they kind of had a players-only team meeting where it was associate head coach Jack Murphy who showed them some film for a little bit. Tommy spoke briefly, and then Tommy said, "You guys figure it out. I'm leaving." So then 4 of kind of the leaders on the team, and Ivan Karchenkov, Mo Krivas, Jaden Bradley, and Tobey Walker, they gave this super inspiring team speech. And then here, Arizona comes down and outscores Purdue by 22 in the second half, and just grit, composure, extreme levels of maturity from this Arizona team.
David, it's interesting. You mentioned the fact that Tommy Lloyd walked in and, he talked to his team a little bit and then said, "I'm leaving." I know you didn't mean that, obviously, for his career with the U of A and going to North Carolina. But, I mean, how legit do you think some of these rumors are out there that Tommy Lloyd is going to leave?
Look, this is a really real thing. I mean, there's interest there from North Carolina, sure. I mean, Tommy's at the top of their short list along with Billy Donovan. But look, why would Tommy want to leave Tucson, right? Tucson's a great community. He's seen that firsthand better than anyone. And kind of, I think a lot of his quotes were taken out of context on Saturday night. He was talking about kind of, the previous coaches and Lou Olson and Sean Miller. And really, when he talked about who comes in after him, he wasn't saying that he was going to leave. He was just talking about the amazing basketball environment they have in Tucson and just the culture and the community that those before him had built.
We're talking to David Veenstra just along those lines. I think a lot of us assumed if they went and they beat Arkansas and beat Purdue that maybe those rumors would die down. They have not died down. I mean, I guess the other way to look at it is he's raised his stock in North Carolina's eyes even more because now he's a Final Four coach. What do you think this weekend did as far as that narrative either going away or getting stronger?
Yeah, I think it certainly helps both sides, right? It helps Tommy in that it gives him more leverage. I mean, he can, get even more money now from North Carolina. But at the same time, look, it'd be very, very hard to walk away from Arizona after taking them to the Final Four for the first time in 25 years. This could be the first national title since '97, something Arizona hasn't seen since Lou Olson was in charge. So while the North Carolina rumors and links are very real, I mean, winning on Saturday, it just helps both sides, both Tommy and the Wildcats.
So, David, talk to me about Koa Pete and his performance and how you thought he played.
Yeah, Koa's been outstanding this tournament. And really, when, Arizona needed a bucket time and time again during that game on Saturday against Purdue, they were able to go to Koa. And it was really his scoring that supercharged Arizona's rally in the second half. And he won the West Regional Award for Most Outstanding Player. And, I wasn't super surprised by that. I thought that they could have given it to Braden Burries, but Burries didn't have the best half. That first half against Purdue, Jaden Bradley's been spectacular in the second half of a lot of these games, but Koa's been the most consistent for Arizona over this tournament. And just watching him play against Purdue, how he was able to affect that game in the second half, it was just everything that really took Arizona over the top against Purdue.
David, what is it about this year's team? And there's been a perception, I think, among a lot of people since, I don't even know, maybe November, certainly December, that it's Michigan, it's U of A, and it's Duke. And not that nobody else can win it, but you're going to have to go through those 3 teams to get there. Now, obviously, Duke's out, but that's not always the perception nationally of U of A. Like, the perception of U of A from Tucson is that they're the best team every year. But they've been in the Final Four in 25 years. The perception of U of A this year nationally has been that they were going to get here. So what is different about this year's team?
Yeah, this is the deepest and probably most dominant U of A team we've ever seen. And really, that dominance comes from the depth, right? They have 5 guys who average double figures. They have another guy who averages more than 9 points per game, another guy who averages more than 8.5 points per game. And of the 8 guys they use in the rotation, 7 of them have had 20-point games this year individually. So it's one of those things where, say, Braden Burries is having an off shooting night like we saw in the Big 12 tournament, Anthony Delorso can step up off the bench and give them 20 points. And this is the deepest team in the country. They're the most dominant team in the country. 18 games this season, they've won by 20 points or more. That's the most in the country. And, you know, they're going to be playing a Michigan team next week or this Saturday who is just as dominant. They lead the country in average scoring margin, but where I think Arizona beats them is the depth. Arizona, what's special about this team is just the depth they have.
Yeah, you know what, David? That was going to be my next question right there. The matchup with the Wolverines coming up. There's a lot of people that believe this is the national championship game. This is the final game right here. I'm not one of those people. You have to play them all in order to win it. But to me, there's a lot of people right now talking about this matchup. What do you see?
Yeah, it's kind of unstoppable force versus immovable object. Both teams are very similar. Michigan and Arizona, kind of where Arizona's been able to be successful in the early runs of the tournament is just with its size and length. They played teams that were a lot smaller than them in the early rounds. But something about Michigan is they're very big, they're very tall. They don't give up a lot of points in the paint. That's kind of Arizona's bread and butter. Arizona likes to get to the foul line. They've shot more than 1,000 free throws this season. That's the most a team's shot since the 2018-2019 season. And the thing about Arizona, though, is that even though they like to score in the paint where they average more than 40 points per game, they're very good from three, right? Even though they're 359th in the country in three-point attempts, they only shoot about 16 per game. They're top 40 in the country in percentage. So when they have to shoot threes, they're very good at that. We saw them only go 1 of 6 from three in the first half, but they went 4 of 9 from three in the second half against Purdue. That was another big pro of that rally, just how good they were from three. And I mean, three-point shooting is going to make the difference on Saturday against Michigan, and I think Arizona is ready for this.
We're talking to David Veenstra. David, the players on this team, I mean, none of them were born the last time U of A made the Final Four, and yet they feel this, I would assume, how big of a deal this is to the school and the fan base. What is your sense of how, like, Tommy Lloyd has that perspective, obviously. I mean, he has the perspective a little bit from afar, but also from having been there the last few years. But it's not like a fan, like a U of A fan that has suffered through this for 25 years. Do you feel like the players have a full sense of what they are doing for that fan base?
I think they do. I think it's a really special group of individuals, and really of all the sports I've covered, all the teams I've covered, I'd say this Arizona team is probably the most selfless group I've ever been around. And, you know, they're not in it for themselves. They realize how big this moment is for the community, for the city of Tucson, for the state of Arizona at large. You look at a guy like Cole Pete, was born here, won 4 state titles at Perry High School, and you know, all the guys on the Arizona team, they realize how big this moment is for the state of Arizona.
David, you know, if you could go big picture for me, the state of college basketball right now with the NIL, of course, and the transfer portal that is going on, it's a year-to-year proposition. The upheaval is unbelievable. College basketball and its popularity and where it is now and where you see it going.
Yeah, I think that, you know, college basketball is only going to go up from here. I mean, you know, you're having, you know, these guys who are kind of maybe not the household names we've had in the past, because guys aren't, you know, staying 4 years like we've seen, but, you know, there's just really special players and special storylines still. And, you know, even in the era of NIL and just with where we're at with college basketball, like college basketball popularity is not going away anytime soon. Like just the storylines and narratives. Like, I mean, look at, you know, Arizona making its first Final Four in 25 years. Look at, you know, UConn has a chance to win 3 out of 4 years. You know, like there's just so many storylines in this Final Four coming up, and you know, I don't think the sports popularity is going to die off anytime soon.
David, we appreciate this, man.
David,
Thank you so much,
buddy.
Thank you so much, Wolf and Luke. Appreciate you guys for having me.
For sure. That's David Veenstra joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. When we come back, we're out here at Chase Field. Let's get back into baseball. One of the biggest bright spots for the Diamondbacks, despite getting swept by the Dodgers, was Eduardo Rodriguez's performance on Saturday. So is that something that is foreshadowing a good year from Erod? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondback skipper Torey Lovullo, the man who makes the lineup, joins Burns and Gambo Friday afternoons at 2:30 to talk D-backs. Brought to you by Budweiser. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from our brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. When you picture your retirement, what do you see? You know, everyone's goals looks a little bit different, I think, and that's why your plan should too. The fiduciary advisors at Trajan Wealth take time to understand what matters most to you and builds a plan around that. Find out how Trajan Wealth and TrajanWealth.com can actually help you, Basinonians. The fiduciary advisors at Trajan Wealth, they work as a true team collaborating with you to fine-tune your investments and weather any market shift that may be out there. What you need to do is go to TrajanWealth.com because your wealth plan should fit you, not the other way around, Basinonians. Go to TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC, registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
If you don't have gas in your home, but something doesn't smell good. Ew, what's that smell? If it smells like rotten eggs, there could be a leak in your neighborhood. Now what do I do? If you suspect a leak, move fast, call 911 and Southwest Gas. From a safe location. But I don't have natural gas in my home. Gas lines are buried all around, so even if you don't have gas. I know, call 911 and Southwest Gas.
There is nothing more meaningful you can do for yourself and for the people who care about you than finally getting rid of that pain, especially heading into vacation season. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for QC Kinetics, and if you have joint pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, or back, if you're missing work or activities you once enjoyed, if you don't want surgery and a long recovery, if you're relying on medication just to get through the day, you are exactly the kind of patient QC Kinetics helps every day with their advanced regenerative treatments that deliver life-changing results, and today can be the day you turn the corner and finally get real relief. And it could be the most meaningful thing you do for yourself and your family. Their treatments are all done in office, and your consultation is free. Call now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Hey, it's Gambo, and every single year I have Christian Brothers HVAC out to my house for their summer inspection. They do one of the most thorough inspections in Arizona, a full 22-point checklist from the Arizona Heat Pump Council, and they give you real electrical readings on every major component. If anything is outside of factory specs, they show you and explain it. No pressure, just flat rate upfront pricing. And right now, my listeners get the summer tune-up for just $50. Call 602-222-3535 or go to cbrothers.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks open their home schedule tonight at Chase Field against the Detroit Tigers. Michael Soroka will make the start for the Dbacks against future Hall of Famer Justin Verlander. First pitch is at 7:10 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Phoenix Suns are also in action tonight at the Memphis Grizzlies. Tip-off for that one is at 5 over on ESPN 620. The men's Final Four is set. Arizona will take on Michigan, and Illinois will face UConn. Both of those games are on Saturday. And 2 more Elite 8 games are left in the women's tournament. Texas faces Michigan at 4, and South Carolina plays TCU at 6. The women's semifinals go down Friday in downtown Phoenix at Mortgage Matchup Center. This report is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Schedule your free Zoom consultation at k2visionrle.com.
Arizona Sports.
And a swing, that's gone.
Live from Chase Field, Wolf and Luke talk D-backs home opener. Now.
Well, we've had some developments here during the break. There's some amazing food sitting next to me. There's definitely a foot-long corn dog with a bunch of stuff on it.
Yeah, it looks a little sloppy. I may want to try that, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, you're definitely. I mean, we're definitely we're getting.
Yes, okay.
I don't know what it's called, so I don't want to say the name wrong, but it's some sort of. Man,
like there's a lot of sugar in that.
Yeah, this looks fantastic. It's an ice cream concoction with some sort of like chocolate candy around the rim, and then it looks like you got Kit Kats and Nutter Butters and Cracker Jacks. And
all right, would you like to eat that? Is that what you're saying, or do you want part of this foot long as well?
Yeah, I want part of both.
Oh, okay, you want part of both.
Yeah,
okay.
I mean,
Wait, they brought you guys the shake?
Yes.
Oh, wow, they brought you the shake. It's got like Cracker Jack on it, too.
Yes.
Yeah, that's why I just said Cracker Jack.
It's a mess.
This is why Rick's trying to get out here for these.
That is why, to peel back the curtain.
You're not peeling back any curtain, we know.
I'm training somebody today to, Ryan Sikora, to run the board so that I can be out on remotes so that it's solely for the free food options that potentially would come my way.
We knew when you said that. But what you don't know is when the Diamondbacks brought this up to us, they said this goes away the second Rick's out here.
Oh, okay.
No
cool.
free food. And then also Wolf got a hat from the grounds crew.
Yeah,
which is like there's nobody greater to give Wolf a hat than the grounds crew.
This is really cool right here. This means a lot to me, Basinonians, because they did. The grounds crew walked up to me and said, "Wolf, here's your hat," and it is a grounds crew cap, an Arizona Diamondbacks grounds crew cap, man. There it is. You know, seriously, I'm gonna wear this at the compound. I'm gonna wear this every time I go out, do something in the yard. It's not often, Basinoni. It's not like I'm out there all the time, okay? I am going to admit that. Not out there as much trimming the trees, the mesquite trees, as I probably should. But every time I go out there to do stuff like that, I'm going to wear the grounds crew hat. I'm ready to go, man. That fires me up because you know what? I would like to drag the rake one time around that thing in my flat boots.
We're one step away from that happening. By the way, this is the Take Me Out to the Ballgame shake. So this is salted caramel. So I am going to eat this,
salted
whole thing
caramel.
during the break. We're going to share some with obviously the crew that's out here
there
with
you
us.
go,
But
right there, that is
put
nasty.
salted caramel on anything, and
it's nasty looking, man. And when I say nasty, Basinonians, in regard to food,
nasty's a compliment from Wolf. And
Yes.
by the way, here's the corn dogs. I didn't really hold that up to the camera. It's a little bit tougher to do.
All right, there you go. The corn dog. Hold that up there.
Corn
yeah,
and
boy, that is
like some chipotle sauce on there.
Nasty
got
too.
Some lime.
Isn't it?
Got to have some lime. Yeah,
My
this
goodness.
is. Yeah, Wolf's going to be eyeing that here.
Yeah.
I'll put that over here so you can't totally see it.
Yeah.
Look, the Diamondbacks are 0-3. There's no way to sugarcoat 0-3. I get that. But if you could have a proper development for this season that could bode well, and it's got to be more than one game, obviously, but Eduardo Rodriguez and or Brandon Pfaadt pitching to their potential this year would be a huge difference maker. Now, I know it's just one game, but it's difficult to ignore what he did against Team USA in the World Baseball Classic, too. Erod looked really good against the Dodgers on Saturday. 5 shutout innings against the Dodgers. That's a lineup we just had Chris Garagiola on here last hour. Couldn't agree more. What he said, at least 2 of those guys, maybe 3 are going to be Hall of Famers. Might be like 4 or 5 when all is said and done. I mean, I think 3 of them are a lock when you go Shohei, Mookie, and Freddie Freeman. Those are all Hall of Famers. I don't think it's crazy to think Kyle Tucker could get there. He's nowhere near there now, but, I mean, he could get there someday, and who knows if they have somebody else in this lineup. But either way, You pitch 5 shutout innings against that team, you're doing something right. It's a shame they lost the game. That should have been a win. We should be talking about, hey, the D-backs are coming into this game tonight with a little momentum after winning Game 3 at Dodger Stadium. They didn't, but it doesn't change the fact that Erod pitched well.
It doesn't change the fact that he pitched well. And, again, Eduardo Rodriguez, I would say, was the high point. If I was going to pick one player from the Dodgers Diamondback series and say that guy was the most impressive Diamondback, I'm going to say Eduardo Rodriguez. I thought from the entire series to see him go out there and pitch the way that he did, not giving up an earned run. I thought that, to me, was really, really big. And it's big for Eduardo. And the reason why I say that is because I know that this guy knows that he is underachieved since he has signed that contract here. There's no way in the world you can look at the contract that he signed and look at last season with an ERA over 5 and say, yeah, I'm doing my job. I'm getting it done. There's no way in the world, and I don't care who you are. I don't care what kind of background you come from. Every man needs to go out and actually work at his job and succeed and get better at his job and do his job. Nobody wants to go out there and underachieve. I don't care what job you're working at. You know what I'm talking about, Basinonians. If you're out there right now, you know what it's like, especially when you show up and you want to impress everybody and you go out there and you're not living up to your pay and your pay scale. Oh, my goodness. Wherever you're at, there's people that are talking. Why do I know that? Because there are human beings, of course. Human beings do that. Eduardo Rodriguez has not lived up to the contract that he signed here, and to see him suddenly show this talent, for lack of a better way of saying it. And I thought it was interesting, we were talking to Chris Garagiola, and he was talking about last year and the last 6 starts of last season. I don't think any of them looked like this start against the Dodgers.
He was better, though, at the end of last season. It's a good point. And so now it's like, okay, he was better at the end of last season. Does that mean anything for this year? Not necessarily, but he was better at the end of last season, and he shut down Team USA in the championship game. And his first start this season was at Dodger Stadium, and it was really good. Now it's like, his next start's against Atlanta. It's not like that's easy. I mean, the D-back schedule's brutal for the first 32 games. You got to see it consistently over the course of the year, certainly. But this is something they need if they're going to make the postseason.
Yeah, once again, I would say the start against Team USA and the WBC, that was special. That was better than what we saw last year as well.
Yeah.
And I would say this start against the Dodgers, 2 of them, stacking it back to back. Though they both were better than what we saw from Eduardo. So, to me, once again, this is something where maybe he's taking that next step. Maybe he's found something and he's going to build on that. Right now, I'm going to put Eduardo Rodriguez in the positive column.
Threw only 79 pitches in the game, 50 of them for strikes. I'm going to play this cut from Torey Lovello, and I'm trying this shake because I'm very distracted. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, he went out there and pitched. Did a really nice job. He wasn't reliable on one pitch, a fastball moving around the zone. He used all of his pitches, including a fastball that he moved around the zone. So he was extremely effective and did a really, really nice job. Yeah, maybe a batter or 2 longer in this outing, but I felt like right around that 80 pitch mark is where I was comfortable.
Yeah, that's good. Good.
The cut from Torey?
Yeah, good cut from Torey. Good. Yeah, sure, that was great. The take me out to the ballgame shake is, yeah.
Okay, we're super distracted here, Basinonians. Once again, the foot-long, what do we call this thing? The foot-long nasty.
Corn dog.
The foot-long nasty. Well, it's just not a corn dog.
It's not just a corn dog.
Look at the stuff all on top of it
him.
here.
Okay.
There's got to be something that they're calling this thing right here. It's just not a corn dog. It's
Corn Dog Plus.
Rick, you're back there. You're looking at the website right
now.
now.
Rick, how angry are you right now?
I know. You found out what Luke is eyeballing here, the sweet treat that he's eyeballing. What about the footlong that has got all this stuff on top of it that I'm dying to try?
I would have to pull it up, but what I'm more frustrated about at the moment is the fact that it is 11:41 and we have to break.
Oh,
wow. Look at that. But producing first.
Well, how
That's
about
not
that?
about food.
Production first.
That's right.
Yes.
Food second.
Good. Let's go to break so I can drink more of this thing. All right, when we come back over to basketball, what are these final 8 games for the Suns about? We're going to talk to their broadcaster. Kevin Ray joins us next. Game Day with K-Ray. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Braylon Mullins, the hero for UConn.
It was absolutely remarkable, and when that ball left, you're just like, no way, and it was nothing but the bottom of the net.
Oh, the sound was magical.
I've got a really fat cat. I mean, a cat that's comically fat.
How fat is he?
This cat is so fat, Vinny, that he will not stand up to drink water out of his bowl. He's so fat.
When he lays around the house, he really lays around the house.
How does he feel about Mondays and lasagna?
When I screamed, this cat moved faster than it has in decades.
That's because he thought you said ice cream.
Bickley and Marotta mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. You want to buy a home? What if you could do that right now without getting slowed down and stressed out by trying to sell your old place first? I've been in that spot before. You find the home you want to be in. You know it's not going to be on the market for very long, but you need the money from your old home to actually be able to pull off the move. So you're kind of stuck and you're waiting on one side, but then you're trying to hurry on the other. It's just not fun. Good news, though, now with Orchard and their Move First, Sell Later program, if you find the home you want, you can just buy it. You don't have to let that one get away, and then you can sell the old one later, and here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash, so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting around, no showings, no double moves. Get that part of the equation done. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home. They make price-boosting upgrades, and they'll list and sell your home for top dollar. The Orchard agents are real experts, too, local pros, some of the most experienced around town, equipped with smart tools and products to help you sell your home for more. Buy before you sell. Get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Hey, it's time to find that F-Series truck you want at a price you can't afford to miss because it is Ford Truck Month. Yep, and Ford Truck Month is about the only way that America's best-selling line of trucks for 49 years running gets better. Ford Truck Month at our Desert Ford dealers. Hey, Paul Calvise here. Man, we wait all year for these amazing offers. The Ford F-150. America counts on it. We get to drive it. And that's not all we get. Check out these savings. How about 0% APR for 60 months with zero down, zero payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. We're talking on the job site, hauling the family camper, off-roading. F-150 trucks are icons of muscle and performance. And again, during Ford Truck Month, get 0% APR for 60 months with zero down, zero payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. But it all ends March 31st. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Hi, I'm Brandon Webb, former Arizona baseball player. Baseball has enriched my life, teaching me teamwork, confidence, and perseverance. At Miracle League of Arizona, we're sharing that gift with children, teens, and adults with special needs. Over 450 athletes get the chance to play, most for the first time, learning sportsmanship and building friendships that last a lifetime. Your dollar-for-dollar Arizona tax credit donation makes it possible. Visit miracleleagueaz.com or call 480-686-8137.
Being hurt in an accident can change your life, and we want you to be empowered in that situation, and that is why we tell you to call Sweet James. Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here, and when one of our listeners got hurt in a motorcycle accident, he was shocked by the lowball offer he got from the insurance company, and he called Sweet James, and his new team of attorneys helped him get the medical care needed to get on that bike again, and then they fought tirelessly to deliver a $400,000 win. Now, no firm can guarantee outcomes, but if you're ever hurt in an accident, you need a team of local attorneys who have the care, the skill, and the resources to win the most for you. And Sweet James brings over 500 trials of experience to every case, big or small, and that is why they win 98% of the time, and they win big. Call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Catch it in from the corner.
Wolf and Luke.
Brings the boom.
man catching bodies on his way to the rack.
Suns, game day with K-Ray.
I'm ready for whatever. I'm ready for whatever.
All right, in the middle of everything else going on, baseball out here at Chase Field, March Madness. The Suns are playing one of their final 8 games tonight, starting their final road trip of the regular season, Wolf. So, I mean, it's your final guaranteed road trip of the year, and it's going this week. Memphis tonight, Orlando tomorrow, Charlotte on Thursday, and Chicago on Sunday. And then, I mean, I guess technically they go to L.A. and Oklahoma City at the very end of the year if we're counting that as a road trip. But this is an actual, like, East Coast road trip. Starts in Memphis tonight. Kevin Ray's going to join us here shortly. He's probably eating barbecue in Memphis right now. How was the dog, by the way? You tried the dog.
Yeah, it was really, really good. It was really good. Cutting that thing in half was very, very difficult, especially when you were cutting it with a plastic knife.
Yeah, it didn't stop you, though. Wolf, for people obviously didn't see it because it was during the break, he cut into the foot-long corn dog. He just cut right through the stick and everything. And
right through the stick.
Yeah.
With a plastic knife, based audience. Had to twist it a little bit as well.
A lesser man would have sent toppings everywhere, but not you. You were very focused.
Yeah, and didn't do a good enough job actually eating it in front of the camera as well. So all apologies.
No, that's okay. I'm going to drink more of the shake in front of the camera when we get K-Ray on.
Okay,
well,
that is great.
Be good.
What are we going to ask K-Ray? What's the first question you have for K-Ray?
Well, I mean, if he's in Memphis, it is about the barbecue.
It is.
Pretty good.
You have to get barbecue when you go to Memphis.
Why would you go if you're not doing that?
It's just incredible.
Oh, K-Ray's there right
there
now.
There it is.
Okay, all right. Kevin Ray is joining us right now on the Arizona Sports Line ahead of the Suns game in Memphis tonight. Kay, what's going on?
Gents, how we doing? Happy game day.
We're doing good. We're right here on the field at Chase Field. Wolf just got handed a hat by the grounds crew and a corn dog by the
Boy, the corn dog was so good, too, K-Ray. Can you imagine a corn dog? And all this stuff is slopped all over the top of it. Really, really good stuff here, man. And speaking of good stuff, you're in Memphis right now. Tell me you went and got barbecue, right?
You know what? We did not get barbecue last night. Yeah, I mean, been to Memphis more than a couple times, and I've had barbecue more than a couple times here in Memphis. So I can tell you I've hit pretty much every barbecue spot in Memphis, many good ones, but last night that was not on the menu.
Well, Kay, looking at these final 8 games, it's easy to fall into the trap of, okay, they're probably not catching anybody for 6, and they're probably not getting caught from behind, so they're just going to be locked into 7, and this is all about getting healthy and this and that and starting to win games, and that stuff is all true. But then you look at the Clippers, and the Clippers, even though the Suns won over the weekend, the Clippers made up another half game on them. How much are you paying attention to the team in the Suns' rearview mirror? Because over the last 48 games, that Clippers team is 33-15.
Yeah, I mean, look, you have to, right? I mean, you start first and foremost with, you handle your own business. So that's where it begins. But you can't help but, see that car closing in. It's like driving over to Cali, right, Luke? When you're heading to the beach for a long weekend and you're out there on the 10 and you think you've got a little room, and then all of a sudden you look up and you're like, man, this guy is like screaming up behind me. Well, that's kind of what's going on with the Clippers right now. And so, yeah, these next 4 games become even bigger than they were, 3 weeks ago as you kind of looked ahead on the schedule for a variety of reasons. But you start first and foremost with the Suns handling their business. And I thought they did that Saturday. It was a great indication of hopefully what that means tonight. And against the lesser than teams, the teams that clearly are not in a position to, head into the postseason. They've got their focus on something very different. But with that being said, they're still NBA players. You still got guys who are looking for spots on a roster for next season, whether it's with their current team or another team. So you've got to go out and, like they say, respect the game and, handle your business. But, yes, that is an LA team that is giving people fits right now.
So, Kay, what do you think the Suns have to do tonight to beat the Grizzlies?
Well, really, you go with a duplicate effort of what we saw Saturday night, which is come out, don't mess around, and, create some separation early. And we know it's the NBA. With the 24-second shot clock, teams are going to make runs. The Suns built that big lead. Utah made a little bit of a push there early in the second quarter. I think they ended up going on like a 10-2 run. But the Suns were able to wrestle back the momentum, and from that point really had control of the game. The same can be said here tonight. You look at this Memphis roster, and I know there's fans will be watching tonight and going, wait a minute, who is this guy? Where did he play? How long? Oh, he's only been, he's on his second 10-day contract. But look, we know this, guys. Guys who are on those 10-day contracts, they're playing with the level of desperation, right? And so you better have that same kind of desperate mentality, just with something else in mind.
We're talking to Kevin Ray. Kay, aside from a couple games, maybe the Milwaukee game, the Chicago game, certainly, the Suns have been really good at beating the teams they're supposed to beat this season, and now that we're well into the 70s in terms of games this year, the fact that I can immediately think of the Chicago game and the Milwaukee game, because there aren't many examples like that, says a lot. Why do you think they have been so effective at beating these teams they should beat this year?
Well, I think in many ways, Luke, it goes back to what I said a moment ago. Like, when Jordan Knott came in, and they laid the groundwork. The groundwork and the foundation of this team is what? It's playing hard, playing with great effort from start to finish. And because of that, when you're playing against those teams that are, lesser talented teams, that is where you're going to get that separation. It's against those elite teams where you not only have to play hard, but you have to make some exceptional things happen along the way. And so that is why you don't cheat the game. You don't look at the name on the back of the jersey. You're looking at the name on the front of the jersey of your opponent tonight, Memphis. Memphis is an NBA team. So you come with the requisite respect, and I think that's why that they have handled their business so well against those teams that are struggling to get wins.
Okay, once again, the 7th seed. Why is it so important? Do you think it's super important for the team to win the 7th seed?
Well, yeah, because look, you get that game at home, right? And while this team has been pretty solid on the road, because of a variety of things, they don't have as good a record on the road as they do at home, and so to get the game at home in front of your fan base, and the Suns fans have been, re-energized this season from what they've been over the last couple of seasons. And I think in a lot of ways that just kind of sets the tone of what you hope to be is additional home playoff games. And you just, because of the scenario in the play-in, Wolf, playing at home to me becomes critically important.
We're talking to Kevin Ray. Kay, as far as Mark Williams and Dylan Brooks, they're obviously not playing tonight. Is there a specific time that you feel like they need to be in before the end of the season? Or, how long do you think it's going to take to work those guys back in without disrupting what the Suns are doing well? And do you think it's a longer time period for one or the other?
Well, I do think it's a longer period of time for Mark than for Dylan for a couple of reasons. One, you remember, Dylan's injury was not lower body based, right? So his conditioning, has not been hit as hard as it is with Mark. While we can all be excited that they were all, they're both doing 5-on-5 work, that 5-on-5 work is going to feel different for Dylan than it does Mark, just because Mark is dealing with a foot issue, meaning his ability to get his body back into basketball conditioning is going to take longer, first and foremost, just because he's a big man versus, Dylan. But I think you start there because Dylan's really been able to maintain and keep his VO level at a high mark versus what, Williams has been able to do. And I think just because of the positions that they play, you've got Dylan who's handling the basketball a lot more. And with Mark, it's more kind of situational. So, yes, I think that one will get advanced quicker than the other.
Okay, where are you right now, quickly, on Jalen Green in regard to the arrow and where the arrow was pointing?
Well, look, you think back. Saturday night was his 26th game of the season, right? And what do we always say about a team when the year begins? We always say we'll kind of know who they are after about a quarter of the season, right? So Jalen's just passed a quarter of the season in terms of games played. You look at his numbers of the last 10, 11 games, and the arrow is, it may not be pointing at high noon, but it is pointing at about 11 o'clock with the 12 quickly approaching. So I think it speaks volumes about him really finding a rhythm. But I think more importantly, Wolf, as we talked about it on the broadcast, I think he's really finding some nice kind of pacing, if you will, on when to keep attacking and when to drop it off and, set up assist. And that to me makes his team especially potent offensively.
Good stuff as always. Kay, we'll
Thank
talk to you
Kay.
again soon.
All right, boys, enjoy that corn dog, Wolf.
You already did. Thanks, Kay. That's Kevin Ray joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. We come back, we'll take you through the top stories of the day with Wolf and Down Your Lunch. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Join Arizona Sports April 11th in Tempe for the 22nd annual Pats Run presented by Tech Systems. This 4.2-mile run walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. Bring the whole family. Kids can take part in the 0.42-mile Kids Run presented by Shields and Phoenix Children's Hospital. Honor Pat Tillman's legacy and help support the Tillman scholars who carry it forward. After the run, it's the Tillman Tailgate presented by Gila River Resorts and Casinos. Enjoy live music, food trucks, and vendor activations outside the stadium. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Bright Wealth Management President Matt Dagas. And Matt, taxes. They're one part of retirement that most people never get ahead of.
That's true, and no one also plans for them. So once you start taking income from your accounts, taxes can impact everything. If you don't plan it right, you're going to pay Uncle Sam more than you should.
But you help people take control of that.
Absolutely. We look at all of your accounts, IRAs, 401ks, Social Security, all these taxes to build a strategy designed to reduce all these unnecessary costs over time.
And the difference adds up?
It absolutely does. And smart tax planning can save you thousands of dollars over your retirement years.
And listeners can start that process today.
Call Bright Wealth Management at 844-726-9116 or visit us at brightwm.com for your complimentary tax review.
Hey, if you want to keep more of what you've earned, make the call.
Again, that's 844-726-9116 or brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
I need a little range, step to the range. There's a new flavor in town, the Jalapeno Ranch Club at Chick-fil-A. With that juicy Chick-fil-A original spicy or grilled chicken, a buttermilk ranch bun, candied bacon, pepper jack cheese, and jalapeno ranch sauce. It's got big ranch vibes with a little heat. Chick-fil-A's new Jalapeno Ranch Club, available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
When your check engine light comes on, do you see a repair bill or do you see peace of mind? For 20 years, CarShield's been the name America trusts to help keep you on the road. While other companies stop covering you when your car gets older, CarShield offers protection plans up to 200,000 miles. With over $1 billion in claims paid, we don't just promise protection, we deliver it. Don't let a breakdown break your budget. Get the flexible month-to-month coverage you deserve. Go to carshield.com. That's carshield.com today.
Hey, it's Vince Morata with some great offers going on now at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. Right now, spring into huge savings with a new 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab and save up to $12,236 off MSRP. Or qualified buyers can grab 0% APR financing on select models. Hop into a new 2025 Hummer EV or pickup SUV and sweep up to $20,000 off MSRP or choose 0% financing there too. If luxury is your style, check out select 2026 Buick Enclave models with up to $6,000 off MSRP, 0.9% financing, plus no payments for 120 days. But don't wait, these savings aren't in season for long. You want it? Earnhardt Buick GMC's got it. Find them in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 protection package unless otherwise stated. After all applicable incentives on select models, must be current eligible owner or lessee for certain offers. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all buyers qualify. Finance charges accrue from date of financing. Excludes some models. Not available with lease and some other offers. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See deal for details. Offers end March 31st, 2026.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know how important the home court advantage can be in sports, and that's exactly what you'll get from my friends at Advanced Window Products. They are a local window and door manufacturer that sells directly to the public. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley, which means you get faster turnaround times, no middleman markups, and windows that are custom built for your home, not generic sizes, retrofitted on site. Now, most window companies are just resellers, not Advanced Window Products. They'll build your windows, install your windows, then guarantee them for life, and that installation is done by vetted, trained, full-time crews, not subcontractors. Their windows also engineered for Arizona's extreme climate, which lowers your energy bills year-round, and during their spring special, you can get $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Give them a call at 480-764-2110. Find them online at advancedwindows.com.
Baseball fans know a rally is one of the game's greatest moments. But in real life, some comebacks take more than determination. After a traumatic brain injury or stroke, the road back can feel long. That's where Barrow Neurological Institute steps in. With advanced neurorehabilitation, Barrow specialists help patients rebuild strength, regain independence, and return to the life they love. Barrow Neurological Institute, where your neurorehabilitation care matters. Visit barrowneuro.org to learn more.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks open their home schedule tonight at Chase Field against the Detroit Tigers. Michael Soroka will make the start for the Dbacks against future Hall of Famer Justin Verlander. First pitch is at 7:10 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Phoenix Suns are also in action tonight at the Memphis Grizzlies. Tip-off for that one is at 5 over on ESPN 620. And the men's Final Four is set. Arizona will take on Michigan on Saturday, and that is what is trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, could I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
And does it smell good?
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
All right, it's noon on a Monday, and it's time for Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Rick is back at the studios, and he has lunch. What's up, Rick?
I don't actually have lunch. You guys have lunch.
Actually, they gave us so much that we gave some to Jamal, and now Jamal's eating it right now.
Yeah, and see, Jamal gets all the perks out there while I'm just back here in a dark studio.
He doesn't look, really sorry about it either. He's
I'm sure he's laughing at me.
He is laughing at you, yes. I should take a picture of it.
Yes.
He almost spilled milkshake everywhere laughing at you.
The Arizona Diamondbacks were swept by the Los Angeles Dodgers and are 0-3. Here is Dbacks skipper Torey Lovullo reflecting on the series.
We did a really good job today. Of course, there's other things that I wish that we did and we can clean up, but overall, we won a lot of innings of baseball over the course of this 3-game series, yet we're 0-3. So that's frustrating. It's very frustrating. But, the Dodgers are built this way. We know it. We knew it coming in, and we knew it would be that type of baseball game. But I was proud of the way we did a lot of things today. You're right.
This takes us to our Sanderson Ford poll question, which you can vote on now on ArizonaSports.com. It asks, what has been the most concerning part of the D-backs' 0-3 start? Bullpen struggles, base running mistakes, or lack of late-inning offense?
That's a tough question because you said this earlier, Wolf. The bullpen overall didn't look terrible against the Dodgers, but they did let 2 wins slip away.
Yes.
So based just on that series, my answer would be my answer would be a fake word. My answer would be lack of late inning offense, but I'm not worried about that big picture So I am going to say bullpen struggles, even though I don't think they were that bad in that series. They did let 2 wins slip away.
Yeah, you know what? The late inning struggles in terms of actually producing at the plate, that's what I would point to. I think the 9th inning, down by a run with Alec Thomas on second after a walk and a stolen base. You got 1 out. Jordan Lawler, of course, struck out looking, and Ketel Marte grounded out to short, I should say, to end the game. That, and then in Game 3 as well, Pavin Smith flied out to center, Nolan Arenado flied out to center, Alex Thomas flied out to center.
Thomas gave it a ride. That was close to the warning track, but it's still an out.
Yeah, it's still an out, but once again, they had their chances to come up with a hit that would change things, and I'm going to say late innings lack of production.
All right. I will vote for the lack of late inning offense, which is second. Bullpen struggles are first, 56%. Lack of late inning offense, 31%. Base running mistakes is 13%. And in last, Arizona advanced to the men's Final Four with a comeback win over Purdue on Saturday. What to you guys has been the most impressive part of the Wildcats' run? And I know you, Luke, you don't want to compliment U of A, but for the purposes of this show,
the depth is impressive. The depth of that team is impressive. I guess I'll kind of spin it forward. And I mean, their first 2 games were gimmies. They should be. They were one of the top teams in the country. To me, if they get through Michigan, that is extremely impressive. And I'm not taking away what they've done up to this point, but as far as like specific individual things they've done, that would be like, whoa. Like I think everybody expected them to win each of their first 4 games. Like I said, the first 2 were layups. Michigan, I'm not even sure if U of A is favored in that game. But overall, if you're just saying big picture, it's their depth. It's the fact that 1 or 2 guys can have an off night, and it doesn't matter. And if you want a different answer, I would say Tommy Lloyd. I said this earlier in the show. I think he knows the really great college basketball coaches in particular, because basketball, you're coaching a lot of freshmen in key roles. You're not necessarily doing that in football. He knows how to push the buttons for his team in different ways. You know, for me, they're so talented, and yet they're so tough. I don't think they get enough credit for being tough. They are hyper-talented. And to that point, and I talked about this a little bit earlier, but it was 10-9 Purdue at the 15:25 mark. 10-9 Purdue. They took the lead at the 15:25 mark of the first half, and that was the first time the U of A had trailed in the tournament. the first time they trailed in the tournament. And it just speaks to the incredible talent that they have and the toughness as well. And when I say toughness, part of being tough is being able to walk through anything that competition can throw your way. The intensity and being able to walk through it and be prepared to come out early in a game and get a lead early in a game. I'm talking about any lead whatsoever. The fact that they were not behind until the 15:25 mark of the Purdue game, that blew my mind, man. So to me, it's not only the talent, but it's the toughness of the U of A.
All right, last one for you guys. On Friday, ASU had its pro day, and a bunch of NFL coaches were out there, and you saw Mike Vrabel working with Maxi Iannaccio. What kind of benefit can players get from an experience like that in your mind?
Well, if you had to love that, you saw the video with Vrabel and Iannaccio, right? I mean, that looked like, man, it looked like you're going to a lot of trouble if you're not going to draft this guy. Now, I know Iannaccio's the Patriots pick late in the first round, and Iannaccio's he's not like a lock to go 8th or something. So some of that's out of Vrabel's hands. But it feels like if Max Iannaccio's on the board when Mike Vrabel and the Patriots are picking, it feels like they're going to take him. I mean, that was the optics of it. It doesn't guarantee anything, but It was kind of cool to see Vrabel's just so unique, him out there working with Ihanator. And if you're Ihanator, this is great. Whether the Patriots draft me or not, I'm working against a guy who played in the NFL for a long time.
Yeah, first of all, that was no accident. That was no accident whatsoever. Mike Vrabel wanted to put his hands on Max Ihanator. He wanted to do that and see how this kid was going to respond, because they either are going to draft him or not at the end of that first round. Can I also say this, too? This is exactly what Chuck Noll did, the famous, legendary Hall of Fame coach for the Pittsburgh Steelers, Chuck Noll. This is what he did to my older brother, Craig.
Really?
Came out specifically to work Craig out as well. Now, the Steelers drafted Craig in the 5th round, okay? So it wasn't like he was some high-round pick, but Chuck Noll wanted to work him out specifically. Something tells me Mike Vrabel was the same way with Max Ihanator.
I mean, that's an interesting point, because Scadaboo was there, obviously John Harbaugh, the Giants GM. I just feel like Scadaboo was like, hey, everybody from the Giants, you're coming with me to Pro Day. I mean, Scadaboo doesn't have to be there either. He's already in the NFL. It felt like the two things that I took away from that Pro Day, it looked like the Giants, one of these ASU players, at least one of them is going to join Scadaboo in New York. Whether that, I don't know if it's going to be Jordan Tyson, but I mean, it could be Ihanator, it could be Crook, it could be any of the Miles Rouser, it could be a guy they signed to a free agent contract or whatever. So it felt like that, but then also what you just said, Vrabel doesn't have to come all the way out from Foxborough or Boston to Phoenix for that, and yet he did. I don't think that's an accident either. It's not like all 32 coaches go to every pro day. All right, that was Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Thank you, Rick. When we come back, come on, Malwatch nearly had his first NBA double-double. He did have his first NBA 12-point game. It was against Utah, but does it mean something more than just that? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
0-1. Espinal off the end of the bat, slow roller to second, and Marte has stopped Freddie Freeman in his tracks. Now Freddie's going to walk over. They'll hug it out. Included in that hug is a tag, and that'll do it for the Dodgers.
Dbacks Tigers, the home opener tonight live from Chase Field. Listen to it on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7, and get our reaction to it tomorrow morning on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. Listen, if your teeth, if they hurt, if you're missing teeth maybe, or you're tired of fumbling with dentures, man, it's time to go to Aria Dental Implant Center. My good friend, Dr. Joe at Aria Dental Implant Center, he's the real deal, man. He's helped more than 2,500 full-mouth patients and placed over 20,000 implants. Man, those are reps, Basinonians. Are you kidding me? Over 20,000. And with all-on-4 full-mouth implants, experience is everything. Time to book your new patient consultation and 3D CT scan, or get a second opinion before you make that big decision. Ask about treatment options and financing, of course. Patients are often shocked by what's possible. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
LASIK and EVO ICL from King LASIK gives you freedom from glasses and contacts. Refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision eliminates readers and cataracts. Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Dr. King and Dr. Kopstein have performed over 300,000 procedures, and I know from personal experience that they'll know the best procedure for you. Schedule your free Zoom consult today at K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE. No glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. K2VisionRLE.com.
You know what scared Kathy more than surgery? Giving up her active life, turning down opportunities to do the things she loves.
I found myself saying, no, I don't want to do that because of pain. It was really limiting my activities in every way.
And then came the diagnosis.
You need 2 full knee replacements. I don't have time for a double knee replacement. And I don't like pain. So, no.
But that's not how her story ends. She tried something different. QC Kinetics. It was cutting edge, but natural and much easier on her body, with thousands of patient success stories.
I went to QC Kinetics. Within a couple of weeks, I was absolutely pain-free, no pain. I feel fantastic. Too much life to live, and I want to stay in motion as long as I possibly can.
Don't let pain decide what you say yes or no to. Live your best life. They'll make sure of it at QC Kinetics, starting with a free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
Have you heard about Global Credit Union? Hey, everybody, it's Dave Burns. They're helping Arizonans keep more of their money. Last year, members saved over $194 million through better rates and lower fees. Perks include early payday, access to your paycheck up to 3 days early, and 24/7 U.S.-based support whenever you need it. Join at globalcu.org or visit one of their 9 Phoenix area branches. I'm a member, and you will feel the difference right away. Global Credit Union. Better rates, fewer fees, real savings.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Tuesday morning, and we'll look back to see if the Diamondbacks can score a run after the 4th inning. That and a lot more. Starting at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Quick shout out to Youngtown.
What's up, Youngtown?
What is going on, Youngtown? Suns are back at it tonight. We talked to K-Ray about this a little bit earlier. Torey Lavello, by the way, is going to join us down here in about 10 minutes.
Boy, how about that?
And he works right there.
That's just so cool.
Perfect, yeah.
Torey. Love Torey.
We don't usually get to have Torey on in person.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point.
So
Why do you think that is? Midday?
Probably because he's working.
Yeah, interesting.
Probably usually during baseball season, he's getting ready for a baseball game here. But we're going to have him on in about 12-ish minutes. Talking Suns, though, right now, Wolf. And one of the things to come out of that game, it's so weird, right? You have the Diamondbacks, and you're looking and saying, man, they played the Dodgers. They've played 3 games this season. They've all been against the Dodgers. It's tough to get a read on that. The flip side is when you're playing the Utah Jazz, the exact opposite of the LA Dodgers. The Dodgers doing everything they can to win to the point where it's irritating all of us.
Yes.
Going beyond what they should be able to do to try and win. Then you have Utah, who's actively trying to lose and embarrassing the sport and the league. But that's who the Suns played on Saturday, and they did beat them, and they beat them handily. And Kamon Malwatch had a career-high 12 points in the game. And so it's hard to process, is that because it was Utah, or is it another sign of the progress he has clearly been making over the last month or so?
I think it's a combination of the two, Luke. I don't think it has to be one or the other. I think it's a combination of the two, and I think it also has got an awful lot to do with Kamon Malwatch and how Malwatch has grown. Oh, my goodness. It is exponential, man, to see where he started and where he is right now. It is incredible to see the growth from this young guy. And you know what? It makes perfect sense. It does. When you're talking about a kid who is as young as he is, and I'm sorry, I know he's a full-grown man, at least he looks that way, but he's 19 years old once again. It just blows my mind, Luke, when I think about it. Just 19 years old, trying to compete against a guy who's 32 and has a 10-year NBA career, or maybe a 14-year NBA career. It's just to think that this kid is out there competing and producing the way that he is right now. Man, I'm going to take that as a positive and really hope that he just continues to develop, finishes this season strong, and then, man, look out going into year 2.
The reason I do kind of want to read something into it is, look, Utah may not be trying to win games, but that's all before the game. When the game starts, the players out there on the floor are trying to win. They're not trying to get embarrassed by a 19-year-old. So that alone, I think there's some value to it. The second part of it is he played 20 minutes. It's not like it was such a blowout that he played 38 minutes or something. He played 20 minutes. He's played 20 minutes in games before in the NBA. But then the third part of it is 12 points in 20 minutes. Would you say that's a confidence boost for a 19-year-old in the NBA?
No doubt.
And, I almost don't even care who he's playing against if he gets a jolt of confidence from it, especially because you can see him working in new things he has learned. I mean, you could see it a couple months ago where it was kind of like, okay, I'm supposed to do this. Okay, I'm supposed to do this. Like he's diligently doing what he's supposed to. Whereas now, though, it looks more instinctual.
Yeah.
And if he's putting that stuff to practice and all of a sudden it's 12 points and 9 rebounds in 20 minutes, 12 points and 9 rebounds in 20 minutes is pretty good.
Yeah, once again, he is a work in progress. He really is. And the NBA is different from the NFL. I understand that, brothers. It is. You play a game once a week in the National Football League. In the NBA, you play 3, sometimes 4. It just, it is a whole different paradigm. Yet at the same time, to see him grow the way that he has, I experienced it. I know what it was like to suddenly come to the realization, I can play with these guys. I've talked about this over and over and over again. But it's so important that every kid comes to that realization. If you are trying to play something at the highest level our species can generate, you better be able to think in your head and in your heart that you belong there, and you can play with these guys. What's the way that you learn how to do that, brothers? What is the way that you learn how to do that? You compete against them and you see yourself succeed and get the job done. That's why Kamal Malawach and watching him grow right now is just a joy to me, because it reminds me of that time when my rookie year I knew that I belonged and that I could play with these guys. And once you get to that point, I talk about it all the time, but it's the truth. Once you get to that point where you know you belong and you can play with these guys, now what are you going to build? What are you going to build on top of that? Come on, Malawach. He's still, right now, laying the foundation. He is. He's not a finished product. The foundation is not even poured. It hasn't hardened. It hasn't. He's still pouring it, the foundation. But this kid, man, right now, it looks like he can play. How much better are you going to be, Kamal Malawach, in the years to come?
Well, and this is going to shock you, but I've never played in the NBA. But if I'm Kamal Malawach, I'm not walking out of that game being like, yeah, but they weren't playing Jaren Jackson Jr. or Lauri Markkanen. I'm looking and saying, I see an NBA logo stitched on those jerseys, and I just put up 12 points and 9 rebounds.
And it's not like this is his only game.
No, well, that's a great point. It's also, we can all see it. You can see it. You maybe haven't seen the progress as far as the stats over the last month. I mean, sometimes, but not to this extent. But you can see watching him play that he is taking another step, and it speaks to the value of having a G League team. It speaks to the value of Jordan Ott and how he is letting him develop, but not doing it at the expense of his team that is in a playoff race right now. It speaks to Kamal Malawach, though, and honestly how quickly he is soaking the stuff up, because it's not, hey, he's 19.
Yeah.
It's, hey, he's 19. He didn't start playing basketball till later in life, quote, later in life. You know what I mean? It's not like he was playing basketball when he was 5. So he's soaking it up very quickly. Here's Jordan Ott after the game on what the Suns can take from that win.
Some of these games are tough. We've kind of seen some of it this season. You see it around the league, but we have a lot to play for. Just our intent on both sides of the ball, offensively and defensively. We have stuff we want to get done. I thought right from the get-go we were on it. Put us in a good position at halftime.
Man, once again, put him in a really good position at halftime. But it says something to me about a team that can go out and handle business. I talk about it all the time. The Utah Jazz, they're not a great basketball team. Ron Wolfley reporting. The Grizzlies, by the way, are not a great basketball team as well. One of the things that we have seen from the Phoenix Suns, they go out and they handle business. And I really do enjoy that because it speaks to the professionalism that is inside the locker room and the pros that are inside that locker room to go out and do your job against somebody you know you're better than. It may be something that fans will blow over, but I don't think you should. You should really take heart in that. The fact that a team can go out and say, we are better than this team. We are better than they are. And we need to go out and handle it. And then to be able to execute it and do it on the floor or on the field or on the diamond, wherever you may be, on the ice, man, that says so much about pros being in your locker room.
It's not going to come into play much here in 2 weeks because you're going to be playing really good teams all the time in the postseason, obviously. But there's still a couple more games in these final 8 that fit into that category. And it's a major reason the Suns are where they are because they really, by and large, have taken care of business against the lesser teams this season. All right, when we come back, we're out here. We're at Chase Field. And I believe Torey Lavello is going to join us down here next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
0-1. Espinal off the end of the bat, slow roller to second, and Marte has stopped Freddie Freeman in his tracks. Now Freddie's going to walk over. They'll hug it out. Included in that hug is a tag, and that'll do it for the Dodgers.
Dbacks Tigers, the home opener tonight live from Chase Field. Listen to it on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7, and get our reaction to it tomorrow morning on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
1877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort are two of Scottsdale's most iconic entertainment destinations, elevated by one premier loyalty experience, Salt River Rewards. Earn points on gaming, dining, and purchases. Then redeem for free play, cash, or exclusive savings on dining, spa treatments, and hotel stays with breathtaking valley views. Join today and get up to $25 in free play. Salt River Rewards at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. After suffering an injury, you may face many hard questions. What will tomorrow bring? Which firm should I choose to represent me and my family? At Morgan & Morgan, we will hold your hand every step of the way. From our one-click sign-up, mobile apps, and 24/7 availability, we make it easy to get your case started right from the comfort of your couch. All firms are not the same. The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
How was your break? It was great until I stopped for gas. Prices have gone up almost $1 with no end in sight. I might have to start watching how much I drive.
That's exactly why I use Upside. I never pay full price for gas with the free Upside app.
Upside?
Yes, Upside. It's the free app that gives you cash back just for buying the gas you're already buying. So, even with the rising gas prices, I'll never have to limit how much I drive.
Does that actually add up to anything?
Just last year, I made over $200 with the Upside app.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app right now.
Download the free Upside app to earn cash back on the gas you're already buying. Use promo code THRIVE25 for an extra 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code THRIVE25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first fill-up. That's THRIVE25.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Hey Arizona, it's Vince Marotta, and springtime means it's time to clean things up, starting with what's parked in your driveway. Ford Truck Month is still rolling at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler with huge savings all month long. Jump into a new 2025 Ford F-150 and save up to $5,000 off MSRP, plus $5,000 in Ford bonus cash. Or grab the zeros. 0% financing for 66 months with Ford Flex Buy, 0 money down, and 0 payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 Truck Month cash on select F-150 XLT, Super Duty XL, and XLT trucks. Need more room to fit your family? Save up to $8,500 off MSRP on a new 2026 Ford Escape. As Tex Earnhardt said, if you don't try us, we both lose money. Shop local, shop Earnhardt Ford, no bull for 75 years and going. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the no bull protection package and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1,598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on select new models, exclusions apply. $0 security deposit. APR terms limited. Available through Ford Credit. Not all buyers will qualify. Lessee responsible for excess wear and mileage over 10,500 miles at 20 cents per mile, plus tax, title, license, and $599 dock fee. See dealer for details. Offers in March 31st, 2026.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Mike, the Arizona Diamondbacks open their home schedule tonight at Chase Field against the Detroit Tigers. Michael Soroka will make the start for the Dbacks against future Hall of Famer Justin Verlander. First pitch is at 7:10 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Stay tuned next as Wolf and Luke will be joined by Dbacks manager Torey Lovello. And the Phoenix Suns are in action tonight at the Memphis Grizzlies. Tip-off is at 5 over on ESPN 620. And that is what is trending now.
Arizona Sports.
Right field on its way. See you later.
Live from Chase Field, Wolf and Luke talk D-backs home opener. Now.
Yeah, we're out here at Chase Field. It's Wolf and Luke as we count down to the home opener here this evening. We are set up right here on the field. I tell you, that scoreboard. I mean, the D-backs already had a nice scoreboard, but the new scoreboard looks pretty good out there behind us.
Man, it is totally incredible right now. I think if you're on YouTube, you can actually see it, correct? Kind of.
You can see the
okay,
field,
you
though.
can kind
you can
of
see the setup
it.
behind us.
Oh, my goodness. Look at this
the
guy
work
walking
that goes
up right
into
now.
Putting the
How you
field
doing,
together.
Torey?
What's going on, Torey? How you doing? Torey Lovello's
We were
joining us
just
here in
looking
just a
at
second.
the scoreboard, man. It is truly incredible. This brand new scoreboard. I know that Torey stuff like that really matters to you.
Yeah. No, you know what? They have done a great job here, and I know that there's going to be some things taking place in the stadium that are going to be improved. That is massive. That is a massive scoreboard. There's a lot going on.
Beautiful.
So I appreciate you guys having me. Look,
How
you guys
doing, buddy?
I'm doing good. You guys must really be desperate. You had to. You went down to the bottom of the barrel to get me to come out here. Like
Stop.
usually you do Fitzy. Fitzy's. I know Fitzy's
Oh,
one of your
my goodness.
favorites.
Oh, yes.
So, but because he played football.
Yes.
That's probably the only reason.
Well, you know.
He does ask him about
Yeah.
it a little bit.
Yeah. All right. I appreciate the desperation because I love spending time with you guys. So
Well, we
good to be
figured
with
you'd
you.
work right here. Like, you could just
Yeah.
figured this would be a good time to call on you.
It was easy. I got here. By the way, I walked in a Josh Doan Buffalo Sabres jersey today.
No
for the win.
way. Really?
Yeah. So Shane Doan obviously connected to this
Okay.
community.
Yes.
Josh, the son, went to Arizona State. Now playing for the Sabres, and I know you're from Buffalo.
Yeah.
So I married a
absolutely.
Buffalonian.
Of course, that's
so,
right.
Anyway, so
Yes.
I'm like, what better combination could I have than that hometown of her and Shane and Josh Doan? Right?
That's very, very cool. So you walked in, you're saying, with that jersey
With the jersey on, I rocked it.
Wow.
Yeah. So I
That is
represented
awesome, man.
pretty
It's
sweet.
so good to see
That's
it.
gotta
like
be
it.
like on Instagram.
I
or
have to start on this one right here.
Yeah.
If you're okay with this.
Well, if
Luke,
we're talking
okay?
about the Sabres
As
are
I-
going to the
no,
playoffs.
no.
Josh Doan got paid. He got
Yeah.
paid more than Shane
Woo.
did.
Would you say there is urgency and intensity when you play a hockey game? Would you say that, Luke?
Yeah.
You're a
Yes.
hockey guy.
That's from-
There's a lot
yes.
of urgency and
The whole time.
intensity. I don't think of urgency and intensity when I think of baseball. I think it's such a long.
Yeah.
It's such a big. You can't bring it every day and be it.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
you were talking about this during
Yeah.
spring training. Tell us why.
Okay. Yeah, it's not a football game or a hockey game. You're not crashing into walls or crashing into other human beings, and you gotta be on point from a physical standpoint. Yeah, we love physicality here. Physicality means somebody steps into the box and their swing is fundamentally sound, and they're going to impact the baseball. Physicality for us is they're going to stand on the mound and be able to, with power, deliver pitches that are going to be executed in the right space. Not run up there and throw a forearm on the hitter. You know,
Sure.
That would be great though. Every once in a while, if you could see that. It'd
But
be like- yeah.
you are also a very athletic team as well,
Okay.
though, when you see it. Very
So
athletic.
athleticism kind of pulls more, we pull more into the athleticism side. I love athleticism. I love guys making plays, doing things that other teams can't. I love speed. I love technique. And, to me, sports can be offered in a bunch of different ways. Speed, technique, power, of course. But we kind of eliminate the power aspect of it because it's not such a physical sport. But what I talked about in spring training was creating some intensity for the moment. Like, don't just methodically walk through your drills. Let's really get after it. Let's do high, not big volume, but high intensity, quick drills, 10 minutes in, 10 minutes out, and it really worked out for us.
We're talking to Torey Lovello. Torey, I got to ask you about Geraldo Perdomo because the season he had last year, it's so obvious. You don't have to be a baseball scout to see how he's gotten better each year of his career. And we were talking about this last week. I forgot who even kind of brought it up, but I was like, are we counting on this guy to be like an MVP candidate every year now? And the response was, yeah, but what if he gets even better this year? I mean, there is still more there.
I think so. He's still young, right? A very young player, finding his way, figuring out the ins and outs of the game. You can out-athletic the opposition for the early parts of your career, but once you start to put the mind on it and you start to get that experience and know what the ins and outs are and these little fine-tuned upgrades that you can make per day, per at-bat, per play, you just become better, and that's called experience. So I feel like the sky's the limit for him. He is a very cerebral player. He is engaged, but when he goes out there, he's magic. It's beautiful to watch. You talk about art and just going out and executing at a high level. He's fearless, and when he does it right, it shows up every single day for us.
You know me, Torey. I love the mental side of professional sports. I love it. In baseball, oh my goodness, you play 162 games. Buck Showalter once told me the hardest thing for a baseball player to do is to come every day prepared to do his job. Having said all of that, that makes me think of leaders.
Yeah.
How important would you say leadership is inside a clubhouse? I mean, if on a scale of 1 to 10.
10.
And why?
Because it drives the culture. It drives the overarching theme of bringing it every single day. And that's a good way to put it. I played for Buck, and Buck was fantastic, one of the best in baseball. And he set a standard. You knew what you had to do, and if you fell below that standard, he was going to call you out on it. So what I do is, yes, I will call out players, but that's hard for me to do. There's a lot going on during the course of a baseball game. So I give the players the authority to call out other players and hold them accountable. So really what it comes down to is accountability inside of this room. And
Huge.
When one person sees it, you jump on it right now. I don't like pity parties. I don't like one guy feeling sorry for himself and pulling another over. I don't like meetings after meetings. So those are all the things that I'm going to watch for and monitor. But something that's happening inside of the bullpen, which is not even attached to our dugout, if Paul Sewald is there, he addresses it right away. So great leader. And I want that to happen all over our field because it's hard. 162 is hard to bring it, but you got to be ready.
We're talking to Torey Lovello. Torey, we just played the cut a little bit earlier where you said, we won a bunch of innings in LA, but we don't have any wins of actual games.
Right.
How do you process, it's 3 out of 162 games. You guys have played the Dodgers pretty evenly over the last 3 years.
Yeah.
It is 3 losses. You don't want to stack losses, but there's 159 more of these. How do you process that and then convey that message to your team?
Yeah, it was frustrating. I'm not going to lie. I didn't sleep very well last night. I wanted to, and the night before when we got back from LA, you can't play 24 of 27 innings and expect to beat any baseball team. So the message today will be go out there and make sure that you're ready with your mind, your spirit, and your body's ready to go out and compete and dominate. Don't just play I want to get by. I don't want to hope to do something. I want you to believe and know you're going to execute and help this team win a baseball game. That's part of our culture. But the Dodgers are a good team, and I think a loser would think, they came close and it played 3 nice games. We don't come here to play nice games. We come here to win baseball games. That's a mindset. So I'm going to make sure, and to be honest with you, the first 5 innings of today's game, I'm going to have my eyes completely on everything that I could possibly be paying attention to because I want to see how this team walks in. The first 5 innings are going to be a big tell for us. See if we're ready to go and we've digested those 3 tough losses.
So, Torey, man, year 10? Is this
10.
year 10? 10
you believe
years.
That? Yeah.
Man, that's a long time.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
It is. It's a long time, especially at this level.
Yeah.
To be able to do it. Where are your thoughts in year 10?
Yeah. First of all, I'm very grateful. We lost 110 games here, and Ken did tell me, he said, I had to fire you, but I believe in you, and I want you to come back here and be the manager of this ball club with these young players coming through, and you can see what happens. So I'm grateful. That's the one word. I have good relationships with the group, strong enough to have deep-rooted conversations, and I'm very, very grateful for that. But we got unfinished business here. 10 years is a long time. I go back, I remember watching Cotton Fitzsimmons. It seemed like he was a head coach here of the Phoenix Suns forever. He wasn't here for 10 years. You look at some of these guys in these major sports in different cities, 10 years is a very, very long time. So it tells me that I've been doing things right, but we're not there yet. We have some banners that we hung up there, and I look at it every day. The one that's missing is a World Championship banner, and I have a picture of that in my office. I have a picture of that at home. It doesn't get too far away from me. It's not complete. So I feel like I have done a good job, but I feel like my grade is incomplete. We got to go.
Tori, we appreciate this. Good luck tonight in the rest
all
of the
right,
season, all right?
Appreciate you guys. Yeah, love spending time with you.
Thank you
Okay,
so
for sure.
much,
Yeah, for sure.
Thank you, Tori.
That's Tori Lavello joining us right there. We'll come back and talk to Jody Jackson next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
He's the president of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Derek Hall talks Dbacks baseball with Bickley and Murata. Thursday mornings at 7:45. Brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from our brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. You know what I love about Moving Team 6? They have a deep knowledge, man, of Phoenix and Arizona, the state of Arizona, the Southwest. Why is that important for you, Basinonians? Smoother routes, faster moves, and a whole lot less stress. That's right, Moving Team 6, they want to remove the stress from the equation for you. They have a brand new Mesa facility that is now open, proudly serving the East Valley right now. That is something that is very, very important to them. They have professional packing services. They have those secure climate-controlled storage facilities, not only in Mesa, as I just said, but also in Phoenix as well. They've got local and long-distance moves for you, whether it's your residence or it's your business. Yeah, commercial moves as well. Moving Team 6, they got you covered. The move isn't done until the job is done. That's what Moving Team 6 likes to say. Here's what you need to do, Basinonians. You need to go to movingteam6.com for more information. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Want to make the most of your tax refund? File with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They help you get your biggest refund, and then we help you do more with it with a personalized plan designed to help you hit your money goals. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're hurt in an accident, it is so important that you get medical treatment right away, and then you call the attorneys at Sweet James. It's critical that you make your health a priority and get representation quickly so Sweet James can help you with medical care, with your car, and getting you the most money for your injuries. Remember, you pay nothing at all until they win your case. Call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION, 800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Oil isn't the only resource hit hard by global events. American farmers are sounding the alarm by fertilizer prices at planting season. Will this disrupt our food supply? Raising prices? Cause shortages? I'm not waiting to find out, and neither should you. Go to MyPatriotSupply.com, get a 3-month emergency food supply. They'll include $200 worth of extra survival protein absolutely free. After serving more than 3 million American families since 2008, you can trust MyPatriotSupply.com. Go to MyPatriotSupply.com.
Hi, it's Dr. Kopstein from K2 Vision. Have you heard about refractive lens exchange? K2 Vision RLE means no glasses, no contacts, and no readers permanently. And you'll never develop a cataract. After 150,000 procedures, our team has the experience to tell you if it's your right time for K2 Vision RLE.
Schedule your free Zoom consult now at k2visionrle.com and enjoy life with no readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, sounds like Liberty GMC's making big plays this month.
Yes, we are, Dave. Our Slam Dunk Savings event is in full swing. Lease a brand new 2026 GMC Terrain for just $239 a month, or take advantage up to $6,000 off in total savings. Plus, the 2026 Yukon and Yukon XLs are arriving daily, with lease options starting just as low as $799 a month. If you've been waiting for the right time, this is it.
Stop by Liberty GMC or make your best deal online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. Is private student loan debt wrecking your life? There are so many families stuck with student loans they can't afford, and with payments so high, they feel hopeless. If that sounds familiar, YRefi can help. They refinance distressed and defaulted private student loans, the loans other lenders won't touch. They're not a debt settlement company, and your credit score doesn't matter. YRefi works with you one-on-one to create a custom payment based on your ability to pay. They can reduce your monthly payment, guarantee interest rates under 6%, and they may even lower your total loan cost, saving you thousands. They offer a 3-minute rate check with no credit impact, accept bad credit, and can release co-borrowers from the loan. Take control of your student loans today. Call 888-YREFI-85 or visit YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. YRefi, a light at the end of the tunnel.
Not available in all states.
Leading off with Jody Jackson on the Wolf and Luke Show.
And Lawler swings and crushes one. High and deep to left field.
Brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Call YRefi today.
All right, thanks to Tori Lavello, who just joined us out here. We're on the field at Chase Field. Apparently, Tori walked in with a Josh Doan Sabres jersey.
That was so cool.
Pretty sweet, actually. Jody Jackson is joining us right now on the Arizona Sports Line to talk about the weekend series against the Dodgers, but also, more importantly, this one coming up, starting with the home opener tonight here at Chase Field against Justin Verlander and the Detroit Tigers. Jody, thanks for the time. What's going on?
Guys, I'm just excited. You beat me down there. I'm going to get in the car here in a few minutes and head down. Do you still have that milk? Actually, the milkshake won't be good anymore. But I was salivating with the milkshake. Maybe Tori had it. You know, I get to follow the skipper today. Maybe Tori had that. That's too much sugar for opening day. We're all amped already, right?
It was so good, Jody, and it is so long gone. So, I mean, I'm sure they have other ones here in this stadium, but the one that they gave us is, salted caramel, take me out to the ball game shake. Nothing wrong with that.
Oh, so good.
All right, Jody, let's just start. Let's get the LA series out of the way. How do you process that series? What do you take from that series? It's weird when your sample size is only 3 games. It's even weirder when those 3 games were in Dodger Stadium against that All-Star team. But at the same time, those are 3 real games, and the Diamondbacks are 0-3.
Yeah, it was tough because, it wasn't like the Dbacks had the lead in the 8th inning or anything, but, they had early leads. And in the first game, Zach Gallen looked good early. You had Perdomo with the homer. And so I think it was a little bit crushing in that, you had a little false hope in that you were going to win that game because it's not like they were trailing the entire way. So I think, you're Yamamoto, you're facing one of the toughest pitchers in the league. I mean, he is outstanding. He's so good. And, I thought they put together some pretty good at-bats against him. Overall, I think it's tough when you're not scoring a lot of runs those last 2 games. And we've heard Mike Hazen talk about this a lot over the years, too. It's like, yes, the bullpen, I mean, we know that's an issue going in that everyone wants to ask guys like Mike Hazen and Troy Lavello about the bullpen. But when you also aren't able to score a lot of runs, it puts the microscope on the bullpen. And so you look at Kevin Ginkel giving up a lead, or you look at Murillo giving up a lead. And yes, you want to tighten those things up. But I do think that, hopefully the bullpen isn't going to be under that microscope for long because, you also want to see scoring runs later. I don't think it was terrible. I just think 0-3, nobody likes that. And, I heard Chris on with you guys earlier, Chris Garagiola, and I think he was spot on with tonight's not a must win, but it just would be nice to get that win, and then you put one on the board, and then you're moving on from there. So I just think, yeah, that win is coming, and hopefully it is tonight.
Yeah, I hope that is going to be the case. But once again, I'm not going to panic if they lose tonight. The Tigers are a really, really good team, as you well know. But having said this, when you think of the Dodgers series and you think of starting pitching, what did you think, Jody?
Yeah, I thought, again, they were bitten by the homer. You look at Zach; he was bitten by that home run, which unfortunately was sort of what happened to him last year. A lot of balls that he said he thought that would be flyouts or just one pitch mistaken that ends up being a home run. And to Pages right there, Andy Pages, he goes ahead and throws a curveball that Pages was able to hit out. And then but I thought what Erod did was outstanding. And I thought Ryan Nelson was good too. I mean, I think I had no problem with the starting pitching, maybe save for, I thought Zach let that get away too. Once you get some base runners on, you give up a home run, a solo home run, not a problem. But I was probably most encouraged though by what Eduardo Rodriguez did. And I hope he can really carry that momentum throughout the rest of the season. I think that's the biggest key for him because I think he's pitched okay. It's just, when you really look at it in his time with the Dbacks, he's also had injuries that have kind of interrupted his rhythm. And so I'm hoping not only can he capture that rhythm, but stay healthy. I think, too, being in that WBC, he talked about a guy that he looked up to was Johan Santana. That was the pitching coach for Venezuela.
Yeah.
And then working with Salvador Perez. I mean, these are things that international play, even an all-star weekend, when guys can pick other people's brains, I think sometimes they come out all the better for it.
We're talking to Jody Jackson. Jody, again, the caveat just being 3 games. We're not necessarily used to seeing the Dodgers have dominant pitching, though. I mean, Yamamoto is there, and Emmett Sheehan and Tyler Glasnow are both good when they're available for them. But the Diamondbacks offensively, Perdomo looked like Geraldo Perdomo. He looks great already. Ketel Marte looked good. Corbin Carroll. But do you have any concerns about offensive production for this team beyond those main 3, or maybe if you want to throw like Gabby or somebody else in the main 3 or 4 guys?
Well, I think it comes down to what we saw at times last year, especially after Gino and Josh Naylor were gone, is like, can the bottom of the order be productive, the middle to bottom? We know the top 3 guys are as good as anyone. I mean, I think you put them up against anyone. I talked about that before the Dodger series. And I think that they proved that in LA. Like you said, Perdomo, could he be even better than last year? I certainly think it's possible. You know what you're getting from Carroll and Marte. I am encouraged by what Alec Thomas is doing. He's hitting the ball hard. It looks like the mechanics changes that he's made are working for him. I think if there is a concern, and it is early, like I just saw today in the stats, like Josh Naylor doesn't have a hit yet. There's a few other guys. I mean, I was looking at another one, Kerry Carpenter for the Tigers. So you're not going to panic, but yeah, Arenado, is he looking to get on the board? Yes. Carlos Santana will be interesting tonight because he has faced Justin Verlander more than anyone in the league over, I think it was 100 plate appearances, 9 homers, not a great 221 average, but 9 homers. So that's kind of interesting. I think that bottom of the order has to contribute. The question marks are Pavin. Can Lawler take the spring in and look good? I think he's already made strides that we've seen. So I think there are some questions, guys. And for a team that has outscored people these last couple of years, and that's been a little bit of their identity, you want to see that. I know they want to hang their hat more on pitching and defense this season, and I hope that happens. But they do need to continue doing the things offensively that have brought them, almost to the playoffs the last 2 years. They were very, very close.
Jody, what can you tell us about the Detroit Tigers and what we should expect over the course of this series?
Well, clearly, Wolf, they're a team that believes in what they're doing. They're a very homegrown team. And their latest prospect, Kevin McGonigal, is I'm excited to get a look at him. But the fact that they've ascended, it had them signing Framber Valdez. It had them bringing back Justin Verlander. So, we're going to find out, though. They want to prove that they are elite and they can be not only a contender, but one of the top teams in the league. And I think we saw some offseason moves to prove that. And then, oh, by the way, they have Tarek Skubal. So,
right.
Yeah, but I'm encouraged. Again, I hate to say this, but they're not the Dodgers, and I hate to put the Dodgers on that pedestal, but they are above everyone else. They just are. Their roster and the depth, and so it's kind of a fresh start. Even though the Tigers are a really quality team, I'm looking forward to seeing what the Diamondbacks can do in this next, really in the homestand. You know, Tigers, Braves, it's going to be a really good homestand and a good litmus test.
Yeah, Kevin McGonigal, 4 hits in his major league debut last week against San Diego. So there's a reason why he's maybe the top-rated prospect in all of baseball, certainly in the American League. We're talking to Jody Jackson. Jody, you kind of brought this up earlier. It's ridiculous to even use the phrase must win, and nobody's saying that. You can lose 3 in a row or 4 in a row in the middle of the season, and people don't really notice it as much. But when you don't have that first win yet, as much as there were some good moments against the Dodgers, the Diamondbacks are 0-3. There's only 5 0-3 teams in baseball. That you are going to face Tarek Skubal later on in this series. How much pressure, how much urgency is there on tonight's game in particular? We had Torrey on last segment. He said he's going to really be watching his guys closely those first 5 innings to see how they respond to that series in L.A. How much urgency do you put on certainly tonight and even tomorrow's game?
I hope they're not in there, you know, squeezing the bats too tight or anything. Look, you got to play free. You got to play up to your potential. You got to go out there and play good defense. Another fun little note, Detroit allowed an unearned run in each of their 3 games in San Diego. Be the better defensive team. You know, I think we're going to find out Mike Soroka. Why did they target bringing him in as a good value signing? Well, he's got this breaking ball that he's been working on for the end of 24 and all last year that was really one of the best pitches in all of the league when you look at the slurve. So when you hear us talk about the slurve tonight, we're going to be watching that. They just have to put together a solid game, and it can't be on any one guy. Yes, I think Soroka has to come up with a pretty good start. Am I going to say it has to be a quality start? No, but I think solid pitching, really good defense, find a way to win this game. You know, the margins were so slim in LA. I just think, you know, to put too much pressure on yourself is going to be silly, especially you've got some veterans in there that I think are going to help with that. And so hopefully they'll just go out, play free, let the crowd, you know, buoy them. I think it's going to be great.
Jody, it's always great to talk to you.
Jody.
Talk to you again later this week. Thank you so much.
All right. Can't wait to have that corn dog. Bye, guys.
Thanks. That's Jody Jackson joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. We will come back. We'll get back into football and try to get to the bottom of why specifically the Cardinals are the team that is consistently linked to Ty Simpson now. Wolf, it's it's too much to just be a coincidence, I think. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Leading off with Jody Jackson on the Wolf and Luke Show. Brought to you by Y Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Call Y Refi today. Your home for everything Diamondbacks. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
John Morosi from the MLB Network and MLB.com joining the show.
Is the bullpen going to be an issue for them?
Bullpens are volatile. Sometimes they can be volatile in the good direction. They have a lot of work to do, no question about it. At least with this lineup, it should be an exciting team you can dream on a little bit. Torrey's one of the best managers, I believe, in baseball, who does a great job of getting the most out of his team. And I think that early season is going to certainly put that great managerial acumen of Torrey to the test there early on for the Dbacks.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Twin Peaks. College basketball has hit an all-time high of craziness over the last couple weeks, and there's still more games to be played. If you're looking for somewhere to watch all this, you just found your place. You can stop looking because you're not going to beat Twin Peaks with all these one-and-done single elimination games going on. You can't afford to miss any of the action. And Twin Peaks has wall-to-wall TVs, massive screens, and perfect sight lines, so you'll be sure to catch every single memorable moment, and there have been a few already, right as they happen. It really is the ultimate man cave sports lodge, and while you're at Twin Peaks, try some incredible food off their menu made for MVPs. You could go with the burgers. They got a good selection of those to choose from. They're high quality. You got wings smoked in-house. I would go with the loaded fries, at least to start things off. Chips and queso with brisket chili, not to mention steak, ribs, fire-roasted salsa, and chips. You can't go wrong. Plus, you'll get the great atmosphere, great scenery, and just great overall energy that Twin Peaks is known for. It's not like you even have to wait for the weekend. They're serving scratch food and pouring quality drinks every day after dark. Twin Peaks has you covered with 5 convenient Valley locations. Twin Peaks eats, drinks, scenic views.
Hey, it's Vince Morata with some great offers going on now at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. Right now, spring into huge savings with a new 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab and save up to $12,236 off MSRP. Or qualified buyers can grab 0% APR financing on select models. Hop into a new 2025 Hummer EV or pickup SUV and sweep up to $20,000 off MSRP or choose 0% financing there too. If luxury is your style, check out select 2026 Buick Enclave models with up to $6,000 off MSRP, 0.9% financing, plus no payments for 120 days. But don't wait, these savings aren't in season for long. You want it? Earnhardt Buick GMC's got it. Find them in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 protection package unless otherwise stated. After all applicable incentives on select models, must be current eligible owner or lessee for certain offers. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all buyers qualify. Finance charges accrue from dated financing. Excludes some models. Not available with lease and some other offers. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See deal for details. Offers in March 31st, 2026.
Heart issues don't always come with warning signs. That's why early detection matters. It's Gamble for Lifeguard Imaging. Right now, you and someone you love can each get a coronary artery heart scan for just $69 combined, saving over $1,000. In only 3 minutes, you'll learn your risk of heart disease before small problems become serious. Quick, comfortable, no claustrophobic tubes. Do it for yourself. Do it for each other. Do it today. Text SCAN to 620-620. It could save your life.
Message and data rates may apply. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, this is Dave Burns.
And John Gambadoro.
And every year we hear far too many heartbreaking stories involving children and water.
Please take 2 seconds out of your day to help prevent these tragedies.
Learn life-saving water safety tips and get free swim lessons from the YMCA while supplies last.
Go to Fulton2seconds.com or text SWIM to 620-620.
And never forget that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
Hi, I'm Brandon Webb, former Arizona baseball player. Baseball has enriched my life, teaching me teamwork, confidence, and perseverance. At Miracle League of Arizona, we're sharing that gift with children, teens, and adults with special needs. Over 450 athletes get the chance to play, most for the first time, learning sportsmanship and building friendships that last a lifetime. Your dollar-for-dollar Arizona tax credit donation makes it possible. Visit MiracleLeagueAZ.com or call 480-686-8137.
Hi, Arizona sports listeners. Roller here with my friend Wayne from AMCO.
Hey, what's up, Roller?
So it's tax time. You filed, and that refund's just burning a hole in your pocket. Before you spend it all, let's talk about the one thing you rely on every single day, your car.
That's right, Roller. Before you book a trip or buy something shiny, please remember your car. Tax time is the best time to take care of all the car repairs you've been putting off.
Sure, because nothing kills a tax refund faster than a surprise car breakdown.
I'll say brakes, warning lights, transmission issues. If something's acting up, now's the time to handle it and drive stress-free.
Should we wait for our refund before getting repairs?
No way. AMCO payment plans let you get repairs now and pay when you get your check.
So instead of crossing your fingers every time you start your car or truck,
come to AMCO. We'll take a look, walk you through what's needed, and help you make smart choices with your repairs.
There you go. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks open their home schedule tonight at Chase Field against the Detroit Tigers. Michael Soroka will make the start for the Dbacks against future Hall of Famer Justin Verlander. First pitch is at 7:10 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Phoenix Suns are in action tonight at the Memphis Grizzlies. Tip-off is at 5 over on ESPN 620. The men's Final Four is set. Arizona will take on Michigan and Illinois will face UConn. Both of those games are on Saturday. And 2 more Elite Eight games are left in the women's tournament. Texas faces Michigan at 4, and South Carolina plays TCU at 6. The women's semifinals go down Friday in downtown Phoenix at Mortgage Matchup Center. This report is brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. It's Chevy Truck Month. Get supplier pricing for everyone on every Silverado 1500 just off the I-10 and Ray Road. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision. The Cardinal Decision with Wolf and Luke.
We are live from Chase Field. Dbacks and Tigers get underway in 6 hours and 7 minutes. Wolf, they're out there working on the field. It is crazy. I mean, it's not the first time we've been out here this early before a game, but grounds crew's working on the field for 10 hours before first pitch?
Yeah, and I've got this fascination, of course, with the grounds crew.
You do.
And how they do it.
Which is why they gave you a hat.
So meticulously, they go about their business based on earnings. I have no idea if you really know. Have you ever sat there and watched a grounds crew go out on game day and prepare the infield and prepare the outfield and prepare the warning track? It
takes so much longer than the actual game itself.
It is so cool. And just watching them actually go about the mound and working around the mound right now, it just reminds me, as they're meticulously trying to make sure that that mound is absolutely pristine and perfect. And what the first thing is when a pitcher takes the ball and goes out to the mound, what does he do?
God, they're just
he
messing
starts digging, starts digging in a big way. It must drive them nuts.
They must not watch. It must be like one of those, it's got to be like you're a chef and you're slaving, you're putting together this food for 2 hours in the kitchen, and it takes somebody 3 minutes to eat it. And they're like, it was a little off. I don't know. So yeah, I don't know. But they've been out here working. You can see them if you're watching on YouTube. You can see them working behind us right now.
Oh yeah,
we're out here on the field, and it's a lot of work going into this one. And it's not just because it's the home opener. They're out here doing this before every game, but it also is the home opener.
Just
tonight.
Look at the guy right now over your shoulder who is raking the mound. Look at the way he's looking at. He's raking and looking at everything
why are these people
on the
watching me
back
while
of the
I'm trying?
mound.
Well, he's gotta, yeah.
Come on, this is my mound. Every dirt kernel on it.
This is what Wolf really wants to do. He wants to be on the grounds crew, or he wants to at least announce what the grounds crew is doing. The Arizona Cardinals once again being linked to Ty Simpson in yet another mock draft from NFL.com over the weekend. Mike LaFleur spoke today, and he was asked a few questions. First, he was asked about Kyler, and then the quarterback room, the Cardinals quarterback room as it is now, obviously, without Kyler.
Like I've said about Kyler, a lot of respect for him. Wish him the best. Did some good stuff here, but, sometimes it's just time for the change for both sides. So, again, wish them the best. Never going to wish ill will on anybody. And then when you talk about the quarterback room we have right now with Jacoby and Gardner, I mean, you got a lot of guys that played a lot of football, and I've never worked with either one of them. I've known Gardner for a long time. I've known of Jacoby for a long time. I've always felt like both in their own way would be good fits in this system. So it'll be fun to get working with them starting next week.
Yeah, what system is that, Mike LaFleur? What system are you talking about? The Sean McVay system, maybe? Where you're going to run a lot of zone schemes, maybe? You're going to go with 11 personnel, 12 personnel, 13, whatever it might be. You're going to go out there and run a lot of zone schemes and then use play action to throw the ball down the field? Yeah, I think it's going to be something like that. I could see Jacoby Brissett, definitely Gardner Minshew has also been in that offense, so I could see where he would look at these guys and say, hey, listen, man, these guys have played a ton of football, and they have. But for the most part, they have been backups their entire career.
Yeah, well, so the next logical question to Mike LaFleur was, okay, then is this your quarterback room? Is this it? It's set for 2026?
I think every room, if we can improve it, we're going to try to improve it, and so that's the quarterback room all the way down to the kicker room, right? And that's what we owe to those guys and the organization and the fan base and everyone, is to always improve that room. So if we feel like there's a guy to improve it, we're going to keep doing it.
That was a GM answer right there from a coach.
What did you take away from that?
What he gave you nothing. The question was obviously, are you guys going to draft a quarterback? That's the question, right?
Yes.
Nobody's like, hey, are you going to go out and talk Tom Brady out of retirement? Hey, are you going to go out there and get Joe Burrow to leave? The question there is obviously being asked, are you guys going to draft somebody?
Yes.
And his answer was so GM, which is amazing because he's not a GM of, hey, anytime we can make anything better, we're always going to make it better.
You know what's
all right.
Does Mike LaFleur, do you have a cut of Mike LaFleur actually talking about Ty Simpson at all? Do you have any cuts?
I have the one we played it earlier. I'll play it again where he really kind of downplays his connection to him because he only got to talk to him for 18 minutes. But here it is.
Yeah, good dude. You know, he had 18 minutes, you know, and with a quarterback, you need about 18 hours, like 18 days in a row. You know, so it was a good 18 minutes with him, just getting to know him. It's very surface level. These guys aren't dummies either. You throw on 5 plays, like they know the 5 plays. Now, we don't give them the 5 plays what they're going to be, but they're quarterbacks, right? They're going to know. And but no, really impressed with him as a person. Good dude, and you know, see where it goes.
Okay, so he was talking about the 5 plays. Did you understand the 5 plays right there, what he was talking about?
I thought that was I'm assuming it was because from the 18 minutes they got to talk to him, they just threw 5 plays at him to see how he would
5
read
plays,
them.
yeah, just kind of see how he would respond to those plays and what he would say about those plays. Very interesting. I wonder which 5 plays he actually showed them. Mike LaFleur, because they had to be plays that are going to be an integral part of the offense for the Arizona Cardinals.
Yeah.
And that's why I would love to know what 5 plays he actually went with. I would imagine there would definitely be a running play. I would imagine there would be a play action involved in it. I would imagine there'd be maybe a couple of third down plays as well to actually get his take on some of the coverages you might see, some of the route combinations that are going to be running. I would love to know, because that, to me, when you talk about a psychological profile, that would give you a psychological profile, a little bit, of a guy that you're actually having an 18-minute interview with.
Here's Daniel Jeremiah. He was on the Pat McAfee show Friday, so we didn't get to play this on Friday because we hadn't heard it yet. But this is talking about Ty Simpson. And, you know, again, it's not crazy for a quarterback to suddenly surge up draft boards, or mock draft boards, we should say, in the weeks leading up to the draft. But what's been pretty, I would say, different about the Ty Simpson thing is he's only being linked to the Cardinals. Like, I don't see him anywhere else in most recent mock drafts. It's always, hey, the Cardinals traded back and took Ty Simpson, or hey, the Cardinals traded up into the second part of the first round and took Ty Simpson, or in some cases the Cardinals just took Ty Simpson at number 3. I can't distinguish, Wolf, if that is just simply, you know, the national perspective is, well, okay, let's see what helps the New York teams and then what helps these teams. And then Ty Simpson, yeah, I wouldn't really put him on but we'll put him on the Cardinals. They need a quarterback. We'll just put him over. Or if that's coming from the Cardinals or somebody who knows something about the Cardinals. But here's Daniel Jeremiah.
Arizona makes all the sense in the world to me. Like that if I could pinpoint one team, it's Arizona. Now that 3, that coffee's too rich. I cannot see that happening. But then they're picking at the top of the second round. So if they wanted to come back into the bottom of the first round, I mean, I think he's, you know, it'd be a pick I could totally get behind. So I like him. I think he's got a chance to be a good player. I just, you know, that there's worrisome trends, and we can go all the way through them. Cam Newton being kind of the only guy, you know, since 2011 with under 17 starts, and Cam Newton's a cyborg. Like, that's not that's not a normal human being.
Man, that is really going to be interesting to see what they do on this. You sit there and wait till the second round, wait till where you're picking in the second round, and then suddenly take Ty Simpson, or are you going to get a little greedy and say, you know what, we got to move up because you think somebody else might actually move up and take him at the end of the first round? This is a high-stakes game of poker here that is metaphorically going to be played come draft day. And there's still a lot of disinformation that needs to happen before we can start trying to connect dots. And even then, it becomes even more difficult to connect the dots when you have people that are trying to mislead you.
How, real quick before we go to break, how much of a difference in commitment do you think it is if they take him at the end of the first round or if they take him in the second round?
I think it's a big difference, man.
Like, they could get off of it?
Not only, no. If they're going to trade up into the
no, but I'm like, let's say you take him in the second round and then you end up with the first pick next year, and we want Arch Manning or whoever. Could they do that if they took Simpson in the second round?
Oh yeah, no, I think they could do that if they did that in the second round. I think they could.
Yeah, because you can't if you take him in the first. I just have very little interest in taking him in the first round. I really, because you're saying goodbye to all those quarterbacks in 2027. I don't know that Ty Simpson is even going to be in a position where he'll play enough this year where you even know if he's your guy a year from now. We're going to be like, we don't even know what Ty Simpson is, and they could draft Arch Manning or Dante Moore or whatever.
You got to find out. You got to find out if this is your guy. Yeah. If you actually move up, you got to jump up and draft him. You got to play him. You got to find out.
So then you got to put an offensive line in front of him.
That's right.
Otherwise, it's going to get run over.
Francis Magno.
All right, Calling All Suns fans, join us tomorrow. That's March 31st from 4 to 6 at Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers at Paradise Valley Mall for free Suns T-shirts. Sign up for the Ultra Suns Fan Giveaway. It's your chance to win 4 tickets to Suns against Rockets on Tuesday, April 7th, plus an exclusive pregame on-court experience. Head on over to the contest page on ArizonaSports.com for more details. When we come back, what are you watching for tonight? Because the Suns are playing tonight. They're taking on the Grizzlies. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondback skipper Torey Lavello, the man who makes the lineup, joins Burns and Gambo Friday afternoons at 2:30 to talk D-backs. Brought to you by Budweiser. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Most financial advisors only manage your money. They refer you out for taxes. They refer you out for estate planning. They refer you out when things get complicated. Did they really vet that person? Or did they meet once, exchange business cards, and call it a partnership? A referral isn't accountability. It's a handoff. When your investments, taxes, and estate plan are built separately, gaps happen, and those can cost money. At Trajan, we didn't build a referral network. We built a family office for all. Wealth, tax, estate. One team delivering coordinated planning, once reserved for the ultra-wealthy. If you want real coordination and not just introductions, call Trajan Wealth today. Call Trajan today at 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
Wait, everything on this IHOP value menu is just $6?
I told you it was amazing. A huge plate of pancakes, bacon, and eggs is just $6.
Wow.
There's also French toast, a ham and cheese omelet, and oh, they got a BLT and fries now.
Okay, we're coming here every day.
You don't have to tell me twice.
Feast for just $6 with the IHOP value menu. $7 in some locations, available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Beth was a very successful dentist until her back pain made everyday life impossible. She couldn't sit or drive, and her pain was a 10.
So I ended up selling my dental practice, and it was quite the traumatic experience for several years of just chronic pain.
Beth's orthopedic doctor encouraged her to try natural, non-surgical treatments, and that's when she trusted the medical professionals at QC Kinetics.
You're using your own body to heal itself, and there's something to be said for that.
QC Kinetics used Beth's own healing tools in her blood to help relieve the pain that had robbed her of so many things. Fast forward, now Beth is able to
sit without pain longer than 10 minutes, drive my car 30 minutes, an hour without pain, sit at the dinner table with my husband,
and living the life she thought she'd lost. Get relief and start living again. Call QC Kinetics for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246 in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246, 837-7246.
Before you put your home on the market, know your options. Most agents bang a sign in the yard and pray the right buyer comes along. Not Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. She has a proven system that works. With Carol's guaranteed multiple cash offer program, receive up to 12 cash offers on your home, or choose her guaranteed sale offer, where Carol will sell your home at a price and time frame acceptable to you, or she'll buy it. Whether you want speed, flexibility, or top dollar, you'll know you're making the right decision. Call Carol Royce today, or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must grant price and possession.
What are we watching in tonight's Phoenix Suns game? It's Staring at the Suns with Wolf and Luke.
Quick shout out to Chandler. What's going on, Chandler?
What's up, Chandler?
If you don't see us on YouTube right now, it's because they're playing all the new stuff on the screen behind us. And Ryan Nelson is standing
Super
behind
cool
you, Wolf.
stuff. Don't. There we go.
All right, I think we're gonna have Ryan Nelson right now. You know what? We're gonna push Staring at the Suns back a segment here. What's going
That
on, Ryan?
sounds great. Ryan, how you doing, buddy? He's sitting down here, putting on his headsets as we broadcast.
Obviously, we're out here at Chase Field right now to make this possible. Otherwise, it'd be tough for Ryan Nelson to just walk over and do this. What's going on, Ryan? How you doing?
Good. How are you guys?
Good. How do you feel here heading into the home opener?
Excited to get back in front of our fans and play some baseball.
Yeah.
Okay, so talk to us about your outing against the Dodgers in that series as well.
I felt pretty good. Ran into a little stretch of a couple walks and then a homer that kind of changed the way you might view it, but overall felt pretty solid. Felt like the stuff was there, and there's a recipe for good things to come.
We talked to you on opening day last year, actually, and you're one of those players where it has, I think everybody watching can see the improvement year over year. How do you feel about how your game has evolved, even just like, let's say, over the last 2 years?
Yeah, I mean, that's the main goal for me, whether, the last couple of years fighting to get into the rotation or when I'm in the rotation, like I'm always just trying to better myself and become the best version of me, and I feel like that's just my goal every time I step in here and get to work is just what can I do today to improve myself and, outing to outing, like learn from the last one and try and bring those lessons to the next one.
How difficult is it, Ryan, where you're taking the ball once every fifth day? I always thought that was a little bit different. I know you're doing a lot of work in between those starts as well, but mentally, how different is it to be a starting pitcher?
Then versus in the bullpen?
Yes.
I think it gives you a little bit more freedom to be able to work on things that you want to. You have more time, you have more catch plays in between outings. So as a reliever, you show up that day and you kind of just have what you have. There's not really, you don't get a bullpen session to like kind of work on things. It's 10 pitches before you go into the game to see what you got. So you're almost working on stuff when you're out there in the game. So that's like your time to like make adjustments on things. But as a starter, you get a little bit more time. So I think that it allows you to kind of grow and over the course of the season kind of like make adjustments and become the better version of yourself.
We're talking to Ryan Nelson. Ryan, you go through that opening series, you got to go to Dodger Stadium, obviously everything that comes with that. You've played those guys very evenly for the last few years, obviously a lot of success against them in the playoffs, 2-3 years ago. 2 of those games were very winnable, but at the same time, it's 0 wins. So now how do you kind of put that series behind you? Like, are there good things you take from it, or is it just on to Detroit now?
Yeah, I think there's definitely good things. I think we got kind of bit by a couple bad innings, then I think sometimes those things happen and you kind of have to flush that and move on to the next one. It's 159 games left.
So you got some time.
There's a lot of games left. You definitely want to win every time you step into the park, but just gotta kind of roll with it. And we got a really talented group, a lot of good players, and I think that we're going to be able to scratch and claw our way to the other side of those one-run ball games.
Ryan, how much do you guys share information, especially pitchers, whether you're in the bullpen or starters, whatever it may be? How much do you guys share information in regard to the scouting of your opponents and how you might actually approach pitching to a player?
We talk about it a good amount. I think the way I approach a hitter is going to probably be different than the next guy. So it's like difficult to really be like, hey, this is what you should do versus more of like, this is what that hitter is trying to do or his plan, because his plan might be different depending on the pitcher too. So I would say we chat about it and more so just kind of bouncing ideas off of each other, not necessarily like telling them what to do,
right,
but
yeah.
There's conversations.
Yes.
We sit in the dugout for 4 games at a time before we play, so we're always talking about something, some of it not baseball related, some of it definitely pertaining to the hitters and things that we might see.
Who keeps the dugout lively over the course of 162 games?
I mean, the obvious answer is Perdomo. Perdomo just keeps any space that he's in lively.
Does he ever run out of energy, or is he
never?
just...
Never. I've never seen it. Unless he's asleep, but I also haven't seen that either. So
he might not sleep.
Yeah. In one of your off days, is there a day that is more intense Is there a day that you really start focusing in and getting serious, locked into your next start? When you take the ball once every fifth day, is there a day, Ryan, that is more intense, a day that is a heavier work day than the other ones?
I would say they're all important in their own purpose. But the most intense day is probably the bullpen day, just with the amount of warm up before a bullpen, throwing the bullpen itself, and then the care after the bullpen. That's probably the most intense workload day. But the day after a pitch, I'm super intentful on my recovery and all that stuff. And then the next day, the catch play, long toss is super intentful. So they're all intense in their own ways, but workload wise, probably the bullpen day.
It's just one start, obviously, but he, obviously pitched really well in the World Baseball Classic Championship game too. And towards the end of last year, what are you seeing from Erod? And because to go into Dodger Stadium and to throw 5 scoreless innings the way he did is not common.
Yeah, I think Erod looks really good right now. I think getting that little bit of a taste from the World Baseball Classic and kind of getting his blood flowing early was good for him. I think. Yeah, his mentality seems really on point this year.
Yeah.
Just the way he's been acting around spring and then into these first couple weeks, he seems pretty locked in. So I'm excited for him. Excited to see what he's going to do.
Shows.
When you think of the Detroit Tigers, Ryan, what do you think of in terms of their hitters? Who comes to mind first?
I think. For me, I played against Torkelson in college, and he kind of went crazy.
Goes all the way back.
Yeah, back to his ASU days. So, they got a bunch of good hitters.
They do.
It seems like everybody in this league has a bunch of good hitters. So it's fun to go out there and compete against the best of the best. You don't want to just go out there and have good results because you didn't face the best players, right? You want to go out there and prove that you're the best. Yeah, for
it's
sure.
One of the coolest things about that, man. It's just let's play the best. You guys just did playing the Dodgers.
It's got to be weird too when you're a starter because you're not going to pitch against the Tigers. You're almost certainly not going to pitch against them. But it seems like Skubal's going to pitch the third game as a pitcher. Do you watch a player that's at that level during the game a different way? Are you trying to? You're different people, but are you watching a guy like Skubal or Skeens or whoever differently?
I think it's exciting to see a guy who's at the peak of his game and performing at the level he is, and just watching how he goes about his business, and how he attacks hitters. I think it's you learn from others all the time. You always pick up on stuff, and he's back-to-back Cy Young.
He's doing pretty good.
Pretty good fastball guy. So there's definitely some stuff to watch there.
So Ryan, where are you right now, confidence-wise? Where are you right now? This is. You have developed. You are definitely one of the guys that this team is going to count on to go out and have a great season. Where are you right now?
I feel good. I think I tried to base my confidence not on results or on outcomes, and more so just on how I prepare myself. How am I doing with the work that I put in this off season? That's the stuff that gives me the confidence, not results or anything like that. And because I think. If you put your confidence in that type of stuff, you can have the up and down seasons. But it's I know what I'm doing day 1 through 5 to be ready to go out there to perform, and that's what fills me up with the most confidence. Just knowing that I'm as prepared as I can be.
It's cool.
Ryan, we appreciate this as always, man. Good luck this year.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Thank you
Ryan,
so much.
For sure.
That's Ryan Nelson joining us right there. We'll come back to Chase Field in just a moment. We'll hit staring at the Suns and look back at a crazy weekend of March Madness next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The local sports leader is all about the NFL Draft. We know you've got your home team sensibilities, so we're looking at the entire NFL Draft, not just the Cardinals in the 3rd overall pick.
With the 3rd pick.
Though we are definitely taking strong interest in that one. What's Monty gonna do? Trade it? Pick O-line or edge? Decisions, man. Cardinal decisions. NFL Draft coverage on Arizona Sports, brought to you by Bud Light, official beer sponsor of the Arizona Cardinals.
The Arizona Cardinals select.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from our brothers over at Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information. Man, consider this to be your green light right now. How about a green light on a new or pre-owned Ford over at Santan Ford? Tim Hovick's Santan Ford. Man, they've extended truck month right now. Maybe you're out there driving a Ram, a Chevy, GMC, maybe even a Toyota. Well, this is your moment, brothers, right now. Gather round. Step up to America's best-selling truck right now. Talking about the Ford F-150. I drive the Ford F-150. Absolutely love it. Maybe you're downsizing. Well, Santan Ford's loaded with Rangers and Mavericks right now as well. The right size at the right price. Big selection, serious incentives, limited time. Green light means go. So go test drive the toughest, smartest trucks on the road at Tim Hovik Santan Ford, located off the Santan 202 freeway in Val Vista Drive in Gilbert, or go to santanford.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. My best advice to you when hiring a lawyer for your injury case is simple. If you know court personnel, ask them who they'd hire. They know. If you know an insurance adjuster, ask them. They know. And then ask them about us. Ask them about Morgan & Morgan. They know. I look forward to talking to you soon. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, for the people. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know how important the home court advantage can be in sports, and that's exactly what you'll get from my friends at Advanced Window Products. They are a local window and door manufacturer that sells directly to the public. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley, which means you get faster turnaround times, no middleman markups, and windows that are custom built for your home, not generic sizes, retrofitted on site. Now, most window companies are just resellers, not Advanced Window Products. They'll build your windows, install your windows, then guarantee them for life, and that installation is done by vetted, trained, full-time crews, not subcontractors. Their windows also engineered for Arizona's extreme climate, which lowers your energy bills year-round, and during their spring special, you can get $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Give them a call at 480-764-2110. Find them online at advancedwindows.com.
Hey, it's Vince Morata with some great offers going on now at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. Right now, spring into huge savings with a new 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab and save up to $12,236 off MSRP. Or qualified buyers can grab 0% APR financing on select models. Hop into a new 2025 Hummer EV or pickup SUV and sweep up to $20,000 off MSRP, or choose 0% financing there too. If luxury is your style, check out select 2026 Buick Enclave models with up to $6,000 off MSRP, 0.9% financing, plus no payments for 120 days. But don't wait, these savings aren't in season for long. You want it? Earnhardt Buick GMC's got it. Find them in Mesa or online at earnhardtbuickgmc.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 protection package unless otherwise stated. After all applicable incentives on select models, must be current eligible owner or lessee for certain offers. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all buyers qualify. Finance charges accrue from dated financing. Excludes some models. Not available with lease and some other offers. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See deal for details. Offers in March 31st, 2026.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks open their home schedule tonight at Chase Field against the Detroit Tigers. Michael Soroka will make the start for the Dbacks against future Hall of Famer Justin Verlander. First pitch is at 7:10 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Phoenix Suns are in action tonight at the Memphis Grizzlies. Tip-off for that one is at 5 over on ESPN 620 AM. And the men's Final Four is set. Arizona will take on Michigan and Illinois will face UConn. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Summer playcation is back at Talking Stick Resort. Locals get rates from $129 with no resort fee. Book now for stays May 15th through September 13th for an unforgettable staycation.
But are we watching in tonight's Phoenix Suns game? It's Staring at the Suns with Wolf and Luke.
Well, just to get you an updated injury report on that game, Grayson Allen is questionable for the Suns tonight. Wow, Wolf's got the hat on. Look at that.
That's right.
I turn away for 2 seconds, you have a hat. Obviously no Dylan Brooks and no Mark Williams in this one for the Suns. Wolf, I'm going to keep it simple. Come on, Malwatch. I'll be honest, of the rookies, Rasheer Fleming has been catching my attention more as this season goes. But Malwatch is clearly improving. He was your top 10 pick, and he's coming off his career best game statistically. So for staring at the Suns, I'm going with come on, Malwatch.
Okay, man, let me see. I'm going to have to go with the defensive end of the floor right now. That's what I'm going to be staring at for the Phoenix Suns. The Suns, number 6 in terms of points allowed in the association. You're still one of the best defensive teams in the association. And the Grizzlies are no juggernaut offensively. I think this is where the Phoenix Suns, regardless of how they play on the offensive end of the floor, this is where they can go out and exert their will, enforce or impose their will on the Memphis Grizzlies on the defensive end of the floor and win this game going away.
All right, so that was staring at the Suns. Suns-Grizzlies tonight, start of a 4-game road trip for Phoenix, and it'll take them through Orlando as well. Orlando actually tomorrow. Let's get back into March Madness, Wolf, because we didn't. There's been so much going on today. I don't think we really got to give this game its due. Everybody gets caught up in the recency bias. No, that was the greatest thing ever. Oh, that was the worst thing ever. I don't remember watching a lot of games like that UConn-Duke game. I really don't. Where UConn's always a threat. I mean, you talk about the true blue bloods of college basketball. How many national championships has UConn won, like, in the last 27 years? I think they've won, like, 6. Like, it's unreal. UConn, whether it's Jim Calhoun, whether it's Kevin Ollie, whether it is obviously Dan Hurley, like, they just keep winning. In terms of, like, the 2000s, they are the blue blood of college basketball because they just keep winning titles. But they were the underdog going against Duke, and they were down 15 at halftime. To come back, just to get that game close, to keep fighting back and put it in a position where something weird could happen at the end. And would that qualify as crazy, Carl, in the final 10 seconds?
There's no doubt about it. Yeah, absolute crazy, Carl, no doubt. But what was the unbelievable stat that you actually dropped on us earlier in this broadcast?
There was.
Well, give us the one, 134.
Oh, okay.
One.
So number one
that?
seeds are now 134 and 1 when leading by 15 or more at halftime. That was the first time it's ever happened.
Did you hear that right there? I mean, stop and think about that. It's the first time it ever happened for a number 1 seed to have a 15-point lead at the half and then lose the game.
And, I mean, you're in the Elite Eight. Duke had a rough exit last year with Cooper Flagg and Con Kneppel. And so, I mean, I know it's different. The players are all largely different. But that and then the other crazy stat from that game, and this stat really sums it up, UConn had 2 leads in that game. 2-0, 73-72 on the buzzer beater.
That, I think, is my favorite. That is my favorite. So they actually started the game with a 2-0 lead, and then it was the buzzer beater. Didn't have it again. You know what I think is so interesting about that? Duke had been down every game they played in the tournament in the second half, had been down and then came back, obviously, to win those games.
They looked like they were getting better by the game, Duke.
Yes.
When the tournament started, they were the number 1 overall seed, and that's fine, and people can debate whether that should have happened or not, but they also got put in the toughest region. Like, they were given the number 1 overall seed, but they got put in a region with Kansas and St. John's and UConn and Michigan State and all these other teams. U of A, Michigan don't have to deal with that. But at each round, it felt like Duke was getting better, and they were getting players back, and they were up 15 at halftime. It was like, okay, these guys are figuring it out. They might win the whole thing, and then UConn comes storming back in that sequence at the end where, ironically, if UConn's just able to foul faster, they probably lose the game because they were already down 2. You figure, I mean, you never know in college, but you figure Duke probably hits at least 1, if not 2 of the free throws. Like, you're really, the percentage is not in your favor if you're the trailing team in that situation. You're hoping something crazy happens. It did. That is honestly, off the top of my head, the craziest finish I've ever seen. Certainly, like, Elite 8 or on, it's the craziest finish I've ever seen. This is Caden Boozer, who is ultimately the guy who turned the ball over after the game.
I turned the ball over. Should have been strong with the ball. Cost our team our season.
What did Coach Shires say before in that timeout? before you guys were inbounding the ball there?
Just that we knew that they were going to trap. Just be showing the ball.
Oh, man. That's really tough for me to listen to. I love the fact he was accountable.
Yeah.
He was accountable even to the end. Accountable to a point where he said, I cost us. I cost us the win. That was on me. That might be a gross exaggeration, and I believe that it is. But personally, I understand why he feels that way.
Yeah.
And the fact that he actually pointed to it and then pointed to himself and said, I cost us this game. That's accountability.
It's rough. It's one of those things that makes you think, like, that's a college kid that's able to stand there and be accountable in probably the worst moment of his basketball life right there, because they were going to win. It was going to be Duke and Illinois. But they were going to win when they were up 19 in the second half. You know what I mean? They were going to win when UConn was 1 of 18 from 3. That's the other crazy part about this. It's not just, okay, UConn misses the first free throw, so they're still down 3, and they hit the second one, so they're down 2, but there's, 10 seconds? And they're like, okay, you have to foul. You can't just let them throw the ball around, but they couldn't foul him quickly. So then the ball comes to Boozer and heads up to try and get the ball over half court, but also, like, if you can complete one more pass, you probably just win. But then for the ball to get tipped up, caught, passed back, and for UConn to hit a 3 when they couldn't hit any all game?
Yes.
And that was a long 3. That's a Steph 3.
That was a logo 3.
Yeah.
That was a logo 3 by Braylon Mullins. And you know what's amazing about this? I love this. This guy hits a logo 3, and that's what I'm calling it,
yeah,
okay?
well,
because
it
was with .4 to go to win the game. The kid was 0 for 4 from 3, and he took that shot. I think he just knew. He just knew, oh, my goodness, if I get it, I'm going to have to shoot it. He didn't even think about it.
He definitely didn't think about it. I'm with you there. He probably never even thought he was going to get an opportunity there, because it was probably going to be, okay, we got a foul. Hopefully they miss a couple. Hopefully they at least miss one. Then we're going to try and set something up, and then maybe you do overthink it. But everything happens so fast that instinct just takes over, and it's just like, here's the ball. Got to put it in. And he did.
And here's the thing about Braylon Mullins, and this is so NCAA tournament. Basic audience, this is so NCAA right here. This guy was Mr. Basketball in the state of Indiana. He was Mr. Basketball in the state of Indiana last year.
That seems like the highest honor you can get in the state of Indiana.
And now he's going back to Indianapolis for the Final Four. That is only in the NCAA tournament does that happen.
He also stood there like he never had a doubt it was going in. Like, what was it? Was it Dylan Darling on St. John's against Kansas where he didn't have a point all game and he hit that layup as time expired? The other part, this has got to be rough if you're Cam Boozer. How many people think Cam Boozer's the guy who turned the ball over at the end of the game?
Yeah, right.
His brother, and they look so similar. Rough just across the board for Duke. That's 2 brutal exits, but
Man,
can never count UConn out of a game. You just can't. And Dan Hurley, he might be crazy, but he knows how to get the absolute most out of his players. And as much as he is going crazy and he's yelling and screaming on the sidelines, there was a certain level of composure where you could see him talking to his players, and they relayed one of his messages on the broadcast even of like, we're coming back. The tide's turning here. It's just a matter of you got to hit a couple shots here because we are coming back.
What I love, too, quickly, is just the fact that his team on the personality of their head coach. And that happens over and over and over again.
Yeah.
In football, in basketball, you take on the personality many times of your head coach.
Yeah.
And that UConn team definitely does.
That is not a team you're going to count out if they're down 10 in a game. Because if you can do that against Duke on that stage, you can do it against anybody. All right, when we come back, final segment of the show here from Chase Field. Dbacks home opener is tonight against the Tigers. It's only the 4th game of the season, but how much pressure is on this game now after what happened in L.A.? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
0-1. Espinal off the end of the bat, slow roller to second, and Marte has stopped Freddie Freeman in his tracks. Now Freddie's going to walk over. They'll hug it out. Included in that hug is a tag, and that'll do it for the Dodgers.
Dbacks Tigers, the home opener tonight live from Chase Field. Listen to it on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7, and get our reaction to it tomorrow morning on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Do you need glasses or contacts and you're now at the age where you also need readers? K2 Vision RLE is the permanent solution to eliminate the need for all those. Hey, it's Doctors King and Kopstein from K2 Vision. Andy, for those nearing age 50 or so, refractive lens exchange can be a great alternative to LASIK.
That's right, Joe. K2 Vision RLE is a terrific permanent solution for a lifetime of great vision. The older we get, we experience the dysfunction of our natural lens, which affects both distance vision and requires the use of reading glasses. Plus, after K2 Vision RLE, you will never develop a cataract.
And like LASIK, K2 Vision RLE is quick and painless. The question is, which procedure is right for you?
With the experience of over 150,000 procedures, the doctors at K2 Vision will know which procedure is best for you. Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at k2visionrle.com. K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts.
Heart issues don't always come with warning signs. That's why early detection matters. It's Gamble for Lifeguard Imaging. Right now, you and someone you love can each get a coronary artery heart scan for just $69 combined, saving over $1,000. In only 3 minutes, you'll learn your risk of heart disease before small problems become serious. Quick, comfortable, no claustrophobic tubes. Do it for yourself. Do it for each other. Do it today. Text SCAN to 620-620. It could save your life.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey guys, Tom Chambers here with a faster way to pay off your mortgage from my friends at Galaxy Lending Group. The Ownership Accelerator loan helps you pay off your home decades faster using the income you already make without changing your lifestyle. Many Galaxy clients pay off their homes in 5 years, not decades. Schedule a free 10-minute call to see how much faster you could pay off your mortgage. Visit GalaxyLendingGroup.com/radio or text Galaxy to 620-620.
NMLS ID 142766 and equal housing lender. Message and data rates may apply.
Downtown Phoenix is turning up the volume with the NCAA Women's Final Four Super Saturday. It starts at the Super Saturday practice presented by Samsung Galaxy at Mortgage Matchup Center. One last practice for the final 2 teams. Plus, the Super Saturday concert presented by AT&T, a free live performance at Hance Park. Super Saturday, April 4th in downtown Phoenix. Free events, all ages, all weekend. NCAA.com/Women's Final Four.
250,000 people across Arizona rely on St. Mary's Food Bank every day. Your donations make feeding them possible, and you can benefit too. In Arizona, there's an incentive called the Arizona Charitable Tax Credit. You can make your donation today and get it back up to $987 on your taxes when you file. It's a great way to help your neighbors in need. For more info, visit stmarysfoodbank.org.
Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the Sweet James billboards. Fun name, serious results. So if you are hurt in any kind of accident, don't let the insurance companies push you around. Sweet James Accident Attorneys has over 25 years of experience, 500-plus trials, and has recovered over $2 billion for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team and deliver some of the biggest settlements in the country. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com.
Hey, everybody. Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, Liberty GMC makes service simple. What can customers expect?
What's up, Dave? We're making it easy to win. Drop your vehicle off by 8 p.m. and we'll have you back on the road by the next morning. Plus, mention this ad and receive $25 off any oil change. And when you buy 3 tires, you always get 1 free.
And don't forget, you can also lease a 2026 GMC Terrain for just $239 a month for 36 months. Schedule your service or shop online all the time at LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Here are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. The Wildcats have a chance to bring the state much-needed glory, writes Dan Bickley. Randy Bennett is hiring Cal Baptist head coach Rick Croy as an associate head coach at ASU. And we have a history lesson of how often the Dbacks have started the season 0-3. Those are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com.
All right, it's Michael Soroka against Justin Verlander tonight here for the home opener. Dbacks and Tigers from Chase Field. Thanks to the Dbacks for setting us up right here on the field to do the show today. If you've been watching it all on YouTube, you see the setup. It's Wolf, you and I were talking. It's always fun just to do shows out here. A lot of times we'll do them out in left field. It's fun to do them out at Salt River, but we were literally basically in the on-deck circle right now doing this. And Burns and Gambo are going to be here right after us, too.
Very, very cool, man. I mean, this is one of my favorite places to actually have any type of broadcast. You and I were talking about it in the not-so-beautiful part of the program. Typically, we're up on the balcony up here, cold beers and cheeseburgers, of course.
I like it out there, too.
And that's not Paola Basinonians, and then here we are right here at home plate. No doubt about it. This is awesome to be out here.
Yeah, it's great. It's going to be awesome for you to be out here if you're coming to the game tonight. First pitch is at 7:10 tonight, so still got about a little over 5 hours till first pitch. And like I said, Michael Soroka, this is our first real look at him, certainly as a D-backs pitcher. You saw him a little bit in spring. He was at the World Baseball Classic as well for Canada. He's kind of the, I don't want to say the unknown in the rotation, Wolf, because we don't totally know what we're getting from Brandon Pfaadt or Eduardo Rodriguez either, but we at least kind of know what they're capable of. Soroka's really the unknown. I feel like Zach Allen's going to be fine. He pitched great the first 4 innings against the Dodgers. I'm not worried about Ryan Nelson at all, and Erod looked really good. And then we'll see Pfaadt out here tomorrow against Casey Mize tomorrow night, but Michael Soroka pitching in the home opener against Justin Verlander. What you said, 23rd season for Justin Verlander?
21st, actually.
Oh, 21st. Okay.
21st. He's 43.
Okay.
I think Justin Verlander
only 21
is 43 years old, man. And he's still out there. And last year he was still tipping it out at 98. 95 to 93, somewhere in there is where he typically is going to be. And he's still throwing 98 as of last year. That was his high, 98.
To put that in perspective, when Torey Lovello took over as D-backs manager, Justin Verlander was going into his 12th season.
You know, I love it, too. 3.85 career ERA for Justin Verlander, of course. 152 innings pitched last year, 137 strikeouts. But what I like is Soroka. When you look at Soroka now, 69 career starts. He's got a career ERA of 3.85.
Yeah.
I was shocked when I saw that.
They might – it's a might, obviously. They might have something here. I keep going back to when we had Josh Colementor on before spring training even started. And Coley was pitching in Atlanta when Soroka was first coming up. Coley. And Soroka was. I remember he was a big deal when he first was getting called up. And then he got called up finally with Atlanta in 2018. And his first full season was 2019 with the Braves. I mean, 29 starts and a 2.68 ERA. 2.68 ERA over 29 starts, that's borderline elite. It's just he hasn't hit those numbers again, and he's had some injuries. But he really hasn't had, like, any bad seasons, Wolf. It's just been he's dealt with a lot of injuries. His only season where he had like a terrible ERA, he only pitched in 7 games in 2023, and he was coming off 2 years of injuries. So it'll be interesting to see what they have out of him. Yeah, there's no doubt it's going to be very, very interesting to watch this game unfold tonight. You know, the Tigers, of course, you're talking about a very good team. They were able to win, 87 games, as a matter of fact. They finished second in the AL Central last year. This is a team that is very, very good, and many people think will win the AL Central this year. Having said that, they're off to a 2-1 start right now. Beat the Padres 8-2. The Padres 8-2 and 5-2. Of course, they won that 3-game series. And now here they are, the Detroit Tigers, and it's one of the reasons why there's a lot of angst in regard to the Arizona Diamondbacks and their start, the quality of their schedule, and how difficult their season is to start. And this is part of it. You start with the Dodgers in a 3-game series and then come home. Your home opener is against a team that many people believe will win the Central. It's basically 32 games, this run at the beginning of the year. When you go 3 against the Dodgers, then you're home for Detroit, Atlanta, on the road against the Mets, where they always seem to have a hard time, Philly, Baltimore. I mean, those are 3 teams that are supposed to all make the playoffs. Baltimore, at least, is supposed to be close. Then home against Toronto. They almost won the World Series last year. You get 3 against the White Sox. That's your reprieve. But then you get a couple against the Padres, 3 against the Brewers, 3 against the Cubs. By the time you finish that game on May 3rd, that's 32 games. And on paper, only 3 of them are, quote, easy at home against the White Sox. And those aren't for another month. So Detroit's not the Dodgers. But Detroit Spencer Torkelson, Riley Green. Kevin McGonigal is the guy that is supposed to be the AL Rookie of the Year this year. Stepped out, had 4 hits in his first game. He's one of, I guess Connor Griffin's a higher-rated prospect because he's technically not playing for the Pirates yet, but McGonigal's like right there, probably number 2. It's a tough team. But going back to what we were saying earlier, even if you saw some things you liked in that Dodgers series, you're still 0-3. Like, we had Torey Lovello here before, and he's like, I didn't sleep real well last night. You don't want to go 0-4. You're going to have a stretch over the course of the season where you lose 3 or 4 or 5 games. But when it drops your record to 42 and 47, people don't freak out nearly as much as if it drops your record to 0-4.
Yeah, it's amazing, too. I'm thinking, no pressure, and I'm always thinking about the pressure.
Yeah.
Always thinking about what it's like as a player inside that locker room. Hey, Michael Soroka, you know what, no pressure. You're only going up against Justin Verlander, by the way, who has 555 career starts, okay?
He's not
and here you are with your
300 wins.
I mean, it's just incredible. We really need a good outing from you, and, we're going to have to wait and see how that goes. But, man, the mind game, the mental game of it, I absolutely love it. It's a thing I love about sports, the psychology of sports and how difficult it is, the pressure that he might actually feel taking the ball for his first outing.
Justin Verlander, by the way, 266 career wins. So he probably won't get to 300. That would probably take 3 more seasons, at least 2 really good seasons. But it doesn't matter. 266 career wins is it's absurd. That's like the sort of numbers you would hit 30 or 40 years ago, maybe, if you were really good.
I just think being 43 years old and still throwing in the mid-90s.
Yeah.
That's incredible.
And coming off a year last year where he had a 3.85 ERA with San Francisco. So not going to be easy tonight for the D-backs by any means, but definitely a game they need to have. And as you heard Torey mention to us earlier, watch them closely the first 5 innings because that's what he's going to be watching. All right, that's it for us. Thanks to Rick back at the studios with Ryan Sikora as well. Thanks to Jamal out here who ate all the food Rick wanted. For Wolf, I'm Luke. We got Burns and Gambo. They're going to be out here on the field next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Peace and strength.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and Phoenix Suns play-by-play.
Booker on the penetration. Dump to Williams. He'll throw it down. What a look from Devin Booker.
Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Is there a tougher gig than being a roof in Arizona, right? Paul Calvisi or the big heat, monsoon storms. No one knows that better. No one does it better than America Roofing. For real, America Roofing just named Arizona's Roofing Contractor of the Year. It's the very roof over our heads. Don't mess with the rest. You want the best. America Roofing. A+ rated with a Better Business Bureau. And save 12% at AmericaRoofingCo.com. Repair, replace, home or business, AmericaRoofingCo.com.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When your check engine light comes on, do you see a repair bill or do you see peace of mind? For 20 years, CarShield's been the name America trusts to help keep you on the road. While other companies stop covering you when your car gets older, CarShield offers protection plans up to 200,000 miles. With over $1 billion in claims paid, we don't just promise protection, we deliver it. Don't let a breakdown break your budget. Get the flexible month-to-month coverage you deserve. Go to carshield.com. That's carshield.com today.
Hey, it's Vince Morata with some great offers going on now at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. Right now, spring into huge savings with a new 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab and save up to $12,236 off MSRP. Or qualified buyers can grab 0% APR financing on select models. Hop into a new 2025 Hummer EV or pickup SUV and sweep up to $20,000 off MSRP or choose 0% financing there too. If luxury is your style, check out select select 2026 Buick Enclave models with up to $6,000 off MSRP, 0.9% financing, plus no payments for 120 days. But don't wait, these savings aren't in season for long. You want it? Earnhardt Buick GMC's got it. Find them in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 protection package unless otherwise stated. After all applicable incentives on select models. Must be current eligible owner or lessee for certain offers. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all buyers qualify. Finance charges accrue from dated financing. Excludes some models. Not available with lease and some other offers. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See deal for details. Offers end March 31st, 2026.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. But not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Making an impact. Sponsored by Grainger. We know about boxed wine, but what about paper wine? One California winery is going greener with paper wine bottles. Here's Shannon Baladeras from Monterey Wine Company.
It's better for the environment. It reduces the carbon footprint by 6 times that of glass.
For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional-grade products you need delivered when and where you need them. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
There is nothing more meaningful you can do for yourself and for the people who care about you than finally getting rid of that pain, especially heading into vacation season. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for QC Kinetics, and if you have joint pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, or back, if you're missing work or activities you once enjoyed, if you don't want surgery and a long recovery, if you're relying on medication just to get through the day, you are exactly the kind of patient QC Kinetics helps every day with their advanced regenerative treatments that deliver life-changing results, and today can be the day you turn the corner and finally get real relief. And it could be the most meaningful thing you do for yourself and your family. Their treatments are all done in office, and your consultation is free. Call now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Varaldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Happy home opening day to all of you residents of the great state of Arizona. Diamondbacks play their first game in Chase Field this season, hosting the Detroit Tigers. We got Burns and Gambo live from the field as we're getting you ready for first pitch. Mike Soroka making his first start of the year in Sedona Red. He'll oppose the veteran righty Justin Verlander. I'm so choked up. It's opening day. No, I just choked on some water. First pitch is at 7:10. Pregame coverage starts at 6:30 right here on 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Phoenix Suns will be back in action as well. They're on the road. It's the first of a 4-game road trip tonight. They're in Memphis taking on the Grizzlies. Suns will be without Dylan Brooks, Mark Williams, Amir Coffey, and Haywood Highsmith. Grayson Allen, a late addition to the report today. He is questionable. Tip-off is at 5. Pre-game coverage will start at 4 over on ESPN 620 AM and the Arizona Sports app. And the women's Final Four is halfway set. UConn and UCLA have punched their tickets to the Valley. They did that last night. The Elite Eight will conclude tonight with Michigan and Texas squaring off at 4. That will be followed by TCU and South Carolina at 6. The winners of those 2 games will join UConn and UCLA here in Arizona this weekend. And that is what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up 2 o'clock on this Monday afternoon. Good afternoon and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns, alongside the one, the only John Gambadoro. Hi, Gambo.
Bernsey, what's going on?
Apologize for my voice. Battling a little bit of a cold here, but we're doing all right otherwise.
No.
It's fine. It's fine. It's just not the...
I got a water bottle. I opened it, and it just won't stand up. Oh my God.
That's a real tragedy over there. If that's the worst thing that happens on opening day, then we're all going to have a really, really good day.
In my glove right there.
Because it is opening day. Happy opening day. We are live from Chase Field on the field here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Look at that.
The ballpark looks fantastic.
Yeah.
Everything looks good, ready to go. Detroit Tigers in town tonight for the first of 3.
Yeah, former manager A.J. Hinch.
Indeed, yes.
Yeah, he's going to come by and say hello. I just texted him. He's got some meetings, and afterwards he's going to stop by and say hi.
That's right.
So we'll get to say hi to A.J. He's got a good team this year. He's got a good team.
He's got a very good team. Very good team. And it'll be a tough, like every series the Diamondbacks play for the first month of the season, it's a really tough challenge, and everyone's going to be really, really difficult. And obviously that started this past weekend with the Dodgers. We got a lot that we're going to talk about today, and I'm sure we're going to have some guests on from the Diamondbacks. We're not exactly quite sure. It's going to be a kind of a fluid show, but that's okay. Certainly we'll talk about March Madness, and we'll talk about the Suns, and we'll talk about what Mike LaFleur had to say today at the NFL's owners meetings out there at the Biltmore. We got a lot going on, but let's weigh in on our top story of the day here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
There's a swing and a ball driven out to deep left center field. Hernandez to his left will make the catch. And the Dodgers open 2026 by sweeping the Diamondbacks. And they will head home winless in preparation of Monday's home opener. Once again, your final, it's the Dodgers 3 and the Diamondbacks 2.
The goal was to just win one. That's all you needed to do. And they were not up to the task to just win one.
Yeah, well, they had the lead 3 times, so they had the lead in all 3 games. They led 2-0 Friday. They lost 8-2. They had a 2-0 lead on Thursday. It was a 2-0 lead. They lost 8-2. Then it was 5-4. They lost, but they had a 2-0 lead. And then Saturday, 2-0 lead. They lost 3-2. So they were up 2-0 in all of these games. Now, there's a lot to break down here, right? We could talk about starting pitching. We could talk about bullpen. We could talk about base running. Pavin Smith out by a mile at the plate. My God, I don't want to see that anymore. Nothing makes me more sick than a guy getting thrown out by a mile.
Darn
right? Come on.
right.
You got to know who your runners are. Pavin's not so fast. But the thing that kind of irked me, right, if I say what irked me the most, they stopped hitting.
Yeah.
They basically stopped hitting.
Yeah.
You could look at all of these games, and you can be like, the inability to hit late in these games, I think, really did them in. Saturday, they had 2 runs and 5 hits in the game. They had a run in the first and a run in the third. Then they stopped scoring the last 6 innings. Of the 5 hits, 2 of them were in the first inning and 2 were in the third. Then they stopped hitting. It was the theme throughout the weekend is that they got some hits early, they got some runs early, and then they just disappeared. No hits, no runs. And now you're putting all the pressure on the bullpen to have to go 4 or 5 innings scoreless because the offense is not going to put any more runs on the board.
Yeah, I saw that, and I went back and looked at the 3 box scores so far. The Arizona Diamondbacks have not scored a single run after the 4th inning this entire season. And I know it's only 3 games, and it's a small sample size, and, blah, 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 all that stuff. But you haven't scored 1 run later than the 4th inning all season. And so your knee-jerk reaction is to look at it and go, oh, the bullpen, oh, Kevin Ginkel,
Taylor
Juan
Clark.
Murillo or Taylor Clark, right?
Roland Arenado.
The 3 individual guys in the bullpen who were not able to get the job done in those moments. If you'd given them just a little more margin for error, right? Like where 1 run wasn't going to make the entire difference. We've done this show together many, many years, and I've often found that a lot of times, any conversation we have about the bullpen, not every time, but a lot of the times, goes hand in hand with games where they weren't able to execute offensively to give yourself that margin for error. And I think those last 2 games against the Dodgers were prime examples of the bullpen not being the only thing to blame in those games.
And you can't even sit there and say, they're not executing it. They're just not getting on base. You had an infield single by Marte in one of the games in the 8th inning, and that was it. And so you go back to Friday. They had 4 runs and 8 hits in the game. They scored once in the second, once in the third, twice in the fourth. They didn't score again in the last 5 innings. They had 2 hits in the second, 2 in the third, 2 in the fourth. Over the last 5 innings, they had 2 base hits.
Yeah.
So you can't even say, like they're not getting no home runs or no extra. They're not getting on base. No walks, no hits. So that's a problem to me that stood out. We could look. Gallen pitched very well for 4 innings, then imploded. Ryan Nelson didn't have a great start. Erod was great. We'll talk about that later. I can make an argument that the bullpen was good if you take Taylor Clark out. I could. But you know what, everybody, and you know this, everybody's going to rail on the bullpen, Murillo, Ginkel, Taylor Clark. But it's if the offense just would have scored a few more runs, I mean, you can, and against the Dodgers bullpen? Like, you're not scoring against the Dodgers bullpen? This isn't the Padres bullpen.
Right.
You know, you're not facing a juggernaut here. Like, that was frustrating to me that the Dodgers bullpen, 11 2/3 innings, no runs. No runs. 5 hits, 12 different, 8 different relievers, 12 times, because some pitched twice. DS pitched twice. By the way, I do like the trumpet thing coming into the game. That's pretty freaking cool. That was pretty cool. So 11 2/3 innings by the Dodgers bullpen, not a single run scored against them.
Yeah.
How are you going to win baseball games?
You're not going to win baseball games.
You're not going to win.
Not. Troy Lavello, after Saturday's game, talking about how he feels like they won a lot. This is kind of what we're talking about, how they won a lot of innings.
We did a really good job today. Yeah, of course, there's other things that I wish that we did and we can clean up. But overall, we won a lot of innings of baseball over the course of this 3-game series. Yet we're 0-3, so that's frustrating. It's very frustrating. But the Dodgers are built this way. We know it. We knew it coming in, and we knew it would be that type of baseball game. But I was proud of the way we did a lot of things today.
It's crazy to think. I thought one of the keys to that weekend series was to get to the Dodgers bullpen. You know,
it was
like survive their starters, get to the Dodgers bullpen, and you might be able to do some damage against them. And it was just the opposite. So they're 0-3. Certainly nothing that says, "Oh, that's it, season's over, forget it." They're not going to be competitive. I mean, it's a bad start. But it's also, like we talked about, going into the opener on Thursday.
Don't overreact to the Dodgers.
Especially because it's the Dodgers. So,
Don't
there's a tendency to overreact anyway. You don't want to overreact to the first few games of any baseball season. There's a long, long way to go. You really don't want to react this time around because you're playing the LA Dodgers to start the season, right? So you really, I think, got to tap the brakes. Now, I think that makes today's game very important for the Diamondbacks because you got Tarek Skubal coming up on Wednesday, and he's a 2-time Cy Young Award winner, so I don't know if you're going to get yours there. So if you're talking about winning a series and kind of balancing things out a lot, I think that makes today's game certainly no one's going to say must win. That's stupid. But it's an important game for you to show better than you showed against the Dodgers, I think, just because you don't want any really bad trends to set in.
To your point, I'll even just take it a step further. You don't want to have you don't want to be 2-8 out of the gates. You don't want to put yourself that far in the hole.
Right.
So, you just got to find a way to win some game, win series. That's the thing. We always say just win a series, win a series. Well, you lost the first series. And the other thing, and we always talk about this, for all the years we've done the show, we always talk about this. The key to longevity in a baseball season is you want to win more series than you lose, but you don't want to get swept. Getting swept is because it's hard to sweep a team. It's hard to sweep. So getting swept by the Dodgers hurts. That hurts. You're right. You want it to win 1 out of 2. You don't want to get swept. That's a big hole to get into. So you want to win series. Important to do. If you can get a sweep here or there, that's great. But you want to avoid a lot of sweeps because they do a lot of damage.
Yeah, so 6:40 first pitch tonight. Justin Verlander on the bump for Detroit. For the Diamondbacks, it's going to be Michael Soroka making his Diamondback debut. We're expecting a full house tonight. We'll both be staying for the game. And we've got, like I say, a lot of Diamondback talk coming up, a lot of Diamondbacks guests coming up, and we're looking forward to that as we are here on the field at Chase Field with this beautiful stadium as our backdrop today. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, U of A is back in the Final Four. They made it, and the curse is over. That's next on Burns and Gambo.
Diamondbacks baseball.
0-1. Espinal off the end of the bat, slow roller to second, and Marte has stopped Freddie Freeman in his tracks. Now Freddie's going to walk over. They'll hug it out. Included in that hug is a tag, and that'll do it for the Dodgers.
Dbacks Tigers, the home opener tonight live from Chase Field. Listen to it on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7, and get our reaction to it tomorrow morning on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, if you are trying to get into a house, tired of renting, the Lund Mortgage team has great news for you. Rates have been pretty good, and house prices have come down quite a bit. This might be a great time. You've been sitting on the sidelines. If you would have, a year ago, 2 years ago, you would have paid a lot more for the same house you're looking at now. House prices have come down quite a bit. The Lund Mortgage team can get you pre-approved absolutely free. They're also helping people with refinances. They can help you get refinanced. So if you got a rate a couple of years ago and you're seeing the rates are better right now, the Lund Mortgage team will help you get that better rate. Could save you some money, maybe even help you pay off that house a little bit quicker. The Lund Mortgage team is local, so they're to help you with. They're here to help you with all of your mortgage needs. Matt Oliver, Lisa Lund, in this industry, right here in this market for over 30 years, helping people like me with mortgage situations. Give them a call at 623-889-0130. That's 623-889-0130.
Wolf here, and if neck or back pain is slowing you down, you need the team that the teams trust. Desert Institute for Spine Care. These guys are the undisputed leaders in minimally invasive and endoscopic spine surgery, recognized across Arizona and around the world for their expertise. They help me get back to life, and I believe they can do the same for you. So if you're having neck or back pain, go see my friends at DISC. Desert Institute for Spine Care, online at sciatica.com.
If you're squinting at 30, hunting for reading glasses at 50, or dealing with cataracts at 80, your eyes don't care how old you are. They just want freedom. Hi, it's Dr. King from King LASIK and K2 Vision. From LASIK to lens replacement to cataract surgery, we have vision solutions for every stage of life.
Trust the experience of 250,000 procedures and schedule your free Zoom consult at kinglasik.com. No glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. kinglasik.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're hurt in an accident, it is so important that you get medical treatment right away, and then you call the attorneys at Sweet James. It's critical that you make your health a priority and get representation quickly so Sweet James can help you with medical care, with your car, and getting you the most money for your injuries. Remember, you pay nothing at all until they win your case. Call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION, 800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Hi, Arizona sports listeners. Roller here with my friend Wayne from AMCO.
Hey, what's up, Roller?
So it's tax time. You filed, and that refund's just burning a hole in your pocket. Before you spend it all, let's talk about the one thing you rely on every single day, your car.
That's right, Roller. Before you book a trip or buy something shiny, please remember your car. Tax time is the best time to take care of all the car repairs you've been putting off.
Sure, because nothing kills a tax refund faster than a surprise car breakdown.
I'll say brakes, warning lights, transmission issues. If something's acting up, now's the time to handle it and drive stress-free.
Should we wait for our refund before getting repairs?
No way. AMCO payment plans let you get repairs now and pay when you get your check.
So instead of crossing your fingers every time you start your car or truck,
come to AMCO. We'll take a look, walk you through what's needed, and help you make smart choices with your repairs.
There you go. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Don't let tax refund worries hold you back. File now with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They'll find every credit and deduction to help you get every refund dollar you deserve, or your money back. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Tuesday morning, and we'll look back to see if the Diamondbacks can score a run after the fourth inning. That and a lot more, starting at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, welcome back. It's the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, with a shout-out to our audience in Apache Junction for joining us here on this opening day Monday as we are live from Chase Field. Have to correct myself. I said it was a 6:40 first pitch. It is a 7:10 first pitch. So if you're headed down here to Chase Field, you got a little extra time to get down here. 7:10 first pitch between the Dbacks and the Tigers. A lot of congratulations to go around. Congratulations back to the studio, to our producer Lauren for her Fighting Illini for making their first Final Four since 2005, and to all the U of A fans out there, and to you, Gambo, congratulations on U of A making their first Final Four since 2001.
Punching that ticket. Now, I'm not going to lie. I was a miserable wreck in the first half of that game. My wife didn't even want to talk to me. I was so mad. I was so angry.
So what makes that different from any other time?
Oh, man.
I mean, she never wants to talk to you anyway, right?
Yeah. I was really angry. They were playing like garbage.
Yeah.
And I was so angry that I'm like, I'm going to delay watching the start of the second half. And there were like 2 other games that were on. There was a Diamondback game on, and or maybe it was the Suns game. Like, there was a lot of stuff on at the same time.
It was Suns and Dbacks were on at the same time.
Yeah. I'm just going to watch some of this other stuff because I was just so pissed off. I was really pissed off. And my wife, like, you're really, really angry. And then she peeked at the score and said, they're winning. I'm like, okay. So then I went back and I watched it.
So you literally didn't go back to it until they were winning.
The next day, I
On
watched
Sunday,
the first
you watched
7 or 8 minutes of the second
so
half.
you didn't watch the first 6 or 7 minutes
angry.
of the second half live
I was
because you were so angry how
I
they
was
played.
so
Dang.
angry that they were going to lose to Purdue, that I was going to owe my friend Nick Middleton lunch at the Olive Mill, and now I won that lunch bet.
Of course.
Or dinner
Yes,
bet,
of
dinner
course.
bet. Yeah, but because, like, you know this. I mean, if they would have lost in the Elite Eight, this whole season would have been for naught. A whole season down the drain. Down the drain.
Yeah.
You know it. So they had to win that game. What they did in the second half of that basketball game was truly unbelievable. Like, they took Purdue to the woodshed.
Mm-hmm.
They beat the hell out of Purdue in the second half. I could not have been more impressed by what they did. 48-26 in the points. At U of A was 16 out of 31 from the field, 4 of 9 from three-point range, and they didn't turn the ball over. They were down 7 at the half, and they stormed back, and again, outscoring Purdue by 22. They won the game easy. Like, from the 9-minute mark on, it wasn't a game. They were up by double digits.
Mm-hmm.
From, like, 9 minutes on, like, Purdue wasn't in the game. They really just came out. What Tommy Lloyd said, let's go kick their ass.
Here's what he said at halftime. This is what he said he told his team at halftime.
You know, our guys were obviously great in the second half, and, you know, I have so much respect for Purdue. I wouldn't have said we're going to come out and you know, beat them by 22 in the second half. The message to the guys from me was, like, stay steady. Let's work ourselves back in the game. We've been great at the start of the second half, and then we'll go from there. Kind of go, you know. And our guys did a good job. They came out and we tied the game pretty quick, and then it's a 0-0 game. And can we win it down the stretch? And then somehow, some way, we were able to sustain that run. But you're right. I thought, you know, when you're down 7.5, you think this thing's going to come down to the last 4 minutes. You're going to have to find a way. And that was what I told the guy. Let's find a way to be in the game at the last 4 minutes. And we've been great closing games this year.
That wasn't okay. So the specific quote I was looking for, and it's probably somewhere here in my sound file, but I'll read it here. I said, guys, the coaching staff and I are going to leave right now. You got a few minutes to talk amongst yourselves and kind of figure this deal out, and let's go kick their ass in the second half.
That's what he said.
That's exactly what he said. That was Lloyd's message to his team at halftime. I thought that was great.
I thought there was one play in particular where I'm like, Purdue's done. They're just absolutely done. Do you have it?
Del Orso 3?
That Del Orso 3, because Arizona doesn't make a lot of threes. But it's ironic that the three-pointer is the one that I think buried Purdue. Arizona was on a roll. Purdue was fighting to try to get back. They turn it over. Krivas gets it, forces a turnover. It goes to Bradley. He runs the court. He finds Del Orso. He hits the three. And Purdue, that's it. Like, that was the ball game. Like, to me, at that moment, I'm like, they're going to win.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to win. There's nothing Purdue can do right now. Arizona's unstoppable. They're unstoppable. They're going to score anytime they want the ball. So I really thought that was the moment in the game where I knew Arizona was going to win.
It was impressive. It was impressive what they did in the second half. I was impressed. I kind of figured, even they looked like they were in a little bit of trouble at halftime, that they play such a physically imposing style of basketball. And if you look at what Purdue said after the game, Matt Painter said they just wore us out. Braden Smith, they just wear you out. I mean, there's such a physicality and an imposing style that Arizona plays.
That's a good point.
You just get tired.
They got tired.
You just wear out. And I felt like Purdue expended a lot of energy in the first half to do what they did.
To get up
right?
by 7.
Like it just took a lot of work, and everything went well. And Arizona was probably taking too many threes and not making enough of them. They were losing on the boards. They were doing all the things that Arizona teams typically don't do. And it just felt like Purdue, like they squeezed every single drop they were going to get out of that lemon in the first half. And once they did it, there was nothing left in Arizona. Like you said, It was hard work, but once they got there,
they weren't giving it up.
Cruised. I mean, the last 10 minutes of that game,
the blowout.
They just kind of downshifted in the second gear, and they just cruised on home. There was not much of a threat there.
No, I like that. Unlike Duke, when they got the lead, when they got it by 7 or 8, it became 10, then 12, then 15, then 18. I like that. Unlike Duke, who just decided to, we'll talk about this later. Duke decided to let's just hold the ball the entire clock and not get a good shot off, and it killed them. Terrible coaching by Duke. But I thought that was impressive by Arizona is Purdue had 9 points in the first 10 minutes of the second half. You're not going to win against Arizona.
Right.
They had 9 points in the first 10 minutes of the second half. This is a Purdue team that came in averaging 81.5 points in its previous 7 wins. Arizona held them 17 below that number. This is an incredible defense, one of the best in the country, them in Michigan. Purdue's got all those seniors, right? They got all those key players, they're seniors, but you're right. I think that's an excellent point. I hadn't thought about that, but I look at Purdue shooting 1 of 8 from the 3-point range in the second half. They were gassed.
They were gassed.
They were gassed.
Tommy Lloyd, after the game.
I woke up this morning. It's a true story. And I thought, are we in the Sweet 16 or the Elite 8? And the moment I thought that, I knew we were all right. Because I knew we weren't making too big of a deal out of this. And I know externally there's a lot of pressure and this or that. And, to be honest with you, we just wanted to get in a ball game. We wanted to get in a ball game, and these guys have an amazing job of figuring it out.
And that's the other thing you got to give them credit for. And I'm talking about Tommy Lloyd. I'm talking about the whole program. They're down at halftime. You're not even watching the second half of the game, because you're so angry.
So angry.
And you can just that every U of A fan in the building is thinking, "Oh God, no, don't tell me this is how it's going to end." It can't.
It would have been a disaster.
It can't end. Whatever pressure they might have felt because of that, it didn't affect him. It didn't impact him. It didn't choke them off. It didn't. You know what I mean? They were able to function through that level of, oh my God, are we actually going to do this again? Are we actually going to fail in this big moment again? And the fact that they so calmly, so easily won that basketball game, it is a test. It's a testament to them, their toughness, their roster. It is going to be such a good basketball game on Saturday night when they play Michigan. It is going to be such a good basketball game. That is, no offense to Illinois or UConn, that's the national championship game, I think. Sorry, Lauren. Sorry, any UConn fans out there. I tend to think that's probably the national championship game. That is going to be bloody battle between those two teams.
Yeah.
I can't wait to watch it.
Every analyst has said the one team that could give Arizona fits is Michigan because of their size and how big they are. And we'll see. I mean, Arizona could give fits too. But, yeah, that was just an incredible second half. The Del Orso 3 came with 12 minutes and 6 seconds left. And it was that point that I think every Arizona fan knew there's no denying it. They'll be cutting down in 12 minutes and 6 seconds. They're going to be cutting down those nets, and they're going to end this incredible drought of getting to the Final Four.
Yeah, so for U of A, first Final Four since 2001. They've won their tournament games by an average of, I think, 20 points per game. It's been a fairly dominant run up until this point. So congratulations to them, and congratulations to every long-suffering U of A fan out there, because it has been a long time since U of A's been in the Final Four.
We'll talk about it later, but you were 1,000% right, and even if I didn't want to admit it, I agreed with you. Anything less than a Final Four would have been a failure for this team. And getting to a Final Four, and I do think I'm right here, getting to a Final Four is an incredible, if they lose to Michigan, it's an incredible season. It's an incredible season. You set the record for most wins. You got to the Final Four. You cut down the nets. You got to get to Final Fours. If you want to be a blue blood, you got to get to Final Fours.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports, we turn our attention to the Suns. They played a cupcake over the weekend, and they took advantage of it. Now a 4-game road trip, still waiting on some of their key guys to get back. We'll talk about it next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Bickley and Morata mornings.
Yeah, Wildcats win the West region. They beat Purdue by 15. We haven't really focused on the angst, the inner angst.
No.
Because at halftime, I was getting tweets from people. Has anybody done a well check on Jared Carlin?
I was so stressed out in that first half. My knees and legs were bouncing in directions previously unseen by man. Once the second half started, luckily, within a couple minutes, they erased the lead, and it was a new game.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, my God, was that delicious.
Bickley and Morata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Love telling you about Sanderson Ford. I actually had my wife down at Sanderson Ford this weekend. She was looking at a Explorer, a Ford Explorer. We've had Navigators forever. We love the Navigator, but she really likes the Explorer, so we looked to see if we wanted to add an Explorer to the family. And right now, there's some great deals going on at Sanderson Ford. It is truck month, and right now at Sanderson Ford, you can get 0% financing for 60 months and $1,000 in retail bonus cash on all the remaining 2025 Ford F-150 trucks from Sanderson Ford. You could also lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend, $289 a month for 36 months on a lease. Sanderson Ford is America's most awarded Ford dealership for customer service. They're on 51st Avenue in Glendale. You can also go online for more information at sandersonford.com.
I need a little range. Step to the range. Come on, meet me at the
Introducing the new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club Sandwich. With that juicy Chick-fil-A chicken on a buttermilk ranch bun, jalapeno ranch sauce, and pickled jalapenos, it's a little ranch with a lot of kick. The new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club with original spicy or grilled filet. Available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
Wait, everything on this IHOP value menu is just $6?
I told you it was amazing. A huge plate of pancakes, bacon, and eggs is just $6.
Wow.
There's also French toast, a ham and cheese omelet, and oh, they got a BLT and fries now.
Okay, we're coming here every day.
You don't have to tell me twice.
Feast for just $6 with the IHOP value menu. $7 in some locations, available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Hey Arizona, it's Vince Marotta, and springtime means it's time to clean things up, starting with what's parked in your driveway. Ford Truck Month is still rolling at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler with huge savings all month long. Jump into a new 2025 Ford F-150 and save up to $5,000 off MSRP, plus $5,000 in Ford bonus cash. Or grab the zeros. 0% financing for 66 months with Ford Flex Buy, 0 money down, and 0 payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 Truck Month cash on select F-150, Super Duty XL, and XLT trucks. Need more room to fit your family? Save up to $8,500 off MSRP on a new 2026 Ford Escape. As Tex Earnhardt said, if you don't try us, we both lose money. Shop local, shop Earnhardt Ford, no bull for 75 years and going. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the no protection packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on select new models. Exclusions apply. $0 security deposit. APR terms limited. Available through Ford Credit. Not all buyers will qualify. Lessee responsible for excess wear and mileage over 10,500 miles at 20 cents per mile. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 dock fee. See dealer for details. Offers in March 31st, 2026.
Maybe you've had your eye on a Fulton home. The premium craftsmanship, thoughtfully designed floor plans, resort-style amenities, and award-winning communities across the valley. A place where every detail feels intentional. For many buyers, homeownership can feel out of reach. But now, owning a Fulton home is more attainable than ever. With special pricing, limited time incentives, and interest rate buydowns on select homes, now is the right moment to make your move. From beautifully designed interiors to the legendary quality Fulton Homes is known for, every detail is built to stand the test of time. Visit any Fulton Homes community today or go to fultonhomes.com. Fulton Homes. You're proud to own. We're proud to build.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Happy home opening day to all of you in the great state of Arizona. The Diamondbacks play their first game in Chase Field this season. They host the Detroit Tigers. We got Burns and Gambo live from the field as we're getting you ready for that first pitch tonight. Mike Soroka will make his first start of the year. He'll oppose the veteran right-hander Justin Verlander. First pitch is at 7:10. Pre-game coverage will start at 6:30 right here on 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Phoenix Suns back on the road tonight. It's the first of a 4-game road trip. They're going to be in Memphis taking on the Grizzlies. The Suns will be without Dylan Brooks, Mark Williams, Amir Coffey, and Haywood Highsmith. And then earlier today, Grayson Allen was added to the injury report.
and he's listed as questionable. I would read for you the Grizzlies injury report, but it literally took a full page, so I'll just spare you the details. Tip-off is at 5. Pregame coverage will start at 4 over on ESPN 620 AM and the Arizona Sports app. And the women's Final Four is halfway set. UConn and UCLA punched their tickets to the Valley last night. The Elite Eight will conclude this evening with Michigan and Texas playing at 4, followed by TCU and South Carolina at 6. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Summer playcation is back at Talking Stick Resort. Locals get rates from $129 with no resort fee. Book now for stays May 15th through September 13th for an unforgettable staycation.
Hey, it's Luke. Join us tomorrow at 10 a.m. We'll be reacting to the Dbacks home opener against the Tigers and what the Suns did in Memphis. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Okay, a couple interesting things about the Diamondbacks. First and foremost, there are a limited number of tickets available for tonight's opening day.
You could still get down here, enjoy the festivities. There's nothing like opening day. Dbacks.com, right?
Yes.
Dbacks.com. Very limited amount. There are just a very limited amount. So if you want to get out to the ballpark, go to Dbacks.com. Limited amount of tickets available. So you're saying, it's almost always a sellout. You're probably thinking, I can't go. You know what? If you want to come on down. You got the Tigers in town, and you got the Diamondbacks opening day, limited amount. Go to Dbacks.com.
And our Diamondback reporter, Alex Weiner, co-host of the Ain't No Fang podcast, is reporting that Jose Fernandez has a locker.
Oh, wow.
In the clubhouse.
Okay.
Jose Fernandez has a locker in the clubhouse.
Okay.
There likely has been a roster move. Jack Summers is also reporting. This is what it's come to. We have deployed people downstairs into the clubhouse to let you know who has a locker and who doesn't.
Gents, if I may add to the speculation.
Yes.
Ildemaro Vargas starting as designated hitter tonight, so not Pavin Smith.
Okay, so I wonder if something flared up with his elbow.
Oh, wow.
I wonder if something flared up with his elbow.
Okay.
Because remember, on opening day at Dodger Stadium, there was that whole he's in, he's out. Okay, never mind, he's back in. You know, the second day, it was a little like, was he going to go on the IL? Was he not going to go on the IL? I can only speculate that maybe it wasn't feeling great, and they just decided to shut him down. So Ildemaro Vargas is in the designated hitter spot tonight, and Jose Fernandez has a locker.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
I think it's
Let's
fair
see if we
to
can
wonder.
find out what that is.
Yeah.
I'll try to do some digging around right now and see if I can find that out. Pavin swung the bat pretty well.
Yeah, he did.
Got thrown out at the plate by about 1,000,000 miles.
Yeah,
but, you know.
he did. I hate to assume that is what it is, but it seems like that would make the most sense. So when we have more information, of course, we'll pass it along to you. So Ildemaro Vargas, DF, Pavin Smith is out of the lineup. Torrey speaks at 3:40. Maybe you'll be able to find out before then. Phoenix Suns cakewalk win over the weekend against the Utah Jazz. That's a bad basketball team.
It's a really bad team.
And the Suns just took it to them. They were up 28 at halftime. There was no looking back. There was no reason to sweat that one.
I watched the game, and I was like, I'm not taking notes on this game. I mean, the Suns had been 1-6 in their past 7. And they just blew them out. I thought that Green and Booker were both great. They combined for 57. The first quarter alone, you're like, okay, Utah doesn't want to be here. 39 points for Phoenix in the first quarter. Burns, they were up 73-45 at the half.
Yeah.
They had 110 by the end of the third quarter. You're like, okay, this is just what you needed. And look, the Clippers beat the Pacers Friday. The Clippers beat the Bucks Sunday. You can't lose a game like that to the Jazz if you want to stay ahead of the Clippers.
And the same can probably be said about tonight when you're taking on Memphis. We'll give you the injury report here in a minute, but it is it's a doozy for Memphis. It is a real doozy. Yeah, I thought – I mean, Jalen Green obviously was phenomenal in that game for him to have 30 points in 22 minutes or less. Like, he was obviously very efficient. I thought Devin Booker played one of the cleanest basketball games he's played all year. 7 assists, only the 1 turnover.
Yes.
He didn't shoot the 3 ball really well. I mean, the only thing to not like.
He just never does.
I know he never does.
1 of 5 from 3.
Colin Gillespie was 0 for 8 from deep. You don't like to see that.
No.
But Grayson Allen had a good game. Come on, Malawach hitting double figures. That was nice to see,
yes.
right?
Yeah, I thought Malawach, he had 5 points in 6 rebounds in 9.5 minutes. He got some chance. I love the big dunk. He got a beautiful pass from Colin off a Utah turnover, put it in for the dunk. I kind of jotted that down, so that was great to see. Look, here's the interesting thing. The Suns' lead over the Clippers is 3. Phoenix has 8 to play. The Clippers only have 7. So there is this. The Suns have an extra chance here, right? For a win. The Suns have 8 games to play. The Clippers only have 7. Suns up by 3 at this point. Again, barring a collapse, the Clippers aren't going to pass them.
No, and I think if nothing else, one of the things that has kind of happened since we were all last together, there's a little separation between the Clippers and Portland now. So like the 7-8 matchup is going to be the Phoenix Suns and the LA Clippers.
It's a matter of where.
It's just a question of where.
Where.
Like, that is going to be the matchup. They will play against each other. It's just a question of where. As far as the injury update, okay, here's what we know. Dylan Brooks and Mark Williams both played a 5-on-5 over the weekend.
Here we go.
That was the one thing that needed to happen for them to come back. It has happened. So they're not going to be back tonight. They've both been ruled out tonight. They won't play. Dylan Brooks is out. Mark Williams is out. Haywood Highsmith is out. Amir Coffey is out. So Brooks and Williams won't make their return tonight. You had reported all along the expectation is Dylan at the beginning of this road trip.
And Mark at the end.
Mark at the end.
Which would mean Dylan would play the game after this.
Tomorrow against Orlando.
Tomorrow against Orlando. What they were hopeful for. They were hopeful.
Yeah. So Jordan Ott said it was helpful that they were both able to play a 5-on-5 like that. And Williams, if he's available later in the game or later in the road trip, that'd be great too. This Grizzlies team, John Morant out, Jalen Wells out, Santi Aldama out, Kentavious Caldwell-Pope out, Brandon Clark out, Zach Edey out, Ty Jerome, Scottie Pippen Jr., all out.
Wow.
All out.
Who the heck is playing?
I have no idea. I couldn't even begin to tell you who they're going to actually put on the floor tonight. Taj Gibson, Oliver Maxence Prosper, Javon Small, they're doubtful. Walter Clayton, DeJon Jarreau, they're listed as questionable. Yeah, I mean, it's another one of those nights where you should cruise to an easy win.
Yeah.
Hopefully, you can save some of your guys in the second half tonight so they're a little fresher for tomorrow's back-to-back against a pretty good Orlando team, right? One that took you to double overtime the last time you played them about a month and a half ago. And then the back end of the trip, I can't remember who's on the back end of the trip. Why can't I remember?
Michael Dickerson available to play for Memphis?
I don't think Michael Dickerson is walking through that door, Gamble. I'm going to pull up who's on the back end of this road trip because I can't remember who it's going to be. But it's a really beat-up Memphis team, and hopefully Dylan Brooks is going to come walking through that. Charlotte and Chicago.
Okay.
Are the other two teams on the trip.
Chicago plays hard, even though they're not good. They play hard.
You're probably going to lose their coach in the offseason.
Yeah, could lose them to North Carolina.
They're probably going to lose their head coach to North Carolina when it's all said and done.
Yeah, listen, I think any combination in the next couple of days of a Suns win and a Clippers loss puts this thing on ice. You get this thing to 4. It's like right now I still think the Suns have it, but like if you win and they lose and now it's a 4 game and they've got 6 to play, you're not catching you.
Yeah.
One more Suns win combined with a Clippers loss, I think is going to do it.
And then you can figure out about easing your guys back into the lineup. About Dwayne Rankin had a great note in today's Republic. I didn't send this to you because I knew we'd be talking a lot of Dbacks today, but I'm going to go ahead and bring this up right now because I'm glad he kind of dug deep on this one. If Mark Williams and Dylan Brooks come back, okay, and he's trying to figure out, okay, then who goes to the bench? He's assuming Mark Williams is back as starting center over Oso. Now, I don't know if that's a good assumption or not, but for a minute, let's just work with that. Let's assume Mark Williams gets his spot back in the starting rotation and Oso goes back to the bench. The Suns have never started a lineup of Devin Booker, Jalen Green, Dylan Brooks, Royce O'Neal, and Mark Williams.
That could be their opening playoff lineup.
Could be their starting 5. They have also, if they decide to bench O'Neal and start Gillespie, they have never started Gillespie, Booker, Green, Brooks, and Williams. They've never started either of the presumed lineups that would be their starting 5 when they get everybody back. Again,
do you start Oso and have Mark come off the bench?
I was going to say, I don't know. Maybe that's the change-up. Maybe Oso is the one who starts because he's played so well, and he just gives you that glue that you're looking for. So maybe the assumption that Mark Williams starts is the incorrect one. But I thought the Booker Green Brooks, O'Neal, Williams lineup. They've only played 11 minutes together.
Is that crazy?
The whole season. 11 minutes of Devin Booker, Jalen Green, Dylan Brooks, Royce O'Neal, and Mark Williams. 11 minutes the whole season.
Even the combination of Jalen, Book, and Brooks has only played 5 games together.
Yeah. Yeah,
Just those three.
Just those three.
In an 82-game season, right now, I've only played 5 games together.
Yeah. Diamondbacks made it official. Jose Fernandez has been called up. Pavin Smith put on the 10-day injured list retroactive to yesterday.
Okay.
So we do have a roster move for you. Calling all Suns fans. Join us tomorrow, March 31st, from 4 until 6 p.m. at Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers at Paradise Valley Mall. Free Suns T-shirts. Sign up for the Ultra Suns Fans giveaway. Your chance to win 4 tickets to the Suns and the Rockets on Tuesday, April 7th, plus an exclusive pregame on-court experience. Head on over to the contest page at arizonasports.com for more details. Mike LaFleur, for the first time since free agency started, and for the first time since Kyler Murray's release, spoke to the media. What did he have to say? You'll hear next on Burns and Gambo.
Dbacks decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for Dbacks Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Love telling you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center and Dr. J. Schwartz, the team eye doctor for your Arizona Diamondbacks. Right here, we're on the field. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center and Dr. J. Schwartz is the team eye doctor for your D-backs. Dr. Schwartz has a special offer for our listeners. All you have to do is text I to 620-620, and I'll get you all the information. Just text I to 620-620. We've got a special offer for you. There's locations in Glendale, Scottsdale, and Mesa when you deal with the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. That's right, 3 locations. Call 480-483-EYES. Go online to teamidoc.com. Don't forget, it's a full-service eye care facility for you and your family. All of your eye care needs can be taken care of by Dr. J. Schwartz. Just call 480-483-EYES or text I to 620-620.
Gold demand is skyrocketing to record highs. As more Americans rush to preserve their savings, will there be enough gold? I'm Dr. Ron Paul, and I believe physical gold is the only way to truly protect your 401k or IRA savings. Gold offers tangible security that can't be tracked, stolen, or inflated. That's why I strongly advocate for gold IRAs. To learn more, text the word SECURE to 989898 now. Birch Gold Group will send you a free info kit on gold IRAs. Birch Gold is the only gold company I trust, and their thousands of great reviews prove I'm not alone. So don't wait another second. Protect your retirement savings today and see how easy it is to move your IRA or 401k into physical precious metals. Text SECURE to the number 989898 for your free gold IRA info kit. Again, SECURE to 989898.
Message and data rates may apply.
What is it, boy? Someone need help? Someone in trouble? Oh, okay. So you just want me to get Progressive Auto Insurance because their collision coverage covers up to $1,000 in vet bills if you're injured in an accident? That's it? Okay. Calm down. Let's not resort to name calling.
Progressive's collision coverage helps pay for care for your pet when they're in the car during an accident.
No, you're right. Sorry. I shouldn't have said calm down.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Coverage included with purchase of collision coverage and subject to policy terms.
When your check engine light comes on, do you see a repair bill or do you see peace of mind? For 20 years, CarShield's been the name America trusts to help keep you on the road. While other companies stop covering you when your car gets older, CarShield offers protection plans up to 200,000 miles. With over $1 billion in claims paid, we don't just promise protection, we deliver it. Don't let a breakdown break your budget. Get the flexible month-to-month coverage you deserve. Go to CarShield.com. That's CarShield.com today.
I'm John Morgan. There are many reasons to hire Morgan & Morgan for your injury case. Reason number 3. First, all lawyers are not the same. If my family had an injury case and I couldn't hire us, there are only about 3 to 4% of the lawyers out there that I would hire. And here's why. Most of them rarely, if ever, go to trial. They just take the last best offer. Hell, you can do that yourself. Do this. If you're looking for a lawyer, Google Morgan & Morgan results and see what comes up. It may shock you. Then Google the firm you're thinking of hiring and do the same. That may shock you as well. We became the largest injury firm in the world for a reason. We won a lot. $30 billion and counting. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.com. Who would I hire? I'd hire us.
Morgan & Morgan, for the people.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll, presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, let's roll out our poll question today, and for that, we send it back to the studios, and for the first time, we can offer a congratulations to Lauren on her beloved Fighting Illini making the Final Four as well. Congratulations. That was also a nice second-half comeback, much like U of A's as well. They were down, but what, 4 at halftime?
Yes.
They destroyed them in the second half. Destroyed them.
How'd my guy Stojakovic play?
Stojakovic was fantastic
So
during
good.
the game. So good. His mom was wearing the original Euro Stepper T-shirt as they celebrated in the stands, and that very T-shirt is on the way to my home. So
You ordered one, a Euro Stepper Illinois shirt?
I
Fantastic.
ordered 3 different Illinois T-shirts, as only seems respectable.
As somebody who's dealing with a little raspy voice myself, your voice sounds a little ragged today, Lauren. Was there a lot of yelling going on at the Colville household?
No,
not at all?
Burnsy, no. What do you mean?
I was so angry when Arizona was losing. I couldn't watch the start of the second half. I was so mad. If they would have kept losing, I might not have watched the second half.
Well, congratulations. And you get UConn instead of Duke. We'll talk about that crazy ending a little bit later because that was absolutely
that was
nuts.
insanity.
It was
total
insanity.
insanity.
It was crazy. It was so great. It was so great. But congratulations, Lauren. I know how happy this makes you. Now you got a poll question for us. What are we asking the folks today?
Well, it's the Dbacks home opener. You guys are out there, so we've got to make it about the Dbacks today.
Yes.
And we're asking, what has been the most concerning part of the Diamondbacks 0-3 start to the season?
Okay, good question.
Is it their bullpen struggles, their base running mistakes, or the lack of offense late in games?
Lack of offense late in games, number one to me. Can't hit.
The 4 outs on the base paths in the first 2 games, not awesome. But I would agree with my colleague over here. I think it is the lack of offense. It's not even late in these games. It's from the 5th inning on. They haven't scored a run. Not one single run from the 5th inning on. That's my biggest concern.
They faced the Dodgers bullpen and went 11 2/3 scoreless against them in the 3 games. You can't get a run off of that bullpen? Come on.
Yeah.
Come on, be better. Be better.
And our audience is not in agreement with you guys.
Well, what do they know?
I'd like to think our audience knows quite a lot if they listen to us.
Of course, it's the bullpen. It's 100%, not 100% bullpen.
It's the bullpen.
It's the bullpen.
70%.
It's everybody
They just want to blame the
loves
bullpen.
to rag on the bullpen, right? Right?
It is 57% going with the bullpen struggles, 39% going with the lack of offense late in games, and 4% going with the base running mistakes.
All right, that's the poll question. Thank you, Lauren. You can find it on the Burns and Gambo Twitter page at Burns and Gambo. One word is where it's at. So for the first time since free agency began, we heard today from Cardinals head coach Mike LaFleur. The owners' meetings are going on in Phoenix right now, and as part of that, every coach meets with the media for like 15 minutes over like a breakfast table, and it's just a very casual kind of conversation.
What do you got, a croissant?
I don't know what he had. A cup of coffee.
Bagel sandwich?
I saw the cup of coffee.
Got a cup of coffee?
I don't know what he had for breakfast. He talked about his conversations with his new starting quarterback, Jacoby Brissett.
They're excited to work with them. Obviously they'll be getting here on the 7th for the start of phase 1, and again it's like I can't lie, so I just like to tell him, like, dude, like for years I've always thought you'd be a really good fit for this system. You guys see how big he is back there. His stature, the play-action game. I think he does a good job of getting the ball, out of his hands when there is some trouble with the pocket. So it'll be fun.
Okay, so
his starting quarterback, Jacoby Brissett.
Well, he didn't say that. I said that, but I'm assuming his starting.
He loves Jacoby. Just lots to like about Jacoby.
Yeah, and then he was also asked if the quarterback room is complete right now. Kind of a loaded question.
The draft's coming up,
Sort
so
of
maybe
asking if they might be drafting one right. Is the quarterback room complete right now? Here's what LaFleur said.
I think every room, if we can improve it, we're going to try to improve it, and so that's the quarterback room all the way down to the kicker room, right? And that's what we owe to those guys and the organization and the fan base and everyone, is to always improve that room. So if we feel like there's a guy to improve it, we're going to keep doing it.
Obviously, there's been a lot of Ty Simpson speculation.
There was a 7. I didn't put this in our email. There was a 7-round mock draft on ESPN today.
Yeah,
had the Cardinals taking Carson back in the 3rd round.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was on
so
ESPN.
A quarterback, but not Ty Simpson.
Not Ty Simpson. They had Ty Simpson go into the Jets before the Cardinals pick in the 2nd round.
Okay. He was asked about the skill sets of both quarterbacks. So let's throw Gardner Minshew into the conversation as well, and how the skill sets of both of these quarterbacks fit the system.
Well, the Jacoby one, I just kind of said. I mean, he just looks the part back there, right? I mean, just a big dude playing in the pocket. He's got the arm strength, obviously, throw it down the field, work the intermediate game that you like within this system. But also, hey, it's falling apart. Boom, I can dump it down. And then Gardner, I've always really appreciated his game because obviously he's not as big as Jacoby, but he can move around with his feet and get himself out of the pocket. He loves ball. I mean, the day we signed him, he wanted all the information already.
It's the room right now. Jacoby the starter, Gardner the backup, leads you to believe that they're going to get their quarterback next year. Now, maybe they take Ty Simpson, maybe they take Carson back, Nussmeier, one of those guys, and get him in the system and see what they have. But I just don't know if that should be – if you don't love one of those quarterbacks enough in the 1st round, you can get one in the 2nd round. But, man, I would think you'd have a much better chance of getting your franchise quarterback if you're able to get into that draft next year.
And he was, as you would expect, asked about Ty Simpson.
Yeah, good dude. He had 18 minutes, and with a quarterback you need about 18 hours, like 18 days in a row. So it was a good 18 minutes with him, just getting to know him. It's very surface level. These guys aren't dummies either. You throw on 5 plays, like they know the 5 plays. Now, we don't give them the 5 plays what they're going to be, but they're quarterbacks, right? They're going to know. And but no, really impressed with him as a person. Good dude, and see where it goes.
Very shallow level, surface level stuff. Just talking about at the combine, this 18-minute conversation they had with him. Nothing more than that. He doesn't want to, obviously doesn't want to tip his hand. If there is a hand to be tipped on this one, he doesn't want to say anything about that one. And then the Kyler decision. And if there were any discussions about bringing Kyler back, here's what he said about that.
We had discussions, Monty and I. I'll keep it at that. I'm not going to discuss what was discussed with, Kyler and that group, but definitely had discussions about everything. I mean, you name it, we were talking about it. Let's call it what it is, guys. I mean, the quarterback position is the most important position in all sports. We know that, and so there was lengthy conversations in so many different aspects of it, and there will continue to be until we figure out, exactly how we have the most perfect room possible. And we like where we're at right now, but like we said, if there's a guy to add, we're going to add.
Kyler was never coming back, but because they wanted to trade Kyler, they didn't come out and say that right away. Now, they also didn't come out and, with LaFleur, we had talked about this earlier. It wasn't like LaFleur came out and talked about how great Kyler is and tried to sell it like they were keeping him. They could have played it that way. They decided not to. Maybe they weren't going to be able to trade him anyway because of that crazy contract, but they ended up moving on from Kyler. But the plan all along was to move on from Kyler. This was just the quickest. This was the year you could do it.
Yeah, right.
If last year was the year, they would have done it. They would have done it last year if that was the, but because it was this year was the first time, it was like, we can do this. We can make this work. We can crunch the numbers and make it work.
Mike LaFleur, pretty close to the vest when it came. He said some other stuff as well, not just the quarterbacks. And we'll get to this a little later on in the show. He spoke about the running backs. He spoke about some of the injured players not tipping a whole lot when it comes to his hand or kind of revealing what the conversations were. But those conversations came up as well. When we come back, though, since we're here at Chase Field, we'll turn our attention back to the Arizona Diamondbacks and the bullpen. Has it been as bad as we were gritting our teeth for at the beginning of the season? That's coming up here on Burns and Gambo.
Join Arizona Sports April 11th in Tempe for the 22nd annual Pats Run presented by Tech Systems. This 4.2-mile run walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. Bring the whole family. Kids can take part in the 0.42-mile Kids Run presented by Shields and Phoenix Children's Hospital. Honor Pat Tillman's legacy and help support the Tillman scholars who carry it forward. After the run, it's the Tillman Tailgate presented by Gila River Resorts and Casinos. Enjoy live music, food trucks, and vendor activations outside the stadium. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org.
LASIK and EVO ICL from King LASIK gives you freedom from glasses and contacts. Refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision eliminates readers and cataracts. Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Dr. King and Dr. Kopstein have performed over 300,000 procedures, and I know from personal experience that they'll know the best procedure for you. Schedule your free Zoom consult today at K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE. No glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. K2VisionRLE.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
It's tax time, y'all. If you want to file free, this next one's for you.
Now taxes is so free. Tax-free edition only. Roughly 37% of filers qualify. Simple form 1040 returns only. Now this is tax.
Love that jam. Up next, commercials.
Intuit TurboTax Free Edition. See if you qualify at turbotax.com/free. No schedules except for earned income tax credit, child tax credit, student loan interest, and Schedule 1A.
As a social influencer, my days can be busy. 4 a.m., I hit the gym. 4:32, protein smoothie. 5:08, save time and money bundling my home and auto insurance with Progressive. Wait, if I bundle and save time, what would I do then? Just sit here and reflect? Like, why am I qualified to influence anyone? And how those weights are hollow? And half of my followers are bots.
You could save time and money bundling your home and auto when you switch to Progressive. It's one less thing to worry about during your already busy day. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Hey, Ron Wolfley here, and I'm sitting next to my great friend, Dr. Joe from Aria Dental Implant Center. Hey, Dr. Joe, it's great to see you.
Thanks for having me.
Talk to me about the All-on-4 dental implant.
It's a process where we can remove patients' remaining dentition, where we can place 4 dental implants, take our digital impressions, so we can get this population back in function.
You know I've had the All-on-4. It is a life changer. It truly is. Not only to be able to smile, right, but also to bite into a steak. What is the best thing about getting the All-on-4 dental treatment?
Self-confidence. The only reason people don't get All-on-4s is because they can't afford it. It's expensive.
Yes.
My goal is to make it economical. So if I can reduce that cost, I will.
If you have broken or missing teeth, he's going to help you. AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. It's spelled A-R-I-A. AriaDentalImplantCenter.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Farrell. This with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Happy home opening day to all of you in the great state of Arizona. Diamondbacks playing their first home game tonight. They're hosting the Detroit Tigers. They got a week-long homestand coming up here as well. We got Burns and Gamble live from the field as we're walking you right up to first pitch tonight. Mike Soroka, he'll make his first start of the year. He'll go against the veteran right-hander Justin Verlander. First pitch is at 7:10. Pre-game coverage will start at 6:30 right here on 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Phoenix Suns on the road tonight. It's the first of a 4-game road trip. They're in Memphis to take on the Grizzlies. As far as those who are injury watch related, Grayson Allen was a late add to the injury report today. He is questionable. It's listed as left knee injury management. Dylan Brooks, Amir Coffey, Haywood Highsmith, and Mark Williams remain out. And then the Memphis Grizzlies take up a full page with their injury report, so I will spare you the details there. Tip-off is at 5. Pre-game coverage will start at 4. That'll be over on ESPN 620 AM and the Arizona Sports app. And the women's Final Four halfway set. We got UConn and UCLA punching their tickets last night to the Valley. The Elite Eight concludes tonight with Michigan and Texas. That'll tip off at 4. That'll be followed by TCU and South Carolina, which will tip off at 6. And that is what's trending now.
Hey, it's Wolf. Could Tommy Lloyd actually leave Arizona for North Carolina? We'll discuss tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, welcome back. It's the Burns and Gambo Show, hour number 2 as we go into the 3 o'clock hour. We are live from the field here at Chase Field. If you're watching on the YouTube link, you can see you got a beautiful view of the field behind us.
Oh, it's unbelievable.
Happy to be here. Looking forward to the home opener for the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Jordan Lawler taking a little BP right now.
Nice, fantastic.
Yeah, looking good.
Yeah, look at that.
Perdomo's out here hitting bombs in batting practice.
Dbacks and the Tigers, 7:10 first pitch here on Arizona Sports. Diamondbacks unfortunately come back with an 0-3 record after their 3-game sweep at the hands of the Dodgers. And as our poll question kind of revealed in the last segment, it's fair or not, there's a lot of attention on the bullpen.
Yeah.
And that's how it's going to be for a while, given the way the bullpen was constructed and all the question marks down there. And because of that, the fact that the Diamondbacks had 2 bullpen moments where they got let down over the weekend, well, 3 if you count Taylor Clark, the bullpen continues to be a great deal of focus for the Diamondbacks.
I got to be honest with you, and I know, like we have a poll question out right now, and everybody's ragging on the bullpen. If you take Taylor Clark's outing out, and it wasn't a good one, he allowed 4 runs, right? If you take his out, you're looking at a bullpen where the numbers are actually pretty good. You're talking about 3 runs on 3 hits in 10 innings if you take that out. That's an ERA in the 2s, okay? I think that Loizaga looked great. I thought Ross looked good. I thought Thompson looked good. Seawold came in for a batter. He looked good. Now, in each of the loss, you had a bullpen failure in some way. So overall, 7 runs on 7 hits in 10 and 10 in the 3rd innings. That's a number that doesn't lie, so I understand that. It's 7 runs on 7 hits in 10 in the 3rd inning. That's not a great ERA. That's in the 6s. Taylor Clark is responsible for 4 of those runs. So if you take that out, again, you're looking at a much better number. Now, again, you had the failures, right? Like Ginkel came in, Murillo came in, and you had a blown save, right? Murillo came in and blew the first save of the season in that game. Or you can't walk Mookie Betts there. You can't walk Mookie Betts. You walk him, you give up the home run to Smith. Ginkel came in on Friday. Freeland gets the leadoff double. Then you got the RBI single by Tucker. That proved to be the winning run. So I can obviously see the failures there. Bullpen's not going to pitch 4 innings but the Dodgers did. So I would say your bullpen's not going to give you 4 scoreless innings every time out. The Dodgers bullpen did.
Yeah,
they were unbelievable. They didn't give up a single run in their outings. I did not think the bullpen was an issue in that series against the Dodgers. I thought it was more an issue that they stopped scoring runs and they stopped getting base hits after like the 4th inning. I didn't think the bullpen was that bad.
But as you said, it puts so much pressure on your bullpen to be perfect, and that's, it's bad enough when the bullpen is as big enough as a question mark as it is, but then putting that kind of pressure and that expectation on them to feel like they have to be perfect when you've only scored 1 run, you haven't scored any runs from the 5th inning on in any of your first 3 games. The Murillo thing is, I thought the pitch calm moment might have interrupted his run. Now, that's no excuse for him walking Betts.
Yeah.
But he had that moment where he and McCann got crossed up. I think it was
0-2.
Murillo heard curve, and it was supposed to be a fastball or the other way around. Either way, hits the umpire square in the mask, right? And they have to pause the game for a moment. I don't know if that rattled him. I don't know if that got to him because he threw 3 straight balls to Betts after that, the walk that you're talking about, and then came the Will Smith moment.
And then Smithy had him 0-2.
Yeah.
And then 0-2, and then You fool around a little bit. Now it's 2-2, and then eventually Smith hits that out of the damn ballpark. I think it was on his bobblehead night too. So he hits it out of the ballpark.
And his birthday too.
Was it his birthday too?
I think it was his birthday and his bobblehead.
Yeah,
it was a big day for Will
It
Smith.
was kind of sickening watching their whole ring ceremony and everything like that. I mean, I got to be like, I did make me want to throw up in my mouth watching them celebrate like that.
I thought you turned off the celebrations. Isn't that the Gambo rule?
The Gambo rule is when your team is about to lose, I don't watch the other team celebrate on the field.
Okay.
So
I thought that applied to pregame ceremonies as well. No.
So let's just say if Arizona's going to lose to Michigan, and I won't watch the last 30 seconds of the game. I don't want to see Michigan celebrate.
But before the game, it doesn't count. Like if you know there's going to be a ring ceremony before.
Yeah, it's already, I mean the pain's already over. Yeah,
okay. It's already done. Over. Yeah, right. it's already done.
I'm not going to watch somebody else. Like if Arizona would have lost, I wouldn't have watched Purdue cut down the Nets.
Yeah, and then on Friday it was Kevin Ginkel gave up the leadoff double to Freddie Freeman. The Ohtani ground out, moving him over to the third. Kyle Tucker RBI single, and it's 5-4. But again, that's another game where if you just scored some more runs late,
you
put
put all the pressure
yourself
on the
a better
bullpen.
chance, right? Like it's they tied the game on the Alec Thomas 2-run double, but that's when the base running came into play because he overslid the bag, et cetera, et cetera. That was the game where Lysica pitched. He pitched very well, I thought, in that game. And Diamondbacks pitchers at one point had retired like 14 straight Dodger hitters. They were in a nice groove, but again, it's those lack of late inning, even mid-inning runs that puts so much pressure on your bullpen.
No, there's no question. I mean, if you could just you want to have those insurance runs. You want to tack on an insurance run here. That way, we allow a pitcher to make a mistake. Okay, I made a mistake. I gave up a run, but we're up by 3. With that said, I'm only going to give. Now they used Seawald for a third of an inning to come in, and even when they got behind, they used because I hadn't used him yet. So Seawald came in and got one batter out. I was happy with Ross.
Yep.
I was happy with Thompson.
Yep.
I was happy with Loisaca.
Yep.
Like, I mean, I think that there's some
Didn't
positives
see enough
there.
of Seawald to know for
one
sure.
Batter. One batter.
I
didn't say him.
Right?
It was one batter.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously the Clark thing was the worst one because it was 4 runs. Murillo's going to be fine. He's a good pitcher. He's going to be fine. I still think Ginkel's going to be fine, but people will say, he really struggled last year. You wanted to see him get off to a good start. I get it. I mean, I do get it. But I know people are going to look at the bullpen overall. And the number, and I'm not sugarcoating this, right? It's 7 runs on 7 hits in 10 and a third inning. The Diamondbacks bullpen ERA right now is in the 6s.
Yeah,
it is. But it's one guy gave up 4 of those. You take him out, you're talking about 3 runs on 3 hits in 10 innings. Because Clark only got 1 guy out.
I think people are just waiting to jump on this bullpen for being bad. Like they're ready. They're ready.
Anticipation?
Yes, in anticipation of more bullpen failures. They're waiting to jump on the bullpen when things go bad. You know what I mean? Like, it was just because it was so bad last year, and it's like U of A basketball. All right, it's like U of A at halftime of that game against Purdue, and oh God, here we go again. Okay, this is it. They can't get past the Elite 8. They can't climb over this hurdle. It's all going to happen again. And I think Diamondback fans in particular are triggered that when something happens in the bullpen, it's just a larger sign of a bullpen that's broken and is going to be the cause for a bunch of woes like it has always been. I just would caution everybody not to jump to those conclusions. You're jumping to conclusions too early in the season when it comes to the bullpen.
This is Arizona fans. The suffering that they've had through sports in their lifetime, they're bracing for the worst.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
right?
29 blown saves last year. That was some trauma we went through last year.
It was incredible.
That was some trauma we all suffered watching them.
It's like implode night after night.
Yeah, and it's one thing. It's the blown saves and when they start to pile up. That's the stuff that really hurts. So
I even go back to the year before that when Seawald was here, and that summer when I came back and it was like, what the hell happened?
Yeah.
And it was like you were like. Seawald blew a save, then Seawald blew a save, then Seawald. It was like, really? He was pitching so good.
It all happened in about a 2-week span, and it all fell apart so fast. You're right.
It just fell right from that point forward. It hasn't been a good bullpen.
For a year and a half, we're just looking to blame the bullpen for everything that's wrong with this baseball team.
You got to have somebody to blame. I'm a big believer in that.
You do. It's just,
but you got to
blame the right person. You know, make sure you're blaming the right person and the one who's actually responsible for it, not the wrong person.
Right. But if it gives you pleasure in blaming somebody, then by all means blame somebody.
Yeah, I can't I can't argue with that. Yeah. I understand that's the Gambo mantra. That's what you're all about. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports, as we're live from Chase Field, with a reminder for you. There are still a limited number of tickets available for tonight's opening day or home opener. Grab them.
Let's go. Beat you down here.
Dbacks.com/tickets. That's Dbacks.com/tickets, and you can come on down and join opening day with us. We'll love to see you down here.
Absolutely. Dbacks.com. You can grab your tickets. Again, like Burns, you said, limited amounts. If you're thinking, I probably can't get. If you got nothing to do tonight, come watch opening day. The festivities are always the best.
Just about every single time U of A's gone to the Final Four, a Mr. Arizona basketball player has taken them there. Koa Pete just became the latest. We'll talk about it next on Burns and Gambo.
Koa Pete.
Diamondbacks baseball.
0-1. Espinal off the end of the bat. Slow roller to second. And Marte has stopped Freddie Freeman in his tracks. Now Freddie's going to walk over. They'll hug it out. Included in that hug is a tag. And that'll do it for the Dodgers.
Dbacks Tigers. The home opener tonight live from Chase Field. Listen to it on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7. And get our reaction to it tomorrow morning on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Now is the time to start building your defense against the sun with All Pro Shade Concepts.
Exactly right, Wolf. Smart homeowners are getting their free estimates now for retractable shades and awnings for their patio.
Yep, if you wait until the playoffs to fix your defense, you're getting cooked.
That's right. Our shades are custom fit, so the earlier we measure, the sooner your home is protected.
Beat the summer rush and get your free estimate today and receive free installation. Go to allproshade.com because you gotta have shade.
Hi, I'm Brandon Webb, former Arizona baseball player. Baseball has enriched my life, teaching me teamwork, confidence, and perseverance. At Miracle League of Arizona, we're sharing that gift with children, teens, and adults with special needs. Over 450 athletes get the chance to play, most for the first time, learning sportsmanship and building friendships that last a lifetime. Your dollar-for-dollar Arizona tax credit donation makes it possible. Visit MiracleLeagueAZ.com or call 480-686-8137.
The Dbacks face the Atlanta Braves for a weekend series starting April 2nd. Secure your tickets now at Dbacks.com.
When your check engine light comes on, do you see a repair bill or do you see peace of mind? For 20 years, CarShield's been the name America trusts to help keep you on the road. While other companies stop covering you when your car gets older, CarShield offers protection plans up to 200,000 miles. With over $1 billion in claims paid, we don't just promise protection, we deliver it. Don't let a breakdown break your budget. Get the flexible month-to-month coverage you deserve. Go to carshield.com. That's carshield.com today.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-290-7100. That's 800-290-7100.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta with some great offers going on now at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. Right now, spring into huge savings with a new 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab and save up to $12,236 off MSRP. Or qualified buyers can grab 0% APR financing on select models. Hop into a new 2025 Hummer EV or pickup SUV and sweep up to $20,000 off MSRP or choose 0% financing there too. If luxury is your style, check out select 2026 Buick Enclave models with up to $6,000 off MSRP, 0.9% financing, plus no payments for 120 days. But don't wait, these savings aren't in season for long. You want it? Earnhardt Buick GMC's got it. Find them in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 protection package unless otherwise stated. After all applicable incentives on select models. Must be current eligible owner or lessee for certain offers. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all buyers qualify. Finance charges accrue from date of financing. Excludes some models. Not available with lease and some other offers. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See deal for details. Offers in March 31st, 2026.
Is your closet overflowing? Your garage packed, but unusable? That's where Space Solutions comes in. We design custom closets, garages, and storage systems that turn wasted space into organized, functional living. Voted #1 cabinet company in Arizona 4 years in a row. Family owned, Arizona built. Right now, Space Solutions is offering free in-home design consultations. Spring appointments are filling fast, so book yours today at SpaceSolutionsAZ.com. That's SpaceSolutionsAZ.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and the stretch run has begun for the Plucky Suns. We'll discuss our basketball team. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Litchfield Park shouting you out on this Monday afternoon on the Burns and Gambo Show, live from Chase Field. Dbacks and the Tigers, opening day 2026, the home opener for the Arizona Diamondbacks. Opening day was last week, but it still feels like opening day because it's our first chance at a baseball game on opening day. So the Diamondbacks and the Tigers tonight at 7:10, and shouting out the audience in Litchfield Park for joining us here on Burns and Gambo. U of A, their ascension to the Final Four official over the weekend.
Punch that ticket, Burns.
Punch that ticket.
Punch that ticket.
And
cut down those nets.
I saw this note. I can't see a U of A note and not think of you.
Yeah.
But I saw this one and I thought of you as well. So give me a second here to pull it up.
And I will just say, there's a lot of people that get to celebrate U of A's wins who went to the U of A. At our station, and I get it. For me, it was just one of those teams that I kind of took to, and rooted for. So, but for Jared Carlin, and for all of the
Kellen Olson,
Kevin
Zimmerman,
all the U of A guys, Scott Sutherland, all the U of A guys. I know how much this means to them to see U of A back in the Final Four.
Yeah, no, I have two of my closest friends. We all went to U of A together. They ended up staying there and graduating, and I was actually with them on Saturday night watching the game, and they were so excited. They were yelling so loud. God, Sean was so loud at that party that we were at. He was so excited to see them finally get to the Final Four.
So you watched it with a lot of other people?
Yeah, we had a big
nice.
We were invited to a dinner party. And it's funny because half the people there were Illinois fans.
Yeah.
So we planned dinner. Daniela and Pete did this great job of planning dinner so that it was
in between
the games.
Yeah.
So we literally like we wedged dinner in between the two Elite Eight games. It was fantastic. But yeah, I was with like 3 or 4 U of A fans, and they were just they were so happy. Arizona's been to the Final Four 5 times.
Yes.
4 of the 5 times. They've had a Mr. Arizona, basically the Arizona basketball player of the year in high school on those rosters. Sean Elliott in 1988, Mike Bibby in 1997, Richard Jefferson in 2001, Koa Pete in 2026. 4 of the 5 U of A Wildcat teams to go to the Final Four had a Mr. Arizona basketball player on their roster. Koa Pete becomes the latest. He was a huge reason why they won that game.
He was the most outstanding player of the West Regional, the West Regional's most outstanding player. He averaged 17.5 points, 6.8 rebounds the past 4 games in the tournament. I mean, and people will say, okay, those numbers aren't great, but that's Arizona basketball. They share the ball so much. He kind of took that game over with his physicality, him and then Krivas. Against Purdue. Koa Pete, if he take a shot, he missed it. I'm going to grab the rebound. I'm going to put it back up. I'm going to take a shot. If I miss, I can grab it and put it back. His physicality, Purdue couldn't match it. He just started to take that game over. Even one basket, he flexed and gave the arm like, you can't stop me. I'm just too strong for you guys. And he was. I thought he was outstanding in that basketball game. I thought he had just a tremendous game. I do think the biggest shot of the game was the Del Orso 3 with a little bit over 9 minutes left or 12 minutes left. And I'm like, it's over. It's over. Like, Purdue's not winning this game after that Del Orso shot. But I love that they kept pouring it on with Krivas and Pete. And I think Pete and Burries are 2 really special players. Burries is going to be a lottery pick. Pete's going to go in the first round. Krivas is going to play in the NBA. Bradley's going to play in the NBA.
Yeah.
Karchenkov could play in the NBA. I thought he had a really rough first half, but I thought Karchenkov's ability to get to the basket in the second half was huge. I thought he was so good at getting to the basket. And he's got the way he doesn't score like with the ball up here. He scores with the ball under his hand. He kind of almost underhands it so nobody can block it. That was tremendous. But yeah, I absolutely thought that Koa Pete was the best player, on the court for them when they needed it most. He was defensively and offensively, he was fantastic.
Tommy Lloyd talked after the game about part of his recruiting pitch to Koa Pete.
They call him Mr. Arizona for something. I mean, guys, Koa, it's special. And I know you guys hear it, but you got to hear it again. 4 state championships at the same high school. Didn't go to a prep school. 4 gold medals with USA Basketball. No one in FIBA history has ever done that. And help lead Arizona to a Final Four. And that was my recruiting pitch. 4, 4, and 4. Let's do it. And like the dude's, he's amazing. Like his ability to perform the way he did in these moments, you know, he's been in a lot of them. And I told our guys, don't make too much out of this. This guys, it's like a state championship game. You guys have all played in them, or you know, a gold medal game or whatever. Let's just find a way to win the game. Don't make it more than it is. And our guys did a great job just coming out and being able to perform in that second half.
I'm smiling when he says that because I just don't know how. I don't know how players aren't supposed to go, yeah, right, coach. This is a little bit bigger than that. This is but you know, a gold medal game, that's a big deal. A state high school championship, if you've been in one, that's a big deal, right? Like you're nervous and all of that stuff.
Sure.
But when you're playing in an Elite Eight game for a trip to the Final Four for a program that hasn't been there in 25 years, you can just and that's again what made the second half so impressive from U of A's perspective is that all of that pressure that could have been building, all of that pressure that could have forced them into, you know, choking that game away in the second half and continuing that bad first half, it just dissipated. None of it got suffocated by the talent of U of A. It didn't once come into the equation in the second half of that game.
Perry High School's in Chandler, right? I mean,
Perry's in
Gilbert.
Yes.
It's in Chandler.
It's like right on the border, but it's in Chandler.
So I didn't even know this. So, you know, one of my son's teammates on the Corona baseball team, his stepdad was the Perry coach for all those years that Cohen, he just retired.
Oh.
Yeah, like that, really?
Sam Dwayne?
Yeah, whoever the coach of Perry was who just retired.
Sam Dwayne.
Yeah, he's
whose father was the basketball coach at Corona for years.
No way, really?
Oh, for decades, state championships, the whole deal. Yeah.
So I mean, I kind of just found this out like 6 months ago. I didn't even know that, but he coached Coa Pete for all those years.
Sammy Dwayne Jr.
And so it's one of my son's teammates. That's his stepdad.
Oh, okay.
The coach at Perry who just retired and won all those championships with Coa Pete.
The Dwayne family name is it's in some ways it's kind of like the Bennett family name.
Really?
Oh yeah.
I never knew that.
When it comes to high school basketball in Arizona, oh absolutely. The Dwayne family name is it's like a river, man. It runs through a lot of the basketball history of Arizona for sure.
That must be cool for people. I got a chance to watch him play in high school, and now you see him. He's in the Final Four. He's the most outstanding player of the regional, and then he's going to be a first-round draft pick in the NBA.
This is Coa Pete after the game talking about playing for Tommy Lloyd. Here's what he had to say on who he called the best coach in the country.
You know, Coach Tommy's huge for us. You know, always giving us great speeches. You know, on the night before the game. I think it was back to the before the LIU game. Just had me ready to play, honestly, that night, and we played the next day in the morning. So, I mean, Coach he's great. You know, ever since he recruited me, it's been nothing but love, and I'm just happy to, you know, be able to win games for him. Me and these guys, you know, we want to win as many games as we can for Coach because he deserves it, and he won't say it, but I think he's the best coach in the country.
Yeah, and there's going to be, you know, does this cool off the focus on Tommy Lloyd? Does this ramp up the focus on Tommy Lloyd? Does this, and I don't know the answer to this question.
It gives him more leverage for more money.
Sure does. Oh, yeah.
I just took you to the Final Four.
Yeah.
25 years.
Yeah.
Coaches came through and haven't been able – I just took you to the Final Four.
I don't know what this does for the North Carolina pursuit and whether, you know, I mean, I know this as far as the state of the program right now. And I'm not talking about the blue blood conversation because we all know North Carolina, that blood is bluer than U of A. Okay, there's just, you know, the history of success they've had there, the brand, et cetera, it's right up there like we've talked about with Duke and Michigan State and Kentucky and some of the other true blue bloods. But in terms of a program of where it's at right now, their ability to recruit talent right now, I don't know if there's very, very few that are better than Arizona right now.
Oh, yeah.
Very few. I mean, like one hand that is a better job right now.
Right.
You know, if you take the blue blood thing out of it, you just say, man, what are the programs that are just rolling right now?
You can compete with Duke, Kansas, UConn. You can compete with anybody.
Yes.
There's not a program you can't compete for a kid with.
You might not have the history of those other programs, but if we're just
right now,
thin slice right now today, absolutely. You are one of the 5 best programs in America, and it's not even close.
And what if they put 5 kids in the NBA?
And what if they with a national championship to boot?
I just got to say this. I get the biggest kick out of this Bryce James's ability to find the camera every time. I really do.
Well,
the kid that doesn't play, man, he finds a way to, like, every interview, there he is, front and center. Bryce, he doesn't play. He's redshirt. There he is, front and center. It's like, that kid's ability to find the camera is second to none.
His dad,
he can find the camera.
His dad is LeBron.
He can find the camera.
Obi-Wan taught you well. Obi-Wan taught you well.
There's a photo of Burries and Pete hugging, and then Bryce James is draped on Coe's back like, get off of me, dude. Like, he finds a way to find the camera. Where's the camera? Where's the camera? I got to get in there.
Yeah.
I get a kick out of that.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show, we're 3 starts in, we're 3 games in, and one Diamondback starter in particular has lived up to the billing. We'll talk about it next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
The Cardinals have some big Cardinal decisions coming due before the NFL Draft.
With the 3rd pick.
And Arizona Sports is all over breaking Cardinals and NFL news on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, Arizonasports.com, and 98.7 NFL Draft coverage. Brought to you by Bud Light, official beer sponsor of the Arizona Cardinals.
Here's a tale of Becky. Didn't know what to do with new meds prescribed and no real cost clue.
She squinted at prices, that can't be right. Then tapped GoodRx and saw the light.
She could get a deal, book telehealth if she feel.
Learn about those meds without any stress. That one little app does all the rest. Even my horse downloaded it. Dang, save time and money on prescriptions.
Check GoodRx. GoodRx is not insurance.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Progressive knows that for business owners, vacations hit different. But hey, at least you finally took a vacation. And look at that. You only answered 53 calls, 84 emails, onboarded 1 new hire, and covered for Chris while he's out on paternity leave, and you did it all from a kayak. Because you, my friend, know how to relax. All right, you may not know how to take a day off, but you do know both your personal and business auto insurance needs can be covered in one place with Progressive. So at least that's relaxing, right? Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states or situations.
When your check engine light comes on, do you see a repair bill or do you see peace of mind? For 20 years, CarShield's been the name America trusts to help keep you on the road. While other companies stop covering you when your car gets older, CarShield offers protection plans up to 200,000 miles. With over $1 billion in claims paid, we don't just promise protection, we deliver it. Don't let a breakdown break your budget. Get the flexible month-to-month coverage you deserve. Go to carshield.com. That's carshield.com today.
Hey, Phoenix, let's huddle up and talk about your smile. If your teeth hurt, you're missing teeth, or you're tired of fumbling with dentures, it's time to get your life back. I did, and it was a game changer. My good friend, Dr. Joe at Aria Dental Implant Center, is the real deal. He's helped more than 2,500 full-mouth patients and placed over 20,000 implants. That's not theory, those are reps. And with all-on-4 full-mouth implants, experience is everything. You want to choose steak again, crunch apples, smile in photos? Dr. Joe and Aria Dental Implant Center, that's where I'm going to send you. Aria isn't some big corporate chain calling plays from out of state. They're locally owned and they treat you like a person, not a number on a depth chart. Go to Aria Dental Implant Center now or go online at ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA Dental Implant Center.com.
For over 40 years, Collins Comfort Masters has provided trusted, certified technicians. And with nearly 11,000 5-star reviews, the Valley agrees. Right now, you can upgrade to an EcoWater Whole Home Premium System for as low as $60 a month OAC and get cleaner, better water at every tap. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com. Collins Comfort Masters, your no-worry solution for air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration. That's collinscomfort.com.
Giving hope to children in foster care doesn't cost you a dime when you redirect your 2025 Arizona tax liability to Child Crisis Arizona. The qualifying foster care tax credit allows you to contribute up to $618 individually or $1,234 jointly to Child Crisis Arizona and receive a dollar-for-dollar tax credit. Give now and change lives forever. Together, we can ensure all children are safe. Visit childcrisisaz.org.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Happy home opening day to everybody in the state of Arizona. The Diamondbacks are home for their first game in 2026, and they're taking on the Detroit Tigers, first of a 3-game series. Got Burns and Gambo live from the field, and we're walking you right up to the very first pitch. Prior to the game, the Snakes announced that Pavin Smith has been placed on the 10-day injured list due to left elbow inflammation. In his place, infielder Jose Fernandez has been called up. Mike Soroka will make the start on the mound, his first of the year. He'll go against the veteran right-hander Justin Verlander. First pitch is at 7:10. Pre-game coverage starts at 6:30 right here on 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Phoenix Suns back on the road. Tonight is the first of a 4-game road trip. They're in Memphis taking on the Grizzlies. We do have an update to the Suns injury report, and it's not a good one, at least for Grayson Allen. He has been added to the injury report, was added earlier today, I should say, as questionable. He has since been downgraded to out. Worth noting, the Suns also play tomorrow in Orlando, so it could just be not playing 2 consecutive games. But Grayson Allen is now out for tonight. Suns tip-off is at 5. Pre-game coverage will start at 4 over on ESPN 620 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Retirement comes with stealth taxes, Medicare surcharges, Social Security taxation, and forced distributions. So schedule your retirement tax and income stress test today at AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Swings and crushes one. High and deep to left field.
The home of Diamondbacks baseball. Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, Arizonasports.com, and 98.7.
This one is way out of here. Gone.
MLB regular season baseball returns to AZ with Diamondbacks Tigers tonight. Burns and Gambo, live from Chase Field for the Dbacks 2026 home opener.
On the field here at Chase Field, excited to be back. Seems like we are always doing our opening day show from right here in this spot. I can't believe another year has gone by.
I know. I do love this.
It's fun.
I do.
It's the best.
Truly love this.
Just sitting here talking baseball. Opening day, knowing this place is going to be packed, right? The roof's going to be open tonight. It should be a beautiful night for baseball.
30 years of coming here. This is my 30th year.
Yeah, and I think we figured it out between COVID. I mean, it's the only one I've missed.
COVID, we were not allowed. Yeah.
Yeah, it's the only one I wasn't here for. Other than that, I've been here for every single opening day.
Me too.
That we were allowed to be here at. And it's a nice little streak. Excited to be here. Excited to see what new food items they have. That's always fun, right?
We got to get that ice cream.
At some point, we got to get that milkshake, right? We got to get that milkshake contraption.
Yeah.
Absolutely. See what other options they've got here. But it'll be good to see old friends here at the ballpark and this place full. It's for the Diamondbacks themselves. Swept by the LA Dodgers over the weekend. It was kind of the worst case scenario. You would have liked to have won one game.
You don't want to get swept. Getting swept a bunch of times is not going to lead you to where you want to go. You gotta find a way. You could lose a series is okay. Getting swept is very damaging. If you get swept a number of times, that's a tough pill to swallow.
And again, we have to filter everything through, let's call it the Dodger filter. Like every time you play the Dodgers, you just you play like that against the Tigers, okay. You play like that against the Mets next week, okay. But you almost have to bake into the equation. You've just played the LA Dodgers, and their roster is ridiculous. I mean, it's ridiculous in its depth. It's ridiculous in the talent that they have. Not that excuses a sweep, but you understand it a little bit more when you understand the roster that you're going up against. As far as the starting pitching, we talked about Zach Gallen on opening night. He was great for 4, didn't pitch well in the 5th.
Right.
Ryan Nelson.
ERA of 9.
Yeah, Ryan Nelson will get to in a minute. Let's focus on Erod, though.
Incredible.
Because we were wondering what carryover we were going to get from that World Baseball Classic performance. He was fantastic on Saturday night.
5 innings, 1 run, 4 hits, 2 walks, 5 strikeouts. I thought he was dominant. First inning, he walks Ohtani. You want to be careful, even though it's the first inning. But then you come back, you strike out Tucker. You get Betts to hit into a double play. He got allowed a 1-out Rojas single and walked Ohtani to start the third. Then he strikes out Tucker, gets Betts to pop out. The 4th inning was incredible, right? Strikeout, strikeout, strikeout. He struck out Will Smith. He struck out Teoscar Hernandez, Espinal. I was like, wow. I was really curious to see if the World Baseball Classic could have a carryover. My fear was the World Baseball Classic meant so much more to him than pitching in the major leagues.
Yeah.
And so he got so up for the World Baseball Classic to lead his country to the championship and pitch in that final game. I didn't know if he could replicate that emotion and bring it to the major leagues, even though the Diamondbacks are paying him $80 million. Mm-hmm. And he went out there and he pitched a freaking gem. I thought he was outstanding.
It's encouraging. It's encouraging when you combine it with the World Baseball Classic. And also, let's not forget, over the last, 2 months of the season last year, he pitched roughly to an ERA of 4. So he obviously made some adjustment and flipped some switch and started pitching better. And we were somewhat encouraged by the way he finished that season. Between that, World Baseball Classic, and this, no one's going to make any bold, definitive statements about Erod like he's arrived or everything's fixed and everything's going to be great. But I don't know how you can not feel good about kind of the sample size that he's given you between the last 2 months, the World Baseball Classic, and this now, to think that maybe he is on the uprise a little bit.
If I said to you, what's the most encouraging thing to take out of that 3-game sweep?
It's Erod.
It's Erod.
Oh, it's Erod.
It's not even close, is it?
I'm trying to think what's second. What is second?
Thompson pitching well. They need it. They need Thompson.
We're just talking about individual players. Loaizaga, Thompson. God, that's about it. Alec Thomas. Alec Thomas swung a nice bat over the weekend. He's another one of those guys. I'm wondering if a little bit of a corner has been turned. He hit the ball well, especially on Saturday.
Couple good at bats.
I don't like seeing the base running mistake.
Just overslid the
bag.
Where
he overslid the bag. Yeah. I don't like seeing like that. But I would say those 3 or 4 guys, unless there's a moment from somebody else that I'm missing. I mean,
But Erod by a lot.
Erod by a lot.
By a lot. Right. What's the best thing to take out of that series, even though you lost all 3? Wow, did Erod look good against the Dodgers lineup. Against the Dodgers lineup. I mean, struck out 3 guys in a row in that 4th inning. Even came back in the 5th, got Ohtani to hit into a double play. Like, he was, he challenged those guys. His stuff looked good. I think that's a very encouraging sign because they, without Corbin Burns, this rotation is not considered an upper echelon rotation. If he can pitch like that, it's going to be a nice shot in the arm for them.
Ryan Nelson, in his debut for the season, 4 earned runs, 4 2/3 innings, 3 very costly walks in his outing, including Ohtani and Tucker right before Betts hit the 3-run homer.
Yeah, listen, I have so much faith in him. I think he's going to be great. I even said I wouldn't be surprised if he makes the All-Star team. I wonder if there's some intimidation in that stadium against that lineup because there's no easy out.
Yeah.
There's no Mark Belanger or Buddy Harrelson to go get out or Felix Mian or I can think of all of these guys. You know what I'm saying? That lineup is ridiculous. It's a hard lineup. There's no breathing room. Like, you're facing 7, 8, 9. Great. One guy hit 27 home runs last year. Good luck with that. It's a brutal lineup to get through. It wears you out.
It is, and yet his number. We talked about this on Friday. I think it was on Friday. His numbers going into that
we're
good.
Yeah,
we're really good. 3 appearances against the Dodgers in 2025. He pitched to an ERA under 3 and a WHIP under 1. He had 12 strikeouts and 1 walk in those outings. Like, he was really, really good against them. So I understand, yes, it's the Dodgers, and yes, they can be a little intimidating. Ryan Nelson is the one guy I thought had kind of cracked that code a little bit. Maybe that's the lesson here. You never really crack the Dodgers code. You never really – they're so good and so deep and so talented. You can't say that you've solved them or you figured them out because eventually they'll figure you out. That's how good they are.
Kurt Schilling always used to tell me solo home runs don't beat you. When you're sitting there in that third inning, right? And you walk Ohtani, you walk Tucker, Betts hits a 3-run homer. Like Freeland hit a home run. It was a solo shot. It's 2-1. It's fine.
Yep.
You're okay. You could live with that. You can't give up a 3-run homer. A team like the Dodgers, they get a 3-run homer, they're probably going to beat you. So the problem was, to your point, you were right. You walk Ohtani, you walk Tucker, and there's no give in this lineup. You got to face Mookie Betts. He's going to the Hall of Fame.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to the Hall of Fame.
Mm-hmm.
Hits a 3-run homer. It's 4-2.
Oh, my – I mean –
that's it.
There's a whole bunch of guys in that lineup who eventually are probably going to end up in the Hall of Fame when we're all said and done, right?
Right. The point is you can't – you're almost better challenging them if they hit a solo home run, they hit a solo homer. You don't want to walk a guy with nobody on base.
Yeah.
Nobody out.
Those walks really kill them. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, we'll talk about U of A's Final Four opponent in Michigan and how they got here. We'll probably give Lauren the floor for a minute or two so she can tell us about Illinois.
She deserves that.
And how they got here.
Yeah.
But we have to talk about the end of that game yesterday.
Oh, my choke job boozer.
That's next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Braylon Mullins, the hero for UConn.
It was absolutely remarkable, and when that ball left, you're just like, no way, and it was nothing but the bottom of the net.
Oh, the sound was magical.
I've got a really fat cat. I mean, a cat that's comically fat.
How fat is he?
This cat is so fat, Vinny, that he will not stand up to drink water out of his bowl. He's so fat.
When he lays around the house, he really lays around the house.
How does he feel about Mondays and lasagna?
When I screamed, this cat moved faster than it has in decades.
That's because he thought you said ice cream.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, everybody. Dave Burns back here to tell you about Global Credit Union and all the reasons why my wife and I have decided to take a lot of our accounts, a lot of our loans, and move them over to Global Credit Union. We had a car loan with Global Credit Union, and what we found out is that their commitment to their membership, their commitment to saving their members money through fewer fees and through better rates, it's real. It's what they're all about at Global Credit Union. It's just a smarter, better way of banking, and that's why we wanted to do more than just a car loan through Global Credit Union. We're like, we're doing ourselves a disservice by not moving more of our stuff over to Global. So that's exactly what we're doing. Plus, there's early access to paychecks. There's 24/7, 365 live U.S.-based customer support. Joining is super simple. You can sign up online at globalcu.org or stop by any of their Phoenix area branches to experience it for yourself. Global Credit Union, better rates, fewer fees, real savings, and the kind of service that makes your money work smarter for you.
Hey, it's time to find that F-Series truck you want at a price you can't afford to miss because it is Ford Truck Month. Yep, and Ford Truck Month is about the only way that America's best-selling line of trucks for 49 years running gets better. Ford Truck Month at our Desert Ford dealers. Hey, Paul Calvise here. Man, we wait all year for these amazing offers. The Ford F-150. America counts on it. We get to drive it. And that's not all we get. Check out these savings. How about 0% APR for 60 months with zero down, zero payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. We're talking on the job site, hauling the family camper, off-roading. F-150 trucks are icons of muscle and performance. And again, during Ford Truck Month, get 0% APR for 60 months with zero down, zero payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. But it all ends March 31st. Just click BuyFordNow.com.
Hi, I'm Brandon Webb, former Arizona baseball player. Baseball has enriched my life, teaching me teamwork, confidence, and perseverance. At Miracle League of Arizona, we're sharing that gift with children, teens, and adults with special needs. Over 450 athletes get the chance to play, most for the first time, learning sportsmanship and building friendships that last a lifetime. Your dollar-for-dollar Arizona tax credit donation makes it possible. Visit MiracleLeagueAZ.com or call 480-686-8137.
Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the Sweet James billboards. Fun name, serious results. So if you are hurt in any kind of accident, don't let the insurance companies push you around. Sweet James Accident Attorneys has over 25 years of experience, 500-plus trials, and has recovered over $2 billion for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team and deliver some of the biggest settlements in the country. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com.
Whether it's getting back on the court or back to everyday life, recovery takes the right team. At the Barrow Neuro Rehabilitation Center, that means a combination of world-class neurological specialists who share one mission, helping each patient reach their unique recovery goals. Nationally ranked in rehabilitation, Barrow Neurological Institute is dedicated to maximizing independence and quality of life for people with conditions of the brain and spine. It matters where you get your neurorehabilitation care. Learn more at barrowneuro.org.
Don't let tax refund worries hold you back. File now with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They'll find every credit and deduction to help you get every refund dollar you deserve, or your money back. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
Dbacks Tigers, the home opener tonight live from Chase Field. Listen to it on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7. And get our reaction to it tomorrow morning on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Let it cut and run through the ball. They'll do better than this guy. Get it into Boozer. Back for Sarr. Ahead. Boozer. That ball deflected and stolen by Mullins. Caravan, 2 seconds. Mullins tosses it up. Oh! It's good. We're point 3. UConn goes in front.
Oh, are you on? Oh, we got the wrong headphones, Bernsey. I was
on the wrong headphone.
I was absolutely in shock when I seen that.
There's a
shock.
What I was going to say was there's a video circulating around, and it was like a camera that was set up on the table where Bill Rafferty and Grant Hill were calling the game to get their reaction to it.
Yeah.
And the look on Bill Rafferty's face, it's like he literally can't comprehend what he's just seen. Like, he can't understand it. He can't, and he's still one of the best college basketball voices out there. He still calls a terrific game. His mind is blown that UConn hit that shot and that Braylon Mullins gave UConn the lead on Duke's ineptitude and how badly they blew it at the end by choosing to try to, and there's video, too, of Shire, and he's on the Duke sideline, and you can see him. Advance the ball, go. Like,
you could have just thrown it up in the air.
Yes.
And waited for come down. Because, when you look at it, the kid misses the first free throw. And then you're thinking, okay, is he going to miss the second one on purpose?
Mm-hmm.
To set up maybe a 3. But he makes the second one. And at that point, what is there? There's like 10 seconds left or something
Just
like that?
a little under 10 seconds left.
Little under 10 seconds left, right? You inbound the ball, you get a pass. The second it got to Boozer, you're literally like, if you would have thrown it up in the air and waited for it to come down, I don't know that they could get a shot off.
I know.
Instead he tries to throw it. 2 guys all alone all the way down the court. And he goes to throw it, and UConn's got 2 players that are sitting there, and they're just ready to like a volleyball player. It was almost like a volleyball player jumping up to kind of block the spike. And then it was just an incredible ending. Demery got his hands on the ball. Mullins recovered it in the backcourt. He gave it to Caravan. Mullins thought Caravan, it was going to take the shot.
Shoot, and
he didn't because he had Boozer on him.
Boozer was the closeout, and Boozer's like, I'm not going to shoot this ball.
Right.
Boozer's going to
gives
be
it
on me.
back to Mullins, and Mullins, who hadn't hit a 3-0 game, was 0 for 4, hits one of the most historic shots in the history of the NCAA tournament.
No question.
Down 19. The most incredible thing to me is that Duke actually stopped playing the basketball game. They thought they had the game won. I mean, it's so obvious for anybody watching. They stopped playing. That we're going to take 30 seconds off the shot clock every time. We take 25 seconds off. We're not going to run an offense. We're up by 19. And it just allowed UConn get a basket. Okay. Because they were getting such bad shots at the end of a shot clock. And it allowed UConn to get back into it. It was terrible, terrible coaching by Shire. And Hurley wasn't better for UConn. I mean, they played terrible, and they ended up winning the basketball game.
It was historic. It was 36 years after the Leitner shot Duke beat UConn
Yes.
on. Now it's the Braylon Mullins shot. It will go down in tournament history as one of the most unlikely shots. Duke became the first number 1 seed to lose after leading by 15 or more at the half. Before then, teams were 134-0 in such scenarios.
Is that crazy?
UConn's comeback is the second largest in Elite 8 history. Only Louisville, who had a 20-point rally in 2005, was bigger. This is the Duke call. This one was also circulated.
I have not heard this.
Oh, this is the Duke call.
I have not heard it.
Wait till the end. It's the best part.
And they do for Boozer. Bobbled it back for Sarr. Needs to get rid of it. Does for Caden. 7 seconds. Trying to throw it ahead. Deflected. Stolen by Connecticut. 2 seconds. It's Mullins up top for the win. Oh, he hit it. With 0.3 of a second to go. Malachi Smith ran off the bench. That should be a technical. But with 0.3 of a second to go, Connecticut has the lead, 73-72. As Connecticut got the 3 from Mullins after the turnover from Caden Boozer.
That should be a technical. You ran on the floor.
No. I heard a lot of people saying that. Come on, they're not going to call it technical.
But did you see Danny Hurley after that play too? What he did
with the referee, with the headbutt?
Yeah, the weird.
He headbutted the referee.
The weird, intimidating. He leaned his head in and kind of was almost like grinding foreheads with the guy for a second.
He's a weird dude.
He's a
weird guy.
Yeah.
I would never want my kid to play for him. That's a guy I would just not want my kid to play for him. He's a strange guy. I know third Final Four in 4 years. He's successful. Strange guy.
Yeah, I mean that program is. We talk about blue bloods. We talk about teams that are successful in March. I mean, man, they've had it going on for 20 years, 25 years, where they're there. Every year in March, they're there.
Caden Boozer is not his brother, right? He's not Cameron. This kid, unfortunately, is going to have to wear that for the rest of his life.
Yes, he is.
Yes, he is.
Here's Shire after the game. Man, we just had to hold on to the ball.
We just have to secure it, right? I mean, we got it. They had a foul. I was ready for a timeout, and we just got to hold on. And, it's easy to look at that play. I look at every play that happened, especially in that second half. This is not about one play. It's about every play to put us in that position, and that's what you don't want to do. Where one play, something can happen. And so for me, look, it's going to be tough, but it's not going to be on one play.
And we just played the Bickley and Murata promo from their show today, and I'm glad Vinny mentioned it because he's absolutely right. The sound the ball made when it went through the net on that three-pointer, I mean, it was just so crisp. It was so. I mean, it sounded like the perfectly. Exactly what you would expect a game-winning three-pointer from the logo would sound like. It was incredible.
I got one more thing to say before we let Lauren talk about Illinois for a minute. When you're watching a TV show live and you're not recording it, and there's a certain amount of time that you can rewind something back before you lose it?
Yeah.
So Quinton and Chelsea were in the office doing some emails for college coaches and stuff like that, and I'm waiting, and I keep rewinding because I want to show them the play. And then finally, I'm like, I've got about a minute left, and I'm going to lose this because it was like 40 minutes, 30 minutes later. You could only, when you're watching it live, you could only go back so far.
Yeah.
And so I went back, and I keep going back and back, and I'm like, you guys got 30 seconds to get in here. I'm going to lose. I got to show you this play. I have to show you this. So then they ran out, and they watched it. But I had been waiting for literally 20 minutes for them to get finished, and I got to the point where, I'm going to lose it. I'm not going to be able to rewind any further back than the play, and then you're not going to get to see it.
Lauren, tell us about Illinois and how they beat Iowa over the weekend.
I would love nothing more than to do that.
Take the stage. What do you got?
All right. Well, in the first half, they really had a tough time stopping Bennett Starts, the star of the Iowa basketball team. They were really letting Iowa get into the lane, shoot threes however they wanted. At one point in the game, I believe they were shooting nearly 70% from three because we were leaving them open on quick screens. In the second half, I don't know what Brad Underwood yelled at this team, but it unbelievably motivated them because eventually we just started using our height to beat them. We're the tallest team in college basketball this season, and we used it just pounding the paint inside. And because they were so much shorter than us, they just started fouling us, and it became a battle at the line of us going down there and scoring almost 2 points per possession in the second half of the game, one of the highest offensive efficiency ratings in the tournament thus far.
Something I learned about Illinois basketball over the weekend, their 50 NCAA tournament wins is the second most by a school without a title.
Only behind Purdue.
Only Purdue has won more tournament games without a championship than Illinois basketball. They've in that regard, they sort of remind me in a way of the Suns.
Okay.
Like they're always good. Illinois is
gonna
always good.
She's going to hate this. They're going to beat UConn.
Oh, boy.
They're going to beat UConn.
Oh.
I think they are.
You two, oh, my God. That is
I
going to
think
be
they will beat them, I'm being honest.
the most uncomfortable show on Monday and Tuesday if it's Arizona versus Illinois for the national championship.
One of us will, get to celebrate.
Now, who knows? Maybe Michigan beats Arizona. They very well could.
I will say Illinois and UConn played earlier in the season, just a few days before Thanksgiving. UConn beat them. It was the lowest amount of points that Illinois has scored so far this season. That being said, the box score for the game is something that would never happen now. Keaton Wagler only played 13 minutes coming off of the bench, and he scored 3 points on one three-pointer that he hit. So it won't be the same.
Congratulations. Congratulations to all the Michigan fans out there, too, because you absolutely destroyed Tennessee.
21-0 run.
Yeah, they just destroyed them. All right, 4 o'clock reset is next. We'll get you caught up on everything going on in sports here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Bickley and Marana mornings.
The Wildcats win the well check on Jared Carlin.
I was so stressed out in that first half. My knees and legs were bouncing in directions previously unseen by man. Once the second half started, luckily, within a couple minutes, they erased the lead and it was a new game. Oh, my God, was that delicious.
Bickley and Marana mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Love telling you about Pro Smile Dental. There's a lot of you out there that are lacking confidence because of broken, discolored, or even missing teeth. It's hard to chew food properly or just function normally. You've even forgotten how to smile. And when the time comes to smile for a photo or a video, or you just don't, you hide your smile because you're embarrassed by it. And you don't have to be. Pro Smile Dental does it all. The top oral surgeons, the top cosmetic dentists, everything's on site, including the lab, to provide immediate teeth with the highest quality. The All-on-X implants can give you back the confidence to laugh and smile and look good doing it. Nobody does a better job than Pro Smile. They've got locations in Phoenix and Scottsdale, and the financing options are truly second to none. You could do 2 years of interest-free financing, or you could choose up to 10 years of financing when you go with Pro Smile Dental. Here's what you need to do. Call 1-888-GO-SMILE. That's 1-888-GO-SMILE, or go online at ProSmileAZ.com.
It's a fact. When your eyes work correctly, light focuses through both your cornea and your lens to give you high-quality vision. Hi, it's Dr. Kopstein from K2 Vision. Here's another fact. As we near age 50, we begin to lose the quality and function of our natural lens. That's when we start to reach for reading glasses and contemplate those cataracts on the horizon. Typically in our 70s or later, but inevitable if we get old enough. Fortunately, K2 Vision has the advanced permanent solution for both, refractive lens exchange, or RLE. K2 Vision RLE is a quick, painless procedure that restores distance and near vision permanently. Plus, another thing is permanent. You will never develop a cataract. After over 20 years replacing over 100,000 failing lenses, we will help you determine when it's your right time for RLE.
Schedule your free Zoom consult today at K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts.
When your check engine light comes on, do you see a repair bill or do you see peace of mind? For 20 years, CarShield's been the name America trusts to help keep you on the road. While other companies stop covering you when your car gets older, CarShield offers protection plans up to 200,000 miles. With over $1 billion in claims paid, we don't just promise protection, we deliver it. Don't let a breakdown break your budget. Get the flexible month-to-month coverage you deserve. Go to carshield.com. That's carshield.com today.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When your check engine light comes on, do you see a repair bill or do you see peace of mind? For 20 years, CarShield's been the name America trusts to help keep you on the road. While other companies stop covering you when your car gets older, CarShield offers protection plans up to 200,000 miles. With over $1 billion in claims paid, we don't just promise protection, we deliver it. Don't let a breakdown break your budget. Get the flexible month-to-month coverage you deserve. Go to carshield.com. That's carshield.com today.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Lauren Colville with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks open their home schedule tonight at Chase Field against the Detroit Tigers. Michael Soroka will make the start for the Dbacks against Justin Verlander for the Tigers. First pitch for that one is at 7:10 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And Pavin Smith suffered a flare-up in his elbow and is headed to the 10-day IL. Jose Fernandez has been called up in his place. And the Phoenix Suns are in action tonight at the Memphis Grizzlies. Tip-off for that one is at 5 over on ESPN 620. Pre-game over there started just about 2 minutes ago. And the men's Final Four is set. The U of A Wildcats will take on Michigan, and Illinois will face off against UConn. Both of those games are on Saturday. And 2 more Elite 8 games are left in the women's tournament. Texas faces Michigan. That one's just about to start any minute from now over on ESPN. And South Carolina plays TCU. The winner of those games will join UConn and UCLA, who have already punched their ticket to Phoenix. The women's semifinals go down Friday at Mortgage Matchup Center. And that's what's trending now.
Arizona Sports. The local sports leader. Burns and Gambo, the 4 o'clock reset. 4 o'clock reset.
All right, reset time here on the Burns and Gambo Show, 4 o'clock, halfway home on this Monday home opener for the Arizona Diamondbacks. And to get caught up on everything going on in sports, let's send it back to the studios. Lauren is standing by to take us on a guided tour of sports. Go ahead, Lauren.
Magical mystery tour.
Indeed.
Well, there's not a lot of mystery because we've got to start with the Dbacks because their home opener is tonight versus the Tigers. They're looking for their first win of the season after being swept in LA by the Dodgers. First pitch for that one is at 7:10. It will be Soroka versus Verlander in that one.
Obviously, a lot of curiosity about Soroka. He's kind of new to the party. Let's see what he brings. Verlander, on the other hand, future Hall of Famer. We know everything that he's about. Hoping, like everybody, that the late game offense is better than it was against LA. Hoping that the starting pitching, it was fine against LA. It wasn't perfect, but it was fine. But more than anything, I kind of feel like knowing that Scooble is going in the finale on Wednesday,
gotta win one.
Tonight becomes an important game for them. I think you don't want to be looking at a prolonged slide to start the season. I think tonight's a fairly important game early in the season.
There was a fear that this schedule early was so brutal and it could do some damage. Well, you know what? 0-3 is not a great start. You don't want to be 0-4.
Yeah, 0-4 with Scooble looming.
Right.
I think you are potentially looking at a really rough start to the season. So maybe you nip that in the bud by you taking care of business tonight.
And we have our first bit of injury news for the Arizona Diamondbacks. Pavin Smith was moved to the 10-day IL with a flare-up in his elbow. Jose Fernandez has been called up in his spot.
But he is not in the lineup tonight. Ildemaro
No.
Vargas is the designated hitter tonight for Pavin Smith. But Jose Fernandez, who put up some really good numbers for them in the spring. He's very young. In fact, I think I read he's the youngest Diamondbacks player to make his big league debut since Jordan Lawler did it a few years ago, right? And he was just a kid when he did it.
Yeah.
Very young player, so congratulations to Jose Fernandez.
It's
for
great.
being here.
A lot of people thought last week when it looked like Pavin was going to go on the IL before the Dodger series, that, because he wasn't in the lineup that day, and I think they probably kept him out just in case, but then Pavin was okay, but then the elbow flared up again.
Yep.
And I'm sure you guys are staring at it right now, but the Arizona Diamondbacks' new video board may be stunning and very large, but there's an issue with it because it is blocked season ticket holders in the front rows of the 300 section. The Arizona Diamondbacks have moved those fans because the very ends of the board covered their ability to view the field. Also, the view from the front row of the press box at Chase Field with the new video boards does not allow the media to see the batter's box. It is completely hidden.
You can't see the batter, you can't see the catcher, you can't see part of the. They can't see the dugouts. If there's a pinch hitter coming up, you would never know it. I'm going to be honest with you, and this hurts. This really hurts because I love this organization. This is one of the biggest colossal failures that any sports team in this market has ever done. And I hate to say it because I love this team. I do love them, and I love the organization. I went and I sat up there, and I took pictures, and I said to DeBernsey, you can't see the field. You can't. If the front rows of people love the front rows of the 300 section, the 200 section, because it's a great seat. And those seats now are so limited view. And the press box, people don't care about the press box, but you can't see the field from the first row of the press box. Half the field. Now, what happened was, and I will tell you what happened. They decided that they needed a little bit of what's called a catwalk with these with this section. So they put the digital, what do you call them, Birds?
The ribbons. They call them the ribbons.
But they needed a catwalk behind the ribbons, so if there was any repairs done, people could walk by there. But by having a catwalk, it took away your view.
Yeah.
So now you can't see.
Yeah.
You can't see.
Yeah, it's and keep in mind, we're not talking about the main scoreboard in center field. We're talking about the ribbons that go along kind of the sides.
Yeah, right field to left field line. The whole right field to left field line.
So because they're set out from the wall, they interrupt the view. And
I asked, can you just rip these down? They said they can't. They can't.
Yeah, so
they did not know that it would cause an obstruction. They did not know that it would happen.
They're trying to put the toothpaste back in the tube. There's only going to be a few games all year where it's going to be completely packed in here and sold out. And on those days, it's going to suck because some people are going to have limited view seats, and that sucks. It was when I read that story this morning, I thought, ooh, that's a rough start for opening day.
I got here and I went to the press box. I'm like, oh my God, this is bad.
Yeah.
I can't believe how bad it is. Then I went up to the sections and I took some pictures. I sent them to you. I almost couldn't believe it.
Crazy.
I almost couldn't believe it.
Crazy stuff.
And in NBA news, the Phoenix Suns are in action in just about an hour from now in Memphis to take on the Grizzlies. Pre-game coverage has started for that one over on ESPN 620.
Are they walking in Memphis? Are they walking in Memphis with their feet on the ground?
No, because their entire team is injured. As Mitch said earlier, their injury report is so long, it would take up the next 3 minutes that we have for this reset. So instead, I'll just give you the Suns injury report. Grayson Allen, Hayward Highsmith, Dylan Brooks, Amir Coffey, and Mark Williams are all out.
Grayson Allen was a late ad. They just ruled him out about an hour ago.
I'm feeling good about Dylan Brooks tomorrow.
Are you?
Yes.
Oh.
I'm feeling good about Dylan Brooks getting back in the lineup.
Okay. Let's go. Sounds good.
It's what we reported last week. He'd be one of the first two games, so I feel good about it.
Gambo's feeling good about it, Lauren.
If Gambo's feeling good, then I'm feeling good about it.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
I don't feel good unless I'm told to feel good. So
I know that's why I feel good.
I knew what I caught the vibe. I knew what you were saying. Yeah, I knew what you were saying. But good. I'm glad you feel good. That makes me feel good.
And then over in NFL news, the NFL owners' meetings happened today in Phoenix over at the Biltmore. Here is Arizona Cardinals head coach Mike LaFleur on whether or not there were conversations about bringing Kyler Murray back this season.
We had discussions, Monty and I'll keep it at that, I'm not going to discuss what was discussed with, Kyler and that group, but definitely had discussions about everything. I mean, you name it, we were talking about it. Let's call it what it is, guys. I mean, the quarterback position is the most important position in all sports. We know that, and so there was lengthy conversations in so many different aspects of it, and there will continue to be until we figure out, exactly how we have the most perfect room possible. And we like where we're at right now, but like we said, if there's a guy to add, we're going to add.
Yeah, Kyler was never coming back. They had to play it the way they played it to try to, just to try to see if there was somebody that would trade for him. The quarterback room is what it is. Jacoby Brissett's your starter. Gardner Minshew's the backup. Doesn't mean they can't go draft a Carson back or a Ty Simpson. They may very well do that. I'm not sure. We don't know. They don't even know because you don't know how the draft's going to go.
Yeah.
You can say, we're going to draft Ty Simpson in the second round. Maybe you're not. Maybe somebody gets him late first. So you can't count on that. But I'm sure that if there's a quarterback they like, they could be aggressive to try to get that guy.
And Rams head coach Sean McVay revealed at the owners' meeting that the Rams discussed exploring trades for Devontae Adams, but in the end decided against it. So he will be sticking with the Rams.
Interesting. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And we'll wrap this up with some NCAA news. The final 4 matchups on the men's side of things are set. U of A will face off against Michigan. UConn will face off against Illinois. And then in the women's side of things, UCLA and UConn have punched their tickets to the Final Four in Phoenix. Michigan is playing Texas right now. Texas is up 4-2 in that one. And then TCU will play South Carolina for the final spot.
So I saw UConn's already here. I don't know if UCLA is, but UConn already landed today for the women's Final Four. Waiting to see who they're going to play. UConn will get the winner of South Carolina, TCU, as you mentioned. UCLA will get the winner of Texas, Michigan, which is underway. So women's Final Four going to be set by the end of today. Men's Final Four, it's the Illinois game is first. The Illinois-UConn game is first. It tips about 3 o'clock on Saturday.
Yeah.
U of A will follow at about 6 o'clock on Saturday.
Okay.
That's the plan. So
in Indianapolis.
In Indianapolis, the site of Arizona's one and only
so
national championship.
Who's closest? Who's going to have the big fan? Well, Illinois and Michigan.
Illinois is less than 2 hours away from Indianapolis driving.
And Michigan's not that far, right?
No, I mean I wouldn't drive it, but it's close.
Those two, but they play it in the football stadiums. There's lots of room for lots of fans from lots of fan bases. That's going to be a great Final Four. Really looking forward to it.
Lots of orange and lots of Peja Stojakovic cutaways, I'm sure.
You know what? To be honest with you, outside of the UConn comeback, when they were down 19, we were headed toward an absolute disaster of an Elite Eight. Those games are garbage. Illinois won easy.
Yeah,
Michigan
they
won
weren't
easy.
great.
Arizona was in complete control the second half. That was an easy game. And then Duke was up by 19. It's like, oh my God, these games all suck.
Yeah.
And then UConn made the comeback.
UConn happened. Yep.
And with that, that's 4 o'clock reset.
Thank you, Lauren. We do appreciate it. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, back to the Arizona Diamondbacks. Some issues early in the season are brewing for the Diamondbacks. We'll tell you what they are next on Burns and Gambo.
Diamondbacks baseball.
0-1. Espinal off the end of the bat, slow roller to second, and Marte has stopped Freddie Freeman in his tracks. Now Freddie's going to walk over. They'll hug it out. Included in that hug is a tag, and that'll do it for the Dodgers.
Dbacks Tigers, the home opener tonight live from Chase Field. Listen to it on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7, and get our reaction to it tomorrow morning on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey, it's Vince Morata with some great offers going on now at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. Right now, spring into huge savings with a new 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab and save up to $12,236 off MSRP. Or qualified buyers can grab 0% APR financing on select models. Hop into a new 2025 Hummer EV or pickup SUV and sweep up to $20,000 off MSRP or choose 0% financing there too. If luxury is your style, check out select 2026 Buick Enclave models with up to $6,000 off MSRP, 0.9% financing, plus no payments for 120 days. But don't wait, these savings aren't in season for long. You want it? Earnhardt Buick GMC's got it. Find them in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 protection package unless otherwise stated. After all applicable incentives on select models. Must be current eligible owner or lessee for certain offers. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all buyers qualify. Finance charges accrue from dated financing. Excludes some models. Not available with lease and some other offers. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See deal for details. Offers in March 31st, 2026.
Thinking about starting weight loss treatment? GoodRx is here to help. We offer FDA-approved GLP-1 medications prescribed by licensed providers, including the Wegovy tablet, with straightforward pricing and pickup at your local pharmacy or delivery to your door. All from America's #1 prescription app. Go to goodrx.com/weight-loss to get started. GoodRx is not insurance. Cancel anytime. #1 prescription app ranked by a third-party study.
Veterans and active duty service members, when your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
Hey guys, Tom Chambers here with a faster way to pay off your mortgage from my friends at Galaxy Lending Group. The Ownership Accelerator loan helps you pay off your home decades faster using the income you already make without changing your lifestyle. Many Galaxy clients pay off their homes in 5 years, not decades. Schedule a free 10-minute call to see how much faster you could pay off your mortgage. Visit GalaxyLendingGroup.com/radio or text Galaxy to 620-620.
NMLS ID 142766 and Equal Housing Lender. Message and data rates may apply.
This wasn't how Patrick pictured himself in retirement. Instead of playing golf every day, he could barely walk because of his severe knee pain.
It hampered everything because it hurt to walk around the golf course. It hurt to swing, just pretty much hurt doing anything.
But the groundbreaking regenerative treatments at QC Kinetics changed everything for Patrick. QC Kinetics uses your body's own healing properties to help repair and restore damaged tissue in your knees, hips, back, and shoulders. No surgery, no drugs, no downtime.
The turnaround's been amazing from where I was to where I am now. I've gone from a 15 handicap down to a 7 handicap. That's because my knees allow me to play golf like I haven't been able to play probably in 15 years.
Don't let joint pain keep you from doing what you love. Call QC Kinetics today for your complimentary consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
Hi, I'm Brandon Webb, former Arizona baseball player. Baseball has enriched my life, teaching me teamwork, confidence, and perseverance. At Miracle League of Arizona, we're sharing that gift with children, teens, and adults with special needs. Over 450 athletes get the chance to play, most for the first time, learning sportsmanship and building friendships that last a lifetime. Your dollar-for-dollar Arizona tax credit donation makes it possible. Visit miracleleagueaz.com or call 480-686-8137.
The home of Diamondbacks baseball. Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, Arizonasports.com, and 98.7.
Deep to right field, and adios.
Wow. Burns and Gambo, live from Chase Field for the Dbacks 2026 home opener.
Yeah, happy home opener day to all of you who love baseball the way Gambo and I love baseball. It's always very nostalgic and very fun for us to be here in this spot as we are every single year getting ready for the home opener for the Arizona Diamondbacks. Sometimes it's opening day across baseball. Sometimes the Diamondbacks open on the road. But either way, there's always a certain special level of energy when you're here for the first time. And we are very excited about watching the Diamondbacks live in Chase Field, a building that we both love very much, tonight as the D-backs take on the Tigers. I wish it were under better circumstances. The Diamondbacks are 0-3. They're off to kind of a rough start.
Right. Tigers are 2-1.
And Tigers are 2-1. We'll talk about that in a sec. First, I want to shout out the audience at Mesa who are joining us on today's Burns and Gambo show. Appreciate you out in Mesa. We've already talked a lot about the bullpen, the lack of run production in the later innings of the game. The Diamondbacks haven't scored a run yet.
Yes.
After the fourth inning of any of the 3 games that they've played. There have been a few other issues that have cropped up, but I know the base running is one in particular that probably bugs the crap out of Torey Lovello, if I'm guessing.
Well, last year was so difficult to watch them run themselves out of innings like it was going out of style. We kept calling for the third base coach's head, and then finally at the end of the season, they made the change. I mean, how many times did I'll never forget, we had Gino Suarez on, and I said, Gino, you've been thrown out the plate like 5 times. Can you stop? He goes, they keep saying, like, I'm not that fast. I don't know why they keep sending me. He was just like, he was dumbfounded, too. Like, if they send me, I got to go.
Right, exactly,
You know?
yeah.
It's like, well, why are they sending you? Like, come on. And it was the third base coach. He just, they just had a guy, Butterfield, right? Was his name, I think? Was it Butterfield?
I can't remember.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I really don't
Yeah,
remember.
it's okay. Just couldn't get a good read. Couldn't get a good read on everything. And so they finally made a change. This year we've seen some issues too. I mean, on Friday night in the second inning, Pavin Smith was out by a mile at the plate. Like, sending him. Like it's not even close. Like, you got to be better. You can't make those mistakes. Alec overslid third and he got tagged out. You remember Perdomo got picked off first base on Thursday. He got picked off. So, you're seeing these mistakes, and when you're playing a good baseball team, you can't make those mistakes. Maybe you can make some mistakes like that and get away with it against other teams. But against the Dodgers, you start running yourself out of innings and opportunities, that team's going to crush you. And the Diamondbacks did. There were 4 times, right? Was it 4 mistakes on the base paths? Yep. The biggest one to me was the second inning Friday. Like, play for why is Pavin getting thrown out at the plate? Keep him at third base.
Mm-hmm.
Play for a bigger inning.
Second and third with Lawler up, right? Would have been the situation. I think it would have been second and third with Jordan Lawler coming up.
You want to push those starting pitchers. You want to make them throw a lot. They did a great job getting Yamamoto to throw a lot of pitches in that first inning. So you want to do that. So to me, that was very disturbing that Pavin got thrown out there. Alec oversliding the base, like, okay, it happens. It's a mistake. But I think, again, the third base coach, you got to be a little bit better. Like, you got to know the speed of your players. You just got to know the arm of these guys. And I don't want to see that happen a whole lot because it happened a lot last year and it was frustrating.
I had to look it up. It was Sean Larkin.
Sean Larkin.
And then he was replaced by Tim Bogar with about a month ago in the season.
Sean Larkin, that was the guy.
And now it's G.R. House, who's the third base coach. He's the new guy. So, hopefully that's not a recurring issue. Hopefully those things get fixed. It's not, again, there have been a lot of things to not like about the Diamondbacks start so far, and we're going to look at them through that Dodger filter that we've been talking about and hoping that whatever mistakes, whatever bad baseball we've seen was because, in part, they were playing the Dodgers. But you know what? Bad base running has nothing to do with who you're playing. That's you. That's between the ears. That's, thinking your way through the game and not trying to do too much and all those cliches that everybody throws out there. Beyond that, offensively, if we're going to talk about, the team that they haven't scored a run after the 4th inning in any of the 3 games, there are individual guys who, and again, it's only 3 games, who are off to slow starts. Carlos Santana's off to a slow start. Nolan Arenado is off to a slow start, right? They're not the only ones, but they're kind of the 2 of the prominent ones, I think, so far, given how much playing time they're going to get.
I think all eyes are on Arenado to be that guy in the middle of the lineup, but a lot of people are like, can he get back to? Nobody's expecting him to hit 30 homers and drive in 100, but no. We talked about, can he hit 20 to 25 and drive in 80? Well, that's a bad start for him. He was 1 for 11 in that series with 5 strikeouts. Not a great start. I looked at Suarez, Gino, just because he's with the Reds now, just to see what he's off to, because I know some people may compare it. He's 1 for 9, so it's not like he was doing anything. He started 1 for 9. But you mentioned last week, and I was really fascinated by the topic you brought up, the revolving door at third base, and just how hard it's been on the Diamondbacks to kind of really find that third baseman for an organization that had Matt Williams for a number of years, and even Mark Reynolds, who did a good job for a number of years. Chad Tracy, if I remember correctly, had third base locked down for a little bit. Jake Lamb. But it's these last few years, to your point, it's like I think they've had like 6 different guys in 5 years or 6 and 7 years or something like that. But it's been a revolving door. We've had a lot of different guys come through. You were hoping Arenado, even on a short-term 1 year, could kind of stabilize things, and maybe he can, right? You never, a guy 1 for 11 that's going to end up with 500 at bats or 450 at bats. You're not worried about 11 at bats, but you still would hope for a better start. He is 1 for 11 with 5 strikeouts, and his at-bats did not look good.
They have had 6 different starting third basemen on opening day over the last 7 seasons. Arenado this year, Suarez, Evan Longoria in 2023, Drew Ellis in 2022, Asdrubal Cabrera in 2021. I'd forgotten all about that. Eduardo Escobar in 2020. Those are your starting third basemen over the last 7 seasons for the Diamondbacks. It has been a revolving door. And to be perfectly honest, I wasn't even counting on Arenado to fix that problem. There'll be a new third baseman. Not next year, likely, but probably the year after that. There's going to, Arenado's contract is going to run out, and they'll move on. And who knows? Maybe Jose Fernandez, the young player who just got called up today because Pavin Smith went on the IL. Maybe he is that third baseman who provides that stability at the position. I don't know. Maybe it ends up becoming his job.
Yeah, at some point. Right?
But it's like you're right about the 11 at bats. It's like everything else. You just don't want to see it go on much longer, because if it goes on much longer, now it becomes something bigger. And it's like 1 for 11 is fine, but if 1 for 11 turns into 2 for 20, and then before you know it, it's 4 for 30 or 4 for 30. You know what I mean? And it's just, you want to cut, and even like an 0-3 start. 0-3, you can live with 0-3, but not if 0-3 becomes 1-5. Or 2-8.
Paul
or 2-10.
Goldschmidt was a notorious slow starter.
Yes, he was.
I don't know if Arenado is or not. I'd have to look it up and know. But we used to sit there with the Paul Goldschmidt first month of the season and be like, oh, my God, Paul's not hitting any home runs. He's not hitting for average. And he was a notoriously slow starter. And I sat there and I learned with Goldschmidt over the years, like, okay, just relax. He's going to figure it out.
We famously had a lunch bet over how many home runs he was going to hit or something. Relax, he's going to hit over 30. He'll get there. He'll be fine.
Oh, my God, it's 30 games in. He's got 1 home run. He's just not playing very well. So, but he was a notoriously slow starter that would figure it out after the first month of the season, and then he would end up being okay. I mean, maybe Nolan, will be like that. Some guys are just like that.
I was looking up Nolan Arenado's career splits. No, he's not a slow starter.
No?
No. 282 in April and March, 278 in May. 289 in June, 269 in July. Yeah, no, he's pretty steady. He's pretty so.
Okay.
That's not his
we'll keep
deal.
our eye on that.
That's not his deal. When we come back
We
on
got
the
Paul
Burns
next.
and Gambo show, we got that guy.
All
next.
right.
Paul Sewell's
Welcome
gonna
back.
join us next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Diamondback skipper Torey Lavello, the man who makes the lineup, joins Burns and Gambo Friday afternoons at 2:30 to talk Dbacks. Brought to you by Budweiser. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
All right, back here for Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. The best deals on the best SUVs, the best trucks. That's all GMC makes are SUVs and trucks, and they are the very, very best on the market, which is why you go to Liberty GMC. You're going to get the very best deals. You're also going to get a tremendous service department at Liberty GMC. They're open until 8 p.m. every single night. They've added a late night shift. You drop your car off by 8 p.m. It's ready for you the next day. You buy 3 tires. You get the 4th for free. You get an oil change. You'll get free wiper blades with that at Liberty GMC. I hate getting my car serviced. When that light comes on, all I see is a hassle. All I see is an afternoon or 3 hours of my life I'm never going to get back, where I'm not going to have my car. It's not like that at Liberty GMC. They want to get you in. They want to get you out. They want to get you moving. That's what the Liberty GMC service department is all about. 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Every morning starts the same. You're digging through piles of clothes, can't find what you need, and your closet still feels too small. That's not a space problem. It's a design problem. Space Solutions designs custom closets that maximize every inch. Voted #1 cabinet company in Arizona 4 years running, family owned, Arizona built. Right now, Space Solutions is offering free in-home closet design consultations. Spring availability is limited, so schedule yours today at spacesolutionsaz.com.
If you're sitting there thinking, I'm drowning in private student loan debt and nobody's going to help me, let me stop you right there. Why Refi will help you. Hi, it's Vince Marotta, and helping people escape distressed or defaulted private student loan debt is exactly what they do. Why Refi works with you to build a low, fixed-rate payment plan that actually fits your life. Not a Band-Aid, a real path forward. And here's the thing, they're not going to make you feel bad about it. There's no judgment, no endless questions about how you got here. They know life happens. They just want to help you move forward. If other lenders have told you no, don't assume that's the end. Why Refi was built for people who've been told no. Your student loans don't have to control your future. Take back control today. Call YRefi at 888-YRefi-85 or visit YRefi.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're hurt in an accident, it is so important that you get medical treatment right away, and then you call the attorneys at Sweet James. It's critical that you make your health a priority and get representation quickly so Sweet James can help you with medical care, with your car, and getting you the most money for your injuries. Remember, you pay nothing at all until they win your case. Call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION, 800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Hey, homeowners, if you're thinking about moving this spring, you've probably run into this problem. You can't buy your next home until you sell your current one, but you don't want to sell until you know where you're going. So you wait and miss out, or you rush and lose money. Carol Royce with Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty has your solution. With Carol's Buy Before You Sell program, you can buy your next home, then sell your current home the right way for top dollar without carrying two mortgages. Don't miss this opportunity. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com.
I'm Lauren Colville with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks open their home slate tonight at Chase Field against the Detroit Tigers. Michael Soroka will make the start for the Dbacks, and the Tigers will have Justin Verlander on the mound. First pitch for that one is at 7:10, right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And Pavin Smith suffered a flare-up in his elbow, and he is headed to the 10-day IL. Jose Fernandez has been called up in his place. He's not in the lineup tonight, but he does have a locker with the Dbacks. And the Phoenix Suns are in action tonight against the Memphis Grizzlies. Tip-off for that one is at 5 over on ESPN 620 AM. And you can catch pregame for that game right now over on ESPN 620 AM. And the men's Final Four is set. Arizona will take on Michigan, and Illinois will face off against UConn. Both of those games are on Saturday. And two more Elite Eight games are left in the women's tournament. Texas is facing off against Michigan right now, and South Carolina will play TCU this evening. The winners of those games will join UConn and UCLA, who have already punched their tickets to the Final Four in Phoenix. And the women's semifinals will start on Friday at Mortgage Matchup Center. And that's what's trending now.
Suns Grizzlies coming your way live from Memphis. 4 o'clock pregame, 5 o'clock tip on ESPN 620 and the Arizona Sports app.
Live from the field at Chase Field for opening day, the home opener for the Arizona Diamondbacks as they get ready to take on the Tigers. 7:10 first pitch tonight. And joining us right now from the Diamondbacks bullpen, back with his second stint with the team, Paul Sewald. Good to see a familiar face joining us here on set on the Burns and Gambo show. Welcome back, man. Good to see you.
Great to be back here. Great to be back with you guys. I'm excited to be here.
You are happy to be back.
Yeah, we've had a lot of conversations with Paul over the couple of years.
He likes it here.
He
likes it here.
What's not to like about it here?
I know,
right?
and it's home. Like, this is as good as it gets.
Family lives here now, right?
Yeah, so we bought a house last spring training, turned it into home. Was thinking 6 months at home, 6 months on the road, wherever it is we sign, and never expected to get to stay at home. This is going to be pretty amazing.
You had a lot of success in your career, and so much success that year, the year the team went to the World Series. What are some of your fond memories about that season?
Well, it was a roller coaster. Remember, I got traded and we lost 9 straight before we finally won a game. I blew the first save in dramatic fashion, so it was tough when we got started.
All about
yeah,
that.
Was. It wasn't how we started; it was how we finished, and it was a pretty amazing run. And just, I just think about AT's homer here at Chase Field and feeling like the roof was going to blow off of this place. I'll never forget. But I was going into games, so I was like, I wanted to be a fan and like jump up and down, but I was like, oh, it's the tie game. I gotta get ready. But yeah, that's probably what I take most from that, other than watching Corbin catch the ball to win the NLCS.
Yeah, I remember that. The first game here, you blew the save. But then you went on a run where you were really good.
I got my feet under me after that, but it was I was a little nervous coming to a new team. We had lost every game since I got there. Is just one of those things. But we got the ship righted.
Torrey has been coy about the closer's role. Is it you? I mean, do you know that it's you? If it were a ninth inning save situation, you're the one who's getting the ball in that moment?
If Torrey hasn't told you what's going on, then I'm not allowed to tell you what's going on. I pitch when they call down and tell me to pitch. If that's going to be in the 7th inning, then that's the 7th inning. I think if we're up by less than 3 in the 9th inning tonight, it's probably me. But that's this isn't a in stone thing. This is very fluid, and our closer is on the IL, so it's all just partially until Justin gets back anyway. So for me, I'm just out there trying to pitch the best I can whenever I'm told to pitch.
What does that say to you, though? Again, not wanting to break any news here or anything, but what does that say to you about Torey's trust in you and the relationship that you two have? Because that's an important thing. I would manage your closer. That's an important bridge of trust to have there.
Part of the reason I came back is my relationship with Torey. It's really important to have a good relationship with the manager, and we've had plenty of talks, positive and negative, over the 4 years we've known each other, and so I just feel like we can kind of talk about things. And we talked in the offseason before I signed here because there was some chatter about the deal, and I was like, hey, I just want to talk to you and kind of get an understanding of where you sit. Hayes has a plan, but at the end of the day, Torey's making the calls when the game's at 7:10. So I just wanted to get to talk to him, and I think we all came out of that talk kind of feeling like this was going to work, and so he and I have a great relationship, and I appreciate his incredible communication.
We know AJ really well. AJ Hinch from his time here. I think he's going to kind of text him. He's going to come over and say hello in a little bit to us. But you were with them for a little bit last year. You had a short stint with them. They had a nice run through the playoffs. I think you were on the roster for the first series, not the second series. What was that time like in Detroit?
It was very strange. There's nothing like getting traded and then telling them you're not going to play. Really, it was very difficult just because I wanted to help, but I was injured. There was nothing I could do. Scott Harris called me, and I was like, just to make sure you know that I'm not going to pitch, but like the last 2 weeks of the season. And he said, we understand. We looked at the medical reports. It's part of, we understand the risk type of thing. It was difficult. You want to get there and you want to help, and I couldn't really help. Kind of felt like I was just the guy eating spread and like hanging out with the guys at Vibes. So it's a little bit difficult, and then we really struggled once I got there, which was kind of a little sad. It wasn't necessarily my fault, but just blew a 15.5 game lead. It just the vibes were a little tough, but great organization. I appreciated my time there. I appreciated that they gave me a chance to go back to the postseason, and it was just one of those things. And no hard feelings that I'm not there anymore.
Yeah, you had an incredible run through the playoffs here. I think you had 6 straight saves at one time, and I think that the Texas game was the one bad outing. But totally different, right? The postseason with the Tigers compared to when you're in the midst of things and you're helping a team win and go through. Sweeping the Dodgers is one of my best memories for this team. And I've been there for 30 years, and that's one of my favorite memories. And then the Phillies series, down 3-2 to come back and win that. You were right in the midst of all of that.
Yeah, I mean, it was a lot better than my postseason run the year before. I kind of struggled a little bit in those situations with Seattle, but I got, kind of made me feel a lot more comfortable when I was with the Dbacks. When we go to Milwaukee, kind of felt like that was an easy stepping stone crowd-wise and kind of got used to it. And then the bats made it a lot easier against the Dodgers. If you're never losing, it's pretty easy to make sure that you win. So, and then we just, we were playing house money against those guys in the Phillies, and it just was an incredible run.
Paul Sewald is our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Where did you find 2 extra miles per hour on your fastball? How did because I mean that's not an easy thing to do. How did you find that?
Well, it was refined.
Right.
That's part
rediscovered.
of.
Found is like you never had it before. You rediscovered.
I went to Driveline this offseason. I moved here, so I had to change what I was doing, workout wise, and I went to Driveline, and I said this is a lot different than most guys. Most guys come here throwing 93, and they say I need to throw 95. Mine is like, look, I can throw 91, 93. I know I can. I just need to get back to that. So it was a different request than most people that go there saying like, hey, you need to find me 3 miles an hour that I've never seen. Mine was like, how do we get it back?
Right.
Because I feel great.
How did you get it back?
I think I was devastated that I barely pitched last year, but doing shoulder rehab for essentially an entire year, I think could be
strengthened.
In the long term, could probably be a good thing for me. I got healthy is probably the most important thing, and then just trying to change a little bit of the way we do things. I'm throwing weighted balls, the light ones a lot more than I'm throwing the heavy ones. Trying to do a better job of recovering. I thought I've always been good at recovering, but now I'm trying to make sure that my heavy days are heavy and then my light days are essentially nothing. And so it's just you're just getting older and you're trying to figure out how to make it work. And I think it's it's paid dividends so far in spring training and in my first outing, but we're really early. The most important thing is I'm just trying to stay healthy. I just want to get out there 60 times this year.
Does it make how does it make a difference? Now I could say, okay, if your fastball's a little bit higher, it's going to help your off speeds up to what they see. But to you as a pitcher, what does a little extra velocity mean for your other secondary pitches?
not even necessarily a secondary pitch. It's just the fact that I know that I can get people out in the zone. You can get anybody out in the big leagues out of the zone. When they swing at balls, they tend to get out. The harder part is trying to get them out when you throw strikes, because these guys are really good hitters, and if you give them an easier location to try to hit the ball, they get the barrel a lot more. So if the harder you throw, the more you can get away with, and you can get away with throwing pitches in the zone. Like, just for example, my first pitch to Freddie the other day was caught a lot of the plate, and he fouls it back instead of, smoking the ball, and like Freddie hits me all the time. So that kind of shows me that it's like, okay, like I got away with one against a guy who owns me. It was kind of nice to see that.
Would you have liked to have gotten, I mean, obviously, if it's a ninth inning situation, but would you have liked to got a little more run than you did in that Dodgers series, just to take it out for a test spin and see how it feels in a major league game?
Yeah, I mean, situation just never came.
Yeah.
It was just one of those things, and we have 162, and I'm not going to worry about the first 3. We got 159 to go, and it'll be fine. I threw 9 times in spring training. That's a pretty good run. I felt like I was ready 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
So for me, it was just like, hey, I told him, like, I need to get into the game on Saturday, and it was disappointing how I got into it, but I just needed to make sure I got in there, especially with the off day yesterday, and just kind of staying fresh and staying ready. But yeah, it was just one of those things.
How do you feel about the state of the bullpen right now overall? You've been around a long time. When you look at it and oversee it, what do you see?
I mean, being in a bullpen is really tough. It's like being the kicker on a football team. You get none of the credit, all the blame. Just one of those things. We didn't pitch bad against the Dodgers. It's the Dodgers. We talked about it off air before we got on there. Those guys are gonna sweep lots of teams this year. We were the first, but we won't be the last. We just, as a team, didn't play our very best. Our bullpen could certainly be better.
Yeah.
Our offense could be a little bit better. Our starting pitching could be better and will be better. It was a tough series in the opening week, and we've struggled with those guys, and that's because they're a really good team. It's just one of those things, and we'll get the ship right, and it's not a big deal. But our bullpen's fine, and I don't think they pitch poorly really at all.
I was very happy for Italy in the World Baseball Classic. Very happy. Do you have any national? Could you pitch for any of those teams?
Well, Matt Fest is one of my best friends, so I was kind of rooting for Italy.
Who was?
Matt Fest is one of my best friends, so I was pretty excited that they did really well too. I was heartbroken that I wasn't on Team USA 3 years ago. I felt like I deserved to be on that team. That was tough. I felt like I was at the top of my game and one of the best relievers in baseball. I was kind of disappointed that I didn't get that. I had an elbow scope. I don't know if that had something to do with why I didn't on the team. I've never got an answer. I would have liked to have played for them at some point. I played for them in the Pan Am Games, so I played for the country that I was born in and raised in. But yeah, so it's pretty special. I still have a Team USA jersey, but I would have done anything to have been on that WBC team.
Is it that big of a deal? Because some people say, I don't know if the Americans care so much about it like the Venezuelans do, and these other countries, Puerto Rico, and
people being media people like you.
Yeah, I think a lot. I mean, because there's a lot of good players that
wanted to get
play.
out there. There weren't that many players. In my opinion, we put out
a great team.
Okay. Yeah, there were probably a couple people that we could have gotten in the game, but you just don't know what their offseasons are like, what their injury history is like. It's just some of these things we could have had a couple better players, but the lineup was pretty good. We would have been better with Corbin being there, but he was hurt. You know what I mean? It's sure, we could have maybe had 1 or 2 guys.
So it's still a big deal to the players.
I mean, everybody wants to win that WBC. You saw people care. Now, Cal got a ton of gripe about not shaking Randy's hands, but if he gives him a hug, it's that same story. That's see, Americans don't care. It's just it's a no-win situation for Americans because you're expected to win the WBC, and we've come up short a couple times.
That's great. Well, Paul, thanks for your time. Best
So
of
good
luck
to see
this
you guys.
season. Really good to see you, too.
Absolutely.
Always great conversation with you.
Yeah.
We appreciate you coming by for a few minutes, okay?
I'll be on a couple more times. It's good to see you guys.
Absolutely.
Sounds good.
Paul Sewald, our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show, as the Diamondbacks home opener is coming up in just a little bit. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show, U of A headed to the Final Four, and the name of Lute Olson was brought up many times. That's next on Burns and Gambo.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Nolan Arenado to me is what he is because he's been in the league for so long. His hitting has trailed off over the last 3 years. I kind of think it's going to bounce back a little bit this year.
What kind of impact might he have on I don't know, a Ketel Marte? Iron sharpens iron. What is that? 2 dudes who actually just work off of each other. It's called chemistry. It's something that you need on a team. Leadership is critical. You can't see it, but man, if you're inside that clubhouse, you're inside that locker room, you could feel it.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Love telling you about Lifeguard Imaging and how important it is to go get yourself a heart scan. Right now, Lifeguard Imaging has an incredible offer where you can get 2 heart scans. Check this out for just $69. Your heart is important. You want to take care of it, and early detection saves lives. Early detection can save lives. A lot of problems is by the time something happens to you and you're getting cleared from your insurance company to go get a scan, it's too late. That's why early detection matters. No needles, no prep, no claustrophobic tubes. Each heart scan takes just 3 minutes. The information is invaluable. If you live a high-stress life, if heart disease may run in your family, and you want a baseline, we can get you a heart scan. 2 people for $69. You and your wife, you and your husband, you and your mother, your father, your brother, your sister, whoever you want to bring, 2 heart scans for $69. Text SCAN to 620-620. I'll get you all the info. That's text SCAN to 620-620.
Hey, it's time to find that F-Series truck you want at a price you can't afford to miss because it is Ford Truck Month. Yep, and Ford Truck Month is about the only way that America's best-selling line of trucks for 49 years running gets better. Ford Truck Month at our Desert Ford dealers. Hey, Paul Calvise here. Man, we wait all year for these amazing offers. The Ford F-150. America counts on it. We get to drive it. And that's not all we get. Check out these savings. How about 0% APR for 60 months with 0 down, 0 payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. We're talking on the job site, hauling the family camper, off-roading. F-150 trucks are icons of muscle and performance. And again, during Ford Truck Month, get 0% APR for 60 months with 0 down, 0 payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. But it all ends March 31st. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Progressive presents a guided meditation.
Hear the birds sing, a chipmunk nibbling on an acorn. Smell the pine needles gently falling into your living room as the breeze blows through the gaping hole in your roof. Gaze up at that broken tree branch and relax because you bundled your home and auto with Progressive and have the peace of mind of 24/7 protection. So relaxing.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can make your car buying dreams come true.
It's true, Dan. I can't tell you how many times somebody has called or emailed me and asked for me by name and said, hey, Dan Bickley sent me to get the hookup. And you know what? We make it happen. So put me to the test. I will make your dreams come true.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations.
1 great experience.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll Update. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, let's send it back to the studio and let's get an update on our Twitter poll question of the day with Lauren. Lauren, take it away.
All right, guys. Well, since you're down there at the Dbacks home opener, and I will be down there for the game, just not for the show.
Oh, I'm glad you're coming down.
Yeah,
I didn't know you were coming down.
fine. It's baseball. I got to be there.
Fantastic. That's great.
I love baseball. Baseball makes my heart happy.
Well, I'm glad that your heart can be healthy and happy today, Gambo.
Baseball makes me very happy.
All right, well, this poll question might put a slight damper on that because we're asking what has been the most concerning part of the D-backs 0-3 start? Is it their bullpen struggles, their base running mistakes, or the lack of offense late in games?
Lack of offense late in games.
Yeah, I mean, they just can't punch any runs across the plate after the fourth, fifth inning. And they get these lead. They're up 2 runs in each game against the Dodgers, and they stopped hitting. Just stopped hitting. Puts all the pressure on your bullpen and allowed the Dodgers to come back and steal those games.
Ditto what he said.
This poll question has gotten a lot closer since the first time that we checked in. 49% going with the bullpen struggles, but 45% going with the lack of offense late in games, and 6% going with the base running mistakes.
So basically 50-50 between the bullpen and the lack of offense late in the games. Okay, that's probably how it should be. So thank you, Lauren. We appreciate that, and we're glad you'll be heading down here to partake in the home opener. That's great.
Yeah. Leave early. There's a lot of people here.
Well, I'm not going to leave early given I'm the only one back here, and somebody does have to push the buttons.
So if you left early, we wouldn't do the show.
Yeah, so maybe I should just dart out of here.
Why don't you leave at 5:15?
We'll just deprive everyone in the audience of our radio show.
We got to get you down here. It's important.
Yeah, I've got to find a parking spot. Come on.
Yeah, you got to leave. You got to leave. Don't do that. Stay back there. You're good. You're good. This is Tommy Lloyd on why he mentioned Lute right away during the on-the-court interview after U of A clinched the spot in the Final Four, because it was very intentional. I'll read to you what he said to Allie LaForce in just a minute, but he was asked about it post-game, and here's what he said.
Well, listen, Lute's given me a great life. He and I shook hands only a few times, kind of in a handshake line or something at a game, and I think I was at a cancer event for him one time, and his legacy in Tucson is so powerful. That he's the guy, there's others before him, but he's the main catalyst to make our program the center of the community. And so when I got the job, I was like, wow, people in Tucson really want to like their basketball coach. And it wasn't a contentious relationship at all. They want to love you. And the reason they want to love you is because they love Lute so much. And he meant so much to the community. But without Sean doing what he did for those 12 years he was here, I wouldn't be able to do what we did today. And I fully understand that. And those guys, this is for them too. And I have no problem, sharing the success of this team with the coaches that came before me.
What he had said after the game, it's so cool, isn't it? It really is.
So awesome.
What he had said after the game to Allie LaForce, he said, what I'm most happy for are these Arizona fans. You guys deserve this. There's a good-looking guy with white hair looking down on us who's happy, close quote. And he said that on the floor. And I mean, I know because it's been such a long gap between Final Fours, right? Not a lot of current U of A fans who are even in their 20s, right?
Yeah.
Of course, Lute is so much a part of Arizona's history. I don't know how you could not know who he is. But if you didn't experience the Lute Olson years and what he did with that program, it really was very rewarding to see Tommy Lloyd pay homage to that. Yeah, absolutely. It was wonderful to see that.
I love when you look back on the people who laid the groundwork for the success. If that groundwork wasn't laid, Tommy Lloyd's not here in Arizona. So I like when you can reflect back on the success that other people had that helped you get to where you are. I think in all sports, in all walks of life, I think it's important. We've all had people that helped us, in our careers and things like that. And, I have a certain amount of people that was just so important to me that I like to recognize. But to see Tommy do that for Luton, and he mentioned Sean, who was never able to get to the Final Four, but he got to the Elite Eight a couple of times. Look, the 5-year start by Tommy Lloyd, 148 games won in his first 5 seasons, is a record for the best 5-year start to a head coaching career in men's college hoops history. But more importantly for Tommy Lloyd is to get to that Final Four. No more monkeys on your back and stuff like that. Like you've slayed the dragon, right? You have exorcised the demons that were haunting U of A basketball for 25 years. To get this team to the Final Four. Now, me and you both were very adamant. Like if they had lost this game or the previous game to Arc, if you lose in the Sweet 16 or you lead 8, this whole season's a freaking waste. All the great things you accomplished you got to get to the Final Four. You got to get there. Now they're there. They could lose to Michigan, and they had a successful season.
Yes.
They cut the nets. They won the region. They made it to the Final Four. You're judged by Final Fours. You want to be a blue blood, you got to get to the Final Four.
Mm-hmm.
You can't be a blue blood and just get the Sweet 16s. But you could be a blue blood and get to Final Four. Sure, championships are great. And if you could win it, it'd be phenomenal. But if you don't, you lose to Michigan in this game, and it was an incredible season for U of A basketball, and that team will be honored and recognized and remembered the way Steve Kerr's team was that got to the Final Four.
Sean Elliott's team.
Yeah, they got to the Final Four.
The championship team. I mean, yeah, it's true. And now I would imagine if you're a U of A fan, of course you want them to win the championship.
Of course.
But and I'm not going to say it's house money necessarily, but you can relax. You can let your guard down a little bit. You know, you can just kind of, okay, we're good. We're fine.
Didn't underachieve.
You didn't underachieve. You didn't bow out before you were supposed to. And I would imagine now you can kind of, I keep thinking back to one of our U of A colleagues back at the radio station. He said, I'm not going to be able to relax and enjoy it until they're in the Final Four. You can enjoy it now. You know, now it may only last one game. Michigan's good, and Michigan versus Arizona is going to be a hell of a game. Are you getting ready to go play catch?
I'm going to go play
catch. All right, you go play catch to Torrey Lavello. Gambo and Torrey are going to have their catch. And when we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, we'll continue to talk about opening day here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings.
Braylon Mullins, the hero for UConn.
It was absolutely remarkable, and when that ball left, you're just like, no way, and it was nothing but the bottom of the net.
The sound was magical.
I've got a really fat cat. I mean, a cat that's comically fat.
How fat is he?
This cat is so fat, Vinny, that he will not stand up to drink water out of his bowl. He's so fat.
When he lays around the house, he really lays around the house.
How does he feel about Mondays and lasagna?
When I screamed, this cat moved faster than it has in decades.
That's because he thought you said ice cream.
Bickley and Marotta. Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Veterans and active duty service members. When your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
This is Carla Hall for Eggland's Best. Whether it's breakfast, lunch, or dinner, make sure you're choosing wholesome ingredients like Eggland's Best eggs to plus up your nutrition. With more than 6 times the vitamin D and double the omega-3s and vitamin B12 compared to ordinary eggs, Eggland's Best supports a healthy lifestyle. Available in so many delicious varieties. Classic, cage-free, organic, free-range, and pasture-raised. Eggland's Best. Better taste, better nutrition, better eggs. Visit egglandsbest.com to learn more.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-8157. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-8157. That's 800-575-8157.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
There is nothing more meaningful you can do for yourself and for the people who care about you than finally getting rid of that pain, especially heading into vacation season. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for QC Kinetics, and if you have joint pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, or back, if you're missing work or activities you once enjoyed, if you don't want surgery and a long recovery, if you're relying on medication just to get through the day, you are exactly the kind of patient QC Kinetics helps every day with their advanced regenerative treatments that deliver life-changing results, and today can be the day you turn the corner and finally get real relief. And it could be the most meaningful thing you do for yourself and your family. Their treatments are all done in office, and your consultation is free. Call now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Lauren Colville with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks open up their home schedule tonight at Chase Field against the Detroit Tigers. Michael Soroka will make the start for the Dbacks. The Tigers will have Justin Verlander on the mound. First pitch for that one is at 7:10 p.m. right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And Pavin Smith suffered a flare-up in his elbow, and he is headed to the 10-day IL. Jose Fernandez has been called up in his place. He will not start the game tonight, but does have a locker with the Arizona Diamondbacks. And the Phoenix Suns are in action tonight against the Memphis Grizzlies in Memphis. Tip-off for that one is right now over on ESPN 620 AM. And the men's Final Four is set. Arizona will take on Michigan, and Illinois will face off against UConn. Both of those games are on Saturday. And two more Elite Eight games are left in the women's tournament. Texas faces off against Michigan right now on ESPN, and South Carolina plays TCU. The winner of those two games will join UConn and UCLA in Phoenix, who have already punched their tickets to the Final Four. And the women's semifinals will go down on Friday at Mortgage Matchup Center. And that's what's trending now.
Swings and crushes one. High and deep to left field.
The home of Diamondbacks baseball. Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, Arizonasports.com, and 98.7.
This one is way out of here. Gone.
MLB regular season baseball returns to AZ with Diamondbacks Tigers tonight. Burns and Gambo, live from Chase Field for the Dbacks 2026 home opener.
5 o'clock hour here on the Burns and Gambo Show. I'm sorry I'm laughing so hard I'm choking on something. 5 o'clock hour here on the Burns and Gambo Show. We are live from Chase Field. We are live from the field at Chase Field. And the tradition lives on. Torrey and Gambo playing a little catch on the field.
Just playing or having a catch, however you want to decide it. But, went out there and just throw the ball around and it creates some distance as we go, right? Create a little bit of distance so we have a little low velocity on the throws, and it's always fun for me. It's always fun to be on the field at Chase Field, having a catch.
It's like it's awesome that Torrey, after all these years, because you guys have been doing it now. Not every year that Torrey was here.
It's been a while.
I mean, he's been here a long time.
Yeah.
You certainly, every year we were here, you weren't doing it, but it has been at least 5, right?
There was one year where they had us outside, so we weren't inside.
Yes.
There was the one year we weren't able to do it because we were not on the field.
That was the year after the World Series.
Which made no sense to me, whoever made those decisions at the station, but it didn't make any sense. But we should be here. This is where we should be. And but it's been 5 or 6 years. We just have a catch, and we start up a little slow, and then we create some distance, and it's always fun. I mean, you're on the field having a catch. You love baseball your whole life, and now you're on the field having a catch. It's great.
No doubt about it.
I'm ready to take batting practice now.
The Tigers are on the field, so you're gonna have to go ask AJ
Where's
Hinch
AJ?
for that. Yeah,
AJ, can I get a few hits?
That's not up to now. You have to go. Now you have to go make nice with the manager on the other team to see if he'll let you take batting practice.
Can Skubal pitch to me?
It's already enough that you're having a catch with the one manager. Now you got to go take BP with the other. It's the Dbacks and the Tigers. It's a 7:10 first pitch here from Chase Field in the home opener for the Arizona Diamondbacks. The gates are open. Fans are already here, or at least some of them are already starting to stream into the ballpark. Unfortunately for the Diamondbacks, coming into this one with an 0-3 record after getting swept by the LA Dodgers over the weekend. We were talking with Paul Sewald a minute ago, and he said, look, if that happens in the middle of June, nobody bats an eye. The Dodgers are going to sweep a lot of teams this year. They're just that much better. So trying to keep it all in perspective and understand that, yeah, it gets a little more attention because it's the beginning of the year. There were some positives that come out of the weekend. There were some negatives too. It's the answer to our poll question is what the biggest negative was. But there were some positives and some things to like out of the way they played.
I'm going to start with the thing that I think most people are ragging on, and it's the bullpen. Because if you take Taylor Clark's outing out, you're talking about 3 runs over 10 innings. I'll take that. But now we have to add Taylor Clark's outing in, so there's nothing we can do. But if you take that out, you are talking about 10 innings of baseball pitched and only 3 runs allowed. I thought Ross was good. I thought Loizaga was great. Sewald only pitched a third of an inning, so I don't know, how much we can, talk about that. Thompson came in and pitched good. So, I do think that there are positives out of the, and look, it's not like Murillo got rocked. Murillo got rocked. He gave up a run. Gagel gave up a run. But it's not like those guys got rocked. The only one that pitched poorly was Taylor Clark. But I think the positive to me really, truly is that there were a number of guys in that bullpen that pitched well.
And I think that the thing that has put the attention on the bullpen is probably the thing we should be the most worried about so far. And I use the word worried I'm not like, it's not keeping me up at night. But their inability to tack on runs late in these games has been really brutal. I mean, that's a great word for it. They have not scored a single run in 3 games after the 4th inning. And that, I mean, it puts so much pressure on the bullpen guys to get it right and be fine. Now, with Murillo, the walk certainly hurt, and like with Ryan Nelson, the walks hurt. You don't want to go giving up free passes or anything. But when it comes to relievers in particular, just the benefit of having an extra run or 2 to work with. And that struggle has really been pronounced so far. That offense in all 3 games has just vanished after the 4th inning, and that is a trend to keep an eye on.
It's frustrating. You want to get these leads, and then you want to add to them, right? The problem is that the amount of pressure you put on the bullpen when you're going to stop scoring after the 4th or 5th inning is, now you want to hold a 2-run lead against the Dodgers for 9 innings. Good luck. It's not going to happen. You want to hold a 3-2 lead. It's not going to happen. And so by not getting those insurance run, those tax on. Now I don't know. Is it? Do they need to try to manufacture a run here and there, play a little small ball, or should they play for bigger innings? I don't know. We got to see. They've got some guys that that we talked about. Arenado, 1 for 11, 5 strikeouts, not swinging the bat well right now. Some guys got to step it up and play better. And if that happens, they'll be okay. Then this isn't going to be the trend for the whole year. We're not going to look back in 2 months and be like, oh, they continue to struggle in the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th inning. They'll get it figured out. But against the Dodgers, that really hurt them against the Dodgers.
Yeah, it really did. And then beyond that, beyond the individual struggles that you talked about, the starters as a whole, Zach Gallen was great until he wasn't. Ryan Nelson, okay, not his best outing. I mentioned the walks before he gave up the home run. Eduardo Rodriguez was fantastic. He was great in that game. I mean, really looked like a total carryover from what he had done in the World Baseball Classic.
Yeah, I almost was. I was hesitant to believe that he could do that after the World Baseball Classic.
Mm-hmm.
There was a part of me that thought he only got up for this because it's Venezuela, it's the World Baseball Classic. His country hadn't won any championship of any level since 1945. So it meant so much to them. But the Diamondbacks are paying you $80 million. We've watched you, and you haven't pitched very well for the Diamondbacks. So could you take the success that you had in the World Baseball Classic, could it translate onto a Major League Baseball field for Arizona? And it did. It did. He pitched great. I mean, he pitched great. He struck out the side at one point. I put a guy on base, but then he 3 straight strikeouts. He got double plays. He pitched so well that, to me, that's a really good sign. Now, you're not going to be like that every single game. There's going to be some rough outings. But if Eduardo Rodriguez can take that step up and be better than a number 4 and number 5 pitcher will go a long way towards this team's ability to compete this year.
No doubt. No doubt about it. And it takes pressure, too, off of if that were to happen. I mean, you don't expect everybody in the rotation to step up. It'd be great if they did. I've always thought that between Brandon Pfaadt and Erod, one of them had to be better than they were a year ago. Didn't have to be both. Be great if it were both. Didn't have to be. But it's nice that Erod is starting to show signs that maybe he will be that guy. Because remember, he closed last season really, really well, too. Now, we'll see about Brandon Pfaadt when he makes his start tomorrow. Let's see what his opener kind of looks like. I expect a lot better out of Ryan Nelson. We'll see about Zach Gallen. And then ultimately when Merrill Kelly returns to the rotation, which shouldn't be that far off, right? We're thinking, the beginning of the road trip, which is a week from now?
We thought 2 starts, that he would miss 2 starts.
Yeah.
So that would be
basically by the start of, because they'll restart the rotation on Wednesday.
Okay.
And then they'll go Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and then
he'll be back.
And then he'll be
back.
As long as everything goes according to plan.
Yeah, no setbacks.
And then that means Michael Soroka's in the spotlight tonight.
Yeah.
He's in the spotlight because we just assume that that's the move. We assume that Michael Soroka, down to the bullpen, is the move when Merrill Kelly comes back.
It's not going to be Erod.
It's not going to be Erod.
He pitched so well.
Did we decide Pfaadt has options? But he had a good enough spring that we're getting to that point in the conversation where it's going to be decision time.
Yeah.
And for Soroka, who has been very adamant, he believes he's a starting pitcher. He believes that's what he was here to do. Tonight, he's only got a couple of outings to show that he belongs and somebody else needs to go out of the rotation. Tonight's a big night for him.
You're right.
A big night for him.
Against a good lineup.
Against a really good lineup.
They scored 13 runs the first 2 games against it. I got shut out the last game. They had 13 runs the first 2 games. They can rake a little bit.
Yeah.
This McGonigal kid is unbelievable.
He's really good.
They can rake a little bit. So, yeah, this is a good challenge against a good offensive team that's had some struggles offensively because of the shutout. But the first 2 games, they did score 13 runs.
And I hate to say that his rope is so short, but it's also, if you look at his history and last year how he pitched out of the bullpen for the Cubs when he got traded, I think I think they knew all along that when they were signing Michael Soroka, they were signing him as the idea he could be that Ryan Nelson of a year ago.
Yeah.
That guy who's a bullpen guy, but if we need him to be a starter, he could start. If not, we can put him down in the bullpen.
Well, and they didn't know they were getting Gallen back.
And they didn't know, right?
They had no idea they were getting Gallen back.
No idea they were getting him. They thought they might get another starter, but they didn't know it was going to be him. So now that it's here, now that the moment has arrived, will he rise to the moment, or will he kind of make himself? Will he make it easy for them to make a decision when Merrill Kelly comes back?
It's interesting. It's something to keep your eye on.
Yeah.
And then if he is the one, can you keep him stretched out enough in case somebody goes down? Can you you're going to want him to be, I would assume that whoever goes down, you're going to want them to be a long reliever to pitch 2-3 innings so that way they can keep themselves in line to be a starter if something happens.
There was also a roster move today. Pavin Smith was put on the IL with elbow inflammation, retroactive a couple days ago. It was something we talked about last week, that he was hurt, kind of dealing with it, trying to figure out whether he could play through it or not. Ultimately, he couldn't. Jose Fernandez, the young top prospect, one of the top prospects in the system, has been called up.
He's
I don't know.
young.
He's young. He's 23, I think.
Is he? I thought he was even younger.
He might even be younger. He might be 21. He might be right. He might be 21 years
young
old.
Kid.
He's been called up. He's not in the lineup tonight. Ildemaro Vargas is going to be the designated hitter tonight. But Jose Fernandez is here, and at some point will make his major league debut. Is he 21? 22. He's 22. Okay. Split the difference.
Young kid.
Young kid.
Yeah, I saw him over here before. Big kid, tall, slender, 6'3", 165. Tall, slender kid.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, technically the national championship is on Monday. It might very well end up being on Saturday evening. And we'll tell you why next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Diamondbacks baseball.
0-1. Espinal off the end of the bat, slow roller to second, and Marte has stopped Freddie Freeman in his tracks. Now Freddie's going to walk over. They'll hug it out. Included in that hug is a tag, and that'll do it for the Dodgers.
Dbacks Tigers, the home opener tonight live from Chase Field. Listen to it on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7, and get our reaction to it tomorrow morning on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Love telling you about asset preservation, wealth, and tax, and the ability to help you have that financial plan, that retirement plan. That way you can get yourself set up for a great life after you decide to stop working. Stuart Willis is a fiduciary right here in Arizona. He's done a phenomenal job. He's got 5 locations. As a fiduciary, he always has your best interest in mind. Now, you know, a lot of people go with themselves and try to invest their way, but all the financial information and all the studies will show you that there is a big difference with working with a financial advisor. Having a tax plan, having a financial plan, having a retirement plan can go a long way towards your ability to retire on your terms or retire on somebody else's terms. So that's why I recommend you get a free portfolio review right now by calling 602-877-PLAN. 5 locations in the Valley. Free portfolio review. Call 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Now is the time to start building your defense against the sun with All Pro Shade Concepts.
Exactly right, Wolf. Smart homeowners are getting their free estimates now for retractable shades and awnings for their patio.
Yep, if you wait until the playoffs to fix your defense, you're getting cooked.
That's right. Our shades are custom fit, so the earlier we measure, the sooner your home is protected.
Beat the summer rush and get your free estimate today and receive free installation. Go to allproshade.com because you gotta have shade.
Giving hope to children in foster care doesn't cost you a dime when you redirect your 2025 Arizona tax liability to Child Crisis Arizona. The qualifying foster care tax credit allows you to contribute up to $618 individually or $1,234 jointly to Child Crisis Arizona and receive a dollar-for-dollar tax credit. Give now and change lives forever. Together, we can ensure all children are safe. Visit childcrisisaz.org.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can make your car buying dreams come true.
It's true, Dan. I can't tell you how many times somebody has called or emailed me and asked for me by name and said, hey, Dan Bickley sent me to get the hookup. And you know what? We make it happen. So put me to the test. I will make your dreams come true.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
At Desert Wholesale Diamond, we believe buying a diamond should feel exciting, not overwhelming or overpriced. I'm Diamond Dave, a 4th-generation jeweler, and I've dedicated my career to helping people celebrate life's biggest moments the right way. I hand-select every diamond that comes through our office, making sure it has the right balance of cut, color, clarity, and carat weight to really sparkle. We specialize in custom jewelry from engagement rings to earrings and bracelets designed to reflect your style and your story. And because we keep our operation lean and personal, there's no high-pressure sales and no retail markup. For me, it's not just a transaction. It's about trust. That's why our clients return again and again. At Desert Wholesale Diamond, my promise is simple. Honest guidance, exceptional value, and a stress-free experience from start to finish.
Head to DiamondDaveCantor.com. That's DiamondDaveCantor.com. Or follow Dave on Instagram at DiamondDaveCantor. That's DiamondDave, Kantor.
Hey guys, Tom Chambers here with a faster way to pay off your mortgage from my friends at Galaxy Lending Group. The Ownership Accelerator loan helps you pay off your home decades faster using the income you already make without changing your lifestyle. Many Galaxy clients pay off their homes in 5 years, not decades. Schedule a free 10-minute call to see how much faster you could pay off your mortgage. Visit GalaxyLendingGroup.com/radio or text Galaxy to 620-620.
NMLS ID 142766 and Equal Housing Lender. Message and data rates may apply.
Want a great way to boost your brand? Custom labels at Staples will help packages pop, shipments stand out, and takeout boxes really take off. Shop now through April 18th and save 30% on all custom labels. Staples, that was easy.
Dbacks Tigers, the home opener tonight live from Chase Field. Listen to it on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7. And get our reaction to it tomorrow morning on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Shouting out the audience in Buckeye for joining us on this home opener Monday afternoon edition of the Burns and Gambo Show. Hello, Buckeye. Good to have you with us here as we're live on the field from Chase Field, where the Diamondbacks are taking on the Tigers tonight, 7:10 first pitch. Can tell you right now, just real quick, I'll bring this up here because I might not get too many other chances. The Suns game is underway. You can hear it over on ESPN 620, and right now it is 16-14. Pardon me, I needed my glasses on. 18-14. Memphis with about 7.5 minutes to go in this game. Just got underway.
A couple of three-pointers by Michael Dickerson?
No, Michael Dickerson is not.
Oh, he's not playing, okay.
But I'll be honest with you, there are not they are so thin in Memphis. God, they're missing so many guys. But for the Suns, Devin Booker already has 7 quick points. Jalen Green already has 5 quick points. So 12 of the Suns' first 14 points have come from either Devin or Jalen Green. Again, that game is over on ESPN 620 as the Suns' road trip has continued. And you dropped a little hint earlier in the show suggesting that maybe tomorrow is the day for Dylan Brooks' return.
Yeah, it looks good, barring a setback or he wakes up and he doesn't feel good. The target date was early in this trip, first or second game. He's not playing today, so the second game would be more like it. So they feel good from what I'm hearing about Dylan, possibly playing tomorrow. And then I think, Mark, to me, I told you would be a game or two behind Dylan. So I think that he'll be right there, too. So bottom line is you're going to get both of these guys back, at some point in this road trip. And then hopefully this team could just get some games together and start to figure out some things because you're right. They just haven't played a lot of minutes together.
Yeah, Dwayne Rankin over at AZ Central took a look at some of the lineup combinations of your presumed starting 5. And they just haven't played together. There's, if you assume Mark Williams for Oso, and maybe you don't, but let's say Mark Williams is in the starting lineup, any combination of like Jalen Green, Devin Booker, Dylan Brooks, Royce O'Neal, and Mark Williams, they've never started a game together, those 5. If you put Colin Gillespie in, you take Royce O'Neal out, those 5 have never started a game together. So there's going to be a lot of this is going to be pieced together on the fly. In the meantime, U of A into the Final Four, 5th time in program history, 1st time in 25 years. And now they are set up for a Final Four matchup for the ages when they take on Michigan on Saturday night. Now, we've got plenty of time to preview this game, so we're not going to dig too far in deep on this one. But this is, I think it's safe to say, for most of college basketball, this is probably the matchup we've been looking forward to for the better part of at least a month and a half?
Yeah.
If not more, maybe 2. Like, it just feels like these two were always on a collision course for each other.
Michigan, their coach May has done such an incredible – that team 2 years ago won like 8 games.
Yeah.
And then he got all these kids to transfer in. Like, they're built so differently, right? I mean, Michigan is transfer, and Arizona's freshman. So they're just built very differently. Like, Arizona's more homegrown, although Bradley was a transfer. The majority of the players on that roster are guys that are homegrown and, brought in. And Karchenkov's a freshman, and Burry's a freshman, and Pete's a freshman. And Michigan relies on a lot of transfer kids. They got great size. And the thing about if you lose this game, and this is my point earlier on, any time that if Arizona had lost in any previous game prior to the Final Four, they would have lost to a lower seed again. And you would have added that team on to Princeton and Buffalo and all of – if you lose to Michigan, you're actually losing to a team that's ranked higher than you. You're actually losing to a team that's ranked higher.
Were they a higher number 1 seed?
They were the overall number 1.
I thought Duke was the number 1 overall. No, it was Michigan? Okay.
Duke was the number 1 overall.
Oh, Duke was?
And Michigan was 2 and U of A was 3,
No,
right?
U of A was 2, Michigan was 3.
So Michigan 3. Okay, my bad.
Okay.
So Duke was the overall number 1?
That's what I thought, yeah.
I know Florida dropped to 4.
Yeah.
Okay.
But still, it's not, I mean, even then, no one's going to go, oh, you lost to a better 1 seed.
Right.
No, it's you're not going to feel that way. I think watching that game on Sunday, Michigan, and just hearing the guys rave about him afterwards on the post-game show, in terms of the physicality, in terms of the depth, in terms of like all those things you might need to beat U of A, it feels like Michigan checks a lot of those boxes.
They do. They took down Tennessee with such ease. They had a 21-0 run in that game. But, Mara's a transfer from UCLA. And what's the kid's name? Cadeau? Lauren, a kid from North Carolina?
Elliot Cadeau.
Cadeau. He's from North Carolina. So, the Lendenberg kid is such a good player. But, yeah, the Elliot Cadeau is so good. They're just loaded with talent. The kid that was the Big Ten Player of the Year, the Lendenborg.
Yeah.
That kid transferred.
From UAB, yeah.
Yeah, from UAB. And he was incredible in that game. So credit to them for gelling together the way they did. They're going to return to the Final Four for the first time since 2018, fourth time in the past 11 years. But what May's done to that program in just a couple of years is quite remarkable, considering how low they were just 3 years ago.
Yeah, and for all the local U of A fans here, knowing that you've gotten back to that promised land, the 25-year drought is over. No one's ever going to, no one's going to throw that in your face to you now. It really is all, not that it's all gravy and not that it's all house money, but you can be satisfied. You can be satisfied with where your team got in terms of where they were supposed to go. And I would imagine for a lot of U of A fans, that's a relief. I tell you that I was so impressed. I was so impressed by U of A's performance on Saturday, maybe more so than I was against Arkansas. I know Arkansas, they just bludgeoned them from the word go. But I think the Purdue win was way more impressive just because it forced them to dig deep. That was only their sixth halftime deficit the whole season.
Right.
The whole season, right?
Yes.
It was the largest halftime deficit they've ever had in the tournament.
Yes.
When they were down 7. I'm sure there were fans in that building, U of A fans, who were thinking, oh, God, here we go again. We're losing to Purdue. We can't hit a 3. We can't get a rebound. We're getting crushed on the boards. The Big Ten is superior. What do we do? Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And to see the Cats come out so quickly and so easily.
And reestablish complete
It
control.
was so easy. And I know it was harder than it looked, but the way they did it made it seem like it was just so easy. They were able to come out and reestablish everything they do well, and they did it so quickly. It was impressive.
And you do that against a Michigan team with all the size Michigan. Like, Purdue had to bring in this 7'4" kid who looked like he weighed no more than 150 pounds. He literally, he was 7'4". And I know he didn't weigh 150, but my God, he looked like it. And, he had a little impact early, but in the end, he couldn't help them. They were trying to get size. Michigan's got size. Can you attack the basket with Michigan's size? I don't know. It's not going to be that easy. Your point that I loved was just because I looked at the game, and Arizona was just, their offense was so great, their defense was great. But your point is exactly right. Purdue was spent after the first half.
They gave everything they had the first half. They had nothing left.
They had nothing left. They had 9 points in the first 10 minutes. They were tired. They were exhausted. Arizona's a load. They're a load.
Yeah.
Awaka, Krivas, Pete. They're big. They're strong. They're physical. And you're exactly right. And that's the best way to look at it. Why was Purdue so bad in the second half? Why couldn't they hit a three-pointer? Why did they struggle to score? They were shot. They were shot.
Did you notice almost every three-pointer they took in the second half felt like it came right off the front of the rim? It was short. Their legs were gone. They just didn't have anything left. And I think that's the greatness of U of A in part is that even when a team thinks they're in control, man, that wear down effect, it was real and it was there for everybody to see in that game. When we come back, we're live from Chase Field for opening day and the home opener for the Dbacks. We'll talk about that coming up on Burns and Gambo.
He's the president of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Derek Hall talks Dbacks baseball with Bickley and Murata. Thursday mornings at 7:45. Brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
Summer is calling, and Playcation is back at Talking Stick Resort with rates from just $129 and no resort fees for locals. Book now for stays May 15th through September 13th for one unforgettable staycation. Enjoy $25 in free play, $25 towards your favorite spa treatment, and more. Make Talking Stick Resort your summer destination. Book your stay today at TalkingStickResort.com. Life well played. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-8157. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-8157. That's 800-575-8157.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, this is Dave Burns and John Gambadoro. And every year we hear far too many heartbreaking stories involving children and water. Please take 2 seconds out of your day to help prevent these tragedies. Learn life-saving water safety tips and get free swim lessons from the YMCA while supplies last. Go to Fulton2seconds.com or text SWIM to 620-620. And never forget that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
I'm Lauren Colville with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks open up their home schedule tonight at Chase Field against the Detroit Tigers. Michael Soroka will make the start for the Dbacks against Justin Verlander for the Tigers. First pitch for that one is at 7:10 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And Pavin Smith suffered a flare-up in his elbow and is headed to the 10-day IL. Jose Fernandez has been called up in his place. He will not start in the lineup tonight, but he does have a locker with the Dbacks. And the Phoenix Suns are in action right now against the Memphis Grizzlies. It is currently 30-23 with the Phoenix Suns leading that one. You can listen to that game right now over on ESPN 620. And the men's Final Four is set. Arizona will take on Michigan, and Illinois will face off against UConn. UConn. Both of those games are on Saturday. And 2 more Elite 8 games in the women's tournament are in action. Texas faces off against Michigan right now, and South Carolina plays TCU later this evening. The winner of those 2 games will face off against UConn and UCLA, respectively. Those matchups will be in Phoenix starting on Friday at the Mortgage Matchup Center. And that's what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
What's on tonight? The games that we're going to watch this evening, and it's brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member by going to globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. There is a lot on tonight, Gambo. A lot on tonight. Let's start with the game that's in progress right now. The Phoenix Suns are taking on Memphis. There's about a minute and a half to go in the first quarter. Suns are up by 9, 32-23. Devin Booker has 12 points on 5 of 6 shooting, 3 assists, no turnovers, so he's having a great game. Jalen Green, 8 points in 8 minutes on 3 of 4, including 2 of 3 from deep. He's having a very good game. Royce O'Neal has 6. Kaman Malawach off the bench has 2. And the Suns are up 9 with about a minute to go.
All right, take care of business. Like I said, you've got one more game left than the Clippers do. Clippers had a good weekend. They won 2 games. The Suns won against the Jazz. You're 3 games ahead. I think if there's a night when the Suns win and the Clippers lose, we can put a fork in this thing.
Yeah.
The Clippers aren't going to catch it.
And Clippers don't play tonight. No, they don't. They don't play tonight.
No, they just had 2 over the weekend. They beat the Bucks yesterday. Can't remember who they beat on Friday, but they beat the Bucks yesterday. So they got their 2 wins against teams that they're supposed to beat.
Yep.
But it does look like, based on, you said it earlier, right? The distance between Portland and the Clippers is now big enough to where it's going to be the Suns and the Clippers.
It's a question of where. It's just where. Neither team is going to fall down to 9-10. It's just going to be a question of whether that game is in LA or whether that game is here, but that is going to be the matchup. Women's Elite 8 wraps up tonight to put a wrap on the Final Four, which of course is going to be here in Phoenix. UConn has already punched their ticket. UCLA has already punched their ticket. UCLA will get the winner of Texas-Michigan. Texas is destroying Michigan right now, 55-29. And then UConn will get the winner of South Carolina versus TCU. That game is later tonight as well. And then, of course, Diamondbacks baseball as they take on the Detroit Tigers at 7:10 first pitch, the home opener here at Chase Field.
Yeah, we'll have Dbacks on deck coming up in just a little bit, get you ready for the game. But after losing those 3 against the Dodgers, listen, home opener, it's here. The stadium's going to be packed. It's a great time. This is always one of my favorite days of the year is being out here, and I'm not sugarcoating this. It really is one of my favorite days of the year is being out here.
Yeah, me too. And it's awesome. It's awesome. We're very grateful for the job that we have, right, for doing what we get to do. I'm especially grateful on a day like today. I mean, this is just. I mean, it really is.
Sitting on the field.
Yeah, I mean, you and I are sitting on the field. We have batting practice going on behind me. If I look over my left shoulder, I can watch the Tigers right now. They're taking their BP. And it's just, it really is, not to like brag or anything, but it really is, this is one of my favorite days of the year because being on this field doing a show is just like a dream come true. It's like 19-year-old me wished this up and it happened. And so this is cool. I'm just very grateful we're able to do this.
Yeah,
very, very
it's a great time. Now we just got to get a win.
Yeah.
We just got to get a win.
Yeah, that has to happen. And another thing, too, we brought this up during the reset. I'll bring it up now just because I'm staring at it. I'll be curious to see how much pushback there is from these ribbons going around the stadium. I'll be curious because with opening day, it's, like an exhibition game last week against the Guardians, there weren't a lot of people here. So it didn't get a lot of attention then. But there was a big story in AZ Central today about how there's the big scoreboard out in center, but there's also these LED ribbons that circle around the field from foul pole to foul pole.
Right.
And during the installation, they didn't quite realize what an impediment they were going to be for the sight lines. And there are several rows that have been affected by having these ribbons put where they are, to the point where
it's brutal.
In the upper deck, the first few rows, those are now limited seats in terms of what you can see, which
Limited
I don't think they ever expected that was going to happen, but here we are.
It's like being at a Coyote game where you can only see like half the ice. I went up to the 300 section today, and I'm really sad for the Diamondbacks because they do everything right. It's a first-class organization. I heard for the people that were involved in this. It's a colossal mistake. It's a brutal mistake. And you can't just tear down these digital boards worth millions and millions of dollars, right? I mean, I don't think you could do that. I would. I'd tear them down. I went to go sit in some of those seats. I took pictures from you. You can't see. All of a sudden, what was a great seat where you could see the whole field, you can't see the batter, you can't see the catcher, you can't see the dugout, you can't see the dugout. And then, in our press box, and people don't care about the press box, but the front row, like you see now, nobody's sitting in the, people in the front row, like it's hard, you can't see.
Mm-hmm.
You can't see a lot from the first row because what they did is, because of the potential that these LED boards are going to have to be fixed, they created like a catwalk that pushes them out a little bit.
Between the wall and where the LED starts.
So if anybody ever has to fix them, they can get behind them. But by doing that, they took away the view. So now if you're in the first row, in the 200 section, the 300 section, you can't see.
Yeah.
You can't see the whole field. It's a terrible mistake. I hope they can fix it. It's unlike the Diamondbacks because they're such a fan-friendly organization, and it pains me that we even have to talk about this. But it was, if you like sitting in, and it affects a lot of people. It's not like we're not talking about affecting 20 people. It affects everybody that sits in the front row in either of these sections, 300 or 200.
If you sit in the upper deck and you're the first 3 or 4 rows of the upper deck, you're going to be affected. Now, once you get beyond that, you can see fine. It's not that big of a deal. Here's the one thing I'll say about this, and this is not in defense of the organization. This is just kind of me thinking out loud. In that, since this ballpark renovation bill passed and the renovation has been funded, it's going to be a few years like this where they're slowly fixing things on the fly, right?
Right.
Where things are going to get fixed and things are going to get improved, and there are going to be some changes to the ballpark. Some of them not so obvious. Some of them are going to be very obvious. I hope a couple things. I hope that when they keep up with these renovations, that they'll be a little more mindful of, how it impacts things like that. But I also think there might be some patience on the fans' perspective that's needed here a little bit too, because it's going to take 3 years, 4 years, 5 years before this ballpark is everything they want to be. They can fix the upper deck. They're just going to have to move some of those seats back so that they're not limited view anymore. Now that has to become a part of the renovation. I think there's going to be a lot of little things like that, whereas they're renovating, it's going to be like, all right, it's a small step back for the step forward that we're going to take when this building is completely renovated and it looks much better than it does.
I think what really sucks is now you've got to almost like waste money to fix a problem.
Well,
because that's going to cost money. Like if you want to fix these problems, it's going to now you got a certain amount of money to put into the ballpark. You made a mistake, and now you got to fix the mistake, and it's going to cost money.
And
I do hate
if
that.
I remember right, I think these LED boards, that's not even taxpayer dollars. That was team money that paid for those.
Okay.
So that was not when you're looking at these ribbons, these LED ribbons. Don't look at them and think to yourself, "Oh man, those are my tax dollars," and that's what happened. Those were team dollars that went into those, and the scoreboard looks fantastic. That is the largest video board in the state of Arizona.
It's terrific.
They have expanded it. It is super sensational to look at.
I show an Arizona Sports on there right now.
It is,
now that does not affect anybody's view.
No, nobody's view is blocked by that. No, I mean the ballpark looks great. It's unfortunate, but like I say, I think part of it is going to be, when you're renovating a house. Like,
I've done that.
Yeah, you're renovating a kitchen, and sometimes you have to eat out for 2 straight weeks, right? Or you have to move the microwave to the dining room if you want to heat something up because they're redoing the kitchen. I think it's going to be like that. There are going to be some minor inconveniences that are going to come with the renovation, and hopefully they figure out a way to work around this one so that nobody is affected.
I even asked, you got 10 days where you're not going to be here. Can we just take this thing down? Can we just take it down?
They spent millions on it.
I know, but but if it's going to really, if it's going to affect people's ability to see the game, is it really worth it?
Yeah.
I mean, is it really worth? Those are prime seats. Those front row seats.
Yeah, I don't know. I would imagine the cost of taking them down after the cost you already spent on putting them up, you're better off if somebody's really upset with their seats, they'll get moved to new ones. And hopefully it doesn't put anybody out too much.
Yeah.
Hopefully. Anyway, that's what's going on with the ballpark. What's going on with the ball club? It's the Dbacks and the Tigers, and we preview the matchup next here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
The local sports leader is all about the NFL Draft. We know you've got your home team sensibilities, so we're looking at the entire NFL Draft, not just the Cardinals in the 3rd overall pick.
With the 3rd pick.
Though we are definitely taking strong interest in that one. What's Monty going to do? Trade it? Pick O-line or edge? Decisions, man. Cardinal decisions. NFL Draft coverage on Arizona Sports, brought to you by Bud Light, official beer sponsor of the Arizona Cardinals.
The Arizona Cardinals select
Christian Brothers is the AC company of choice for me and my family. We go with Christian Brothers. Matter of fact, we just had that AC tune-up done not too long ago. Wanted to make sure we got that taken care of because our AC units are on for 6 or 7 months, sometimes 8 here in Arizona. I mean, crazy we had the AC on because it was so hot in the month of March. Unusually hot temperatures. We hit 100 faster than we've ever done before. Your AC unit's going to work hard for you. Expect it to be a brutal summer. Let's get it tuned up by Christian Brothers for $50. They'll go through the entire system. You'll get a major readout on every major electrical component to make sure that everything is working properly and fair upfront pricing. If anything needs to be fixed, you'll know what it is, but you want to make sure that your unit is working efficiently, and that's what that tune-up is all about. They'll go through everything, inspect every major part to make sure it's all working properly. 602-222-3535. Call today. Let's get that tune-up done. 602-222-3535.
If you don't care about saving 50% off your wireless bill for the same 5G coverage the big guys are charging a fortune for, maybe you care about keeping jobs in America. Pure Talk does. They've pledged to run their entire operation from this country, including all their customer service. Or maybe you care about our nation's veterans. Pure Talk does. They've donated hundreds of thousands of dollars to America's Warrior Partnership, a fantastic organization working hard to prevent veteran suicide. Or maybe you care about closing America's skills gap. Pure Talk does. They're a proud supporter of MicroWorks. They're helping my foundation train the next generation of skilled workers. Don't get me wrong. Saving money's great, and you'll save plenty with Pure Talk. But if you want to be in business with people who share your values, dial pound 250, say micro, and switch to an American wireless company that actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
Is your financial advisor managing your risk or just a spreadsheet? Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. Many financial advisors rely on target date funds, which are one-size-fits-all portfolios that don't know your name, your family, or your goals. And that passive management can leave you dangerously exposed. At Trajan, we look at the whole picture, not just the stocks everyone else buys, but the private market opportunities most advisors ignore. And as fiduciaries, we build a strategy around you, coordinating your investments, tax strategy, and estate into one cohesive plan. Your financial life deserves more than just a generic portfolio. Real planning isn't a stack of statements. It's the confidence of knowing where your income will come from for the next 30 years. Good enough isn't good enough for your family. It's time for a change. Schedule your complimentary consultation today.
Call Trajan today at 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Private equity investments require accreditation. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can make your car buying dreams come true.
It's true, Dan. I can't tell you how many times somebody has called or emailed me and asked for me by name and said, hey, Dan Bickley sent me to get the hookup. And you know what? We make it happen. So put me to the test. I will make your dreams come true.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Twin Peaks. This is one of the best times of the sports calendar, and that is good news for you. You got the craziness of college hoops, baseball starting up, hockey and pro basketball playoffs aren't far off, and the football draft is right after that. So get to Twin Peaks for all of it. With their wall-to-wall TVs, you won't miss 1 second of the action. Plus, they've got a scratch menu made for MVPs, smoked in-house wings, flatbreads, burgers, steak salad, so much more, and happy hour deals. And a high-energy, fun, friendly atmosphere. Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. We're checking in on the Diamondbacks as they warm up for the game's first pitch. Dbacks on deck, brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic.
Dbacks on deck for opening day for the Diamondbacks, at least the home opener for the Arizona Diamondbacks, which is coming up at 7:10 this evening. You'll hear it here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. The Arizona Diamondbacks taking on the Detroit Tigers in a game that starts here in just about an hour. Your pitching matchup for tonight's game is brought to you by the Window Depot. Did you know the Window Depot is more than just windows? We have doors, skylights, cabinets, countertops, even flooring. Proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks, thewindowdepot.com. Justin Verlander gets the start for the Tigers. Gambo, the righty, is making his first start of the season. Last year with the Giants, he was 4-11, 152 innings. He had 137 strikeouts in a 3.85 ERA. Michael Soroka gets the start for the Diamondbacks, 3-8 with 89 innings last year and a 4.52 ERA.
Yeah, I think the first time I saw Verlander pitch for the Tigers was back in the 70s with Lou Whitaker and Alan Trammell and Rusty Staub, and I'm just kidding, but he is 43 years old. This is crazy. He spent his first 13 years with the Tigers. He was a 6-time All-Star. He won the Cy Young Award 15 years ago. In 2011, he won the Cy Young Award. Burnsy, it has been 3,135 days since he last pitched for the Detroit Tigers, but he is back. 3,135 days. He's 43 years old. He's the number 4 guy in this rotation, a guy that was always an ace of his staff, is now the number 4 guy in the rotation, still pitching, and again, now it's not so much the fastball velocity, although it's still good, but just his ability to just know how to pitch.
Yes, he does know how to pitch. I even remember at one point towards the end of last year, Verlander had a start for the Giants against the Diamondbacks, and you had even brought up the idea, hey,
bring him here.
Is he somebody you'd consider? Probably wouldn't be very expensive.
He was good.
Come here on a 1-year deal, solidify the rotation. He was good enough to be a 4th or a 5th starter, right?
Yes.
And I think for the Tigers, he's perfectly cast as a 4th and 5th starter for a very good baseball team, or what's expected to be a very good baseball team in the Detroit Tigers. As far as Soroka goes, it's his Diamondback debut tonight. Last year, he split the season with 2 teams, the Nationals and the Chicago Cubs. For the Cubs, he only started 1 game. He pitched out of the bullpen in the other 6. For Washington, he was strictly a starter. So, as we talked about earlier, for Soroka, this is a big moment. Merrill Kelly is coming. We assume he's going to get, a couple starts in the minors, and then he'll be ready to go. Whose spot in the rotation does he take? Most people assume it's going to be Michael Soroka. It's up to him tonight to prove that it's not going to be Michael Soroka.
Yeah, this is a big start for him, and he had some opportunities, in the spring where he pitched very, very well. I think there was with the White Sox game was a 5 scoreless innings, and you're like, okay. I see what you do. He's been a starter most of his career. He can pitch out of the bullpen. This is a Tigers offense. They scored 13 runs in the first 2 games, then got shut out by San Diego. This Kevin McGonigal kid is unbelievable. 4th youngest player in Tigers history. The youngest player they've had on their roster in 112 years, though. He's 5 for 12 right now with 2 doubles. You got to be careful with him. Overall, in the 3 games that they've played, they're not hitting that well, the Tigers. They got a 202 batting average. They got a 582 on-base plus slugging. On-base percentage is 319. Slugging is 263. It's 29th in baseball. So they did score the 13 runs in the first 2, then got shut out. But overall, like their rankings early are not very good offensively.
Yeah, it's early. I mean, this is a team that, remember, they had the big division lead in the AL Central last year. They blew it at the end. They got caught by the Guardians, but they ended up advancing anyway. Good team. They made, you got a 2-time Cy Young Award winner in Tarek Skubal. They went out and got Framber Valdez. Now, we won't see him in this series, but we will see Skubal. This is a very, very good baseball team. Kenley Jansen, closing things out in the bullpen. A very good team with Torkelson, Gleyber Torres, Javi Baez, McGonigal, you mentioned. Riley Green's a very good player. They're good. They're going to bring it. The injury report is brought to you by Barrow Neurological Institute. Learn more at barrowneuro.org. There is an injury report to bring you. Paven Smith was put on the IL today with elbow discomforts.
Yes, yeah. It kind of flared up on him.
Yeah.
The elbow flared up on him is what I was told. And so he goes on the 10-day IL, retroactive to yesterday. This elbow was a little issue going into the Dodgers series, but he took batting practice. He played through with it. But now it flared up a little bit, so he goes on the IL.
Ildemaro Vargas takes his spot in the lineup as the designated hitter. Jose Fernandez takes his spot on the roster. The 22-year-old getting called up from AAA.
Big prospect for them, yeah.
Sensational spring. He's a top prospect for them. It'll be really interesting to see what sort of a stir he creates whenever those moments come for him, what he does with those moments.
Yeah, he's not in the lineup today. I think at this point, you get settled in, right? Sometimes you like to do that as a manager. Get settled in. Get your surroundings.
Yep.
It's going to be a big crowd. It's going to be crazy. Your emotions are going to be running high. Maybe tomorrow you play or the next day, but not today. You give him a break. You get him a chance to just absorb everything.
But just when he gets introduced and gets to line up for a home opener, oh boy, he's just going to love that.
It's going to be great.
He
Can't
is
wait.
absolutely going to love that. In spring training, he hit 280 with an 840. With a 1.148 OPS, 3 homers, 7 RBIs, 3 doubles, and a triple. He lit it up in the spring. The MLB standings, they're brought to you by Liberty GMC, where the deals are a home run, and nowhere can you buy a new GMC for less. We can tell you that so far, the Arizona Diamondbacks 0-3. The LA Dodgers are 3-0. Padres are 1-2. Everybody in the division is 0-3, except for the Dodgers and the Padres.
Is it 1-10 overall for the division, or 1-11, or something crazy like that?
It's 0-3, 11, 4-11.
4-11.
The division is 4-11 with 3-0 from
not
the Dodgers.
Not counting the Dodgers.
Yeah, no, not counting the Dodgers.
It's 1-11.
1-11. No, okay, not counting the Dodgers.
Yeah.
It's 1-11.
Wow, crazy.
Gambo's got a key to tonight's game for you.
Listen, man, I need you to be the key master. I am the key master.
Dbacks keys to the game. Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball.
He's batting 5th in the lineup today, and he's off to a brutal start.